as you said. And that's why even if you run a mile or two, you don't realize that the earth, you can't feel the curvature of the earth, because the curvature happens gradually over a huge distance. And you would only realize that if you were big enough, if you are, if your size, if you're like, suppose like 100, 200, say 500
Yes,
meters like
a
tall.
relative size. You're saying a relative
Exactly,
size would not
relative
allow us
size.
to
Yes,
detect it.
great.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Continue.
Yeah.
Let
So
King's
if you're,
finish.
yeah, if
Oh
you're
my God!
relative,
Listen, dude, you just came into the server. You need to stop trying to moderate the room.
I'm not trying to moderate. I'm trying to hear him. I want to hear
I
this.
appreciate that. Let him do that, because clearly the
No,
moderator.
well, no, it just adds
I
more
apologize.
confusion
I
to it.
apologize. Okay, I'll put
I
myself
just
on
want
mute. I apologize.
look. I want him to. I want him to answer. What is the size of the Earth? Do you even know?
Why do I need to know the size of the earth to the specific
That's kind of a
decimal?
red herring because you don't really.
No, it's hold
He
on.
just claimed.
Who's saying it's a red herring? Because he just claimed that the curvature would be stretched out over such a vast distance that is relative to the size of the Earth that they claim it is. So you need to know what
No,
size of
not
the Earth,
relative to the size of
what
that.
size,
Makes zero
the
sense.
amount of curvature, the rate of curvature, okay, is very relative to the size they claim the Earth is. Do you know what size they claim the Earth is to make that claim?
How does
It's
that
very
matter?
relative.
My point. No,
Because
wait.
it's
Let me tell
very
you.
relative.
It's my argument. Let me
Do
explain
you
it. You
know?
can't be
Remember,
explaining my argument for
listen.
me.
Remember the conversation we had. If you don't know, be willing to say that you don't know. Just be honest. So, do you know or do you not know?
Do I know what? My argument is that your size
No.
to
Do
the
you
size
know
of Earth is relative.
what they
What?
claim the size of the Earth is?
The radius. Do you know that?
The radius of the Earth or the size of Earth? Which
They're
one?
the same thing.
It's
It's the same thing.
Okay,
because
yeah,
of
the
ball.
radius.
Do you know
is
what a
what?
sphere is?
Yeah, I do. The radius is somewhat near 6,400-ish, if I'm not wrong.
No, that's
Right?
incorrect.
Kilometers. That is correct. 6,000.
Kilometers.
Oh, yeah, that's in
Yeah,
kilometers.
kilometers.
Yeah.
Or 10 to the power of 6.
So you guys need to
6.4
stop doing that philosophy shit with this guy for real. Like, let's just stop beating around the bush. Let's get serious with him.
Yeah.
Stop your philosophy nonsense. Truth.
Get
Keep
to
going
the math.
with it. Yep. Let's go.
No, all I'm saying is, like, if you were
Irrefutable
like,
proof. Irrefutable proof. That's all I want to fucking hear. I don't want to hear anything else.
okay, look.
Yeah, that's how you get introduced to this place.
Nothing else.
Since we're talking
Just
about
the proof.
if you know
Come
the
on.
numbers, like you might have had time to look up those numbers regardless, but you can look these up. I just want you to recite these for us.
Yeah.
What are the spins that they say? What do they say the rotation is at the equator? How fast are we going around the sun? And how fast do they tell us that the sun is going? Just
How
look up
does
those
that
numbers.
matter? I literally am
I'm not
telling
saying
you.
it matters. I'm just asking you to look those numbers up and recite them for us. So that we're
Okay,
clear about
what do you want me to look up, and how's that relevant?
Let the man present his argument, dude.
Yeah, I just want to hear the
Let him present his argument.
All I'm saying is, okay,
Let him present his argument.
one second. Every time I'm just like the moment I talk to a flat earther, right? Or I don't know, some freaking person that doesn't believe the earth is a globe, they have this one argument in common, and it's that you don't see the curvature, it's all flat. So my question is, you are 6 feet. Okay, thank you. You're 6 feet, and the Earth is literally 6,000 kilometers in radius. It's so
Is
huge.
that your
So
evidence?
if you were the size of Mount Everest,
My
then
man,
you would.
bro, listen. The entire
My
room
man,
will be
have you
quiet for you.
literally cracked?
Everyone
Okay.
will be quiet for you to speak right now. But what is your piece of evidence that's irrefutable? That's all we want to know. Just that's it right now. That's what I want to hear out of your mouth. Nothing else. What's the piece of evidence?
Okay, fine. The irrefutable evidence is that the government literally does not have any personal, any motive.
Nothing. You guys.
No motive.
I'll mute myself.
The motive is irrefutable. No motive is
It was a
irrefutable.
waste of time.
They wouldn't lie. That's his evidence. They wouldn't lie. They wouldn't lie.
Why would they lie? It's irrefutable.
They lie to you. They'll lie to you. That's my evidence.
Now wait.
Where
Before you
then-
get yelled-
You
before
made me
get yelled
defend
at
your ass
forever
for
about
that, Kingsel? Are you fucking
Coming
serious?
from a guy his own country sold out. His own government sold out the entire nation to the British government. Why would they lie?
It's
Wow.
probably better you keep believing that. It probably is better.
Okay, fine. Maybe I'm just like too stupid. No, I'm stupid. Okay,
No,
okay,
you're
I agree.
stupid. Now you're stupid. You just
No.
want to believe. We all wanted to believe it. None of us wanted to think that it wasn't a spinning ball at first. We went through tooth and nail. We were like clinging to it. The reason we're here now, early in the game, is
It's
because we were
because
all
you've opened
fans
your
of space.
eyes.
Because we all loved space and we wanted to know if we were loving something that was true or not, and we checked.
Right.
We
Right.
looked into it, and none of the
Right.
theories
Okay.
check out. In fact, it's provably flat.
Okay. So there's literally you can't just cherry pick like 5 YouTube videos with a channel that has like 200 subscribers and call that irrefutable facts.
What are you
Firstly,
talking about? You think we're
no,
just
what do you
whimsical?
mean? Okay, look, I've looked at all the videos that have been sent.
Flat earthers?
Okay, look,
video? Which
listen.
video is
I've been.
mentioned here?
Nobody wants to be a flat earther, bro. Nobody.
Wait,
Nobody
okay.
wants
Can
to
I
be
also
there.
bring out the fact that when I came to this server, the VC check-in thing I joined, the man was saying we're not associated with the Flat Earth Society, and you guys are like rivals or something. Like it logically doesn't make
No,
sense
it's
that
a
two
government.
countries.
Okay, hold on, because I was the one that spoke to you in VC
Yeah, I
check-in.
know. Yeah, I know.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
Remember when it's not got anything to do. Am I real? Is my mic real bad?
No,
Like,
it's
tell
fine.
me.
It
Okay.
just sounds like you're
So-
really
Good.
close to
No,
the
I'm
mic.
not. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not
anyway, listen
ridiculing
to
you.
me. Listen to me. When we were in VC check-in, remember when I told you that the basic fundamentals of flat Earth are testing the claims that of the heliocentric model, right?
Mhm.
So you've already said what size that they claim the Earth is. I don't know. I don't care. I don't really care if you knew it before or not, but you know it now. So there's a certain rate at which the Earth should curve away from you, from where you're standing in all directions. Okay, so you can't just say that because we don't see it at that point that it just starts curving way beyond that. It's like that totally changes the size of the Earth if that happens. That can't be the case. They say it is a specific size, right? So this has to be measured. This has to be verified. You said you had irrefutable proof. It doesn't matter. I don't care what you think about all these other claims of any videos or whatever. What I care about is measurement.
I mean, you're
What
kind
I
of
care about,
misquoting.
what
No,
I
no,
care
no.
about
I'm
is
not gonna
measure.
just like let you talk.
Listen,
Okay,
this is all we care about is measurement of curvature. You said you had irrefutable proof for the spherical
I
Earth.
did. Can you listen to me? I literally am misquoting my words. I said and I quote myself. There is irrefutable proof. Did I say I have it? No, I'm not a scientist, and I don't
Okay,
really.
so you
But hold
don't
on,
have
hold on.
it.
So there's
Yeah,
irrefutable
because-
claim
proof.
from
You just
ignorance.
don't have it.
Oh my
That
gosh!
makes sense.
Listen,
Yeah,
dude.
exactly.
Yes.
If you guys
Listen.
give me
This
that
obviously
time,
will
I'll
get you
always
muted,
present
man.
them.
They have no
This
motive
is
to
what
be
you said.
irrefutable
This is
proof.
what you said in VC. This is what you said when you came in here. You said, I came here to share my opinion and to,
Yep.
of the irrefutable proof for the spherical Earth. Okay, so if it's irrefutable proof, it's not an opinion. And if it's irrefutable proof and you came here to bring it, then let's have it. If you don't
No,
have
he
it,
said it already. He already said it. He said it because they have no motive. That's irrefutable.
Yeah, he has none.
Yeah, and I still
That's
have
his
not.
irrefutable proof.
Yeah, I mean, I still haven't really been convinced by any of you that there is
No,
some
we don't want to
motive, but
convince you, dude. We don't want to convince you
Geometry.
at all.
why?
No, wait,
Why?
listen. We don't want to convince you because you can only figure this out for yourself. None of us were ever convinced by anybody. We all
just
had to
wanna-
look into it for ourselves and figure out if this was the case. None of us wanted to think it was the case. So you have to ask yourself one honest question.
So
right now.
then-
Answer it very honestly. Wait, answer one question very honestly. If we're right, if we're not on a spinning ball and we're right, do you want to know? Would you want to know that too? Would you want to
Yeah,
know? Would you rather
obviously,
not?
right? Yeah, just out of
Okay. Then you're
curiosity.
here to learn. Then you're here
Yeah,
to possibly
exactly.
learn.
Yep,
Instead of
yep.
just stating your opinions, right?
Correct.
Have
Yes.
you looked up the speeds that they say the Earth is rotating and how fast it goes around the sun and how fast the sun goes? Have you looked those
Okay.
speeds up? You go ahead and look
Yeah.
them up. Just tell us.
Yeah,
what they are.
I'll look them up for you.
Tell
yeah,
us what they
okay.
are, because then something might dawn on you if you look those numbers up.
Okay, so
That
they're
we're not
really
moving
huge.
a
Is
million
that your
miles an
point?
hour.
Is that your point?
All we
I'm
can
just
do is
asking
show
if
you
would,
the
if you would look them
Yeah.
up. That's your first.
You're
step.
obviously not
You have
willing.
to actually. You have to actually look at the.
I'm
factors
looking
that
at
you
them.
believe.
Okay, to whoever said I wasn't willing, I'm literally staring at them right now.
Okay, what
67,000
is it?
miles per hour, or
Can I jump in for a
107.
second?
67,000 miles per hour orbit around the sun, right? How
Yeah.
fast do they say the sun goes? How fast does the sun travel?
Someone's searching it up with me too. So one sec. How fast does the sun go? Okay, I can run that for you. Okay.
Siri,
Okay.
Siri, how fast is the sunrise?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Siri.
Was
Yeah, we
wait,
can give you the numbers.
sun go doesn't make sense though. How does this? How fast does the sun
does
go?
the sun move? 500,000
Sun move around what?
500
What
It's
does that
about
even
500.
mean?
It's about a half a million
15
miles.
degrees an hour.
No,
Okay.
what is how fast does the sun move mean?
Yeah,
Like
so
around
the
the
sun,
galaxy?
the sun.
Just ask Google how fast the sun travels.
How fast is the sun traveling in
Okay,
space?
yeah,
How fast is the sun traveling in space? How
yeah,
fast?
okay.
Orbiting the galaxy or
40,000
Hey,
miles per hour.
Hazel, look in the live stream voice text at you'll see a diagram, a GIF of the Earth and the sun and all the planets rotating around the sun. You'll see this. It's a GIF.
Now, even if you were able to,
It's not to scale, though.
It's not the scale, you know. It's not the scale, of course. But the sun is shooting through the universe. The stars, the moon, the earth, all the planets are shooting through the universe at a certain speed. We're hauling ass, man. We are hauling ass, bro.
Now let's just say
Remember
you were
that.
able to. Let's just say taking all those numbers into account, that you were able to convince yourself that that's somehow happening because of the angular velocity being so smooth that we just wouldn't notice it, like one linear direction of a plane ride. Somehow that makes a perfect analogy for you, right? Somehow that you're able to still convince yourself. Now, just take the numbers of the 500,000 miles per hour that the sun moves, right? So that means that it's traveling in its coordinates of space-time 12,000 miles a day, right? Or 12,000 miles. It'd be 24,000, right? If it was 500,000 a mile, so it's 12 million miles a day, right?
Okay.
Out of its right. So if we're following along with the sun and we're displacing ourselves by that much every single day from our original position, then how is our position in relation to the stars never changing? There's no parallax shift. We always see the same stars. They always end up in the same place every year, right? So what they'll tell you is the stars are so infinitesimally far away that it wouldn't matter. Even after years and years of millions and millions of miles of displacing ourselves, we still see the same stars in relation to each other and our relation to them. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah,
Wouldn't
that's
you
what
think there'd be displacement? Wouldn't you think there'd be a displacement, like a little bit of an angle change on the way we see some of these stars after traveling that far in just one day?
No, because the stars are as proportionally far away from us as that change. They're
Think
right.
about it.
What they
Think
tell
about
you
it
is
on a
correct.
logical level. No, because we can zoom in. We can zoom in on these stars and get a lot of definition with these P900 cameras now. There's no way that they're. Do you know how far a light year is? Do you know the distance of a light year? 1 light year.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, I know, and it's what one.
You think light can travel that distance, and we can just see this bright star? Does that make a lot of sense on the surface without your beliefs, and just think about it on a logical level? Don't you think there'd be a little bit of an angular change in the way these stars are positioned in relation to each other and in their position to us if we're traveling out of our original position by that much every single day? Add times that by 365 times, how many years? Thousands of years? Does really think about it, dude?
Yeah, but it makes sense what they're saying, doesn't it? Though, because if
No,
You would
not
why?
at all.
Cursory glance, maybe.
Because, dude, if you can't get that, if you can't get that,
Can I jump in just real quick?
Believe in the ball, maybe.
Yeah, man, Hank, man. Yeah, give Hank.
Yeah, I'll just be real quick. So the oldest known star chart, if you Google the terms, oldest known star chart, 32,500 years old, BBC. It'll pull up a little document and it'll show you that the oldest known star chart is 32,500 years old. And it depicts Orion, right? Exactly like he is today. Now, if we're spinning around, the outer part of the galactic arm, and the inner part of the galaxy is spinning faster than the outer parts, well, we haven't seen any change in the past 33,000 years. That's not even possible. There would absolutely be parallax in that time.
Plus, the North Star never moves. You know, the North Star stays in its one position. So how is it always in the same position? And we're supposedly displacing ourselves by 12 million miles every day.
What's the distance between Earth to the North Star?
Oh, I can tell you that. I have a little write-up on that. I'll put it in live stream
Yeah.
voice text. In fact, it's kind of interesting because you'll see a little GIF that'll show you the zoom in on the North Star and the definition you get with it. And then the actual distance that they tell us this North Star is away from us, and you'll laugh. I mean, unless you're just such a baller still that it's hard for you to laugh at it yet, but eventually
Why
you
do
might
you
laugh
use
at
that as a
yourself forever
derogatory
believing
thing?
this shit.
I hope it's in
There's a
miles,
chance.
because when you convert it from light years to miles, sorry.
I have the whole thing written up here. It's kind of interesting. Because I was
Wait,
like,
so
how far did
the
they say
North,
this?
it's 434 light years away. So don't you think it would probably not be discernible, the parallax, at all?
How many miles
just a
does light travel in a day? 186,000 miles per second. Times 60 times 60 times 24 times how many days? That's fucking huge.
That's still not what? That's still not bigger than a light year though. 434 light years. That's how
Yeah,
far.
we're still in Narnia now, right? Why
Yeah,
is
I forgot we're
this?
in Narnia. My bad.
Why is this ball not curving, Kinsley? Why?
Yeah.
It's not curving.
Let's show them the not ball. That's the important part, right?
Hey, can I ask this guy a question? Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value and the method of how they did that?
Do I know? No, but have they done it? Yes.
Well, okay, if they have done it, can you go and find that information, bring it to us?
If you don't know, but you assume, it sounds like a belief.
Yeah,
Stop.
read that?
Do you believe in Krishna too?
If I don't believe, or if I don't know or do not have the knowledge of something, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But you can't generalize
That's not what we're saying.
It just shows that you believe it. You don't know it. It's a belief, right? That you have. So
right, like my belief in Krishna.
A belief that's most likely
come here
true.
with knowledge and prove it's wrong. That's different.
Yeah, but
if you're just
a
bringing
belief
beliefs,
that's most likely true.
Yeah, of course you believe that, right?
You're saying it's most likely true though. You're arguing from a point of ignorance. So let us show you something that you should have to be able to work out yourself.
Well, yeah. In fact, on that topic we were just on, would you mind, Kingsel, just read what I posted in the live stream voice text about the light years? I broke it down to miles. So 1 light year equals how much?
587862537. Wait, let me read that.
It's like 6 trillion. You could say 6
yeah,
trillion.
that's five. Yeah, it's approx 6
1
trillion,
light year. So 1 light year equals 6 trillion, and then they're saying you have to times that 6 trillion times 430 for the distance to the North Star.
Yeah, that would give you the
trillions
miles.
and trillions and trillions of miles. Now look at the GIF that I posted below that video that shows where I got it from. Now that's a zoom in from a $600 camera of what the North Star looks like from here, right? So do you think that $600 store-bought camera is zooming in to get any definition on something that's 6 trillion times 430 miles away?
Do you know how cameras work?
Huh?
I'm a bit concerned because if it's that infinitesimally far, according to your,
It doesn't have anything to do with the camera. Look up the
it
inverse
does,
square
it
law.
does. Yeah,
No,
okay.
look up the inverse square law.
Yeah, that's why there's no
Every
light
time,
emanating
every
from it.
time you double
No,
the distance,
that's why it's not
the
that far
intensity
away, bro.
decreases 4 times.
Look at
Do
the
you understand what I
definition
just
on that
said?
GIF.
Yeah, I
Look at
know the inverse square law. I'm just saying, if it's
Just
that
imagine
far,
that coming from trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away, and you're getting that image with a $600 camera. Really?
The fact that you can detect the light at all should tell you something's wrong.
Right. And then you're getting definition of what looks like a hexagon around the thing, obviously, over and over again. Now, there are in-camera focus issues that some of these effects are happening from, but they're all different. If it was an in-camera function that's causing some of these stars to look like they do, then it would all have a similar effect. But they all have their own signature little disco dance they do. Have you looked at the P900 videos of zooming in on stars and planets? It's not what NASA's showing us. It's an embellished image that NASA shows us to give us this space illusion that we all believed in, and none of us wanted to let go of. Just as bad as you.
Where's the curvature?
What? What curvature? Why are you talking about curvature while looking at a star?
Because that's important. That's why you're here.
Oh dear.
Unless you don't want to know, you'd rather just continue believing
Yeah.
what you believe.
Yeah, I guess I'm just like stupid or something.
No, not.
Nobody said you're
Nobody
stupid.
thinks you're stupid. We explained. We all did exactly what you're doing.
Exactly. Right? You're not stupid.
I didn't do exactly what he's doing.
Well.
Okay, well, yeah, don't straw man us, bro. Nobody said you were
something,
stupid.
Something similar.
my bad.
None of us wanted to let go of it. None of us wanted to think they would lie.
Yeah, but they did, right?
Well,
at least you
depends
know.
on what you call it. They created an illusion for you to have some kind of space fantasy. I mean, some people can look at it like, look, maybe we're trapped in a bubble and the reality of our situation is worse than the space fantasy. That's probably how they justify it.
Wait, but like, have you ever considered that you can see a star that far away because there's nothing that's absorbing the light that it throws out?
Look at the dude add the numbers up times 6 trillion and try to add the zeros.
How does that matter?
It should matter 430 times 6 trillion. See if you can even write the number of zeros. Can you even put the number of zeros on one page?
No, but that doesn't matter though. If light is traveling like non-obstructed by anything in space, it's going to reach Earth or get into your eyes, even if it's trillions and quintillions of miles away.
Who said there's nothing in space, man?
Hey, man, if that
You
makes
don't
sense
understand
to
the
you.
inverse square law. You don't understand space.
Oh my God.
Do you know that dark matter is out there? And this dark matter that makes up like 26% of the universe. Sorry, sir. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of your sentence? So all this, dust that's out there, right? All the nebulas and all this dark matter and all this dark energy, it just happens to go through all that no problem to reach your eye. And the signal strength must be like way beyond astronomical for the light to even travel that far and be detectable by the naked eye. I mean, this thing must be like, trillions of times the power of the sun, right?
Yeah.
And this is just one star.
Does that get what you would expect to see?
Or maybe it's closer than what they're telling you and not as big.
But why can't you grasp or like completely accept the idea of stars actually being brighter than our sun? Why does that seem like a very
look at the gift,
far off
dude. Does
thing?
that give you the idea that that's a star brighter than our sun?
It is, but as you said, inverse square law.
Is that what it looks like on the surface? Would you guess that that's what it would look like?
No, what? That doesn't make sense. If you've zoomed in,
you're right. There you go.
No, it doesn't make sense because you're comparing two things that can't be compared. The sun is way closer. You agree, right? The sun is way closer to Earth than the North Star, correct? Or whatever star this is.
It's the North Star. Do you think that that's what a sun that's bigger than our sun?
My question: is the sun closer?
430 times 6 trillion that far away.
You just keep repeating this. You keep regurgitating the same number as if that's going to make a difference.
It does make a difference.
How would we know?
Okay, I'm asking you. Is the sun closer?
We do not know the distances, man.
That's good.
We do not know the distances to the sun.
That's why I asked if you think the sun is closer than the North Star.
How would we verify this? That's my question to you. How would we verify if the sun is closer or further away than the stars?
We can't. That's why I asked if you think so.
Are you saying we can't?
I mean, that's what. Okay, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I agree
build
with
my
you. I
argument.
mean,
Yeah, I'm trying to build my argument from the ground up. We can get into the scientific ways in which we can do so, but I'm trying to build my argument from the ground up. Let's just
You have no
disregard
argument.
everything we
You
know.
have no
Well,
argument.
you need to level the ground first. Aha! Before you build. So let's level.
Yeah.
Let's level, son.
Funny.
Let's level.
He just
This
said
is too
that he
much
was going to
bullshit.
measure something with science. Can we test his science acumen first?
Dude, Hank, please do, man.
You really?
All you, man.
Okay, because
All right. Where's the
what
betting
part of
pool?
the scientific method do we measure with? Because you said scientifically measure. What do you mean by that?
I think he means using scientific instruments.
Just let him answer, bro. Sasha, come on, man.
So do we measure with the hypothesis or the null hypothesis? Do we measure with the dependent or independent or control variable? So let me ask you a question. In natural science, what are the three constituent parts?
I think he left or he dropped out. One of the two.
Oh,
all right. Okay.
Yeah, that was too straightforward.
He's probably better off.
I think he dropped out because it seems like he kind of just left all of a sudden.
wait, I'm curious. Did he just say a minute ago that? Did he say himself we can't figure out what is closer, the stars or the sun? Did I hear him correctly?
I think he said we can.
It's closer.
Well, okay, because it was just so weird because it seemed like he was trying to talk smack to us because we can't figure that out. I don't know. That was weird at the end.
Again, they think that if you don't have all the answers, then you're stupid and you can't be right. It has to all be answered.
He says he wants to know, but he really doesn't.
Bro, he wanted to build an argument, he said.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to build anything in his life. It's like, dude,
Who knows?
all right.
We could have wishful thinking and be hopeful because I just got finished sending him some links. Maybe he left to go look at those links.
Well, if he's honest about what he said about not being able to measure stuff in the sky in such an obscure, silly kind of way because you can't measure it, then I guess maybe that's a sign that he's headed in the right direction.
No, progress was being made for sure, 100%. Towards the end, you guys were really trying to started to I don't know, cross the barrier that's inside of his mind. Maybe that's why he left. He's like, oh fuck, what's going on here?
Panic.
Okay.
Intellectual honesty panic. Fuck.
Yeah. Abort.
Well, I don't think they like it when you guys ask them questions. That's when he left.
Yeah, that's kind of why they came. Right?
No, because they come in trying to argue, they're trying to argue on behalf of something they don't know or understand, and they realize that a few minutes into it, and they don't want to play anymore.
Well, you realize Sasha is a baller, and he's asking these questions.
Yeah, I know. I was about to address Sasha.
What? I never asked him a question.
No, you are asking these questions, and you believe it's a ball. So I think it's very ironic.
I don't believe it's a ball.
Yes, you do.
All right, so I was gonna say that. Here's the thing. I've asked questions since I was a kid, right? And the teachers don't like it. The churches, they don't like it. The cops, they really don't like it, right? And it's like, if everything is up and up and legit, and everything that's going on with this Federal Reserve System is on par with reality, and this Big Bang cosmology is all legitimate, why do they fear the questions?
There's answers they don't want to know.
Because, Hank, it's only truth that doesn't fear investigation. And they don't have the truth.
That's right. If you asked me, some questions about me, and I was open, and I didn't care about my identity, I would just give it all up. Yeah, here it all is. Here, you want my record? You want my driving record? Here it is, my criminal record. If one of you flat earthers wanted to know, I would totally just give it up. But I wouldn't give it to a globetard so that they could, troll me or whatever. But yeah, if you guys were serious about hey, who's this Hank Hill guy hanging out here every day? Like, I want to make sure that you're not like a rapist or something, or a murderer. Like, yeah, go ahead, investigate. I ain't hurt nobody, not since I was like, what, in the 8th grade?
What
You
you
know,
do,
boys will be boys. Boys will be boys, right?
Well, it says here that Hank Hill sells propane and propane products. Is that true?
Yeah, that's not true. I don't remember the last time I sold anything to do with propane.
What happened in eighth grade? We got to hear that story.
Kids stole
Propane
my pen.
accessories.
Yeah, propane accessories. Kid stole my pen at school. I saw him after school. He was on a bike. I chased him down. I threw him off his bike. He tried to take me down. I punched him in his kidneys and the back of his head. And then he was a counterpuncher and got the best of me. And after he counterpunched me twice in the same spot, I said the pen ain't worth it.
You killed him?
No, he counterpunched me in the lip, and I still have a big fat lip to this day. A big swollen
Really?
lip. It's pretty
Really?
The
swollen.
pen isn't the
Yeah,
point, though. It's the fact he thinks he can take it from you that would piss me off.
right.
Oh, he's in the chat right now, guys.
Oh, come back in, bro. We'll talk about science.
No,
Fucking
like
love
the
science.
text chat.
Oh, he can't be a chat skank. You gotta get in here, bro. Come back inside. I would love to talk about science with you, bro.
I'm curious. I heard you guys mention to that guy something about parallax and the stars, and I was wondering, like, if the stars are truly on the dome, wouldn't there be way more parallax because they're closer?
No one said they were
Who
on the
said
dome
that?
either.
Nope.
Yeah.
We just see them move the same in relation to each other all the time. That's all, except for the wandering ones, which are called.
Planets. We cut up.
And by the way, Frost Knight, I just want to let you know, we didn't hire Neil deGrasse Tyson. He does not work for us. When he speaks about the globe, it just sounds ridiculous on its own. No one had to pay him to make it sound ridiculous.
That's what I mean about them doing a poor job on purpose, though. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye are just a couple of clowns. Like they put those guys as their main representatives. I mean, come on.
Because it's for kids. It's like Sesame Street. They have to be goofy and appealing and easy to get along with because they're trying to get them young. And then by the time you're an adult, then the next generation of science guy is already, oh yeah, of course, believe him, science.
I fucking love science.
Making making adults into children too, yeah, by lowering their expectations.
Come on, Hindu man, get back in here. We know you're really smart. Let's talk about science.
Who was the guy
I
that
thought they
said
liked math over there.
Who was the guy asking about the stars being on the dome? Who was that? Somebody in
That was Frost Knight. Obi-Wan, if you want to hop back up into the VC check-in, I unmuted you, but you never spoke. If you want to roll, hop back up in there and we'll get you one.
Frost Knight, are you a baller?
I'm a baller, yes.
Oh, okay.
So can I ask you some questions, Frost Knight? Should be, pretty easy to answer. If you don't know, you just say you don't know, because it's not a big deal if you don't know, because no man knows everything, right?
Right.
So, have you ever measured the Earth yourself? If not, anyone that you know of in history, recorded history up until recent times, that has directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know.
That's a good answer. What about the rotation on the axis? Have you ever detected it yourself, or anyone in history up until recent times directly measured the spin of the Earth on its axis?
Other than the guy on that Netflix documentary, I don't know.
Sorry, you're talking about Bob?
Yeah.
Right. So how do you go from, because correlation isn't necessarily causation. How do you directly know that he proved that?
Well, he found a 15-degree-per-hour drift, but I don't know if there's another explanation.
Right. See, how science works is you have to manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, and then you watch the dependent variable happen in front of you. For example, if you add heat to water, it boils. You take the heat away, it stops boiling. Do you understand?
Yes.
So this is a hypothesis test. So at what point did you stop the Earth from rotating to prove that that was actually the cause of this drift?
He did not.
Oh, so someone just said so?
Yes.
That's kind of like when you're young, right? And you're like 16 years old and you tell your girlfriend that, hey, you know, if you drink all your milk, you'll have really big eyes, right? You get what I'm saying? I'm trying not to be crude. And she's like, "Oh, I really want big eyes. So I'm gonna drink this milk." You know, try not to be crude, if you understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, she never stopped to ask, "Will it really make my eyes bigger?" Right? She just believed it and kind of walked on, right? And you got what you wanted and she's happy, right? It's
Right.
kind of like that. It's like a false cause, right? Like no one ever like scientifically proven that drinking milk makes your eyes big. So the thing is that you don't know that the Earth is spinning because you haven't really been able to do the science to prove it, because no one can stop the Earth from spinning and see if that's what's causing the sun, moon, and stars to make a circuit roughly once every 24 hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
Not to mention that all motion is relative, and you would have to be outside of the solar system, so-called, in a separate reference frame to actually see if the Earth is going around the sun or if the sun's going around the Earth. Right?
That's correct.
Okay, so third question, have you ever witnessed gas pressure without a container? For example, if I have a propane tank, right, it's got 250 psi in the tank, and the nozzle's facing up towards the sky, and I open the nozzle and release the, the container, what's going to happen?
It's going to come out.
Yeah, the propane's going to spew out, and it's going to expand in all directions until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Yes.
So if the Earth is a sphere floating in a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum, with a super huge amount of volume, with no propane tank, how are you breathing right now, sir?
Pressure gradient.
So, yeah, there's a pressure gradient in the propane tank, right? It's liquid at the bottom, yet gas on the top, right? But there is a problem. See, in order to have pressure gradient, first you have to have pressure. So you're talking about delta X, and I'm asking you about X. How did you get X? How did you get gas pressure without a container?
Well, if there's a gradient, then that would mean that eventually it goes to zero, right?
Yeah, if you go high enough, then eventually it would get to zero, right?
Yeah.
So if you go high enough, you'd also be able to see the curvature too, right?
Yeah.
And if you went high enough, you'd also be able to see the Earth rotating on its axis.
Probably.
Okay, I'm going to make a claim. If you go high enough, you can see Pegasus nipples. Because there's no Pegasus here on the ground. And we've seen pictures of them, kind of like the globe. We've seen pictures of these Pegasus. And they're not here on the surface of the Earth, so they must be flying around up there. So if you get high enough, you think you could see Pegasus nipples?
Well, I think the difference would be is if we saw more and more Pegasus nipples, the higher we go.
Right. See, you see how silly it sounds when you say it out loud, right?
Like if we saw a few Pegasus nipples down here, and then we went up a mountain and saw some more Pegasus nipples, then you'd be onto something.
But we don't see any Pegasus nipples or curvature or spin or gas pressure without a container down here.
But
I don't see none of that.
But we see a pressure gradient.
Right, but that doesn't prove anything. That just proves that there's pressure, right? And I've already demonstrated that you can't have pressure without the tank. Like if you came to my business and bought some propane for me, would you carry it home in your hands and, grill something for your wife? No, you'd need a container. You'd have to buy the propane accessories, right?
No, but sure, have you ever walked up a mountain before?
I'm not denying the pressure gradient. I'm asking, in order to have gas pressure Is it true that you first have to have a container?
Not if there's a gradient.
Okay, so show me. I'm going to hand you 250 psi of propane, right? And you show me that gradient. Oh, it expanded and it fucked off. All that gas pressure just fucked off, bro. Where's your gradient now? You should have bought the propane tank. See, now we have to do it all over again. Okay, here's the tank. That'll be $50. All right, now I'm going to fill up the tank. Okay, 250 psi. Now take that home and cook something for your wife. So you just wasted $15 because you thought you could have propane without a tank. That's ridiculous. Quit being weird.
Yeah, but you made $15 extra.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the guy who thought that I don't have to buy propane accessories. I'm college educated.
It's not morally wrong to take advantage of Globers.
I guess not.
Well, it is.
You see my argument. Oh no, not if they're dumb enough to think that they're going to get one over on the propane guy. Like, I don't have to buy propane accessories. Just give me the propane, bro. I mean, you see my point, right? I mean, I'm clowning a little bit because I just got off work and I'm trying to have a little fun. But you see my point in all seriousness, right?
Yeah. So are you saying that if you keep going up, does it not go to zero?
He's saying pressure can't exist without something to contain the pressure.
Do you understand how gas pressure works? Have you ever looked up the definition? I would advise you to do so. But it's the pressure that the gas particles exert against the container. So the gas particles are bumping into each other, right? And as they bump into each other, well, then they start going the opposite direction until they hit something else, which in this case would be the walls of the container, and then they go back towards the other gas particles and they bump in, and then they go back to the container wall. Well, this is all happening like really fast, right? And that's how we measure the gas pressure. It's in the term pressure. What is it pressing up against? Well, it would be the container, right?
Correct.
So, do you agree that it's a problem that there's this huge amount of high pressure, 14.7 psi, setting directly next to a near perfect vacuum? It's not a perfect vacuum, but it's pretty close. And there's no container in the way in the globe Earth model.
Well, the pressure gradient would solve for that problem.
That is correct, yes.
You keep going to delta X.
No.
You keep going to delta X. See, okay, here's the thing. In order to have gas pressure gradient, you have to first have gas pressure. So I'm saying that let's say you got a ball, right? And you throw some ants on this ball and you want them to have an atmosphere. So you throw a little propane on the ball, right? What's going to happen to that propane? It's going to fuck off, right? Because gas particles, they like to fuck off because nature abhors a vacuum. You ever heard that?
Yeah.
Nature hates a vacuum. So anytime you got a low pressure system next to a high pressure system, I mean, this is only natural law, like second law of thermodynamics, right? So you got hot, it's always going to move to cold, right? If you got two batteries, one is dead and one is fully charged, and you hook them both up to each other, after a few hours, they're going to be both halfway charged, right?
Yeah.
And the charge is going to go from high charged battery, the one that's charged, to the low charged battery until they reach equilibrium, right?
Yes.
And then if you got a propane tank full of propane at 250 psi at sea level, and then you open it up, what's going to happen every single time, no matter what, 7 days a week, 24/7? What's going to happen after you open the nozzle?
Comes out.
It's going to reach equilibrium. So why is the Earth breaking this model of the globe Earth? Why is it breaking the second law of thermodynamics?
Do you agree that gas could press on itself?
No, sir.
Yeah, we went over that just a few seconds ago. As soon as the gas particles run into each other, they go in the opposite direction. So it might happen for a second, but then the gas is gonna fuck off.
So if there was something that was attracting that gas towards a particular direction, then the gas could, in theory, continue to press upon itself, right?
You're talking about like what?
Don't say it.
Like let's say the gas is metal and we have a magnet that is attracting the gas
Metal
towards
gas?
it.
What are you smoking, bro?
Well, can you give us an
You're,
example in the real world?
you're really cherry picking what he's saying. Just
Can you give us an example in the real
Well, he
world
gave
of
us a
gas
hypothetical
containing
of metal
gas?
gas.
yeah,
Hold
it's
on,
a
guys. I know you want to
hypothetical.
defend him, but he just said, "What if we had a metal gas?" And you guys defended him. Think about that for a
We're
second.
not
Have you heard of
metal
mercury?
gas.
Did you know you can inhale mercury because there's mercury vapors?
Mm.
Okay,
Vapor and
so
gas are not the same.
No. Well, hold on now. With the mercury vapor, what's your pressure and what's your temperature? At room temperature, mercury is not vapor. No, there's liquid.
We
Sorry.
don't live in mercury
Vapor
vapor.
I
and
got
gas
got
doesn't behave the
mercury.
same.
It's
It's
no.
nonsensical.
Sorry, dude. I
Well,
like
if
that
it's warm.
stuff.
If it's warm,
I'm saying
it's
the
Hank was
the
on a
oily
fucking
air
tear.
that the guy was talking about. Remember that?
Like the
when we were
best
showing them
smacking
the
ever.
Black Swan.
You're a robot.
Hank, bro, keep rolling, man.
yeah, if you guys want to do the Black Swan, you
You're
can.
fucking, you're shredding, man. You're
I'm just-
shredding, bro.
I'm just
Is
trying to
there a
illustrate.
giant magnet in
love
the
it, man.
sky that brings balloons up, helium balloons, hydrogen balloons? Is there a giant magnet in the sky that just pulls those up?
See, what we're talking about, it's simple. It's just reality. In reality, you have a propane tank with your propane grill, and there's no other way to store propane other than in a container because it's a gas.
A
And
solid
gases,
container.
yeah, it has to be a solid container. It can't just be like, the force. Like, you can't use the force because
Get
in the
out.
really is world, I know I was talking about unicorns earlier, and I apologize. I was just using that to illustrate a point that, I could say whatever I want, right? None of us can go up there and verify any of this shit, right? I mean, maybe there is a curved Earth if you go up really high, but I can't go up there to verify that. So what I'm trying to illustrate to you, sir, is that you have a faith. You believe that the Earth is a sphere and that it's rotating on an axis and that it can violate the second law of thermodynamics, even though you've never witnessed that before, any of those things. It's a belief. It's just like the belief in a sky daddy. There's no difference. There's no scientific evidence for God. There's no scientific evidence for the globe Earth because it's a shape. That's not a scientific question.
Wait,
It's outside of the realm of science. It's like you got a school thermometer. It's really good at taking the temperature between 95 and 105 degrees Fahrenheit. But if you want to take it home and cook some Jiffy cornbread muffins, you can't. It's outside of the scope of the thermometer. So the shape of the Earth isn't even a scientific question. It's philosophy, right? Because if you're talking about the cosmos, we can't manipulate the variables in space. So if I were to say to you that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, you can't prove me wrong. If it's unfalsifiable, then it's not science. Well, if I were to say there's bending, warping space-time everywhere, well, I can't disprove that, so it's not science. So your whole theory of gravity and space balls and all that stuff, it's a belief. It's a religion. In fact, it's sun worshiping.
But what's stopping you from? Obviously, you can't be about the ISS, but what's stopping you from believing the people that work about the ISS? Is it that they're con men? Is it that they just don't want to?
NASA was founded by Nazis and Masons and Satanists. Aleister Crowley and
isn't
Jack
that
Parsons.
also
Hold on, bro.
then?
You asked me a question. Hold
Yeah,
on, bro.
Go ahead,
You asked me a question. Yeah.
Yeah.
NASA was founded by Operation Paperclip, Nazis, right? Like from Nazi Germany, right? And then L. Ron Hubbard, which is the leader of the Scientology, right? he was really good friends with Jack Parsons, and Jack Parsons is the founder of JPL, Jet Proportions Laboratory in California. And the interesting thing is, him and Aleister Crowley, the wickedest man in the world, the Beast, aka 666, goat fucker, that guy was a competing occultist with Jack Parsons. And Jack Parsons was a dark magician who summoned some evil spirits and it scared the shit out of him till he got a little older and started doing it again. So I'm not going to trust magicians, masons who are sworn secret keepers who take blood oaths to keep secrets upon pain of death, and Nazis to tell me what's going on with my reality. You have to forgive me if I'm a little bit skeptical of those three groups.
Yeah, okay. I mean, when you said you talked about Nazis like forming the NASA or whatever, that was fine. But then as you went on, you became progressively and, excuse me, batshit crazy. Because for a person who talked about science 5 minutes ago prior to this particular conversation, if you are going to include science in the same sentence, you cannot cite people practicing the dark magic and Satanists. You literally said that's a belief, and now you're telling me that this
Their belief.
is
The
a fact.
scientists we're talking about, it's their belief, not his.
So how then can you say that this entire part of this man being a Satanist isn't a belief restricted to this guy? How can you say it's a
That's what
definite?
the guy was
He
claiming.
admitted to being a Satanist.
So how does that affect his?
It's not particularly relevant. You shouldn't focus on that detail. The point is, he was a weird dude, and he started this organization called NASA, and they're lying to you, and we can prove that they're lying to you.
Yeah, prove it then.
Prove that they're lying?
The burden of proof is on your side. The burden of proof is on your side. You need to show me direct measurements of curvature right now.
Do you know how
Okay, I can prove it real fast. Okay, so during a lunar eclipse, what happens? You tell me. NASA will tell you that the sun, the moon, and the earth all line up, and what happens?
The moon does not receive any light because the earth blocks sun's light.
Right, so the earth's shadow is on the moon, right?
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
So there's an absence of light. Incorrect. When I watch the eclipse myself with my naked eyes, the moon glows red. Do you know of any shadows that glow red?
You watch the eclipse with your naked eyes?
Uh-huh. And the moon glows dark red, almost like the color of blood before it coagulates, like fresh blood. It glows red, does it not?
Okay. Your point
So
being?
NASA said that it's the shadow of the earth, but shadows don't glow red, do they?
Do you know how refraction works?
Please tell me.
No, I'm asking you if you know how refraction works.
Yeah, when light passes through different media, at the point of the media change, the angle of incident changes slightly.
Angle of incidence changes slightly?
Uh-huh. As it passes in between the threshold of the two medium. No.
The angle of incidence doesn't change. It's basically
So
okay.
the
Yeah,
light
I
keeps
guess.
traveling in the same direction? Is that what you're saying?
No, but that's not what the angle of incidence.
Really say no, man.
Hold on, that's mutually exclusive. Either the light is going straight or it changes. Which one is it?
Okay. I get what you mean. That's not how you. Okay. The angle of incidence can't change because it's one thing. It can't change after that.
So you're saying the light doesn't change, it travels in a straight line.
Okay, no, what I'm saying is the way you phrased it was not correct. The angle of incidence physically cannot change because it's defined as the angle at which the ray of light strikes a medium to the normal.
Okay,
that
but he's talking about the angle of refraction.
Deviation. Yeah, okay, it deviates. Okay, that's the correct way to say it. Okay, I get it. So, do you not think that if let me just send you a link to make it easier for me. One sec.
Sure.
Check this out. There's like, if you just want to search up blood moon, why are lunar
So is this
eclipse?
your irrefutable proof? Is that it?
Yeah, it is. Not mine, like just generally, you know. Yeah.
It is.
No.
No, don't you remember his irrefutable proof was They wouldn't lie. They wouldn't lie.
Yeah, they wouldn't though. Like, because they have no reason to. I still don't understand why. Obviously, no, I was wrong because they're Satanists. Yeah, they're Satanists.
I just
They're
wanted to
freaking
ask,
magicians. Yeah, go ahead.
what are the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
It's kind of rich you're asking that question.
It's rich?
Yeah, I
Like,
find it rich.
yeah, do you know the 3 parts of a scientific experiment? What do you have to have?
No. Go ahead,
Okay,
enlighten me.
so it's the dependent and independent and control variables, right? Without that,
Yeah.
everything you say is just hot air, like philosophy, right? It's only when you have done the scientific method that you can say something for certainty. Like I can say for certain that if you add enough heat to water, it boils, right? Because I can watch the cause and the effect. And if I take away the cause, the effect stops happening. It stops happening, right?
Okay.
So what does this have to do with cosmology? Because there is no natural science in cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, none of that.
That makes the moon appear red, the shadow appear red. Is that your question?
I don't know what. No. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just showing that you don't even know what science is because you don't know the answer to what
Yeah,
is the
okay.
3
Okay, yeah,
constituent
I
parts.
don't know. Okay, fine. Let's admit that I don't know what science is. But then there are people who do know what science is, and these are the same people who publish these things on the web. So don't listen to me, listen to them. Either ways, I'm achieving the same thing and you're achieving the same thing, which is listening to capable people who know what they're talking about. Even though
Right.
I or
I don't want to listen
three
to
other
priests.
So if I post a little Michio Kaku, would you take a listen?
absolutely not, because I know you're just full of shit.
Wait a
But
minute.
like, yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm
Oh, wow.
posting a particle physicist. I'm posting a particle physicist talk, and whatever I post has to be full of shit. You know that's the genetic fallacy, right?
You do realize
You
you have to
might
trust
need to
someone at some
reformulate
point
your
in time, right?
argument because
Yeah.
you just committed a fallacy.
Oh no.
Do you know who
What
that
was
guy is? Do you know who he's talking about?
Michio
Before you
Kaku is
tell
a
me,
famous particle physicist. Click on that
that?
video and see what he has to say. Because
Isn't
he's
there
the
like a?
expert that you just invoked. So see what he has to say. Go ahead, I dare you.
It's like when you saw his face,
Have
you
you heard
recognized
of
him. It's
the?
like,
Have you heard of
oh,
the noble? Have you
fuck.
heard of the noble?
Are you going to click on the video because you just talked about the experts using science?
Yeah. I'll do it later. But have you heard of the Nobel?
No,
Nah, man.
then we're not
Well,
going
let me
to.
ask you a question. Have you heard of the Nobel Prize effect?
No, I have
Bro.
not. But I'm
listening,
asking
bro,
you
at all.
to take a look.
So he is now saying that people that won a Nobel Prize are kooks, then go into alternative theories, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
That's
we know.
pretty weak.
Is this
Okay,
guy
fine.
weak.
Okay, let's just consider this, right? That this one
Philosopher.
person. I'm not questioning their abilities, but there's this one person versus 100, maybe 1,000 other scientists that believe that the status quo.
100,000.
No,
Okay, go
100
ahead.
or
Name
1,000.
name one.
Listen,
Name one.
Kings OG.
Name one.
Kings
Why
OG.
do I have to
Listen
name
to the video that I posted. Kings OG. Listen to me. Listen to the video that I posted so that the experts can educate you. Okay? It's
Sure,
23
I'll do
seconds.
that. I'll do that.
Thank
I'll
you.
do that in due time, not the time my friend is not now.
Oh, okay. So you don't want to learn now. You'll learn later.
It's like
Kings
10
OG.
seconds.
I will though. I will.
I
I
don't give a
promise
rat's
you the
ass.
next
I'm
time.
just gonna talk.
The next time I come here, I will have listened to that. I would have watched that
Hey,
video.
can you guys mute him until he watches this video, please?
It's a short,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
for
muted
sure,
him.
man. It's a
Yeah,
short.
next
It's a
time you
short
come
vid,
back,
man.
Kings OG, we'll unmute you, and by then you'll surely have watched the video. Because if you don't watch the video, we can't really continue the conversation because you claim that there's all these scientists out there using the scientific method, and it's unfortunate that they're not.
Well, King Zell, good luck on your exams. Come back after you've studied Flat Earth, and then we can have a proper debate.
Man, it's only 23 seconds, man. Come on.
Yeah, he's not serious. You can't tell that. He's checked out. He's just looking for ways to say, "Aha, I got him," so he can get out of here.
Someone who has a better mic. Does someone who has a better mic want to read what he says? It's posted in the live stream, just at least for the people listening, maybe for the audience, so that they'll know.
Oh,
What
sure.
would you?
Did you watch it?
You're not going to believe this. In science, we always say that you make observations. You have a theory, you go make observations, and it's very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in any field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's a leap of logic. It's guesswork. Michio Kaku. Yeah. Okay, Michio.
There's your physicist.
Yeah, I listened to that guy in person once make a speech at a bookstore. I don't even remember the name of the book he was selling, but it had to do with he was making some speech about how we need to invest in space technology so that we don't get hit by an asteroid and all that stuff. It's just nonsense. Can't verify any of it. It's just stories.
It's like $56 billion a day is nowhere near enough, or million. I mean, isn't that what they get? Like 50-something million.
Now, for that program, a lot of money gets wasted in a lot of places.
Guys, should I go to McDonald's and get ice cream, or is it too late? Hello?
It's always too late to go there and get that ice cream. You should go to 7-Eleven and find something better.
No, you have a flat Earth exam in the morning. You need to study.
Wait,
That
what
ice
could I
cream
get
might
at
have
7-Eleven?
imported stuff.
Do they even have food?
Hey,
These
good job
guys
on
ran away. Yeah.
He was saying, oh, I'm not a scientist and I don't know anything about science, but these guys over here, they say they're scientists and they say the Earth is a ball, and you guys should go and listen to them. Like, no, dude, I don't want to listen to your priests.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be taken care of. That's the problem. Everybody wants to have everything just done for them, answered for them all. Oh, just tell me what to do and it's fine.
It's too many directors, not enough actors. We've seen this all before. Well, Frost Knight, are you still here?
I'm here.
So do you have any rebuttals to the flat Earth argument? Do you have any rebuttals to the fact that you can't have gas pressure without a container?
Well, I think if we were on a flat Earth with a dome, I would expect that we would have consistent gas pressure throughout the entire dome, wouldn't we? Not a gradient?
Not necessarily.
Is the temperature the same all the time?
Yeah, it's not necessarily that way. For example, there are many, even propane tanks have been observed to have gradients of pressure, so. So yeah. What there hasn't been observed is an instance of gas pressure without a container. So just wanted to put that out there.
I just realized recently that, you know, a lot of religious people like to push the globe and, you know, images from space and all these stories about satellites and galaxies and stuff. And then other religious people like to push, you know, the Quran or the Bible or whatever the hell nonsense, or not nonsense, but, you know, other stuff like that. And I was just thinking, you know, the only kind of book I'd ever push on anybody is the dictionary, I think.
You push a lot of street activism, bro. How about that? Right. And I always tell you, it's not for everyone. So you preach, but you preach your own ways in a different way. It's not necessarily a book, but you still preach.
So where are the stars exactly?
Above our head?
If they're not on the dome, then are they under the dome or above the dome?
First, you probably like what are you making assumptions about these objects as you observe them?
Yeah, right. I mean, first of all, we would even have to define what a star is, which
Right.
well, I personally suspect that it's just a light source in the sky. I don't think it's the traditional idea of a star, so to say.
But ultimately, no way to verify it, so moot.
Right, exactly.
Because if it's a physical object that has a location, physical location, then we should see parallax, right?
What is parallax?
Does it have to be a physical object?
Well, it could be some sort of magical hallucination or something.
Wait, what is parallax? Could you
Like a
explain that to
hologram?
me?
Well, parallax is when you like move side to side and then you can see the thing move.
Right, but at that distance that the globers say the stars are, it would be negligent.
Right.
So you wouldn't actually see parallax.
Yeah, but if that light was on the dome, for example, and it was a physical light, we could move side to side and see the parallax of that light moving around, right?
Well, we never said that they're on the dome.
Yeah, but so they like the only way for us to not see parallax is for them to either be extremely far away or not physically tangible objects.
Right, I think it's the latter.
Yeah, it's probably the latter. Light's not tangible, right?
Exactly. Light doesn't even have mass.
Well, I mean like the source of the light.
Well, but how do you know that you're seeing the source of the light at all?
Exactly.
Well, it reaches our eyeballs.
Right, but not directly from the source. It could be reflected off something, it could be projected onto something, or it could materialize. But there's no way to test, so who cares?
Exactly.
But what I mean though is that we do see light that are we attribute to these stars or whatever they are exactly, but the light is coming from somewhere, right? So unless there's some like magical power that's like beaming it directly into our eyes at the precise location that it should be. Like, I mean, I just can't think of a world in which it's like magical and there's not a good explanation for something.
I know.
Have you ever heard of Newton's flaming laser sword?
No.
Okay, well, it's a philosophical razor which states that which cannot be settled by experiment is not worth debating. So you can't experiment on most of these things, so it's not worth debating.
Seriously, Newton's flaming laser sword?
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome, man.
Yeah, it gets the name because it's like hyperbolically because it's much sharper and more dangerous than Alchem's razor. That's how it got the name.
That's awesome.
I agree. So what can we experiment on?
Curvature,
Yeah, curvature.
gas pressure.
Yep.
Well, the curvature doesn't work because we just speculate on whether or not there's refraction.
Well, we can make
There
observations.
is no one.
Which way does light bend when it's refracting? Towards the dense air? Away?
Who knows?
You can refract light through stuff. There's an answer here.
Some people say it bends down at a certain radius. I don't know. Some people contest that. I have no idea.
Radius. Where'd you get that?
Well, that's what some people say. I don't know.
Well, even if it's flat, it could technically still have a radius, but it would be a much different type of radius. Or it could be infinite, we never know.
Yeah. That is true.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the word plane, I think plane does suggest that it would be infinite, but I don't really know.
But what makes sense to me is that if I see gas pressure consistently going down the higher in elevation you go, to me, that says that it eventually will reach a zero.
Well, if it did, let's say it does for 1 second, it reaches zero, okay? It gets lighter and lighter and lighter gradually to the molecule. Okay, let's imagine that for a second. Now, that top molecule, it bounced off something below it and it goes up and there's nothing above it. What does it do?
Falls back down.
Why?
There's some magical force attracting
That's
it.
in violation of. Go ahead.
It might be attracted downwards for some odd reason.
It might be. No, I get that. It might be attracted. You went this way before. It might be attracted. Okay, so show me an experiment that shows gas being attracted to anything ever.
I can show you that.
But make it in relation to where you're going with this argument. So, mass or, something like that, because you're going to have to correlate this to solve your problem of what that molecule is doing when it hits the top and it has no obstruction and it just keeps going.
Well, you'll probably just say that it's not relevant or whatever, but have you seen that
Not
video?
necessarily.
Have you seen the video of the tomahawk thing where they attracted plasma to the center of the thing?
No.
Okay, let me find it 1 sec.
Is that a mechanical keyboard I hear? And hello.
Oh, hello, sir. I forgot that I was not muted. But yes, it is.
Those are the best.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, it's a compliment to the keyboards, not to you, but you're welcome. You have good taste in choosing keyboards.
I have red switches. I have Cherry MX red switches. So, pretty good.
So ultimately, I know you're looking stuff up, but this force that you're going to have to manifest to pull it down, right? Why doesn't it affect anything down at the bottom where it's being drawn towards?
I just posted the video. Sorry, you said, what was that you just said?
I'm looking at your video. Hold on.
So, Cat supercomputer, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Well, I have no clue, so you know, I'm a realist. I base my knowledge on facts.
Oh,
Hi,
okay.
Kat. You were
Hello.
ladies' night, weren't you?
Pardon?
You came to ladies' night Friday, right?
Oh yeah, I had a great time there, opening
Yeah,
up.
I remember you.
It's pleasant. People call me a simp, but I'm honest, because I like ladies' voice more than I like male's voice. That's just the reality for me. So I loved it at ladies' night. I think it was very lucky for me to come at that time.
Yeah, you should join again.
Oh yeah. What are you guys up to right now?
Well, that could be the frost night.
Yeah, right now I'm just debunking the globe and all the globe argument.
Ah. Who are you debunking it for?
I'm debunking it because I like the truth.
All right, so I watched your video. It's hard to tell. I read the description and everything, but it's hard to tell. But right at the end, when it shuts down, I'm pretty sure that whole process you're watching is taking place in a very small sealed container. You can check me if I'm wrong.
Right, but it's a vacuum around the like the gas, so the gas is being attracted towards the center column.
Well, the gas has nowhere to go. It hits the walls and it's forced along down the sides, it looks like, probably with the current of the electrical charge that's being produced, and then back up again. That's what it looks like. Because it doesn't just go down. It goes down, then it goes up, then it goes down, then it goes up in a circle.
Well, I think there are
And if
magnets.
those walls weren't there, if those walls weren't there, it would probably just, the gas would just go. The gas is held there. I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't have an effect on what the gas is doing, but there's no proof that that is going to overcome, entropy.
Well, there's like a force attracting this plasma towards the center. And I think it's magnetism is what they're using, but
So again, the whole process takes place within what?
Fusion reactor.
No, a sealed container.
Well, If you think that there's
So
a dome,
if it works the way you think it does, they should be able to remove the lid, right? At least. Seems like the waste to put the lid there if it's just going to attract the gas, right?
well, but then all the other gas would like interfere with what's happening. I mean, if you think there's a dome,
that would replicate what's actually going on Earth then, if you remove it, if it's a ball.
Right. It should just interact with the rest of the Earth gas like it should, and your new force that you're introducing should have its effect.
so if there's a dome above us, then there's no way we could ever not be in a container.
That is correct.
Yep.
Yep.
So I can't show you something that's not in a container because it's impossible.
Correct.
Hence, the globe is impossible.
That's not to say that you couldn't have gas pressure without a container, but we're exist in a container, so we can't not be in a container.
What?
Show it to us then.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying like I can't show you something without a container if I'm living in a container.
Well,
But according to you, you're not, so this shouldn't be a problem, right?
yeah, true. You're the one that says we're not living in a container, so you should be able to show it. Actually, even if we are in a container, you still could show it by having something with a higher gas pressure than the rest of the dome. And then you could still demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
Because in order to show this, we would need a vacuum, but in order to have a vacuum, you need a container.
Wow.
But the globe says that the
dude.
vacuum is infinite and there's no container.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make
Yeah.
sense, does it?
I mean, we'd have to like fly a rocket out there to do any experiments.
But then there's that lid.
Well, I think we just need to ask the question, are you admitting that you can't have gas pressure without a container? Because
No, I just think that I can't prove it to you because I don't not have a container.
Well, someone should be able to prove it, even if it's not you. What about all your globe scientists?
yeah, I mean, how much money does NASA get a year? Like billions.
Wait a minute. How do you not have a container again? I thought that we lived on a ball floating through space, and we're the crazy ones. So, what's the problem? Again, you should be able to just do this.
Well, yeah, but you disagree with that.
Right, but don't let my imaginary dome stop you from proving it to the world, please.
Well, if we measure the pressure and it consistently decreases as we go up, and nobody has ever nobody's ever
back around.
Nobody's ever taken this measurement to the contrary, and the gas pressure actually started going up as you went higher. It always goes down every single time anyone has ever measured it in all of history. That would mean that it eventually reaches zero, and if it reaches zero, that's a vacuum.
It means it goes down until it doesn't go down anymore, or that's where it should end. It goes down as far as you can observe. Period. That's where it should end. It goes down that far.
Sorry, where it reaches zero is when it meets the dome. That's not where it meets the vacuum of space.
But it should be pressing against the dome if it's pressure, right? It presses against the walls.
It is.
Yep, it is. That's how we maintain what we have in its gradient form.
Yep.
So then it shouldn't be zero at the dome. It should be, 1 out.
Yeah.
We don't know. We haven't been to the dome to measure it exactly.
I made a mistake. I should not have said it's zero at the dome. You're right.
So is it 0 in the middle?
It's 0 nowhere because there's gas pressure.
Nowhere. Unless we create something artificially. It's never 0. We try to get close, but we can't.
Yeah, so the only way a vacuum will exist is if we create a chamber, create a container, and then create a vacuum inside the container. The only place that gas pressure exists is in a container, and the only place that a vacuum will ever exist is also in a container.
It's really not that difficult.
So you're suggesting that gas pressure at some point at a certain altitude begins to go back up?
No, why would it do that?
Yeah, why would it go back up? Wow.
It gets
How
low.
does gas pressure move?
So why is gas pressure higher the lower you are if there's no gravity pulling the gas downwards?
Because this is where the gas is created. It has to start here and then make its way up, and it keeps bumping into the shit that was made before it, so the gradient slowly dissipates as it rises.
It's kind of a baseless assertion to say that as you go up, gas pressure goes down.
Doesn't gas pressure press evenly along all walls of a container?
No.
No?
No, I think it would press harder further down.
Yeah, exactly.
Much like how you have more gas pressure closer to the ocean.
And especially if it's a mixture of multiple different types of gases, such as the atmo.
So you're saying there's some force attracting gas downwards, right?
No force.
And some force moving things upwards, like helium balloons and hydrogen balloons. But we first need to prove what that is before we can just, say what is making that happen.
Yeah.
I could say it's invisible unicorns doing it. It would make just as much sense as gravity.
Isn't it called Archimedes' principle or something like that? But that's not a force.
I guess it's not going to do shit, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
Have any of you ever sent up like a weather balloon?
No.
I don't think any of us have here personally, except maybe some people that aren't here at the moment, but other people have. But keep in mind, going up doesn't measure curvature directly.
Yeah, I'm curious if anyone has put like a pressure sensor on there to see like what the atmospheric pressure is at its highest point.
Well, the balloons that we're sending up want to keep going, but they break.
And why do they break?
Because that gas that we just threw up there for no reason wants to fill that the less pressure that is up there.
Couldn't they just
Not to say that all containers would break, though. I'm sure you could make a container that would keep going much further up. But again, it's all unverified. We have to go up there to really prove what's up there. That's pretty damn hard to do. And to a certain degree, illegal. We're not really allowed to. Past 80,000 feet, to the best of my knowledge.
Why don't they put like a pressure release valve on the balloon so it doesn't explode?
You want to do that? Why don't you do that?
Build a Zeppelin, man. I think more people should.
So this thing you just showed us, Frost Knight, is it in a container?
That's hard to define.
Yeah, it is, right? Yeah, it is.
Well, there's a vacuum surrounding the gas.
Oh, so it is in a container. Okay, great, man. Thank you. Thank you for showing you need gas pressure with a container. Awesome stuff.
It's not so much of as a container as it is.
Yeah, it
something
is. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It has a wall around it, right? And then some, and then a thing inside it with where the plasma going around it, doesn't it?
Well, it's not being contained though. It's being
Yes
extracted.
or no? Does it? Is it in a container? It's not a difficult question, man. Honesty.
Do you think they would use a container if they didn't need to?
The container is keeping stuff out. It's not keeping that
No.
stuff.
So yeah. So it
No,
is in
no.
a container, right? So even this Globers cannot acknowledge, right? Can't even say, yeah, it's in a container, using this electromagnetic force to keep the plasma on
You
the
want this very badly to solve this
If it,
problem for you.
if it was
can't.
keeping
Wait,
stuff
what did
out, it
you
would
just
be a
say?
wall. But a container contains things.
He just said the walls of this container or whatever keep stuff out, but then Roger kind of cut him off. Well, yeah. So it keeps stuff out and it keeps stuff in. Continue your thought.
Well, that's what the point is, that there's some force attracting the gas towards the center, so it's not being held in. It's
What's
it's
not being held in?
the gas that's being attracted towards the center doesn't want to go towards the outer walls of the container. They want to go towards the inner walls.
What? How is there outer and inner walls? That doesn't make sense.
He means
It's
the
the
inside,
surface
not
of
the
the
outside, right?
plasma.
It's like a donut shaped container.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, like a tire. You can have gas pressure in the tire of a car. Welcome to Flat Earth. I don't know what to say to you, man.
Welcome to Flat Earth, sir. Enjoy your stay.
Do you want to talk about curvature?
Sure.
Anybody bored and want to have him walk through it?
Are you talking about the Black Swan?
But yeah, it was like posted not too long ago, so I figured somebody was like ready to go.
I'm a little bit of an inexperienced flat earther, so maybe one of the more veteran guys should do it.
Sasha, you're a flat earther now?
Do you know?
Yes, sir.
Really? Wow, that's very interesting. That's cool, man. So what did it for you?
Congratulations.
The video of the drone in the air flying, and the fact that it was in the inertial reference frame, but there was still stuff moving, and it just didn't make sense to me.
So stuff moving. Like, what do you mean stuff moving? I'm not sure which video you're talking about. It's just a drone hovering or what?
Yeah, it's a video that QE posted in the chat. I'm not really sure what it's called, but it just basically showed that it was stationary in the thing, but it still saw all the stars moving, which...
Oh, it's talking about Lou's drone footage.
Yeah.
Okay, you just hovered, right, for
Yeah.
what was it, 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, and it was like a time lapse.
Cool. So
And
the
that,
lack of Coriolis?
yeah, that and
Is
the
that it?
combination of the Black Swan. When I did
Okay.
more research into the Black Swan, and I found out that even the Black Swan doesn't work, even if the observer height was 35 feet, that's when I was like, whoa. Yeah.
What happened to your rolls, man?
I don't know. I think they disappeared.
I'm sure you got banned by somebody.
Yeah, I think so.
Who was it? Who was it?
It was JD.
JD. Okay. Okay. Because I'm like, I know this, Sasha. No, I'm not gonna give you a flat earther yet, because right, it's not. We'll see, man. You're gonna have to stick around for that. You know what's up, bro.
Can I have
but
weaponized autism?
this guy, what were you? You were valued for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I was valued.
Globe earther, yeah, bro. Globe gladiator, globe earther, gladiator. I got you, man. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of you.
Oh my god.
What else? What else? What else did you have, man? You had a bunch of shit. I remember, man.
Can I have weaponized autism?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
There you go.
Oh, could I also have image perms / get link perms?
You were good for it, right? You had it before?
Yeah.
Yes. I believe you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, I will permaban you if it turns out that you didn't. So.
Okay.
I got you. Take care of it. Image firms. Hold on. Is it the link image?
What are the globe earther?
Yo, Roger, is it this one? Link image embedded role? Is that it?
Yeah,
Boom?
it's that one.
Okay. Man, yeah, I know you had a bunch of shit. You're lit up. Just a bunch of stupid shit. If you want them all back, just let me know what it was.
I had space aids and like.
You deserve space aids, man. Space herpes for sure. Space turd, 100%.
Oh no, not space.
You're not an Agent Smith, nah. Let's see.
What does Agent Smith even mean?
Well, you're not.
Is that like
You want Southerner?
Oh, no thanks.
You're not. Let's see. Second chance. Oh yeah. You're gonna need that one.
Oh no.
What the hell's wrong with a Southerner?
I'm just not a Southerner. Maybe coincidence there, yes.
No. Any theory, you're gonna have to prove it. Like, I'm just gonna give you the funky stuff.
Okay.
A moment ago,
whatever I see fit right now is what's really going on. Which is, I'm not sure.
When you were asked a minute ago why you think that the Earth is flat, you know what made you think that the Earth is truly flat? I was hoping you were going to say when Sarah Palin said that you can see Russia from Alaska.
Concave Earth or hollow. Yes.
You're getting upgraded, man. You gotta upgrade you. There you go, man. Hooking you up. That's what's up, man. I think that's plenty. You're looking
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
You're
that's
looking
good.
good.
Thanks.
Were you silver?
Not yet.
No. Okay. Cool.
I'll get it soon enough, hopefully.
Okay. We'll see, man. Yeah, if you're a true flat earther or not.
Would you be willing to run through some coals barefoot to get the flat earther roll?
Probably not. Well, it depends on if you guys have a secret chat that I'm not allowed in or not.
I don't know if I can
Of
trust
course,
this guy.
of course there is. Of course there is, man.
That's where all the real secret shit goes.
You know, I almost considered being a flat earther once.
You almost considered it. Go ahead, man. Tell me.
Why would you consider? It's about the evidence.
Well, the reason why was because there was this flat earther that was talking to me, not on Discord, it was in real life, and he was bringing up a lot of really interesting points that were too convenient to be a coincidence, and I was just very swayed by his arguments and stuff. But then I decided to go and just verify it personally to see if there's a rational explanation for those things. And I found, Gem Panda's server, and he gave me a lot of tips and tricks about how to defeat those convincing arguments.
Tips and tricks. Do you remember the arguments?
What?
So we can revisit them. So yeah, I want to know what those tips and tricks
about magic.
Yeah, what are the
magic,
tricks?
man.
Magic spell. So you can work around the argument. All right, let's do this. So what was the argument?
What are these tricks to avoid finding truth? Quick, tell us.
I'm trying to remember what.
Your head in
Put
the
your fingers
sand.
in your ears. Yep. That's it.
He didn't do the typical Black Swan stuff. He had his own argumentation, and I'm trying to remember exactly what he said. This was a few years ago.
I'm sure it had to do with the stars. Was it? I'm not sure. I'm just guessing.
Well, we went over a lot of different things.
Okay, cool.
I'm trying to remember what specifically stood out to me as convincing though.
So
Well,
he
you
did
ever
give you
remember,
arguments
let's discuss
against.
that.
He didn't just. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm saying if you remember what those arguments were, we can discuss them again. That's all I was saying, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a bad memory, so I'm trying to remember here.
all right, no problems. But where's the curvature? Is all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna keep on hammering that into the ground,
He's been hitting the head with too many globes.
I'll be curvature.
Yeah, and also just maybe while you're at it, just show us how the 70% water on Earth is bending.
Or how it bulges in the middle but doesn't fly off. That's a cool trick.
Oh, how I wonder, what's in a glober's head? Lots of crazy nonsense and something.
invisible unicorn.
Do you believe that you live on the surface of a wonder ball?
So does anybody know what when people like you said he's got his own chat and stuff, this guy that gave you tips and tricks or whatever. What do they talk about in those rooms instead of coming here to debate? Like what is they're talking about flat earth which they don't believe in, and they're not doing it with us. So what goes on in there?
Well, I guess it's kind of like here where they like the opposite of here basically, where they're just waiting for a flat earther to come in so that they can kind of argue with them. But that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, and that server's a lot more boring. Like, they just talk about boring things.
Like, basically, anytime I'm feeling kind of insecure about my globe belief, I just go in that server and I just ask them, like, hey, how do I argue against this point? And they give me something that sounds reasonable or plausible.
What would be the worst thing
Superior
to
belief.
happen to you?
Goodness.
What would be the worst thing if you actually found out that it's flat? Why are you so scared?
Well, if I found out for sure, I'd be fine with it. I'm not opposed to sort of inconvenient truths or whatever, but it's just so there's just so many things about it that would have to like change in the world, and like my belief systems and like what I like how I.
Oh, that's what you're scared of.
That sounds kind of scary, doesn't it?
Your own belief system.
Well, it's not the scariness. It's just like it just seems improbable that like so many things that I base my intuition on would have to be reconsidered. That like I don't know. It's hard to believe.
Terrifying.
I don't get it. Why don't you just go out and test it then?
I don't know how.
Find the curvature. Show the gas pressure. Show the spin. It's easy.
The spoon? Oh, the spin.
Spin.
I don't know how.
Right, but you put your belief in people that told you it's true. Shouldn't they have already done it and be able to demonstrate it for you?
Yeah, get them to help you.
Well, they give me an explanation that makes sense in my mind.
Don't take an
No,
explanation.
but we don't
Tell
care
them to
about
show
what
you.
makes sense in your mind. We care about what makes sense in reality.
Right. And so, what about our explanations doesn't make sense? And then maybe we can connect the dots for you.
Well, the black swan, it makes perfect sense, except people say, oh, there's refraction. So how am I supposed to know? Is there refraction? Is there not refraction? I don't know.
I'll give you an easy way to figure that out. You need to ask them for a citation showing that refraction can happen within one medium, because that's what they're claiming.
Well,
they're claiming that
debunk
refraction
the
is happening in
refraction
one
claim.
medium.
Do you really believe that refraction is responsible for a 10 times increase in the distance that you should see? 10 times.
And it adjusts as you zoom, apparently.
Hey, man, the world is a strange place. I can't rule anything out.
But you want to rule the flat out.
Well, I mean, I'm here not because I'm trying to win a debate. I'm here because if it is true, I would like to know. I think it's unlikely.
It's not as unlikely as you think. Go out, test it, come back, tell us what you found. It's really simple.
You mean like with a laser?
Sure, you can do that. It's been done before, but you can do it yourself.
Well, I saw one where they were pointing a laser at a boat, and as they swam away, the laser pointer kept getting higher and higher, and they claimed that that was due to the curvature.
Yeah, that's not a direct measurement properly done. What you're describing needs to be done from one shoreline to another shoreline, not from a shoreline to a boat that's wiggling back and forth in the water. You have to establish a specific distance from one shoreline to another, say 10 miles or something like that. And then you need to shine the laser across at a target. And the laser from on the first shoreline needs to be perfectly level to the water, horizontal, all right? And then you need to show the drop in the laser on the target, the deviation from, from where it was 10 miles away. You understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the deviation from the center of the target. But as far as I know, anybody that tries to do this, it just hits the target, the center of the target, because it's flat.
This video
Why
you
do they
saw, was
call
it?
it?
I'm sorry, go.
No, it's fine. It's just a simple thing. Why do they call it sea level?
Because it's flat.
There you go. How many flat surfaces are on a ball?
Infinitely many.
Infinite's not a number.
Zero.
Zero's not a number. But you're right, there are no flat surfaces on a perfectly spherical object.
Isn't the Earth perfectly spherical according to the photos?
Almost.
Then why is there flat surfaces?
Big ones everywhere.
Well, wouldn't you agree that like let's say an ant on a exercise ball would think it looks kind of flat?
Yeah, but they give us the measurements. So we're not like ants on an exercise ball. We should be able to see this curvature non-flat according to the measurements that they give us.
That's where the black swan comes in. Those measurements and distances are all known, and it violates that, so it can't be true.
Yeah, but then they say that some weird refraction thing sends it 10 times farther.
They enter in an unknown variable that is unmeasurable and untestable so that you can speculate, but ask them for the citation.
Do you know what we mean by ask them for the citation?
Which citation?
A citation that doesn't exist, a citation that would show that that light bends over curves due to this magical refraction that they're talking about. They need to show you in a dictionary where that type of refraction exists and does that. You need to ask them to show you in the dictionary where it says that light bends around curves. What we're telling you is that it doesn't say that in the dictionary. It doesn't say that in the dictionary because that's not reality. It doesn't do that. Light does not bend around a curve when it's going through one medium, which is just the air.
So, are you saying that nobody has ever proven that this type of refraction occurs?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
The same
And
with
how-
the gravity thing.
And what would be a falsifiable experiment to prove or disprove that?
Well, the thing is, if you're saying that there's something causing this, then you should be able to show there's something. So, like if Orion was saying earlier, it's a unicorn doing it, then somewhere someone should be able to show us the unicorn. So we are saying these things don't exist, right? You guys are the ones who make the positive claim. You're saying that these are things that are happening. So you guys are the ones who have to show that.
I imagine that if I took enough college classes, eventually
You
they
don't
would.
need college classes for this. You only need logic and observation.
I'm sure if I went to church long enough, I'd be a Christian.
I mean, you say that there's no citation, but I don't know that. There could be.
Then find it.
Right.
Ask them.
It should be
Ask
easy.
them to give it to you because it should be easy. If this ball is so easy to prove, then I mean everyone should be able to show it to us. So just find it then, ask it and bring it. We're here 24/7 waiting for that.
What's it called again? What type of refraction is it? Standard? Is that right?
No, it's not standard refraction. If it were standard refraction, that's a huge problem because it doesn't do what they say. Standard refraction does not curve in one medium around the ball. So they made up a new form.
What is that black swan refraction that they claim? What is that called? Or what do they call it?
I have no
Well,
idea.
nothing technically because it doesn't exist. They just say refraction over and over again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
it's refraction.
When they say refraction, they say atmospheric refraction, but what technically is terrestrial refraction, which assumes an R value in the first place. So it's begging the question.
Actually, so does
Hi, what
atmospheric,
world?
right?
Hi, Sophia Unicorn.
I haven't seen you in a while. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good. So happy to see you. Anyway, go on.
So I'm asking for a citation for terrestrial refraction. Is that right?
Yeah, you can just Google search Andrew Thomas Young. He's a subject matter expert.
Is he a globe or a ball or a flat?
Does it matter?
Right. The cool thing about this citation is it should show you how you can replicate it and find out for yourself.
Is he a globe or a ball or a flat?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're out looking for the truth.
He works at the Department of Astronomy at San Diego State University. He does observational astronomy, astrophysics, and astronomy. His current work is in atmospheric refraction and transmission. Atmospheric being a misnomer, a oxymoron, because atmos meaning air and sphere is the shape. Air is a gas. Gases don't have any inherent shape. So it's begging the question. To have refraction, you have to have a curved atmosphere.
So this Andrew Thomas Young, like, what am I looking for from him exactly?
One second, I'll get it for you. You in Livestream voice text?
Yeah.
So the spherical trigonometry in the black swan photo, if h is in meters, it makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.5 kilometers times the square root of the observer's height in meters, or about 1.23 miles. That math comes from Mr. Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department.
I agree completely.
Okay. So we see the horizon at 1 foot greater than 1.23 miles.
The geometric horizon.
Yeah, the physical Earth curvature that's alleged in the standard model. Yes.
Yeah.
But he's not accounting for the potential of terrestrial refraction.
Well, in terrestrial refraction, he says that the atmosphere is also curved. So he's begging the question of the Earth being a sphere and having a curved atmosphere in the first place to attempt to explain how it's farther away and looking flat. You don't see the contradiction here? You don't see the begging the question, flawed
Yeah,
logic
you
here?
might have to explain begging the question why it's a
Like
fallacy.
you're assuming your outcome before you've proven your declaration. You've made the assumption that it's a sphere curving.
Right. But either terrestrial refraction exists or it does not, right?
Well,
Yeah,
wouldn't it
if
have
it
to be that for terrestrial refraction to exist, the Earth has to be curved in the first place, and the atmosphere has to be curving with it? Wouldn't you have to prove those things first as well? You see the circular paradox here?
Yeah, but if it is happening, then how would we prove it one way or the other?
Well, you haven't proven it in the first place, let alone one way or the other. Just making an observation, making a declaration, and making a determination that that's what's happening.
And what is their proof?
Well, the proof is
question.
that if the Earth was a sphere, then it would be curving at a uniform rate over water, right? Because water at rest, allegedly in the standard model, would uniformly curve around the surface of the sphere, right? So observations from shore to shore across lakes or large portions of the ocean would have to uniformly show that vertical drop. And we can calculate that with the known alleged radius of the Earth. And that's not what we see in reality. So that's not what reality is. Thus, the radius has been debunked. So the globular Earth has been debunked. I'm pretty sure we've had this conversation before, Frost Knight. Like, you've been here before. We've gone through this before. Why are you back again? Are you not getting it again? Or is some of this sinking in a little bit?
Well, I'm trying to grasp it. It's very difficult.
Trying to reconcile it?
Because here's the thing, so we have the black swan, and it's farther than it should be. Yeah, we have a number of these visuals that shouldn't happen on a ball of this size, and then we have an explanation from the globers of terrestrial refraction. And so
that makes faulty and flawed assumptions, right? We just went through that.
Right. So either the black swan is on a flat plane or terrestrial refraction. I mean, I don't see how we're going to resolve that dispute. I don't know like how to prove it when, either way.
Do you know why it's called a black swan?
Because the oil rig looks kind of like a swan.
No. So the general assumption, if you talk about swans, the birds, is that if you think about a swan, most people think about a white swan. So the general thing is that you can assume that all swans are always white, right? But you only need to show one black swan in order to prove that the assumption that all swans are white is false. So that's why we call it the black swan, because you only need to show once that you can see too far in order to prove that it's not curving. Do you understand?
Right.
So if it's a ball, you shouldn't be able to do that at all, not even once.
But unless there's terrestrial refraction.
Show it then.
I don't know how.
Well, see, that's terrestrial refraction is where the atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth. Andrew Thomas Young goes through that as well in his definition of terrestrial refraction. So how have you not comprehended the fact that he's making the assumption that the atmosphere is also curved and that the radius of the Earth is roughly 6,400 kilometers or 3,959 miles?
Well, I would need to see their proof for terrestrial refraction and their explanation of why it occurs.
Well, it occurs because, as he wrote in that citation I also linked, that the atmosphere is also curved, and the rough value of the radius of the Earth is 6,400 kilometers or 3,959 miles. So he's making that assumption to calculate refraction, but gases don't curve. Gases take the shape of their container and they move freely and randomly in all directions. So that right there falls on its face, right? Logically, reasonably, like man to man, you know that gases don't form spheres.
Yeah, but it is more dense the lower you go, and maybe there's some sort of way that it follows the density or something.
So gases are more dense at the ground, but that kind of segues into like gas pressure without a container. Like if you believe in the heliocentric model, then space is an empty void, very, very, very low pressure system. You can't have low pressure next to high pressure without a barrier. Otherwise, the gas will move freely and randomly into that available volume, seeking equalization.
Unless there's a some force attracting it.
So you're then going to jump to gravity as a force when gravity in the current standard model is not a force.
Well,
this is the Gish-Gallop Alice in Wonderland technique. Like you first have to prove radius. Like you have to show radius, and radius is not shown in reality.
Can I ask a quick question? Is what hanging you up right now still the celestial? I mean I'm sorry. The refraction issue, is that that's holding you up still? Is that what the thing is?
Yeah, I just don't know enough about it to really
just look
say.
to see if this guy gave a demonstration of gas curving when he makes the claim that gas in light curves with gas, because he doesn't have an example to show you other than to say what you're seeing and doesn't look like it's curved is curved. You understand that? It's like it's a shell game. He's telling you to look over here and then look over here, look over here and look over here. The two can't exist at the same time. He wants you to believe that the Earth is that your observation of it being flat is faulty because it's really curved, and he gives you this reason that because it's the light curving around this curve. Well, how does he know light curves around a curve? Show me that. Show me light curving around a curve. Anywhere.
But I would imagine somebody has a better explanation than that, right? That can't be like the the only explanation for it, right?
Pretty sure that's it. He says the Earth is curved and light curves around the curve because the gas is curved around the curve. Well, show me curved gas and light curving through it. You can't.
I think if he said that, maybe he was just giving a simplistic explanation, not like a really detailed one. Because that in and of itself is like a meaningless statement.
Do you need higher technical jargon to convey like a different concept, or will just the layman's terms work for the concept or the idea that we're trying to get across here?
Maybe he's referring to like the density curving around the surface.
Density curving.
Well, because the density is towards the surface, right? And so if we are on a curving ball, then that density would.
But why are we on a curving ball to begin with? That's the problem. They have no reason to do that except to assume it. There is no proof of it. They just assume it right off the bat, and they tell you it's true. And then they say that this is the reason that you're seeing these problems is because of this thing that you have to believe is true because we're telling you, because we assumed it.
So if there was a hypothetical ball with gas around it, would you say that terrestrial refraction would occur on that ball?
I would say I would have to demonstrate that to verify.
But that demonstration would look like you're on a flat plane, like the Black Swan.
No, why would it look like that? If it's a ball, it should look like a ball.
Right, scale it down. If it's a ball, a basketball size, and you're standing off to the side looking at light shooting around that ball, the light would just circle around the ball, right?
Yeah, but if it's large enough, then what they claim is that terrestrial refraction makes a ball appear to be flat.
Does that really seem reasonable to you, though?
I mean, who knows? There could be some weird quirks about nature. It would seem weird to me if we're on a flat plane as well.
But you see flat everywhere. You don't see curve. Why make the assumption that there's curve somewhere where you don't see any?
You also don't experience movement. Why would it be weird?
Yeah, why would a stationary plane of existence be weird?
Because there's no materialistic, natural explanation for something like that.
Oh, I
You mean
get
like
it.
nothing exploding into everything?
It's fine. No, that goes to philosophy. But thank you for admitting it.
Maybe it's because I was raised with the globe model, but just the whole like science and math and everything about how objects move and gravity and stuff like that. It just intuitively kind of makes sense to me.
Were you raised with Santa Claus?
Yes.
Do you think he's real?
No.
Why not?
Because the evidence, I haven't been. There's no proof of him.
So if there's no proof for the ball, wouldn't you apply the same logic here? You were also raised with something, but there's no proof for it.
Well, I have seen some evidence.
What's your
Been
best
told a lot of
evidence
stories.
for the ball?
The star trails in the southern hemisphere.
If we're on a spinning ball, why would we have the same star trails anyway? Why would the stars never ever change if we're on the model that they say we're on?
Well, they start to spin in the opposite direction as well.
You're joking, right?
No, it's just your perspective of the clock's hands turning, looking at it from different sides of the room. If you look up, right, at a clock that's on your ceiling, imagine this. There's a clock on your ceiling, and your 12 is right above your head, 6 is farther down the room. You're looking at it, and you can read all the numbers perfectly, okay? You can imagine that?
Yeah.
Okay, now you're going to take a few steps forward and then turn around and face the clock again, looking up. Suddenly, the 6 is going to be upside down in front of you, and the clock is going to be upside down and it's going to be running. Why? You just flipped the clock, didn't you? No, you're just looking at it from the other direction. That's all.
Yeah, they're going
The hands aren't going backwards. The hands aren't going backwards. You're just looking at it from the other direction. That's all.
A better way is put your arms out at your sides, straight out, like you're playing airplane, and then roll your arms in a circular motion forward, and think of your nose as the equator as you look straight ahead. Look to your right, and your right arm is moving counterclockwise, and you look left, and your left arm is moving clockwise. That's all it is. They're moving in the same direction. It's just your perspective has changed. So,
Well,
I mean, there again, you've also passed how what you see in the sky has anything directly to do with what the surface of the Earth is doing. Like, again, looking up to tell what's down, which is quite the logical leap, wouldn't you say?
Well, if down doesn't give me any information, then I have to look somewhere.
Well,
no,
couldn't you
down
just directly
doesn't give you the information that you want.
Yeah.
It seems.
Philosophically. Yeah.
Because on a very large ball, the horizon would look flat. Would you agree with that?
But it's not a very large ball. It's got a radius of 3,959 miles. And we know at that size what the physical ball would look like. And in reality, it clearly doesn't look like that.
What would the horizon look like on that ball of 3,900 whatever radius?
It would have a drop of 8 inches per mile squared.
How many different types of curvature are there on a sphere?
1.
That's right. In all directions, right?
Yeah.
So you would see as you raised an elevation, you would see the horizon actually fall away and drop from all different sides around you, like a ball would, if you raised up off the surface of it, no matter how big that ball was. and that is not what we see.
Yeah, but at a certain point, the ball becomes large enough to where your eyeballs can't discern the curvature, right?
Until you go a tiny bit higher.
But on the sphere that we're talking about with a radius of 3,959 miles, like we have it from a subject matter expert that the geometric horizon shouldn't be any more than 1.23 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you're at 1 foot, the horizon can be no more than 1.22 miles, 1.23 miles at the most. But we clearly see it vastly beyond that, 10 times farther. So the ball would have to be a radius of like 264,000 miles. So it's not congruent with reality. Like the model and the math don't match reality. Thus the model has to be thrown away.
But does light bend towards the denser medium or away from it?
Well, it's just one medium, right? So there's no switching of mediums. Like light refracts when it goes from like air to water or water to air or glass. You need two different mediums for light to refract like that. And the atmosphere is just one medium.
But there's a gradient, right?
You're measuring through the same density layer, though. You're not going through any different density.
Well, if it goes up, then it becomes less dense, right?
You're not measuring up. You're measuring across.
Wouldn't the light want to continue going towards the denser rather than away from the density?
Density is not changing. Density is the same. Light travels in a straight line, right?
But if it travels through a gradient, then it will refract.
It's not traveling through a gradient. It's traveling through the same density, right? Let's move that light a foot at a time. We'll move it ahead a foot. You're standing in the edge of the ocean. You shine your light. It goes a foot. Has it changed density? Let's go another foot. Has it changed density? Another foot. Another foot. Infinitely. No.
I don't know, man. I don't know the first thing about refraction.
Well, there's lots of material on it. Go study and then test what they tell you.
I personally am a fan of Elon Musk, and in order for me to accept the flat Earth, I would have to hate him. I would have to despise him because he's a liar.
Why does that matter?
Reality on another person.
Well, you should already dislike him because he's a billionaire that exploits people and got rich off the government's money, so.
Rich guys like rockets.
He might be mentally deficient as well.
You're asking me to You're asking me to forsake my heroes.
I like Elon Musk. I think he's an alright dude, but I mean,
Mark McGuire was my hero, and then
yeah, I mean,
you know,
you should have a better idol than Elon Musk.
Are you, Frost Knight? Are you trying to say that your core belief system and structure is built on the personality of a
oligarch,
a very rich person that you don't even know personally?
Well, here's the thing. If we do live on a ball, then I think his Starship rocket is a really cool, innovative thing.
hey man,
Well,
you live in Narnia. I got this awesome magic wand that kills everything instantly. You want to buy it?
Yes. Do I get to take it for a test drive?
Yeah, after you pay for it.
Is there a refund policy?
You don't listen. The point is, you don't see the problem in putting all your trust in somebody that has nothing in common with you and really does not give a shit about you.
Well, he claims to give a shit about me because he wants, to make
money. He wants to make money.
Well, he claims that he actually doesn't care about money, that he's just doing it out of the passion of his
That's
heart.
a good claim. Does he? What has he done to show that? Did he give all his money away?
Well, so supposedly,
Pretty
like,
sure he's like the richest guy.
Supposedly going to Mars is not like profitable, but he wants to do it anyway, or whatever.
That's a smart business move.
So the charity that he's using his money for is basically he thinks that he wants humans to live on more than one planet, just in case there's like an asteroid or something that hits the Earth eventually.
These are all cool stories, bro.
do you really think God would let an asteroid hit the planet and kill all humans?
Well, he let the flood happen and kill almost all the humans.
Yeah, but that was to punish us. If he's gonna punish us, we have no chance anyways, so...
Yeah, you think Elon can save you from God's wrath?
Exactly.
Well, God blew up Sodom and Gomorrah. He didn't blow up all the other cities.
Alright, maybe he'll just blow up... Yeah, maybe he just does it to sinners, and maybe if you actually believe in the actual reality that he created, maybe he won't wrathify you.
God works in mysterious ways. I don't know what he's gonna do.
You're right.
Yeah, like
but
he put us
you're
in
here
a
now.
place with a dome over us. That's also mysterious.
Yeah. Intelligent design is what they call it.
Evolution?
Oh, it's purposeful with intent.
Yes.
So your only reason for not wanting to admit any of this is that you don't want to give up Elon Musk?
Yeah, it's
No,
like
he
the
said that's his attempt, I think, to try to be funny and genuflect, but it's really just philosophical. He said it earlier. Like, if it was a level motionless plane, he doesn't see any way that it could have any type of rational, materialistic, or naturalistic way of being that way. So there would have to be a creator, and that like Hubble said, is an unwelcomed and a horror
idea. Yeah.
Horrific idea.
Makes you wonder what Hubble was up to.
Well, I do believe in a creator, but I believe that the creator usually has natural explanations for his creations rather than just like
the explanations we give you are natural.
Yeah,
It's the globe side that's not natural.
But there's no way to say like why the Earth is flat other than God did it. There's no like There's no like the comets did this, and I don't know.
If you're an intelligent being, right, and you're going to create other intelligent beings in a physical reality, in order for them to coherently and efficiently navigate and traverse the space that you've created for them, doesn't it make sense that it, has a up, down, left, right, forward, and back component to it? Like, doesn't that make more sense? Isn't that how we simulate reality in like simulations and video games? Is we put everything pretty much on a three-dimensional vast extended plane, right? You don't know where the edge of the map is. You can't see it, but you're just running around, wherever you can go.
Yeah, but there is a game now called Star Citizen with actual like balls that you walk on.
No, I get it.
Oh my goodness.
No, I get it. I've played No Man's Sky, and that's just done with a whole bunch of shaders. So, that doesn't. It's all still built on level planes. It's just shaded to look differently as you transition from quote unquote space to quote unquote a planet.
Yeah.
Like, what's more reasonable? Like making a level motionless plane that's easy to navigate and traverse atop, or putting a spinning water ball in a vacuum? Like, what makes more sense?
It's a bitch to let go of the ball, but after you get over it, it's super freeing.
I mean, you can think whatever you want. I'm all about, freedom of thought. Like, I don't care your philosophical view, but as long as you admit that that's what it is for you, then that's fine.
I just don't think either of us really know. I think it's like, could go either way.
Well, there's objective reality and then there's fantasy. And in this particular case, I think objective reality is on the side of a level motionless plane because that's what everyone commonly experiences. To claim the contrary requires an extraordinary amount of evidence. And you'd have to admit that all of the evidence you've kind of tried to bring up is really not satisfactory.
The only way we're going to know for sure is if we go on a rocket all the way up and see it for ourselves. But even then, what if it's just a hallucination or some other weird trick?
Yeah, if you're waiting for your ticket to a rocket ship, that's never going to happen. So now you're left with logical deduction, right?
However high,
And
Yeah, I guess we
observation.
should ask Elon for that.
Well, the thing is like however high up we go, we see the horizon remain level and flat, about the about level with the eye of the observer or the optical device or camera. And at some point, you're gonna raise up off the height of the floor so much that what you can resolve of what you can see of the Earth may be a circle because that's the circle of your sight, right? Taking in your center vision and your peripheral. What you see of the Earth is a circle that you can resolve in a circle, but that doesn't mean the Earth is a sphere curving down and away from you like it should if you were on a ball. So you may be seeing the curvature of your circle of sight, but not the curvature of a ball.
I believe that if we were on a flat plane, I should be able to see all the way to the edge.
No, there's some
Hey,
maximum.
did you just look that up?
Just making a, just throwing out sentences to try to trigger people here, like making assumptions about edges and shit.
There's many reasons why that could not be possible.
Well, I mean, if there's a dome, then I guess like to wherever the dome meets the ground.
No, think about
You're
this.
just making assumptions everywhere, aren't you?
I know, it's insane.
Objects get smaller as they go farther away, right?
Don't fall for the bait.
Well, not only do objects get smaller, but also light intensity decreases the further away you are.
And then you have the atmosphere
You
obstructing,
guys are so
diffusing the light. We're just trying to show him that there's a million possibilities as to why that's not even.
He's just baiting you.
Yeah, I think he just was like a quick Google search, questions flat earthers can't answer, because he's holding
No,
onto a string.
Frost Knight is here. Is here for a while now. He knows. He knows the argument. It's not his first rodeo here, so.
Oh, word. So this is like a hobby then?
Fetish?
Yeah, it's a sick and twisted fetish of his. Like every other Glober. I've never talked to Frost Knight before, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
Is that like a psychological issue? Like, what is that?
Separation anxiety.
Yeah, they don't like to separate from their globe.
No, but I mean, I think if you go really high up, I think you'd be able to see all the way. I don't think that there's like a circle of vision or whatever. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's how eyes work. It's you have a
Field of view?
certain distance. Yeah.
You're telling me you played Star Citizen or looked at Star Citizen and you don't know what a field of view is?
Right.
Well, yeah, but like you can turn your head.
Right. Okay.
And you see the same distance in that direction.
I don't think you're gonna see like just a circle of a larger circle.
No, you see part of a circle. You don't see an entire circle.
Right.
Yeah, but if you turn your head, you should continue to see more of the circle.
Well, you just see you
see the
same distance, but
in a different direction.
In a different direction. That's right.
Like if you go up high enough, you'll see black, and then you'll see a circle, but that circle isn't the entire Earth.
Have you ever been in the woods at night?
Yeah.
Like where it's real dark? All right. Have you ever used a lantern that gives you 360 degrees light in all directions? Right? So you make a sphere of light in all directions that you can see out to, because That's how your eyes work. You see as far as you can resolve in whatever direction you're looking.
But I don't think it would turn to black.
It doesn't turn to black. You can't resolve it anymore. I was just using that as an example of equidistant vision.
I think if you go up high enough, you will see on a flat
This is
plane.
definitely a fetish.
On a flat plane, you will see the Earth. You know, keep going. You'll see it all the way. It's not just going to turn black.
It doesn't turn black. I explained it to you. Just go. Now you got to go study how vision works.
No, I'm saying if you send up like a weather balloon and stuff, you'll see this like black surrounding the circle, right?
Circle.
If it had an edge, you would see. I see what you're saying. You're saying you would see the. You're trying to imagine that there's space underneath us for some reason, or that there is an underneath. There is no evidence for that. Just assume. You can assume infinite space, right? So why not assume infinite land going in all directions? You're never going to see beyond it. If you want to make assumptions, go ahead and assume that.
Yeah, it's a completely different cosmology. It's not like a materialistic or naturalistic view of like a heliocentric cosmology. It's like a geocentric plane of existence. Like it's like the floor of the universe. So there's no edge to fall off of.
So you're saying it goes forever?
Well,
I'm
it
not
goes at
saying
least
that.
as
I'm
far
just
as we can
saying,
see.
yeah, it goes as far as we can see, and we don't know the boundaries or if there is a boundary. We don't know the boundary conditions laterally or vertically.
Do you believe in a dome?
We
We
don't do
don't
beliefs.
believe in one. We
Yeah.
know there must be one because we have gas pressure.
We don't know if it's a dome or what it is, but we know there is some sort of container.
Yeah.
Is it an infinitely large container?
Sir, we just said we don't know.
Why are you asking this when you know the argument?
Well, someone just said that the Earth goes on for infinity.
No, I
No
said if
one
you're going
said
to make
that.
assumptions.
No one said that, sir.
I was being facetious.
Man, this guy's very bored this morning.
Yeah.
It's either that or he's retarded.
Well, Elon's his idol, so.
Yeah. You worship someone who worships Satan, which means you worship Satan.
Where's your evidence that he worships Satan?
Saw them sitting together on a bench.
That's.
You.
We don't need to go off into whether or not he actually worships Satan to prove the Earth's flat.
Right.
You talking about his girlfriend?
What about his girlfriend?
Yeah, I'd like to know about his girlfriend. Tell us.
Well, his girlfriend's pretty weird. I wouldn't be surprised if she worships Satan.
Are you talking about Grimes?
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many non-Satan worshippers would deal with a person who worships Satan?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know that she does, but I mean, she looks like she does.
Yeah.
Did you know Grimes had anti-imperialist in her Twitter bio, and then she met Elon and took it out?
I'm personally an imperialist.
Oh, so you're pro-imperialism?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I like to play like strategy games where you conquer. Like,
but
you know,
morally, do you think it's morally reprehensible?
no.
Oh, okay.
You think life is like a game? Is that why it is?
Yeah, he thinks it's all a simulation, and why he doesn't believe in God or anything else like that.
Well, I think that there are certain cultures and governments that are better than others, and that it would be moral to supersede the inferior ones with the superior ones.
So, who just determine what's superior again?
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah, it's actually whoever has the most might, but.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I'm a deep ecologist.
I only support imperialism if it's me doing it or if it's somebody that I personally support.
So you're trolling, because that's a ridiculous stance to have unless you're a psychopath. Are you a psychopath?
Or a sociopath?
I don't know.
Well, probably should go talk to somebody if you really believe these things.
Do you like to hurt animals?
No.
Who doesn't love tortured kittens?
How's it going, Hank?
A way to identify psychopaths at a young age is that they like to harm animals.
Good one.
Nothing to do with the flat Earth, though.
I've never harmed an animal. I did try to do like the magnifying glass on an ant once, but it didn't work.
Were you trying it at night?
No, I did it using moonlight. I was trying to freeze the ant with the cooling rays.
And so doesn't that disprove your so-called refraction?
What?
The fact that the magnifying trick didn't work?
I just think I needed a larger magnifying glass.
Okay. So, Frost Knight, what else do you believe?
I believe in evolution.
Okay.
What's that?
Speciation. So I believe that one species can turn into another over a long period of time.
And abiogenesis? What do you have to say about that?
I'm not sure what I think about that, actually. I'm leaning more towards that God created the first, like, bacteria or something.
Oh, so you're not a real evolutionist, you're a fake evolutionist.
I'm a theistic evolutionist.
What?
I do believe that all life that we've discovered, at least, has
Doesn't it
originated
seem
from.
kind of pointless that God would create life but then let it work through evolution? It seems like if God wanted to create life, he would create the perfect being that he wants and have it already be evolved for his environment. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I think God set it up so that it would evolve in that direction, kind of like dominoes, you know, like he pushed the first domino, but he knew where it would end up.
Okay, I understand your view now. And the Big Bang, do you believe in this?
I do, and I actually think that's evidence for God.
Something coming.
He's a Catholic.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
he's
just gonna
a
say
hardcore.
he takes the Jesuit position. It seems.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
I'm a Catholic.
Roman Catholic, did you say?
I'm a Roman Catholic, yeah.
So you believe in the Pope also?
Well, I'm not a fan. I'm a trad, but you know, I do think he's like technically, you know.
Mm. And do you believe that your church has been subverted?
I do.
Yet you're still Catholic. It seems kind of ironic.
Well, you know, there are bad people in every organization, and we just have to get them out.
Okay.
you don't think you should lead by example?
Yeah, I feel it seems to me the best way to be to get them out would be to become Orthodox.
Well, I think that Peter was the head of the church, and 2,000 years ago or whatever.
Do you think he was the first pope?
I think he was the first leader of the church, and if you want to call him a pope, then that's the term that you could call him.
It's just weird, that position that the Catholics hold, that he was the first pope, yet he was crucified in Rome. So how could he be the leader of the church if that church is the same church that crucified him? I've always felt that that was kind of like a very construed view of history, but I digress. I'll be quiet. Someone else is talking.
Well, no, Christianity was illegal there for like 300 years, so it was the pagans that crucified him.
Well, I thought most people in Italy became like they were Jewish before, and then as soon as they saw Christ's resurrection, they became Christian.
No, in Italy they were like pagans. They worshipped like Jupiter and stuff.
Oh, really? Okay. I guess I have the wrong understanding.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of like Israel, Palestine, whatever.
If you want to learn more about this era, do research on the Messianic uprising and subsequent overthrow of Rome. But I digress.
And so you said the Big Bang is proof of God. How is that?
Because if everything originates from a single point, then there's the cosmological argument that if basically there's like a chain of cause and effect, causal chain, and it all leads back to a single instant where the universe was created. And so I think the Big Bang was God's creation of the universe.
Okay.
Cool story, but where's the evidence of that singularity?
Well, the redshift of all the galaxies, it shows that they're all moving away from each other, so that would imply that they all came from a certain origin.
And hypothetically, if you were to rewind time, like in a thought experiment, it would be blue shift in all directions, and the whole universe would be heading towards Earth, meaning that the Earth's the center of creation.
Right. How can that be redshift all from our perspective if we're not in the center of the galaxy?
Ooh.
Well, they say that it's redshifted everywhere, no matter where you are.
No way to test that theory out. Nice story, though.
Right.
Cool story, bro.
But I do have proof of evolution.
You mean speciation.
Right.
Right, which could be from epigenetics, because the more we learn about epigenetics, it turns out that you have two types of DNA. One is written in pen and is permanent, and the other one's written in pencil, and there's things that you can select and turn on and off. For example, you could be a couch potato, or you could be a gladiator, depending on what you do with your life. But yeah, sure, I'm sure that, things can gain genetic information.
Well, what are the two types of DNA? I've never heard that.
You never heard RNA and DNA? No, that's
Yeah,
not what
but
I'm
I
talking
don't
about.
think I don't
Look
think
up
humans have
epigenetics.
RNA. I thought that was only
Yeah,
I
humans
thought that
have
was only
RNA.
prokaryotes that have RNA.
Now, look up epigenetics and you'll see what I'm talking about. This is most likely what they're attributing to be their evolution. Genetic markers that you can select on and off. That definitely was put in by the creator. But the whole abiogenesis, where it rained on rocks for millions of years, and that's washed into the sediment, and somehow genetic code with functional sequence specified complexity came out. That's ludicrous.
Is epigenetics like addiction and stuff? Like how addiction is genetic?
I haven't seen any studies on that.
So basically, I don't know like how to, I don't know. I'm not an expert on epigenetics, but basically, there's these things called methyl group, which is like some sort of chemical or whatever, and it like surrounds certain genes and like basically turns them off or on, I guess.
That's right. You can activate certain genes by the things that you do in life, and they can be deactivated if you choose not to use them. Right? Like the children of Olympians can choose to be like mathematicians and just totally reject all the athletic prowess and go into math. Right?
Correct.
Or they could be swimmers. But it's like part of the environment. Like if you expose yourself to extreme cold, or here's a better way to think about it. The Himalayan mountains, the monks up top have different cardiovascular systems than we do. I wonder why. He would say evolution. I would
Evolution,
say
yeah.
epigenetics. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it seems like they evolved to fit their environment.
Right, but the thing about it is when they have children on the bottom on the floor on the no mountains, they don't have that same cardiovascular system. But when their families move up back to the mountains, then they have that different cardiovascular system. So millions of years, no, more like, epigenetics.
A generation or two.
Right, yeah, that quick.
Well, the evidence that I was gonna mention was there's this thing called endogenous retroviruses, and so basically, at some point, this virus infects, like an egg or a sperm cell or whatever, and that gets like passed down and so it's now you have this like new piece of genetic code, and you can track that through all of your ancestry, and so only your children and children's children, so on, are going to have that particular that virus, because a retrovirus is like DNA that goes into your DNA and it stays there, and then eventually gets deactivated or whatever. So it's not like a virus anymore, but it's still detectable in your DNA.
Can you?
And so you can track. Yeah, you can track the lineage that way. And then, so what we found is that there are a number of these ERVs, endogenous retroviruses, found in humans, chimps, gorillas, bonobos, orangutans, and even farther back, even other animals as well.
AIDS is a retrovirus.
That's true.
AIDS is a virus, huh?
Yeah, it is. Or HIV.
Weird,
it was a
because
syndrome.
I've heard of people who got covered in their mother's blood in a car accident who had AIDS, and then they didn't get AIDS.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Well, it needs to go
Right.
inside your system for you to
Because
actually.
what have we learned about viruses this year,
if it
ladies
just
and
goes
gentlemen?
inside of your, if it
What
just
have we
touches
learned about viruses this year, ladies and gentlemen?
That your body
They don't
produces
cause
them.
disease.
You have to wear a
6
mask.
feet. Yeah. Well, let's avoid that.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Well, if you
Trust,
just
is that
touch
a
someone
study that
else's
you were reading?
blood, if you just touch someone else's blood, unless it goes inside your body system, you probably won't get
He
it.
was in a car wreck. He was bleeding too. He was covered in her blood,
And she had AIDS.
And she had AIDS, and he had her blood on his wounds, and he didn't get AIDS.
Maybe it was God's grace.
He's Jewish. He's atheist.
It's God can still have mercy to people that don't believe.
Okay.
Also, a virus is not guaranteed to infect just because it's you were it came into contact with it.
Weird. So virus is like, I don't like you. I'm just not going to grow here.
So they're selective. Huh.
Well, I mean, it's just like a random luck of the dice sort of thing, probability.
So,
Yeah, it's
I'm
weird because
fairly
I've
certain
seen
AIDS is not a virus.
with the Spanish flu where the person that had the flu would like produce like a great amount of mucus, and several of the doctors experimenting on themselves would just like ingest someone else's mucus, and then one doctor out of like a bunch got sick and nearly died, but the rest of the doctors, nothing happened. Weird.
It's probably because their body was like, they had a worse immune system.
Right, that's what they say, right?
Well, do you not believe that?
Oh, I believe in immune systems, but I'm saying that's the reason they give is because one person has a really good immune system. But this is evidence that goes for the terrain theory, which is a competing theory from the germ theory. So, in other words, if you're an 18-year-old healthy male, you're less likely to be harmed or affected by a virus as opposed to a 67-year-old smoker who's had really bad eating habits and multiple sex partners and things like that. He comes across the same thing and it takes him out.
Well, I don't think that's in contradiction with germ theory, though.
Yeah, it is, because the germ, right, is going to make everyone sick when they come across it.
Well,
because the viral
it
load
makes
is going to
some people.
replicate until it becomes so high that it's going to, bring them down.
Well, germ theory says that it makes them sick depending on how strong their immune system is.
That's not.
That just sounds like a
That's not
cop-out.
entirely true.
That's not a cop-out, dude.
Go ahead and let the lady speak.
Sorry.
Well, just think about what they're saying now. You can have this thing without even showing a symptom. That's germ theory.
Yeah. You can have asymptomatic
And you can
transmission.
transmit it. It's not true.
Well,
asymptomatic AIDS.
Diseases
yeah, you can.
cause symptoms.
Well, not for everyone.
Asymptomatic intelligence.
Maybe I got like asymptomatic yellow jaundice right now. Right? Maybe my liver is really sick, but it's not showing any signs of being sick. Maybe I'm like pre-diabetic, or maybe
you guys.
Hold on, bro. Maybe I'm pre-dead.
Well,
I
you
just
are
don't know it.
technically pre-dead.
Right.
You're pretty dead.
Yeah.
Now
But
you
you
get
guys
it.
realize
Now
that
you get it.
Hank, I'm pretty sure you're asymptomatic dead.
a virus will interact with your body, like depending on how the virus works, you know, it may interact with your body differently. So you could expect that if people have different bodies, they would have different symptoms.
So
Anyway,
I got a quick
it
question.
doesn't. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Hill. Go
Just going to say, it doesn't matter if you look at it from a biblical perspective, right? We weren't designed to let someone jab us in the arm. I mean, what am I talking about? Arm. Usually get jabbed in the face in boxing, right? Or from a evolutionist perspective, we didn't evolve this way to let someone jab you in the arm. I'm sorry, in the nose, right? Because you don't want to get jabbed, especially with Fauci ouchie. I bet that sucker can box.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Anyway, moving on.
So
well, I think from an. Sorry,
ahead.
you go ahead. You are.
No,
you
I wanted to get on AIDS real fast before we leave it entirely because I'm curious. It's AIDS stands for what? AIDS.
Acquired
Autoimmune
immune
deficiencies.
syndrome.
Syndrome,
It's just a set
right.
of symptoms.
Set of symptoms, that's all it is.
It's a set of symptoms that they attributed to this HIV thing.
Well, you guys realize HIV makes it so your immune system doesn't function properly.
That's the story, but if that were true, show me the virus. Show me the virus.
So are you willing to accept a pause load directly into your anal cavity to test this theory?
Nope, but Bayer did sell aspirin in America, got caught because it had the AIDS virus in it. So instead of doing the right thing and trashing it, they exported it to Africa and India. True story. Look it up. Oh, Bayer recently also acquired Monsanto. So business as usual.
What's Monsanto? Is that a...
What's Monsanto?
Chemical
Glyphosate.
manufacturer.
Remember when we used to put glyphosate on the Vietnamese, and they were like, "Damn, we got all this leftover. What are we going to do with it?" Oh, I got an idea. Let's spray it on our food. Agent Orange on our food. Agent Orange.
Oh, okay, yeah. Agent Orange.
Glyphosate, because Monsanto is a weapons company.
Roundup.
Yeah, okay.
Roundup. Yeah, there was two people who recently won a lawsuit, $1 million apiece. They sprayed Roundup all around their house every year, and they proved in a court of law that the glyphosate is carcinogenic.
That's messed up.
I know, because every time you eat G4 corn, that G4 corn is resilient to Roundup. So you can spray as much as you want. And don't worry, the guys who are spraying the stuff on your food, they're wearing full hazmat suits. So your safety's guaranteed.
Yeah, those corporations are evil, I think. Once corporations get past a certain value, they just become evil.
I'm done.
But the epigenetic thing is really interesting because if you think about Europeans, they're not like the people that are in Europe now aren't from Europe. If you look at like the way that migrations happen, like you think of French people from France, right? But they weren't always there. Like there was people there before that have different genetic markers, right?
But they were from like
Different
around.
haplogroups. The people in the UK, right? The so-called British people the Anglo-Saxons, they weren't from that island. There was people there before.
Yeah,
and they got conquered.
They're well, the British that we think of now were originally from Germany
and other places too. But my point is with the epigenetics, like think about the people in Europe now, like the Danes and the Scandinavian people, like the Danish and all those, the Dutch, like their hair is, especially the Swedish, their hair is almost like white, like a polar bear, and their skin is like really white so they can absorb as much vitamin D as possible. And then you think about like a sub-Saharan African trying to live there, they have to supplement with vitamin D, right? And eventually they get a little lighter, but if there's no interbreeding, then they have to take like lots and lots of vitamin D. And then if a white person goes to like the equator, they have to what are they
wear sunscreen.
chloroquine for malaria.
Oh yeah.
What is it? A proxychloroquine or something like that?
Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted 2 things in the text, especially the second one. That's like a nice summary about the whole AIDS thing. If you're interested.
Thank you.
Well, I do think it's possible that AIDS could be created by a government, but I still at the same time believe that AIDS is a real virus.
It's called a syndrome for a reason.
Well, haven't they isolated the virus? Like, I don't know why you guys
That'd be
don't
cool.
believe
Show me a
this.
picture then. If
No
they've done
virus
that,
has been.
Which one?
Yeah.
Okay, I can find a picture probably.
no, you can find a CGI rendering of what it would look like, but that's it.
Cartoons. I love cartoons.
Germ theory. I wonder why it's a theory.
You don't believe in germs?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of silly just to not
Bacteria. I believe in fungus. I believe in. Well, I do believe there are viruses, but they can't isolate any in humans, right? Or mammals.
And why can't we isolate them? I don't. Okay, I found a picture of HIV. Do you guys want me to
Put it in a jar and paint it yellow so we can study it.
Do you believe that electron microscopy is fake?
Yeah, like I don't get it.
Look, it's a theory, guys. You know what a theory is, right? So they say that, you've heard people say that science is never settled, right? They're quoting a famous scientist who was talking about theories, right? Because if you're talking about something that's theoretical, okay, it went through the scientific method, right? So it's a pretty good theory. But if it didn't go through the scientific method, then it's open for change. Like at any time, science is open to be revisited and re-questioned and re-examined and retested and redone, because that's why science is not religion, right? With a religion, it's final. Jesus died for your sins, game over. Like you can't change none of that. You can't say, oh, he didn't die for your sins, he had children. No, that's not how it works, right? With science, everything is constantly changing as new information comes in. So if you got like a theory and it's not a scientific theory, even more sus for investigation. So what was the scientific experiment that solidified and validated germ theory? Go ahead. I'll wait.
Oh yeah, wasn't it like some dude like boiled a jar full of something and then or something like that?
Scan the paper more. That's not what happened.
He didn't ask that either.
Gonna need
what happened.
He asked for the experiment.
So when you apply heat, there's no bacteria present. When
Bacteria is not a virus.
bacteria is not a virus, yes, but it's a germ.
Right, we don't dispute bacteria. Right, we know that you can get bacterial infections.
So why do you guys dispute viruses but not bacteria?
Because bacteria we can see.
Yeah, we
But
can
you can
validate it.
see viruses as well.
No, you cannot.
And you can't
You can.
prove transmission either.
You can prove both of those.
Well, then we're
you
still
can't-
waiting on it.
you
You
can't.
should easily be able to show us some real fucking images. You know how I'm not an expert, but I have looked into it enough to know that you're putting your faith in interpretation when you start looking at viruses.
Do you believe that the flu is caused by a bacteria then, or what?
Why don't you stop asking us what we believe and just show us the study or show us the experiment? How about that?
Well, we know that the flu is contagious, right? I mean, you don't
Okay,
know that.
okay.
We know that people get sick.
But you just don't have any hypothesis as to why they get sick? I mean...
Was I
Who's
tasked
asking
to
that?
come up with
Was
the
that
reason
Sasha?
why people get sick? I'm sorry, I missed.
It just seems kind of strange, like, for you guys to deny germ theory and not have, like, a counter argument.
So wait, so you think there's no other reason why people are getting sick?
Yeah, there's nothing. There's
Could they
no
have
other
abused their body with
possibility.
chemicals and then the body is trying to detox those chemicals? Could that be a theory as well?
That could be a theory, except for the fact that if you're around... No, let me finish. If you're around sick people, then you also get sick, which would suggest that you're transmitting a virus.
Is that 100%? Is that 100% of the time?
No, but there's a very strong correlation.
So tell me then.
So could it
tell me why people at chickenpox parties, why are the ones that don't get sick? Why are they not getting sick then?
Because they have the antibodies and they're immune to the virus.
What? But they should have had the antibodies before, right? They should have had the virus before to get those antibodies, right?
Correct.
Right.
never
So
got
why are they
sick.
at a chickenpox party then?
I've never heard of a chickenpox party. I don't know what
Okay,
that
then.
is.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you then.
Are you gonna
Well,
explain
you might
it,
be
or
a
are you
new
just gonna move
generation.
past it?
It's when mothers get their children together who are sick, so they can all get sick at once and get it over with, because they want their child to have the chicken pox at a young age versus an old age, because there's more complications the older you get.
Okay. All right. And so you're asking why is it that people don't get sick?
Yeah, the kids that haven't had it before. Why is it not
okay, so
transmitted to them?
since
When it's
chickenpox is
highly
more...
contagious, apparently.
Yes, it is highly contagious. Since chickenpox is more, what's the word? Intense, I guess, as you get older, you can assume that if you're really young, the virus will have very small effects on them.
That that doesn't tell me why it's not being transmitted. But
Right.
good try.
Well, it could
having
be
small
transmitted.
effects-
They could just be asymptomatic. You understand that?
No, that doesn't work that way.
It does work that way.
Measles.
So how do you So what about false positives then? What are we meant to do about those?
How do you know that the children are all coming into contact with some environmental factor that's transmitted?
What about all these like microscope photos? Are these just all fake and those are not germs, or what do you guys
Yeah,
have
and
to
those
say
aren't
about that?
photos; those are data interpretation.
No, it's not. It's literally a photograph of a microscope, dude.
Of a microscope. What kind of microscope? Optical?
Electron microscope.
Oh.
Yep. Have you ever used one of those?
Yeah. What size lenses does that use?
I don't know what you mean by size lens. I know that they are very powerful and you can zoom in on microscopic things.
Okay, so the problem you're going to have here is you're not dealing with a photograph, because a photograph comes from capturing light, right?
Yes, dude, it's the light that comes out of a microscope.
The microscope doesn't produce the light, number one. Number two,
It amplifies the light. It zooms in.
Let him finish.
Oh my
so
god.
you're dealing with the same thing you are when you're dealing with satellites here. You're dealing with interpreting data, not flashing an image onto a medium for you to see later.
It's not data though, dude. It's light. Like, it's literally light.
So what are the light receptors then?
I don't know
that it's
what you
using
mean
to
by
measure.
light receptors. It's a photograph, so the camera.
So there's a film then that it has been that light has been captured on, right? There's a physical
Depending on the camera, I mean, most cameras are
physical
digital.
medium a physical medium that the image has been imprinted on, not
Most
digital
cameras are
ones and
digital
zeros,
nowadays.
not digital ones and zeros that then the machine interprets for you. That's the difference. And if you can't see why that's a problem, then I can't help you.
Well, if it seems like you just have a problem with photographs in general, then, because that would apply to every single photograph in existence.
You're calling a banana an apple. I get that they're both fruit, but a banana is still not an apple, dude.
Well, you have a problem with the ones and zeros that the case is, but it would produce that for every photo that's taken digitally. So it seems like you just don't trust cameras rather than the microscope.
If I don't know, maybe I'm being the dumb one now. It's late.
Well, I saw a live video on Twitch of a woman who's like, like a PhD student or whatever, and she was like using an electron microscope live in front of me, to a number of viewers or whatever. But so I trust the tool. I think it works.
It's producing
Let me
an
ask you a
image,
question.
right?
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm really too tired. Please.
Okay, if you insist. So these electron microscopes, they've been around for a while, right?
Yes, sir.
Since the 80s, at least.
I believe so, sir.
Okay, so can they see the atom, like the building block of everything?
No, sir. No, sir. The wavelength of the atom is too small to be picked up by visible light.
Okay. So the model of the atom has changed. When I was a kid, I made a model of a solar system and the model of an atom, and they were almost identical.
Okay.
Nowadays, the model of the atom has changed, and it's we've come to understand. There's this thing, I can't remember what it's called. My son's always telling me about it. He's obsessed with it, actually, about the subatomic particles being in two places at once and being standing still and moving at the same time. You guys know what I'm talking about? What's that called?
I think you're talking about quantum superposition.
That's right. He's always talking about that. Right. So now they kind of, take the nucleus and they draw like fields around it. And this is supposed to represent the electrons, neutrons, and protons, and in their superpositioned state. Now, the interesting thing about that is, like, the science changes because we know more now, right? But if we can't see down to that level, how do we know that they got this superposition thing going on? And I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. It's just like, right? How do you know that your mother is your birth mother?
Well,
Right?
I mean, have you ever heard of the double?
Hold on, bro. You know that she raised you, she nurtured you, she cleaned your wounds, but how do you know you popped out of her? You don't know that for sure, right? You just
Well, I
believe
mean,
it.
there's literally an experiment that proved this. It's called the double slit experiment.
And this has to do
Your
with
mother? What?
this has to do with he went back to superpositioning.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was talking about somebody's mother having double slits.
No.
No, your mom's only got one slit.
Well, there's one in the back
I'm
too.
sorry. It's late. I'm sorry. That kind of fell out of my mouth before I realized I dropped it. I apologize.
It's called the shocker.
Okay, so I still don't understand your question. Because we have proved quantum superposition even though we can't like physically see it.
How do we know?
Well, when you observe it, it creates I mean,
How did you observe it without seeing?
take a photograph. So there's a
Think about what
difference
you just
between.
said. Think about what you just said.
Do you guys want me to link the double slit experiment because it's pretty advanced, so it's kind of hard for me to just explain it off the top of my head.
The double split experiment is very advanced.
Yeah, I mean quantum mechanics is usually pretty advanced.
Hi,
topic.
Sasha. Just a quick question. Have you got a video of the double split experiment which you've watched and understood and can sort of like explain it while we watch it? Because I'd really like to I've had a lot of people say, "Oh, this quantum, this double slit experiment." I've never actually seen a video which clearly explains it and actually shows the experiment in
I can explain it, but I can't show it to you.
Yeah, I actually want to see it.
Okay.
I mean, have you ever seen a video showing the double slit experiment?
It's always like some sort of 3D model where they're explaining what's happening.
Yeah, that's the point. Has anyone actually seen one?
Nope.
I'll just leave that with you.
But you can do it. You can do it for like $500, they say.
Yeah, they say.
Well, I mean, I just find it really hard to believe that every scientist is just lying about the double slit experiment. Like these are extensive.
That's a nice straw man. Put your matches away though, because that's not our claim.
No, well, he's claiming that you've never seen it, therefore you can't verify it. Yet these experiments have been extensively peer reviewed.
I claimed that, did I?
Okay, what's your claim? Maybe I misunderstood you.
No. My claim is I would like to see it. It's not a claim, it's a question.
Okay, well, I would consult Google.
That's a fair question.
Have you ever seen it? I've asked if anyone's ever seen it. I just never met anybody who'd ever seen it.
That's a fair question, honestly, because if you go to a mechanic and he tells you, right, that light is behaving, your car is behaving in a peculiar way, show me. Right, let me see it. What are you talking about? That's a fair question.
Well, I asked the other mechanics and they agree, so.
Well, the experiment was done in 1927, so, I mean.
So it hasn't been done since then. Nobody's done it since
repeatable, right?
1927.
No, it's been extensively peer reviewed, dude.
Peer reviewed, but has it been repeated?
Yep, that's kind of what it's meant by peer reviewed.
Awesome. So
where are they then?
Probably at universities and other research facilities.
You don't think that they would probably make a record of this somehow?
I mean, I'm sure there's a record somewhere.
To show us?
Here, let me try to find some videos for you guys. Just give me 1 sec. So here's I could show you guys the image from the experiment if you would like that.
Cool.
Okay. So here's the image from the double slit experiment.
But is that the one at a time, or is that just the interference pattern?
That looks like my radiator. Did you take a picture of my radiator?
That's a red herring fallacy.
I think that was a joke. Fucking idiot.
I mean, showing an interference pattern isn't like special. It has to be when they only shoot one photon at a time or one electron or whatever it is.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with the number of photons. It has to do with whether it's being observed or not, because that's kind of how superposition works.
So you understand? So how did they come across this?
I don't think that's superposition. That's light particle duality. This isn't superpositioning. I think you might be confused. I was wondering how you got superpositioning from this.
No, I'm pretty sure that's correct.
I could be wrong.
I think he's talking about if you start doing the observed versus unobserved portion of this test.
Yeah, because when it's when you're not observing something, it's in a probability wave, and then when you observe it, it collapses into like just one place. Where when it's unobserved, it's in probability.
You don't actually have to observe it. You could have, a camera and a computer record it, and it's still going to do the same thing whether you observe it or not. So if you do the experiment and then 20 years later you go back and actually check the computer and see what it recorded, it's the knower of the witch path information. So as long as you have a knower, so as long as it's seen by camera and recorded, it collapses the wave function. But if you don't try to figure out which slit it went through, then it doesn't. So my question to you and anyone else who's, kind of in the atheist worldview would be, how
I'm not
does
an
the light...
atheist.
Okay, I stand corrected. How does the light know that there's a knower of the witch path information?
I don't think the light knows. I think it has to do with the observer's consciousness rather than the light itself.
That's a cool theory.
It's not about consciousness. What it's about is that when you because they're not just looking with their eyeballs or even a camera, they're using some kind of scientific instrument, and what it's doing is, when it's observing, which slit did it go through, it's interacting with that particle and which changes its trajectory. It's not doing what it was doing before.
How do you know it changes if it hasn't happened yet?
Well, I'm saying, if I catch a tennis ball that you threw, and then it's like, whoa, how did it know that you caught the tennis ball? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're fucking with the thing that, like, if you observe it with this scientific instrument, you're fucking
So
with
I might be wrong, but this is what they're doing, right? They're firing a proton, right? Out towards two possible paths. And this is my problem with it. It doesn't always choose a path. Sometimes it doesn't choose a slit. It just whacks that barrier. Why is that?
Right. So they're shooting them randomly, and sometimes they go through one, sometimes they go through the other, sometimes they go through neither. That's true.
But if it's right, I get that. But if you're trying to induce that my observation is affecting it somehow, then how do you test the null?
Well, because when something's so small like that, the only way to know where it's at is to interact with it such that you prevent it from doing what it was going to do before. Like, you know what I mean? It's like catching a tennis ball. It's like what happens after you catch the tennis ball is irrelevant because you already interfered with it to the point, because the only way to observe something so small is to interfere with it to the point where it's not going to do what it was already intending to do.
So how do you know what it's going to do if you're not observing it?
Well, because if you don't observe it with the scientific instrumentation, then you're not interfering with it, and if you're not interfering with it, then it will hit the, like, let's say, whatever substance is detecting that where it eventually hit.
I think there's something that can notice when an electron hits it. They claim that's the point. Some sort of I don't know if it's a chemical or
photosensitive medium, right? Yeah, something like that.
I think that's what it is. I think that's the claim, but I'm not completely sure.
All right, so you fire your light particle, and it's going in a random direction, depending on what now? The observer?
Well, no. So literally, just think of it like this, right? Like, you throw a ball at the wall, and then
at the wall. I'm not throwing the ball at the wall though. I'm throwing the ball at a slit, right?
Right. Let's say there's two slits, and you're throwing
there's two slits.
You're throwing a tennis ball.
Where am I throwing the ball?
What?
Where am I throwing the ball? Am I throwing it at the slit on the left?
It's not like balls, on the right? It's like BBs, right? So think about it like you got a shotgun, and you got a slit, and you fire at the slit, and they go through, right? And then say you got like two slits, right? And then they go through. It's going to create like an interference pattern.
Yeah.
Right? On the photographic paper or whatever. Right? So these are Newtonian particles, right? But the problem is that when you try to look and see which slit the particles went through, it collapses the wave function, and then there's no more interference pattern. But the BBs are still BBs. They're never waves. They're just acting like waves.
So ultimately, observation eliminates the interference.
Well, but it's not observation and like my eyeballs observing something. It's because it's so small that the only way to observe it is to irreparably.
Anybody makes an accurate record of what it's doing before it does it, or attempts to.
Well, okay,
in
this
any
is
way,
how it
shape, or
works.
form.
So there's two slits, and then there's detectors on the back. So if you observe which slit the particle goes through, it collapses, and because you observe it going through one single slit. But if you don't, then it creates an interference pattern.
Well, how do you know that
And
the
acts
light's
like a
traveling
wave.
in a straight line through that hole?
Well, if it wasn't traveling through the hole, it wouldn't be detected on the other side.
No. Traveling in a straight line. I didn't say it didn't travel through the hole. I just not in a straight line. So, like, why does the particle go through one? It wouldn't leave an interference pattern if the path of the particles going through the hole isn't consistent. You have to have a consistent pathway for these things to be interfering with each other.
By the way, this is the experiment that debunked Newtonian gravity.
Doesn't it make more sense that the light's just not traveling in a straight line than trying to come up with all this observation versus superposition versus all that?
Well, how would you explain the different patterns depending on if you observe it or not? That's what I don't understand.
The different patterns, just because light is not moving consistently.
But it only acts a certain way depending on if you observe it or not. So you could conclude that, okay, it depends on if you observe it going through the slit or not.
Well, that would be if what you said was observable every time, but it's not, right? Because we fire things and sometimes nothing happens, sometimes nothing happens, sometimes nothing. Oh, there's one through, there's one through, there's one through.
Well, if it doesn't go through the slit, obviously nothing's going to happen.
Right, and over time is where the interference pattern, right, with the observations. You can't do this with one particle, right?
Yes, but
or one way, I guess one blast of shotgun BBs, if that's the analogy. One gets shot through, and the ones that pass through. You need a second blast, right, to see if it interferes with the first, right? So this is done over time with multiple particles or packets or whatever you want to call them of light flying at this thing. Who's to say those light things aren't spiraling like a corkscrew, like they say the planets move? And it's just randomly, whether or not it's in whatever part of its orbit when it hits that screen, if it goes through the hole or hits the edge. And then once it passes through, it continues on its corkscrew pattern and randomly lands on the detector in a different position. You don't know because we don't see it.
I mean, you never know for sure, but after a certain point, you could assume that, okay, this has a 100% correlation. Maybe it's not a correlation. Maybe this is actually a causation.
Oh, so there's 100% correlation. I missed that part because there isn't.
There just is, though. Like, if you observe it, you'll get one pattern. If you don't, you'll get the other pattern. I don't see what your problem is with the experiment.
My problem is that just because you are seeing that does not mean there are other explanations other than superposition that could explain this. Because everything is based at that level on supposition. We don't know anything for sure. Well, it's a guess plus a variable plus variable plus variable equals superposition.
But there's no variables. Like, this is an experiment.
So, okay, so no variables at all. All right, so we know for sure that light is a what? A wave, a particle, a packet?
It's both.
All three? It's both. We know this how? What's the experiment?
Actually, nobody really knows what the hell it is.
Exactly.
Okay, well, we hypothesize that it's a wave and a particle.
Well, that's a great story, brah. But again, waves.
Okay, but even if light is regardless of if light is a particle or a wave or whatever you want to think it is, the double slit experiment would still stand regardless of what the nature of light is.
I just explained if the nature of light is to randomly travel around, it doesn't matter what slit you observe it going through, it's going to be, its pattern is not going to adhere to your, the structure of the
So
experiment.
you think it's just a coincidence that when you observe it, it creates one pattern, and when you don't observe it, it creates the other thing?
If you could predict which hole
You
it's
can't
going through,
predict.
you can predict. You can predict which hole the packet's going to travel through and then where it's going to land.
I thought you were talking about if you could predict the pattern.
No. But how it's formed is important. It doesn't just get there, it forms over time.
You can also do this on molecules too, if you guys were curious. Like, it's not just light. Like, it's not just photons. You can do this on large molecules with like 25,000 atomic mass, which is like 25,000 hydrogens, which is quite a lot.
Well, that's not a the 25,000 molecules is what you're
25,000
firing?
atomic mass units.
Atomic mass units. So that would be a specific. Wait, what's 25,000? All right, what is that in argon? I mean, not gas, gold.
What's gold's atomic mass? Let me look at it.
79.
Okay, so 25,000.
So you can do it with 79 atoms of gold, huh?
25,000 divided by 79. That would be 316 atoms of gold, approximately.
Okay. So you're going to fire those atoms of gold, I assume.
Well, I don't know if it works with
It
gold.
has to be like, oh.
I'm not sure. It just says 2,000 atoms. It says the double slit experiment has been performed with molecules that each comprised of 2,000 atoms, whose total mass was 25,000 atomic mass units. So these are pretty big molecules. Like, it's not just something that only applies to
molecules
particles.
behave different than atoms, don't they? Don't molecules adhere to the property of the element that they are?
Right, but the double slit property still applies, is what I'm saying.
So,
what I'm saying is it has nothing to do with the light, is my point.
right, and what I'm saying is, so you can make gold disappear and reappear in another spot, like superposition?
That's not what superposition is. I think you're thinking
The gold exists in two places at once, is what I'm asking you, before you observe it. So yeah, I do.
No.
The gold exists in two places at once, those 7 or whatever number of atoms, until it's observed. That's what you're telling us.
Well, I don't know if it applies to gold, and I don't think the thing that it exists in two places
lead,
at once
or
is
nickel,
the proper
or
interpretation.
iron, or
like the interpretation that exists in two places at once isn't really that's not really the interpretation of the double slit experiment.
Okay,
Basically, what they're claiming happens with the superposition and the slits and all that, they're basically claiming that until you've turned on the observation machine, this whatever you're sending through it is going to basically be a wave, and then as soon as you turn on the machine, it turns into a particle.
Okay, so a wave. So there's a whole bunch of. So I don't understand how 79 How can gold be a wave? A wave is the motion of a medium. The particles of the medium bumping into each other. That's a wave.
No, it's not like the molecule itself is a wave. It's like when you shoot a bunch of atoms through the slits, it behaves as a wave collectively. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't, because a wave is motion of a medium, right? Unless it's energy, which we're talking about molecules. It's not energy. Can't have like radio waves out of mass. It doesn't work.
It's not like a physical wave. It's like, did you see the picture that I sent earlier? Like,
Yeah, I saw the picture. Yeah.
yeah, like you see how like
I'm just having a hard time. Now the energy, it was a befuddled, thing in my mind. But now I'm trying to imagine matter doing this. That's rough.
right. So it's like a collective wave between all the molecules, how they behave, kind of like a wave, because you don't know which one they went through, so it could be through any of them. It's pretty complex, so I mean,
Sounds it.
it's kind of hard to explain.
Almost impossible, even.
I mean, I'm not really a physics student, so it's not really my area of expertise, but
yeah.
I mean,
So I could be wrong, but what I think the medium is for these waves is the Higgs field.
Higgs field.
Can you
huh?
define field, please?
Yeah.
It's kind of like an ocean of tiny little things or something.
So this Higgs field, where is this located at? Everywhere?
Everywhere.
And that's what we discovered with the Large Hadron Collider?
Yes.
I put a video in the chat that explains it pretty well, like pretty simply.
So let me get this straight. They built like this huge, like, electromagnet that's like 14 miles long, and they're smashing particles into each other. And there's like matter and antimatter, and they discovered that the antimatter decays a lot faster than the matter, which would explain why the Big Bang universe, still exists, because all the antimatter is more volatile and exploded and went away faster, and what's left is the matter, right? And it's like this seems all very theoretical.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty wild, isn't it?
But they recreated, this, like, it's like these conditions where it's super cooled and filled with electromagnetic, I guess, radiation, right? And then they're smashing the light into each other like a car crash. And then they're examining what happens when these photons crash into each other. Is that right?
Exactly.
So what does this prove? The Higgs boson theory was correct?
Supposedly.
And how do you and I validate this?
We build our own Large Hadron Collider that's 14 miles long.
Like Iron Man, right? That's how he invented I guess, synthetically made the new element with his mini hadron collider.
That's a good point, though. If something is so difficult to prove, that it requires, billions of dollars and, tons of people and all this equipment. Can we really accept that?
Right.
Because assuming that they're not lying, right? Then it could be true information, but how would you ever know that they're not lying?
Right, they would have to like invite us in. And then what we're seeing is still going to be like data on a screen that they could have implanted like some sort of simulation. Because when NASA does their little stuff, right, they simulate the fuck out of it and practice and practice and practice and practice. And then when they actually launch, they can't tell the difference between a simulation and launch day because they practiced what they're going to perform. And then when they perform it, it's exactly like they practiced. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they did a similar thing in the military where they would practice shooting their enemies, and then when they actually like started shooting their enemies, they couldn't even tell it was real.
Yeah, they did a similar thing where they like wait, no, that was a movie, never mind.
Yeah. I'm talking about like the AC-130 shooters, like from the planes or the drones. Stuff like that.
I was thinking of Ready Player One.
I love that movie. I'm not really a big Hollywood movie fan, but I could watch that one over and over and over again because it's like, yeah, fuck that guy.
Do you think when they mapped out all the CGI for that, virtual world, they took into account the curvature?
A lot of new video games are kind of like, like curved Earth model video games. I've noticed a lot of new ones that are coming out ever since like 2015. Because we used to say like Mark Sargent, he's like allegedly some sort of video game programmer, but he always said, well, thinking about it from a video game perspective, Earth could be flat. It's like instead of the wall that's like you can't go any further in this direction, it's like Antarctica where it's like you're running out of food and you are not even halfway point yet, so you better turn around. You're gonna die. Yeah, it's like a desert, right? You wouldn't think about it, but Antarctica's like a desert. But
Yeah, you could
I
not
have this
survive there.
I have this theory about Antarctica. I think it's a lot like Iceland. So back in the day, the Norse discovered Iceland, and it's actually green, right? People live there. And when they went back to Europe, they were like, "Hey, where you been?" Like, "Oh, we discovered Iceland." And we've been living there. And they're like, Iceland, like, yeah, like tundra, like you wouldn't want to go, right? So they're saying, don't invade us, right? Don't come here.
There's nothing
Like,
here. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
yeah. So Antarctica is the same way. I think that if there's not already geothermal vents and activity down there, that they could irrigate and create like a little biodome, not necessarily with a dome, but a little place that they could, create like a little ecosystem, right? This would be really easy to do. Imagine trying to terraform Mars. Not happening. Terraform Antarctica, we can do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. If there's something
right
like a
there.
thermal vent, it's easy. Yeah, because you got
Yeah.
power, you got heat. It's perfect.
Yep.
But
You got
you'd never
oxygen.
hear about it. So the only people allowed to go there are presidents when they're supposed to be being sworn in or whatever that was. Like, how do all these
Yeah, that was
presidents
weird,
end up
wasn't
in
it?
Antarctica?
Yeah, like what are you guys doing down there? Oh, look at all the snow. It's great. Okay, let's go home.
Don't you have a country to run right now? What the fuck are you doing on vacation? Excuse my
Like,
French,
oh,
but that's
look at the
yeah.
penguins. Look at the penguins.
Well, we all know at this point that the presidents don't actually run the show anymore.
Oh yeah.
Our country was overthrown in 1963. And your face.
Well,
You
as
try
soon
to
as they
take
started changing the Federal Reserve laws in like the early 1900s, it was over since then.
Yeah, but what happened was really, you know, for everyone to see what happens when you go against the banksters, you get your head blown off, right? And then the guy who allegedly did it never stood trial. So every person that's ever told you that John F. Kennedy was killed by Lee Harvey Oswald is a fucking liar, right? Because in the United States, you're innocent until proven guilty, right? So Lee Harvey Oswald never stood trial because he was killed by who?
Jack Ruby.
That's the second lie, lie by omission. So when you go to court, you swear to tell the truth because you can tell a lie, the whole truth because you can tell the partial truth, which is a lie, lie by omission technically, and then nothing but the truth. So you can't add anything to it, right? So there's three ways to lie. So a lie by omission is Jack Ruby. That wasn't his name. His name was Jack Rubenstein.
Okay, but
all the
in
media.
order to be an actual lie, don't I have to have knowledge of the truth?
Yeah, I'm not blaming you, bro. I'm talking about the
Okay, I
media.
appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so the actual media is the one who lied and said Jack Rubenstein, or said Jack Ruby, when his name was Jack Rubenstein, and maybe they were trying to hide his ethnicity or religion. I couldn't tell you, but they were trying to hide something. Like maybe he was part of some kind of cabal or something. I don't know how plainer I can make it without talking about his hat collection.
A lot of less than 10 galloners.
Well,
And
we've
if
got
you're
a
odd,
zealot in VC check-in if you guys want him. It's like just we're talking to him right now, but
Bring it.
I don't know. Dean's want him.
a zealot, huh?
Oh, we want him. We always need more Globers.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can't get him down here.
So this Jewish guy shot Lee Harvey Oswald, who didn't shoot.
Nobody said he was Jewish.
Well,
his name ends in Stein, so.
Yeah, well, let's not jump to conclusions,
So
people.
this German guy, okay. So this German guy shot Lee
Well,
Harvey
it's
Oswald in the
interesting how you
basement.
can assume, you're allowed to assume that he's German, but if you assume that he's Jewish, it creates problems.
Yeah, it's strange like that.
Yeah, because you're not allowed to talk about the people who rule over you, right? If you want to know who's in charge, who are you not allowed to talk about? I think is the famous quote.
So this.
Yeah, it's who you're not allowed to criticize, but yeah, you had that.
Voltaire, yeah, that's right.
This pre-messianic Christian Polak shot Oswald.
Yeah. In the basement of the jail, I think, or the city hall, or the
I think it was the
station.
carport. I think it was the carport for the lockup, not even the prison, like the holdover cell.
Right, it's on video. You can watch the video of him getting shot. But the most important thing about those videos is, you guys probably don't believe me, but I can kind of tell when people are lying. And when I watch those videos, they were like, "What'd you get arrested for?" He was like, "I don't know. I don't know why I'm here. They said I killed a cop." And they were like, "What happened to your eye?" He was like, "They hit me." And I'm like watching this shit like, this dude doesn't know what he got arrested for? Like he thinks that he said that they killed he said that they said he killed a cop. Like, dude, you just got arrested for killing the president. How the fuck do you not know that?
Well, dude, it was
Right?
probably all a psyop. They probably lied to him just to confuse him.
Yeah, he was a scapegoat. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he could have thought he was getting led to his escape vehicle right then and there. Like they could have told him they were going to put him on a plane with a bunch of money. Off he goes. He wouldn't.
Imagine if you actually did kill the president and that was your plan because you're like some kind of Russian spy. You'd pop your collar and be like, "I fucking took out the president, yo." You know what I mean? You'd be like, I did it. You'd pop your collar. And, you know what I mean? You'd be like, you'd show a little swagger. Right?
Who,
That dude had what?
You're saying Oswald shot a cop?
Okay, so what they said is that Oswald killed Kennedy and then killed a cop, and then they found him in a movie theater. I think the psyop, and this is just wild speculation. I think the Secret Service or the CIA, probably the CIA, killed a cop and put a warrant out for this Oswald guy, right? And then planted everything because the rifle wasn't even sighted in. So whether or not he could make the shot or not is irrelevant. The rifle wasn't sighted in. And if you've ever had a scoped rifle that wasn't sighted in, you know that you can't use it to shoot a moving target. Because the bullet's going to land not where it's supposed to.
Yeah, not to
But yeah.
mention that the feat that they attribute to him is nigh impossible. And,
Yeah, it's pretty close to impossible. But here's the
and
thing:
should have been
everything's cause and
prevented.
effect. You're right. You're going right where I was going. Everything is cause and effect, right? So who killed Kennedy? The guy who pulled the trigger, or the guy who put him in a convertible? Think about it.
The only time president was ever in public in a convertible.
In America, yeah. But that dictator,
Yeah.
that vicious, ferocious dictator from Libya, yeah, that evil dictator. I seen videos of him riding through the city streets, his torso hanging out of a sunroof, and he's like, "What's up, motherfuckers?" Like waving to his people, like the people easily could have taken him out.
No, those people hated him. They were terrified.
Yeah, they were obviously, and he was terrified of those people too. You could tell.
Yes,
All of
he
his
feared
vital
them so
organs were
poorly.
hanging out of the car. Yeah, at least you get it.
Wasn't there someone on the grassy knoll?
That's what they say. That shots came from the grassy knoll. But what you can't do is look at the Zapruder film because the Zapruder film came out in like 1969 or 68. So they had like at least 5 years to like Mary Poppins the shit out of that thing.
You can find an interview with the guy who developed the Zapruder tape, and oh my fucking god, the story he tells. If you don't think something's up after that, it's insane.
Right, right.
What's in the Zapruder film?
The Zapruder film allegedly shows him getting his head blown off, but the bullet came from the wrong direction. And you see Jackie climb to the back of the car, and she grabs a piece of his brain. Depending on how you look at it, other people see that there was a fake Hollywood style production and Kennedy wasn't killed, but they had like a pull cord and Jackie like helped him pull the cord, which made it look like he got shot. So think about it like like they did a movie in front of everybody's eyes. But the person who told me that theory, he's kind of out there, so I don't know about that.
Well, I think he definitely got shot because he wanted to shut down the CIA, so the CIA had to shut him down first.
Right, and George Bush was there the day he got killed, even though he said, senior, that is, he said he was in Tyler, Texas at the time, which, if the president's in Dallas, why would you be in Tyler? But there was actually pictures of George Bush being there in Dallas that day.
Yeah. There's two George Bushes in the CIA working at the same time within a couple hundred miles of each other. That's what really happened. It's all confusion.
Yeah, and that Hindu guy came in here earlier like, I can see no motive for the government to lie. It's like, what? What?
Yeah,
You people
well,
are supposed to be like a standard deviation smarter than us, and your country, your government sold you out to Great Britain,
yeah,
and
that
you
was
see
about
no
2
reason.
generations ago.
You see no reason why.
Yeah, if the Zapruder film is to be taken at its face, it shows.
There's a difference between lying about conspiracy theories such as like assassinations and 9/11 versus lying about the shape of the Earth. Sorry, what?
Well, D, you were saying something?
I was trying to say that if the Zapruder film was supposed to be taken on its face, right, and you look at the blood spatter from the photographs of the limousine after the shooting, it indicates that the person who delivered the fatal shot was Jackie herself.
Yeah, that's one of the theories. Yep.
The interview I'm talking about the guy who was the one that developed it for the Secret Service, his recollection was that when they showed it on TV finally, that he was in shock because it was nothing like what it was that he developed. So I would suggest go
Right.
looking at it if you really want to see what it is.
Yeah, like I said, they had at least 5 or 6 years to Mary Poppins the shit out of it. So
Yeah.
here's the thing. I don't know if a lot of people understand this, but there's this thing called jurisdiction, right? So the president, right, when he was in the car alive, right, he was under like federal jurisdiction, right, because he's the president. But once that man perished, he was no longer the president. He was another body in Dallas County. Does everyone agree?
Depends on when he was pronounced dead, I guess. Was he still in the county when they pronounced him dead?
Right, he was in the county, in the hospital.
Okay, then yeah.
Right, so when they stole his body from Dallas County, they basically had to threaten everybody there, like, look, we're taking the body. And they were like, no, that body stays here. Like, you can't just, go to a county and steal a body without an autopsy. So I think they stopped the autopsy from happening. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, of course they did, dude. Of course they did. And I just wanted to say, half those conspiracy theories that you say are misinformation. Like the thing about his wife killing him, dude, that's absurd. That's just misinformation to try and make it so
That's what I
people don't
thought
understand
too.
what's actually happening.
But What World D says that when you look at the blood splatter, which is, it's a legitimate science, right? The blood splatter experts, like, when I say science, I'm using the term loosely. Yeah, I mean, what if she was his handler? I mean, she was, I guess she did have small hats too, right? Do women have small hats? Especially back in those days, right? Women wore hats.
Oh yeah, Jackie definitely wore a lot of really tiny hats.
For sure. And they say that
After
he
that,
was
she
gay.
married. After that, she married Onassis, and who knows why she may have done it? Like whether it was like MK Ultra, or they threatened her children, or she was mad because he was philandering with Marilyn Monroe or whoever else.
And his best mate.
That's just what the evidence shows. If you take the Zapruder film on its face and you look at the blood spatter and you look at her actions on that day, and then the 3 months afterwards, it's quite compelling. I'm not saying it's definitive. I'm just saying it's logically sound.
So this is like the first of the modern conspiracy theories, right? All the conspiracy theories before this were like Pearl Harbor or the Titanic leading directly to the Federal Reserve of 1913 getting passed because the people that were voting against it died on the Titanic. Like this is one that we're like it's the closest one to us, or besides 9/11. So this one woke up a lot of people. Like when Kennedy got killed, broad daylight, downtown Dallas, like a lot of Texans were like, what the actual fuck just happened? Like, because, some people were very Republican and didn't like Kennedy, but, it's kind of like if, what's his name? Who's the president now? Creepy Joe Biden. Yeah, if Biden got killed in Dallas now, God forbid, it would be the worst fucking thing
Oh,
ever.
heaven forbid.
Yeah, it would be terrible. God forbid he never rides in a convertible. But think about how bad it would be. Like it would be so fucking bad. And I remember giving rides to people Uber in Dallas, and they'd be like Asian, and they'd be like, "We want to see the museum, John F. Kennedy," and I had to like tell them like, "Hey, us people from Texas, like, we didn't hate him. We just, we're Republican. Like, we didn't want him dead, you know." They
Didn't
were like,
Jackie?
"Oh, go ahead."
Didn't Jackie after that go and like live on a boat or something?
I don't know.
What's the best documentary about this whole assassination JFK thing?
The one that tells you that the leader of the I can't remember what they called it, the investigation. The one that tells you that the leader of the investigation is probably the one who killed him.
The Warren Commission.
Yeah, the head of the Warren Commission, whatever that guy's name is, the documentary that tells you that he's the one that probably did it, that's probably the one.
Which one's that?
I don't know, I can't remember, but it was a very good case. And if you think about it, the leader of the official 9/11 Commission report was Henry Kissinger. And then later on, like halfway through, he stepped down and someone else took his place. But if you know anything about Henry Kissinger and the war crimes, going all the way back
Stand-up
to
guy.
Vietnam, yeah, he's a real stand-up guy, and he hates the Texas cowboy hats. He hates big hats.
Yeah, I think he and Jackie shared a love of hats. I think.
Yeah, I think so. Henry Kissinger, he had a lot to gain out of 9/11 happening. A lot. I mean, because the necessity to lie to the American people in order to trick them into war shows their underlying goodness, right? Because American people, okay, it's not a Christian nation, I'll give you that, but we know that you shouldn't go to war for no reason, right? Because there's a pipeline that might, get shut down, and we're trying to install this pipeline in the Caspian Sea in Afghanistan.
I don't
They're
know
trying
if
to
I
shut
agree
it
though.
down. What are we going to do? Well, we got to get that pipeline in, right? And Saddam, he's been trading, oil and euros. We can't have that. They can't cut us out like that, right? And then Libya, right? We just talked about that a few minutes ago. He had his own gold-backed currency, so he was trading oil, like the country's natural resources, and getting gold for that. We can't have that happening. He needs paper. He
You mean
doesn't.
he
He
didn't
doesn't.
want our fiat money?
Yeah, he didn't want our debt. No, he
What?
didn't want that. He
They want
didn't
to
want
cure
that.
our debt? Why not?
Yeah, he didn't want our exported debt. So
Oh,
he
that's
had
too
to
bad.
go.
Well, if you don't want our debt, you take a stick in the butt. That's what happens.
Right? So every country since 9/11 that we invaded recently decided to get a World Bank, like IMF, Federal Reserve type bank installed into their country.
Who
I
are the
wonder if
holdouts right now? Syria, right? It's Syria,
Venezuela, yeah, Syria,
Venezuela.
Venezuela, North Korea, and Iran.
And who are we going to war with next?
One of those.
One of those four.
So the one world order that the Bible was talking about, that Bush was talking about, not the law of the jungle, which is natural law, which is like what the natives, the Aboriginals all followed. Not that law, but their law. So the new world order is almost complete, right? I mean, it's literally at the precipice of being complete. We already have the one world religion, which is scientism. We got the one world language, which is the American dollar, right? Because money speaks, right? If I take American dollars to South America, I want to live like a king, right?
Right.
And I can get all the information I want with enough American dollars. Like, imagine going to like Eastern Europe and places like that. It's like, here's $100,000. What do you know? I'll tell you everything I know.
Even if you want to take that more literal, one world language, I mean, there is no communication barrier anymore. You just jump on Google Translator or hit your app or.
Yeah. So these 3 city-states, the only 3 left in the world that I know of, which is the Vatican City, and then the city of London, not London the city. the financial district in London that has their own like mayor, their own rules. Yeah, in DC. So you have the religious, the financial, and the military all covered right there. And
all these places, weird occult buildings and structures and Freemason shit everywhere. Wonder if it's connected.
That's the thing. It's not just the Freemasons or the black hats or the small hats or the white hats. Like it's a conglomeration. I call it oligopoly. So oligopoly is an octopus, right? And this octopus, much like other octopuses, has multiple brains and multiple hearts and multiple tentacles. And one guy does research and he gets stuck on the tentacle and he's like, it's the Jesuits. And another guy gets stuck on another tentacle and he's like, no, it's the Knights of Malta. And another guy, another tentacle, no, it's the small hats. And another guy on another tentacle is like, no, it's the Federal Reserve. And they're all arguing with each other, fighting each other, like trying to like convince, the other person that they're right. Right. And everybody's ego is so puffed up. They're like, no, it's not. It's the guys I discovered. Right. And it's like, meanwhile, this oligopoly, which is an oligarchy, plural, right, is controlling the world, and it's being ruled by the 2 cities with the 7 hills. There's only 2 cities in the world that have 7 hills that I'm aware of. One of them being the Vatican, the other one being Israel. And from what I can tell, is that the image of the beast is like the United States, and the beast is Rome. So we're like an identical copy of Rome. Even Washington, D.C. used to be called Little Rome or something like that. And it's like all the laws and the Senate and the Congress and all that stuff, like it dates back to like the Greco-Roman style of government. Even our buildings look like that, right? It's almost like a direct copy, like if you copy an image file and you copy it to another location, it's almost like that, right? That's how I think of it anyway. And this beast system that we're in, anytime you hear someone talk about the system, it's the Federal Reserve System that we're in. And this system is perpetual debt and perpetual war. So the only way that we can keep printing money like crazy is if we keep exporting our debt with the petrodollar. And we have kind of a monopoly on force, right? Because we sign these rules, right? The Geneva Convention, and anyone caught, committing these war crimes, right, we get to prosecute them, right? Except for us, and we don't prosecute. We investigated ourselves and found ourselves not guilty, right? It's like that all the way from the top of all the governments in the world
Every
and the
time.
corporations, all the way down to the bottom of your local, police who, arrest a girl, rapes her, and then gets 90 days in prison and never loses his job,
Yeah, government doesn't like to go after government because then it sets a precedent that they can be got after. They don't like that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the Hindu guy, he was so right. Like, I can't come up with a motive of why they would lie. I couldn't believe he said it. I wanted to give him a swirly. Like, I wouldn't want to hurt the young
I'm
man.
guessing he's probably a young student kid who's
right.
been
I wouldn't.
westernized, and he has this,
exactly.
fantasy idea of how the world works. Still, he hasn't fucking seen anything yet. That's the problem. These people are making all these broad assumptions about the whole world, and they haven't seen shit outside their own town.
Right. And I gotta say, like, I don't hold any ill will towards anybody else in any other country. All the people, just like us, have to deal with their own governments. And I don't hold any group of people as like, oh, except for the Jesuits. That Jesuit oath, it's blood curdling. I don't know if anybody ever read it, but skip down to like the 4th paragraph where it talks about these infamous, what do they call us? The non-Catholics?
Yogs?
No.
Is it Yogs?
Protestants?
No, that's not it. Heretics, these infamous heretics. I will wage war against them, either in open or in secret, When I can't do it openly, I'll do it in secret. If not poison, I'll do it by the ball bear, the gun basically, or the dagger. I will rip the babies out of the mother's wombs and bash their head against the rocks. Talking about waging war against the
Very
Protestants.
Christian. Very Christian.
That was actually a forgery, not really written by the Catholics.
It may not be, but it is preserved in the Congress records, the congressional records, and that's where we get it from. So I don't know why the congressional records would hold a forgery in their records, but I don't hold anything against Catholics. I think that the Catholic people need to come out of her, my people, just like the Bible says. I don't hate Catholics. I disagree with the hierarchy. What does the Bible say? Your battle's not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and high places. I think the Jesuit order is definitely a military order because there's a general. And just like any time that you see like military names, even in the CDC, it's a military organization as well. Like you see the Surgeon General and all that stuff, like that's military. So the Vatican is still very militaristic in their conquest, and they've been sending out what are they called? What is it when you send like Christians to a country where there's no Christianity? Missionary, yeah, missionaries. Missionaries are always, doing their job, right? And their job is to get everybody to join the Borg, right? Or die. Basically, they want you to pay your tithe and pay your taxes.
Assimilate.
Yeah, assimilate or die. Yeah, just like Star Trek. And that's what Rome does. Rome has been doing it for I don't know how long. I guess all the way back to Alexander, right? Because what did Israel do? Like ancient Israel, they were like, Alexander's coming. They were like, oh shit, we'll assimilate. And they were like, hey, we heard about you. You were wrote about in our prophets. Check it out. You're right here. This is our ancient text. I think it was Daniel. And he was like, oh, okay, I'll let you live.
We love you, master.
Yeah, he let him live. Alexander did not conquer ancient Israel. Well played. Now that's politics.
Yeah, you gotta give it. They know how to avoid confrontation when they don't want to.
Hey, you know what? I learned from this guy, Isa Mahowski. He's on here sometimes. Really smart guy. And he talked about this thing that I cannot live without nowadays, right? And it's absolutely wonderful. It's conditional acceptance. And when he told me about this, I really didn't understand it at first. But now that I'm starting to understand it more and more, like I use it all the time, everywhere.
Isn't it?
It is great because, like, your wife is like, you didn't take out the trash. Well, either A, I could start an argument and assert my dominance, or B, I could be like, you know what, honey, you're absolutely right. I did not take out the trash. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to start a war over every little thing. You can be political and be like, you know what? Let me make it up to you. So I guess I'm gonna try that with a court real soon because my wife got caught with a roach. So they charged her with possession under 2 ounces in a school zone. So I guess I'm gonna figure out how good it works.
Was the school open?
There was no school. There's no schools. I don't know what they're talking about. There's no school
well,
over there.
you're gonna have to prove the tort there. Like there is not within 5. That sounds like a statute, right? That's not a law.
No, you just
A statute or a code.
Right.
So,
well, unless they got a photo of her, you could just deny it. Also,
ask for the charging instrument, Hank. You know what to do. Or she
because
asked for the charging instrument.
And when they fail to produce it, then you say, "Look, you deny me my rights."
The judge hands it to her for set-off settlement and closure.
Or set off settlement enclosure. That's what she just says. That's it.
Well, I mean, she's got to, she's got to be the accommodation party, appearing specially, not generally, merely for the moving party to present any genuine accusing charging instrument for her inspection. She'll probably have to go last.
Right.
Ask for the charging instrument, and then set off settlement enclosure.
And those magic words.
Message Issa, and I mean, it's a criminal charge, right?
I think so. I think it's criminal. But she'll have to ask when she goes to court, is this commercial or criminal?
Well, it's all commerce.
So
But
when they say it's commercial.
Well, I mean, it's all commerce, but there's going to be a charging instrument, right? There's going to be a charging document charging the criminal offense of possession or whatever within a school zone. The judge is going to have it in his file.
And then let's say that she pulls this off, and I get her to do exactly what you say. What happens then? Does it go on her record?
Well, I'm not giving legal advice, but
right, I understand that.
I would just say that she has the right to face her accuser, right?
Right. So, who's going to take a stand, make a claim under oath that I've done wrong? Is that right? Sounds right. And where's the third party impartial witness? Am I still on?
Yeah. I hear you. I'm just saying that, they're appearing specially, not generally.
Right, I understand that part.
Not going into the jurisdiction, right? You're making a special surprise appearance.
Right. And they're going to be like, what? They're going to be like, oh shit, here we go.
Well, look, I mean, she's going to basically she's there to, do business and handle the charges against the citizen, right?
Right, but what about the lawyer? Isn't he going to cock everything up?
Oh, you've got an attorney?
Well, they're pretty sure they're going to provide one.
You tell him to shut the fuck up.
That's up to you, isn't it? Or that's up to her?
So she didn't ask for one. So if they don't provide one, that's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing he's going to do is attempt to transfer the charge to her.
Right, which is bad.
Yeah. I mean, you're there to discharge the charge, not to refuse it.
Right.
Or argue about it, right?
Right. We're not arguing any of the facts.
Right. Set off settlement enclosure is the discharge of the charge.
And that's giving them authorization to use your.
No, that's
because there is no
authorizing them to do their own accounting. I mean, you're just there trying to, help them out.
Right, because there is no money. They need money, and they don't want to ask you because that would be like, wait a minute, why are you asking me for money? So they're trying to do it on the cool, and when you do it like this, you're satisfying their need for, I guess, your energy, because they need your energy for some reason. And that's where the discharge thing is. I'm still learning, but I don't have long, I think. I just don't know how to, I'm learning all this stuff and I'm kind of getting the idea, but I've never seen it done, so I don't know how it works.
Yeah, well, I remember Isa telling his story when he got arrested once for, I think, possession or something like that, and it was video court. And he stood up and said, Your Honor, I'm the priority security interest holder having an interest in the collateral appearing specially, not generally, mainly for the moving party to present any genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection. She's like, no. but we're not going to deal with that today, right now. You wait to the end. And they ran everyone else through. He came back on video court, and he said, "Your Honor, may God be my witness. Am I not the priority security interest holder having an interest, priority security interest in the collateral appearing?" She's like, no. It appears you'd like to see the charging instrument. And he said, "For set-off settlement and closure." And she said, "I'll fax them right over to you."
Wow. And then what?
And that's the way he tells it. And he endorsed it or autographed it for set-off settlement and closure, and it was done.
Excuse me. So once you sign it, just like when you sign a loan, you're not borrowing money from the bank. You created that debt with your signature, and that's what they want. They want your
It's already monetized to the citizen.
right,
You're
because there is no money.
creating anything. You're just executing and
Right.
discharging the debt or the obligation of the debt. That's all you can do. Hank, what's the difference between a Federal Reserve note and a promissory note?
Nothing.
Exactly. So how can you ever pay a debt?
You can't. You can only discharge it.
There you go. You got it.
I'm learning.
You got it. You're not learning anything. You know it. Now it's just the practical application to get remedy and resolution.
And there's always a remedy. You just got to ask.
Would the good Lord put you in any position that you couldn't get out of yourself?
Exactly. Because we're already redeemed. We're already purchased and paid for.
Well, it's no longer under the law. We're under grace.
And it's so fucking simple because it's right there in the book. It literally is basic instruction before leaving Earth. It's right there.
Agree with thine adversary quickly while you're on your way to court with them.
It's so simple. I mean, it's too easy. It's just like the trash.
That's the thing.
Like, I'm not going to dispute the facts. Of course I didn't take out the trash. But let's discharge the matter. Let me make it up to you. Can I rub your feet? Can I sign the charging instrument? And that's what the judge wants, right?
Yeah.
They want something from you. That's why the cop put a charge on you. And it's not like it's a ticket, like, oh my God, I'm being, these road pirates want me to leave me alone. It's more like, oh, an invitation? Oh, thank you. It's so simple. So simple. If it actually works. Guess we'll find out. Because, man, a roach? She lost her job. It was like $750 to get her and my car back.
Crazy. What'd they do? Search the car?
You ain't gonna believe this shit, bro. So she's like an empath, right? She has empathy and she loves animals. And he threatened to get the dog out there, and she was like, fuck that. I got a roach in the center console. Leave the fucking dog alone. You ain't paying him nothing. And at first I was kind of mad at her. I was like, what? You threw your rights away? And she's mad at the cop, You threw your rights away and you're mad at him? But then, the more I thought about it, it's like, from her perspective.
What would she get pulled over for in the first place?
The third tail light?
Yeah.
I didn't know it was out.
Okay, so she got pulled over for defective equipment.
Yep.
Okay, and then he wanted to search the car without probable cause of a crime being committed, and she allowed it.
Right. He said,
Sucks.
I'm gonna get the dog. And all she had to say was, go ahead.
No, I'd be happy to, so long as you agree that you're going to accept a $15,000 penalty for creating an emergency stop on the side of the road without probable cause of a crime being committed. It's like, well, I pulled you over for defective equipment. Mr. Officer, are you trying to tell me that an honorable judge of this county doesn't know the difference between a crime and an infraction?
Got him. It's right there, bro. You got 3 seconds to assert your rights and offer and counteroffer.
You can't say no. Like I tried to tell Witsit like
You can't say no.
3 weeks ago. I'm like, the worst thing you could do is say no. And like I
Right.
watched the video of him in front of Mount Rushmore with those park rangers or whatever they were. Yeah, and he told him no a few times, and I was just like, wow, man.
He's lucky you walked away. Because what you're supposed to say is, oh, is that your order? Is that your wish? Is that your order? Okay. And then you write down their order. And then you fulfill it. I'll be glad to take your order. Okay, is that your wish? Is that your order? Okay. Write it down. What's your name? Okay. What's your badge number? Okay.
Now, when's the hearing for your wife?
I don't know. We gotta wait. We're waiting.
All right. Well, if you want, I'll get a hold of Issa and we can have a conversation.
I would love to record that conversation. I'll have my wife sit down too.
Yeah, because I mean, she's got to. It's all on her. She's got to do it. Either you did the crime and you pay the fine and you do the time or whatever, or you go a different way about it.
I really don't want to pay it because I'm not even really smoking. I really don't want to pay it. Plus, I'm not the one who gave up my rights on the side of the road either.
Right.
Hey, what's the fine for? I just popped in.
We're talking about marijuana laws in the state of Texas.
Is it still illegal there, or is it decriminalized, or what?
It's still illegal. Right now, there's people selling Delta 8 and Delta 10 products, but Delta 9 is still illegal.
That sucks.
Yeah, I know.
You know what's crazy? I smell weed everywhere I go.
Yeah,
No
me
matter
too,
if I'm on a highway, if I'm on a sidewalk, even if I'm upstate home in New York, everybody's smoking except me.
Well,
Everywhere.
Even back in Jesus's day, they found a vessel in the Dead Sea, and it was full of like marijuana oil. So, the boat that dates back to like 2,000 years ago, during Christ's time, like they had cannabis. And if you look at it's in the Old Testament, the first 5 books of the Bible, there's the anointing oil recipe, and there's one thing in there that doesn't make sense. Calamus is a poisonous plant. So we think that it was mistranslated and that it was actually cannabis, because cannabis would have been something they traded right in the region. We know that they were doing it because that vessel that they found loaded with marijuana product, basically. It was oil that they had, and the residue was confirmed to be, marijuana oil.
Yeah, but where do you stand as far as smoke? Because when you smoke it, you can't tell me that it doesn't take you out of your right God-given mind.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
To a altered state of mind, which
I
that's
agree.
where I'm caught between.
Well,
you know what I'm trying to say?
Here's the thing, my friend. I don't care what other people do as long as they don't harm anyone else, but the THC, the regular weed, is phenomenal for PTSD. It's way better than all the antipsychotic medication in the world combined.
Oh, I believe that. Yeah, no doubt about it.
But people should do it when they go home. Like, I don't think you should be on welfare all day long, not working, getting fucked up off of someone else's dime. I think you should work your ass off, and then when you go home, you should be allowed to have a beer and or a joint, if that's what you want. But that's just me. That's just me.
It's called freedom. I agree.
Now, if you need marijuana to go to Walmart or go into public, because you have anxiety. Like, I don't think you should be ripping like a gravity bong. Maybe you should take a couple of puffs and then go out into public. But there's a huge difference between getting lit on alcohol and getting lit on weed. It's not even comparable.
No doubt about it. You're never gonna find a guy high on weed that smashed his car and killed people in the other car. That ain't happening. I agree.
Yeah. It's more likely a cell phone, right? Because
See, but I
like,
used to think. Sorry, I don't mean. I used to think when I smoked back in the day. I'm going back into the '80s now, and I could swear that I'd see the field because we had a touch football league, and I'm telling you, I could swear that I saw things better when I smoked. I was just. I don't know if it's because you're focused right on that. Like if you smoke, you watch a movie, you're focused, solely on the movie. Like I was focused on the field, and I just could see everything happening before it happened. So we used to smoke before every game.
so marijuana does have different effects for the different types and different strands. Like the Hawaiian weed isn't going to be the same as the Mexican red hair or the same as the Lebanon blonde, I think is what they used to call it.
Whatever happened to Acapulco Gold? That was like the best, but you could never get it.
But yeah, there's different strands of marijuana all over the world, and they're currently doing research in Colorado and many other states. And I'm all for it. I think that it's just capitalism. I think if someone buys heroin and they ain't got no kids and they ain't got shit else to do for the weekend, it's none of my business. That's just capitalism. I hope that they don't drive or pass out with a needle in their arm. But it's no different than being addicted to chocolate, because if a woman is addicted to chocolate, they give her the same drug that they give someone who overdoses on heroin. And then when she takes a bite of the chocolate, she don't want it because the receptors are blocked. And the fact that you have cannabinoid receptors in your brain, it's a no-brainer. People should be allowed to smoke pot. They should be allowed to eat it. I mean, I don't know why we don't make our houses out of hemp. Hempcrete is the future as far as I'm concerned.
Hempcrete?
Hempcrete.
Concrete, right?
Yeah. So hempcrete, so diamond is to rock as hemp is to fiber. But if you take the hemp and you mix it with lime and something else, I can't remember the recipe. But yeah, you can basically grow you a house because hemp grows so fucking fast that you can make your house out of it, and it's extremely durable. Because when they came like over here, the sails, the ropes, everything off the Santa Maria, Nina Pinta and the Santa Maria, it was all hemp, right? And they basically took the sails down and like lived in the tents made out of the hemp sails, the sail from the boat, and the rope that's made out of hemp, it can withstand sea salt. Anything that can withstand like sea salt, it's like really good sturdy material. Because you know what salt does to your car.
Wow. Yeah, salt destroys everything. It just erodes everything.
Hank,
Uh-huh.
To grow hemp, do you have to grow cannabis though, or can they be separate?
They can be separate. So hemp is the male plant, I think, or it's a cousin to marijuana. It's not the actual marijuana plant. But I wouldn't try it unless you really know what you're doing.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Because it has to have less than 3% THC to be federally legal. But yeah, you guys in the UK, you have to build your houses out of stone, right?
Yeah.
So if you guys could use hemp, I think it might last I don't know, damp. You guys, the problem, it's not the weather, it's the moisture in the air. That's why you can't use the wooden houses.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hempcrete's like with moisture. I don't know if it absorbs it or what. But all I gotta say is I remember like in the 90s getting the Mexican red hair bud from Mexico was so good. It was like $60 for a lid, like an ounce. And it was so good. And now everything's like way too potent, and I don't even want to smoke it anymore because it's too damn strong.
Super concentrate.
Yeah. And people are like, "You want edibles?" I'm like, "Nah. I want to be productive for the next 12 hours. I better not eat that." But I'm not the type of person to self-medicate with marijuana. I don't need it. Sometimes I go like months without smoking it.
Hanks high on life.
That's right. But other people that are self-medicating, I feel for them, right? So I definitely don't mind when people smoke. And that whole law about the school zone, and that's for people who are trying to sell weed to kids. She had a roach. She definitely wasn't trying to sell a roach to any kids on the on-ramp,
Yeah, that's a little
It's
bit beyond the
unfortunate.
pale. It's unfortunate that she was unaware of her rights.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So long as you agree to $15,000. I love that shit, dude. Fucking love that shit. And
Does
when
that happen
Issa
to me?
first,
Did I tell you when I was moving out of North Dakota and I got pulled over in West Virginia? Like all my stuff was packed. Like I was just driving through the night. I had a busted taillight. And the cop's like, like I don't care if you got weed in the car, but be honest with me now. Otherwise, I'm gonna bring the dog out. And I was like, you know what? I haven't been smoking. It's packed away. And that's it. He's like, well, I'm gonna search your car anyway. I'm like, man, are you trying to tell me that you just told me that you didn't care as long as I was honest, and now you're trying to tell me that you're gonna search me? So you're telling me I said I'd be happy to let you search it, so long as you agree that, you may be deprive me equal protection due process law by creating a stop on the side of the road without probable cause of a crime being committed. And he said, well, I stopped you for the crime of defective equipment. I'm like, Mr. Officer, are you trying to tell me that an honorable judge of this county doesn't know the difference between a crime and an infraction? He's like, listen, young man, you just told me you have a Schedule 1 substance in your car. So don't try any of that stuff with me. And I'm like, well, forgive me, officer. I'm just trying to practice and assert my rights here tonight. And after about, 2 hours on the side of the road in the rain and speaking with him and the other cops showing up and giving me like a sobriety test, and they ended up letting me go. They took
in
all
West Virginia.
They took all my stuff, and we ended up talking on the side of the road about truth and like conspiracies and stuff. And the dude who gave me the sobriety test, his wife was so woke. Like we were informing the other cop that originally pulled me over about the cabal and like before I left, like they were showing me their ARs and they were telling me that at some point there's people like us are going to have to stand up and fight for the country. And I'm just like, right on.
Wow.
It's crazy, dude. Crazy. I should have tried a Jedi mind trick. I'm like, hey, can I have my stuff back? You guys are so cool. I mean, you said it was cool and you didn't care, right? So I can have my stuff back. But no, they took all my wax and my little bubbler, and it sucked. But
they took it and smoked it, bud.
Yeah. He looked at it. He's like, we don't get this kind of stuff here. And I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't think you do.
That's a cool story, though.
that there's from Colorado.
Excellent.
But yeah, they let me go, man. It was crazy. It was like
Dude, I gotta tell you, when Issa first started coming on the circuit, late 2015, early 2016, I really didn't understand his message, and I was very you know, come and take them type.
Yeah, I do not consent.
Yeah, I was the I do not consent type. And I was really very anti-government. And you know, now that I'm older, I'm a little wiser, and it's not so much that I'm anti-government, I'm anti-corruption. And if the government is so corrupt that that makes me look anti-government, well, that certainly isn't my fault. But you know,
you must love your government because you have control of your own mind and your own emotions and your own
exactly, exactly. Yeah, I tell people that they're like, I hate the government, man. It's like, bro, you like government, and they're like, no, I don't. It's like, dude, I'm a 300-pound dude. You want me to govern myself, right? Like, you don't want me going around picking on little people and taking what I want like a pirate. And they're like, no, I don't want that. It's like, right, you want me to govern myself, right? They're like, yeah. It's like, okay, so you do want government. They're like, yeah, so what about the people that can't govern themselves? The people that, you know, create real victims, you know, like actual crimes where there's a victim and someone has sustained harm, injury, or loss. Like, what about those people? They're not governing themselves. You still want them to be governed, right? It's like, okay, that's why we can't have an anarchy because people are too stupid.
Yeah,
so the libertarian form of government.
Some humans are literally monsters.
Exactly. It's funny you said that. You said some monsters are literally monsters.
Right?
Yeah, the men that think they're animals are humans, and they completely reject the notion of the human being. That's why they're monsters, because they think they're animals. But it don't take much, you know, human anatomy to discover that there's a reason why there's a 9-month gestation, and it takes 20 years to reach, well, 25 if you really look at the full development of the brain.
33.
Yeah, about 33, 35, I was as strong as I was ever going to be. Yeah, I'm 38, fixed to be 39 now. When I was 35, I was a strong motherfucker. I've sustained a few injuries since then. I'm not quite as strong, especially in my upper body. I need to rebuild my arm. But yeah, before that, oh man. You're talking about the heaviest shit. I could just pick it up, put it on my back, and go. I've been stocking up on, let's just say, dog food recently, and like I can still put like a 50-pound on one shoulder and like a 25-pounder on top of that, so I can still move some weight.
That's good. Yeah, I can too.
But used to, it was like nothing for someone just to throw 100-pound dog food at me and me just to catch it and go.
I've been blessed and lucky enough to not have any injuries, so it's kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had a few setbacks. Tweaked my left arm once, hyperextended my elbow, and then I don't know what I did to my right arm, but maybe I need to see a chiropractor. Because my brother, he used to say that I had the retard strength. It's like you've heard more bronze than brain, right? My brother said that like the more bronze than brain, like no, like Larry's on like full retard strength. But not anymore. I'm kind of average right now. I wouldn't want to get in a fight right now. I'll put it like that. I don't think I'd win. But you know, 3 or 4 years ago, dude, I was pretty dangerous. Not that I would hurt anybody, but if somebody did something stupid in front of me, like snatch an old lady's purse, I don't know, I'd probably tackle them and sit on them for a while. I love football. Man, it was so much fun.
Yeah, I don't watch sports ball anymore.
No. I was talking about high school when I played it.
Oh yeah.
I don't watch it either. So I let my boss punch me the other day. She's like a little Mexican girl, you know, like 5'4". She never hit anybody, so I taught her to punch. I was like, here, just hit my hand. So she's hitting my hand, right? And then I put my palm on my cheek, and I was like, okay, hit my hand. And I told her, like, hit me between like the brow and like the cheekbone. I was like, but avoid the eyeball. She hit me right on the corner of my jaw, right below my ear, and stunned me. she slightly stunned me.
She ring your bell a little bit?
No, it wasn't a bell, but it was like a stun. Like for that first split second after I got punched, if she would have followed up, she would have knocked me out.
Those Mexican boxers, man.
Yeah, she's actually did pretty good, man. She's a little tiny girl, but she hit me right on the button, right there on the corner of the jaw.
They know how to twist those hips.
I love Mexican people. They're badass.
I would never let anyone punch me like that, though, regardless.
Well, she's, she's a little girl, and I'm like a 300-pound man.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie though, she did slightly stun me for a second there.
That's what I mean. It's possible, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Anybody can knock anybody out. I just thought she was gonna hit me, like close to my temple where my head is really hard, and there's no way she could stun me if she would have hit me where I told her. But I get it. She's not used to aiming. Maybe I put my hand in the wrong spot.
Yeah, maybe you should let her practice more.
Right. But I could tell by the way she hit me, she actually was aiming for my hand on the other side of my face. Because the way that she hit me, it was like, that was like a direct hit. Shit's funny. We got it on video too. But I've done that in boxing before. We'd be outside, with the teenagers and the kids in the streets, and I was boxing this black kid, and he's probably like, 17, 18 years old, and he seemed really skittish, and I was, trying to play, and I was like, look, man, I'm not trying to knock you out. I'm just trying to, touch you, right? And he wouldn't really, like, box. So finally, I just put both of my fists together, like, on my belt, and, like, leaned forward and gave him my head. And then after he tagged me, I was like, all right, let's go. I just remember having a headache for the rest of the day because he tagged the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I think your brother was right now after these stories about retard strength.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed like combat sports and things like that, football, and it's all I don't know. It's like boys will be boys,
Have you never tried any? I don't know how old you are really, but have you never tried any sort of Brazilian jiu-jitsu or anything?
Yeah, my dad taught me the rear naked choke in like the early '90s, so I was choking people out rather than boxing.
Nice. Perfect for a 300-pound guy as well.
Well, I wasn't 300 pounds back then. So right now I'm 6'3", maybe a little more than 300. But I used to work out like every day. If I wasn't running, I was lifting weights because I was trying to get in college scholarship. And then my freshman year, I tore my quadricep. So the quadricep is the largest muscle in your body, largest muscle group. And I think I tore the one closer to the groin. And like, think about it like ripping a piece of paper, but it's your muscles.
Yeah.
And like my whole leg from like 2 inches above my knee to the seam of my, I guess, crotch area. I don't know what to call that, but yeah, the whole thing turned like 4 different colors. So my leg was literally purple, blue, yellow, and green. And it was because the muscle just bled and bled and bled under my skin. Like no blood came out. It was all just a big bruise. And then my teacher wouldn't let me go see the trainer. And the next day I dropped my pants and showed her. I was like, look, remember yesterday when I said that I need to go see the trainer? She was like, yeah. Dropped my pants. And it was like swollen like a grapefruit.
We're still talking about the leg, yeah?
Yeah. That torn quadricep is a pretty serious injury. So yeah. I couldn't afford any rehab or anything like that, so I just played hacky sack.
Brutal.
Okay, I got 2 new ones coming in. I know I said this earlier and they didn't come in, but he's still up there, so I'm gonna see if they're if they come.
Get them in here.
Get some true believers.
I'm gonna get back to work.
All right, be safe, bro. But yeah, I went from being able to put all the weights on the leg extension machine and just like not even counting reps or anything, just
To no weight.
going to town. And then after I tore my quadricep, like I couldn't even like sit on a, let's say I was sitting on a countertop that was too tall. I couldn't extend my leg 3 inches forward. Like it wouldn't go that far. I could only move it like an inch. So there went the whole college thing. I'm glad I didn't go to college too. Man, I'm so glad I didn't go to college. I mean, sure, I'd be a specialist. And I would
Did
know
they
a lot.
revoke your scholarship because of that?
No, I was a freshman trying to get into college because I hit puberty before everyone else. So while everyone else still had a little boy body, I kind of had a man body. I was like way bigger and stronger than most people. Okay, there was probably 4 people as big and as strong as me when I was a freshman. And that would have been the tight end, defensive end people that like us tight end and defensive end, we were always against each other. It was always like the same 4 guys. And we were about the same size and strength.
So
And
we have
everyone else. Go
we
ahead.
have Jack East and Frog is new to the server. We can welcome them to the room. Both of them are pretty sure and pretty certain that the Earth is spherical. And I think Frog was in the middle of a conversation about gas pressure. So
No, that kind of ended. It was more just like if evidence was, provided down the line that like, that proved more so that it was spherical, would you guys change your opinion?
Were you talking about the measurements that we've all kind of experienced for ourselves? And
yeah, sure. If someone can bring us a measurement of curvature, absolutely.
Or taking a flight around, say, set planet.
If someone showed us a measurement of curvature, they said they would shut the server down, so.
That's all we need is a measurement.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing
measurement that
more,
we-
nothing less.
A measurement that we can go and repeat. Yeah, because if you say you did it, cool. Let me try.
Yeah, exactly. As long as it's proven, say, like, you could do it too. Yeah, exactly. You just
But
would
the
happily
problem
change your
is-
opinion if it was,
Yeah,
Well, the
this
thing is
isn't
that
a
the
religion.
measurements have been done.
Okay.
The problem is, 4th of July, I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, right?
Mhm.
And if you look at North Beach and Corpus Christi on the map, you see that it's right next to that big-ass military ship that they converted into a hotel. And if you look across, it's about 10 miles away, right? Well, there's no 6-story buildings across the way. But with my head sticking out of the ocean, I could see the land on the other side, 10 miles away. There should have been 66 feet of curvature. All the buildings on the other side were 2-story or less, but yet I could see them. So, yeah, if I would have measured curvature on the 4th of July, I wouldn't be here talking to these people right now. I mean, maybe I'd come and visit, but I wouldn't be here all the time. Right? But what I measured with my own eyes was that Corpus Christi, the water, and that little, I guess, I don't know if it's the cove or what. I'm not really from the ocean area, so I don't know what to call it, but the water's flat. it's absolutely flat.
I've been down that way, Hank. It's beautiful, and it is.
Oh yeah, Mustang
bay there
Island's the
is-
best.
Yeah, my friend had a boat.
Is that
down
what you
there.
call it, a bay?
Yeah, I
A
think
bay?
that's the bay that goes into the Gulf down there.
Yeah, I just didn't know what to call it because I'm not from there. But
But
yeah,
we
walked
went out on his boat. It was cool.
right down there and like got in the water, made some observations. My wife could tell what I was doing. She's like, he's making observations. She knew what I was doing. I think there was other people that were also flat earthers that were there too, because I saw a guy with a light and he turned it on for like 5-10 seconds. He was on the phone with somebody and then he cut it off and never turned it on again. I was like, was that a test? Why would he do that?
You didn't go up and talk to him?
No, I was with my family. I wasn't trying to talk to other people. That was kind of in the midst of the CV-19. Because, okay, I made reservations for like some. Yeah, I made some reservations for like some high dollar hotels. And I called, made sure that the beaches were open, right? Got the reservation. And then I think it wasn't in Corpus Christi. I think it was somewhere else. But yeah, they closed the beaches right after the money went through, right?
Gotcha.
Like the next day. So I was extremely furious. And I called and said, you know, like, hey, what are you guys doing? They're like, well, my beach is closed. I was like, sorry, is that the public beach? Whose beach is that? I was like, that's my beach. And she didn't like that. I called the police station. She didn't like the fact that I called it my beach because she called it her beach. And I was like, oh, no, 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 no. You're not the public. Anyway, I might have been wrong technically, but the way I saw it, that was my beach. And we popped firecrackers and we weren't allowed to sit on the beach. So we sat in the water. Who gives a fuck?
Awesome. And you made that observation in the water over that distance?
Yeah, I was in the water. My head was like maybe a foot above the water, maybe a foot and a half.
So Frog and Jack, what do you guys think? What's your guys' biggest thing that makes you believe you're on a sphere?
Again, it's some because I don't know why someone would lie about that. It seems such a meaningless thing to lie about.
Okay, you might think that, but that's an argument from ignorance because you can't conceive of why someone would lie. How about $52 million a day? And all you had to give people was, you know, a rocket every now and then and some cartoons. Would you take $52 million a day for some fireworks and cartoons?
Personally, no.
No?
That's too much money. Why would anyone want that sort of money?
Oh, but you got friends, right? Maybe they want a little, right? Maybe
Still,
like
I would rather.
$500
Yeah,
for a
but
hammer.
that kind of money, I'd rather, go to some like meaningful research on something like cancer. I wouldn't be selfish
Wait a
in
minute,
that
bro.
regard.
You know they already cured cancer. You know about Dr. Brzezinski?
No.
Well, Dr. Brzezinski in South Texas was, well, let's just say putting people in remission that were already sent home by the oncologist to go home and die. And he had a very high success rate in putting people in remission. So the Texas Health Board waged war against him and tried to indict him several times. And every time the grand jury was like, no, we ain't doing that. But anyway, that's not the important part. I can't believe that you don't understand that people lie. Why do you lie, sir? When you lie, why do you lie?
I personally don't lie.
Sorry,
Isn't that
what?
a lie, though?
I'm a very open book, yeah.
So you don't lie.
No, not that I can think of. No.
So do you masturbate?
Yeah.
Right, and do you do that like in public?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, you do it in private. Why do you do it in private?
What?
Why do you masturbate in private? Because you don't want people to see it, right?
It's the social norm. No, it's society norms that wouldn't make sense.
Right. So it wouldn't make sense to lie to people about taxation that you're stealing from them either, right?
Well, it really depends. I think the whole taxation thing's country to country, right? I'm not American, for example.
With
So
your own words, there, would you say that people believing that the Earth is a sphere is a cultural norm?
I would say it's norm, yeah. I would say the majority probably believe spherical, yeah. It's definitely the base, yeah.
So maybe they could lie about keeping the norm, right?
I mean, but why would it matter about the Earth's shape? Like, it's such a.
Well, don't you think that like cosmology and your philosophical outlook on your cosmos kind of is at the core of your belief system and your philosophy structure of yourself, like how you identify in the world, how you
I mean, I've
develop
never
or
felt
get your
lost or
morals.
anything, or
Not
anything
saying
along
you
those
have.
lines.
I'm just saying, but you can see how like somebody's cosmological principles can be at the core of who they are, right?
I mean, sure, yeah.
And because like especially here I imagine you're from the States, right?
No.
You're not in the United States?
No,
Where
I'm
are you?
Irish.
Oh, are you in Ireland?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the state, because we have separation between church and state, like the state can't like validate or subsidize any quote unquote theological religion, right? Or belief system, right? We have that separation.
Sure.
So, but the state can, support and subsidize something that is not thought of as religion by the cultural norm. It's regarded as quote unquote science. Science would then be like the state religion.
Right.
Because it's empirical, it's unbiased. Science is the method of, observing the natural world and coming up with a cause and effect relationship, right? And experimenting and validating that. Well, what we have here and what we have had for thousands of years is allegedly academic or wise men looking up at the sky and coming up with stories and theories about what those things are, what they mean, how they got there, so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's a theory, yeah.
And a colloquial theory, not a scientific theory. It's just observations and declarations without any practical demonstration. They're just declarations and stories.
Do you understand? Do you understand what that means? Like a declaration where I can just declare that I'm a woman, right? But it doesn't really change my genitalia, right?
I mean, that's a whole different conversation, though, isn't it?
Right, but you get
Well, not
what
really,
I'm saying.
because I mean, in the
No, because
in
like
the
people
Western
are saying
civilization,
what's
in
gender
the
technically,
idea,
like.
Listen, in the idea of free thought, if somebody can actually pick their gender, like somebody else can pick their own cosmology, right? Like we have freedom of thought,
Like,
freedom of ideas, freedom of speech. Right?
Yeah, but what I mean is like a lot of people wouldn't, nowadays people wouldn't say gender is specified by genitalia.
I was talking about sex. I don't know what you're talking about. Gender. Is that like some kind of man-made construct or something?
Okay.
I was talking about binary. Biology. 1 or 0.
XXXY. That.
What's up, Andy?
Yeah.
XXX Tentacion.
And I just want to point out that this heliocentric idea is new. It's fairly new relative to how the Earth is. Just so that you're aware, it's only been around for like I don't know. I think the earliest conception was maybe 500 years ago, but they've only been pushing it for about 100 years.
I've never met anybody that's a flat earther like in person.
I've met lots of them.
Yeah.
Most seem to believe it's the globe here.
I've met flat earthers in person.
I think I've met more flat earthers than I have Glovers.
What?
I don't really to be fair, I don't really meet that many people, but yeah.
You met more flat earthers than normies or flat earthers than globetards?
Than like normies, or like like the hardcore Glovers.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyways, just continue your conversation. I probably shouldn't have said that.
But no.
Taking another bong rip. Anyway, so what are we on? What are you guys doing? Why would they lie?
Yeah, doesn't see any good reason why they have to lie about something like
I mean,
that.
maybe we're not privy to that reason.
Fuck.
Maybe there's a good reason. Maybe they're the only ones that know the reason.
They got
That's almost more. That would be almost more important than like deceiving about the shape of the Earth. Is hiding the reason why you're deceiving the shape of the Earth. Because if you know the reason, then you'll know the rest of it.
I don't know.
But
really
fundamentally,
intent
well, let me give this on like a fundamental level. It doesn't matter why they would lie, because the Earth is what it is. It doesn't matter what human beings do and what we think about what they would and would not do, or what their motivations might or might not be. It is what it is. You can't prove the shape of the Earth with human sociology and political science. I mean, it's an interesting question, but beyond that, speculation. For the record, it's the official government policy of the United States to lie to the public.
Yeah, see, I somewhat, in my country, I somewhat trust my government for the most part.
Why?
Because I haven't had any bad experiences. Nothing's to me, you know, everything seems, for the most part, legitimate. Obviously, there will be corruption, of course, it's inevitable. But
of course, it's human beings, so there's going to be corruption.
But from what I've seen, I haven't, you know, nothing major that's affected me personally.
Well, I think saying, you know, the government is lying is kind of,
I mean,
it's too broad of a thing, really, because when you say the government, who do you mean? You mean the dog catcher? Is the dog catcher lying? Like, who knows the shape of the Earth? See, that's what you have to ask the question. Who has direct knowledge of the shape of the Earth? Those are the people that would be lying. Everybody else isn't lying. They're just adhering to the tradition that they've been taught, you know, for a couple hundred years.
I know some person came in my DMs much and tried to work out it's because I'm technically a Freemason and that's why I think about it like that.
That's hogwash. Ain't none of us here trying to say that.
No, I mean some guy in my DM did from so.
Let me tell you this about
apparently
being,
it's a heliocentric mindset, like Freemasons or some shit. I don't fucking.
Well, listen, there's a lot of people that are they're fake flat earthers. Let's put it that way.
No, what was the guy's name? He was called. He seemed pretty like he does. Twad Wazzle. He seems pretty, like, you know.
Well, as far as I know, he ain't fake. But just generally speaking, people come on this server and they try to act a fool and then be like, "I'm a flat earther." So people are like, "This is what flat earthers act like." This clown, it must be all crazy.
Yeah, I get it.
So the Flat Earth Society, have you heard of those? Did you guys go over that with you?
Yeah, I've had a conversation about it.
There's no flat earthers in the Flat Earth Society. That's the funny part.
I just the bit that just interests me about that is I'm gonna do my own research in a bit here, but you know, proven that it's affiliated with the government, because that's interesting. Because
who said it was affiliated with the government?
I told him it's controlled opposition.
Yeah, it's not necessarily affiliated with the government.
You told me it was government linked too. You told me it was all tied to the government.
Well, if it's controlled opposition, then it is going to be tied to the government. But I did tell you too. I did also tell you that I didn't have any proof of that. That I made that inference from the circumstantial evidence of the fact that they do put it out in the mainstream media.
Sure.
They do want you to look at it, and they do put it to the top of the search engines. And the claims that they make are ridiculous.
Yeah, and I went over that, like, it doesn't come up in search engines for me at all. And second, you said if I looked into the founder and stuff and the owner of the site, it would be linked to the government, which I will be doing.
I said more than likely you're going to find that there is some link to the government if you find out who put the website up. And I also told you that I really didn't care enough about it to even that the circumstantial evidence was enough for me, right? The ridiculous claims that they make and the fact that they want us to look at it.
It's simply because a lot of people like to play the card where you know, if they're sus about something, it's government. You know, it's always controlled by government. That's the reason.
Look, here's the thing. Obama, while he was president, said, and I quote, "We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society." Now, he could have just said flat earthers, right? But he name dropped them specifically. So if you need, you know, any inference, that would be the one, right? Because that's the government recommended search.
And it's happened on multiple occasions.
Yeah, he did that like 3 times.
Are you sure he wasn't just saying it in like a society as in a group of people in general, not specifically the name of the,
He
organization
used the
itself?
words, "We don't have a time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society."
We never call ourselves that. And I've been doing this since like 2015. I've never met someone who actually like believed what the Flat Earth Society believes.
Okay.
And I've
Again,
met hundreds
I
of
haven't
flat
read
earthers.
anything about their studies, but I haven't looked at them specifically, so I don't know on that regard.
It's off-putting, and that's the point behind it. So when you go, it will be off-putting to you.
It doesn't come out, like it was really, really hard. I had to find it through their Twitter. I couldn't find it any other way.
Yeah, that's
like it
very
was really
unusual.
hard to find.
Right,
It's
so what
very
they
unusual.
say is the Flat Earth Society will come out and say the Flat Earth Society has members all across the globe. Don't you
Okay.
think that's a little sus?
Yeah, that's
that
kind
they
of
would use
kind
that
of
word?
against that ideology. Yeah, I agree with that.
Hello guys.
Yep.
They're just
Yeah.
trolling when they say that.
Okay.
Do you know who Mick West is?
Nope.
Okay, so Mick West is like, I don't know what you would call him, professional debunker. So any
Douchebag.
So yeah, well, anyway, he's been on the server. We had a debate with him. He's kind of like, I don't know, internet famous. So he debunks things like, anything that's against the mainstream government narrative. So he started with chemtrails. His first site was like debunking chemtrails. Then he got a little bit more famous and he started debunking, I don't know, 9/11 or something.
So conspiracy theories. That's what he.
Yeah, basically. But listen, this guy will he'd probably defend the Gulf of Tonkin incident for real. Like any official government narrative, he defends. Whatever it is, he really has no line.
Okay.
So
doesn't he run the Metabunk website?
Metabunk, yes, Metabunk. Yeah.
I think he
You
broke
can
down
check out
how the magic board
metabunk.org
works.
or whatever.
Okay.
Could be .com, but I think it's .org.
.org, yeah.
So anyway, he came in here and he admitted his father. Now, this guy's a professional debunker. His father was in the Flat Earth Society. He admitted it in the server on the live stream.
Okay.
So, you can take that for what it's worth. But he says his dad did it as kind of like a tongue-in-cheek troll. Well, he didn't use the word troll, but he said it was a tongue-in-cheek joke. So when we've had 20 people come in the server and think that what the Flat Earth Society purports to believe, we also believe, right? They believe some ridiculous things. Earth's a disk in space, accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. There's 2 suns, there's 2 moons, there's a bunch of other ridiculous things that are patently ridiculous, on their face. So if somebody goes to their okay, I want to look into Flat Earth, what's this all about? And you end up on Flat Earth Society's website, you're instantly go, these guys are crazy. And you're never going to look at it again. And then if you see a mainstream media television program or a radio program, those producers and directors and reporters, they just do the same thing everybody else does. They Google Flat Earth, they go to the Flat Earth Society website, and they think this is what Flat Earthers believe. So why does this thing even exist?
Do you think it's?
What is the motivation? How are they getting paid? I can't draw any conclusions without actual data or evidence.
Well, your opinion, I
mean. My opinion?
Yeah.
I don't know, man, because there's a lot of moving parts there. So if you go into their forums and stuff, there's Globers in there with so it's, put it this way, I think people are having arguments with themselves. Right? So they got sock accounts and they're having these faux arguments with themselves. There's Globers in there with something like 60,000 posts. Right? And if you look them up and then they're you find out that they're arguing with the same person over and over and over again. And if you read people's words carefully, you can sometimes determine whether this is like the same author or not. So there's a lot of like shady, underhanded things going on. I can't put my finger on it, but I do know that I've never met anyone from the Flat Earth Society. Hank, have you since 2015?
So I did
sure
find
have.
I did find a server called the Flat Earth Society, and I went over there, and it seemed like it was nothing but Globers making like arguments against the straw man arguments. So the straw man arguments
Exactly.
were put up by the Globers, right? And then the other Globers would come in and, you know, knock it down, right? Because a straw man is like lobbing someone a softball and then letting them like knock the fuck out of it. That's what it seemed like to me. You know, I guess you take it for what it's worth, grain of salt.
So that's kind of, you know, there's the media aspect, but there's also the forum aspect where they do what Hank said, create these like mock debates, right? So people, if they look into it and if they make it past the initial ridiculousness, even as you dig deeper, there's people that they're not just like passively, I'm in the Flat Earth Society, they're active participants. And like I said, I can only speculate as to why they exist. The question is, why do they exist at all? Like,
you don't think it's just a group of people that's believe, you know,
that have dedicated all their spare time into debunking what they think is moronic? I don't think so.
On top of that, so there's a guy, I hope he's listening. He was on this server for a long time, he's still around. Now he started a Discord called Flat Earth Society Discord. This is why he got banned off this server.
Yeah, I seen that on other like on smaller server. Like,
He sells NASA memorabilia. This is what he like does for like, I wouldn't say for a living. So what he would do is, I guess this was his plan. He'd get people into the Discord, right? And then he would like in their DMs try to sell them NASA and Apollo stuff. Because I guess he would know like this is your target market, right? People that are into space and all the shape of the Earth and, you know, like why was he doing it? Like,
I don't know.
And the Flat Earth Society's been around since the 70s.
Right?
They didn't just like pop up out of nowhere. What else did the guy do? This rock saved me from falling off the edge. That's like one of the things he would go around and give presentations and say, this rock saved me from falling off the edge of the Earth. And he'd whip out a rock.
Wait, so he claimed to see the edge of the Earth?
Yes. And
he
have
didn't
almost
take a
fallen
fucking
off.
picture?
Well, you know, he was too busy falling.
Right.
Yeah,
he must have dropped his camera into the abyss. Is that what happened?
Fall to where, man? That's my question. The abyss. I thought Master Check's Mass. Fall to where?
Like, no, I know, but I thought this was. Wait a minute. Are we talking about a NASA fanboy or a Flat Earth Society boy?
We're talking about the president of the Flat Earth Society.
Right. So he should have. Right. So he's got his little model where the plate is floating through space. So he should have saw that, right? And can show us all that because he still advocates it and he said he saw the edge. So where's the proof? Why are we even wasting our time? This man has all the answers.
Exactly. The first cat and dog to pass through a black hole.
They got the son of the astronaut scammer too, right? That guy.
Which one? Beach? Talking about M. Scott Beach?
Yeah, that guy. I think it's Veach with a V. I'm not sure. I
Yeah,
saw a chat with that name.
Yeah, we know who he is. A lot of these guys have been around a long time. Beach has been around since the beginning.
Well, he's got a vested interest, right? His family gets all their money from the fucking NASA program, so kind of important.
The ironic thing is, his father, you know, purportedly went to space, and he can't prove the Earth's a globe either. yeah, right.
That's because you're a pleb who doesn't deserve to see space like his dad, who earned it. Do you think he lied to his son, or do you think they're both in on it?
Oh, Beach don't know anything. I think he just got told a story. Like, who's going to doubt their father?
I can speak
OG's
on
kids?
that. My grandpa, he he pretty much raised me for the most part, and he got me in this really bad investment, and I, kind of went against my intuition and went for something that I knew was too good to be true, but I really trusted my grandpa, so yeah, I know how that goes. But that
So
was a cheap lesson to learn.
let's get some real questions going instead of this like social drama. So what's this guy's name? What's your name?
Oh, Frog, what's up?
Frog. So how you doing? Anyway, so when you were told in school that the Earth is a ball and that you live on it, like when you first were introduced to it,
Sure.
did they show you any evidence to like support any of that?
Fuck up. I mean, they probably tried to explain it somehow, but I can't remember. It was a long time ago, dude.
Explain or show evidence.
Explain, I guess, justify it, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, do some justification or whatever. They don't really, like in kindergarten and first grade, they don't really tell you what the evidence is. They just say, well, their story is like Christopher Columbus, everybody thought the Earth was flat and would sail off the edge. Christopher Columbus came along and proved everybody wrong. Right? So that's kind of like the narrative they tell the children. Or Magellan, or, probably in foreign countries, they probably use
I do remember that being told to me.
So this is what they do, right? Now, for something that's an important question, it's almost like, I think someone alluded to it earlier, it's an existential question, right? I exist. Where do I exist? How do I exist? Why should I exist? It's the foundation of like a worldview.
Sure.
So I think if you're going to tell people this is the foundation of your worldview, I think you should have like some pretty rock solid evidence.
I mean, it is a theory, right? At the end of the day, it's still technically, isn't it technically a theory?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, not like a
Not a
scientific theory, I would guess. A colloquial theory.
Like the Big Bang, it's a theory, right?
A hypothesis. Well, yeah,
It's
the Big
just a
Bang.
story.
I mean, a lot of things are story.
See the way we, I guess from our point of view, the way we hear things, when people come in here and they tell to us their stories, right? They'll come in here and they'll say, okay, we'll ask them, how does gas pressure exist next to the vacuum of space without a barrier? And they'll tell us a story about gravity. And then we say, okay, cool story. What's the evidence? What's like the data, physical evidence, measurements, et cetera, yada, yada, yada. Where is it to support that story? And it's never there. And if you stick around and, a lot of people became flat earthers because of listening to flat earthers debate globe earthers and their inability to produce actual evidence for their claims. Actual evidence. Not just like, this guy said this and that's my evidence because he has some authority. Actual physical evidence, measurements, data, etc.
Yeah.
That is lacking. So now you can claim the air is velcroed to the ball by, gravity. But can you actually demonstrate it with an experiment? And the sad answer is nobody can. And you can do experiments to show that actually does not happen. Namely, just getting a vacuum chamber, putting air in it, and noticing that it doesn't all settle to the bottom. That they claim that the atmosphere does, right? It settles to the bottom from space.
Yeah.
Thicker at the bottom, less at the top. But that's just one example. I mean, we're in here all the time, and We can just sit here all day and just like, okay, yeah, Coriolis effect, cool story. You got any evidence for it? No. And it just goes on and on all day. This is what we do all day.
Yeah, but Neil deGrasse Tyson was watching a football game and he did a quick calculation, so Coriolis is real.
Coriolis is particularly insidious because it wasn't like discovered from like real world. Like they weren't like shooting cannonballs and they were like, damn, we keep missing, right? They didn't do that. They had this model, this theory, and then they just asserted that it exists. And because it exists within the model, and people believe that the model is 100% correct, it must exist in reality. But you go look around in reality and it's not there. And I should add on, this is how, at least me personally, this is how I view images of space, like images floating from space. They show certain things in the images, right? Curving water, etc. Curving water being the most important one, right? But when we come in the real world and we try to measure the existence of this curving water, it doesn't exist. So, I mean, I would say, I don't want to talk for everybody in the server. This is just my personal point of view of how I look at the issue. Is that like, where's the evidence? You're making fantastic claims that there's, you know, things that are like so far away that I would have to travel at some ungodly speed for, you know, hundreds of thousands of years. You know, that's a fantastic claim outside of the realm of like normal human experience. So, as Sagan said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I'll settle for any evidence.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was going to say you also have to take into consideration that the alternative that you're accepting, which is just taking the word of somebody, is you're taking the word of a known liar, a provable liar. That there's tons of evidence that there's no reason on earth you should be trusting them to begin with, but yet you hold them in the highest regard.
Lying or not, they have no knowledge. They're just telling you their belief and opinion. Because officially, only 23 people have seen the entire Earth from far enough away, right?
But you can't even have good faith that they're trying to help you. That's what I'm saying. You can't even have that.
Oh, Neil, did you ever hear about the magic speed? You ever hear this? Neil deGrasse's magic speed?
Magic, I'm sorry, I didn't make that out. Speed, as in
It's
like...
a magic speed, yes, magic speed. Neil deGrasse Tyson claims there is a magic speed, and this is his words that he uses, magic speed. He says that the reason that every crater on the moon is round and none are oblong or whatever, you know, stretched out at an angle, he says because every asteroid or comet or whatever that hits the moon is traveling at a magic speed, which makes it always make a perfect circle. This is his words.
Cool. Demonstrate that.
But I mean, why isn't astrophysicists using words like magic to describe, you know, physics?
Michio Kaku told you, because they don't use the scientific method. They seat of the pants, make shit up, fucking fly by night, do whatever. Woohoo!
That's in between writing grant papers.
Yeah, and taking our tax money. What was the name of that autistic astronaut they put on TV for a while? Does anybody remember?
Don Pettit?
There you go. Just go look at Don Pettit, and then tell me how much you trust NASA.
My God, Don Pettit is just...
Hello and welcome to Space Station.
I like the coffee in the space. Space coffee is the best coffee.
What's the problem with an autistic astronaut?
This isn't a good autistic.
Yeah, this is not a just social problem. This is a deep intelligence problem, and you can tell.
Yeah, but you
Well,
guys
how
should
are
be
you so
ableist.
sure? Like, I don't mean to sound rude or anything, but how are you so sure that it's
Okay,
an
you know what?
intelligence
I'll take it
problem?
back. You're correct. I'll take it back. I am not a doctor. I will not diagnose this man. In my opinion, he looks autistic.
I
Is that
think
better?
it's wonderful that NASA hires people like Don Pettit. It shows that they're an equal opportunity employer.
Well,
Exactly, that's what I mean. Well, maybe you should
very
say that
fair. Right.
Well,
maybe
Exactly.
people are too dumb to go to space
I don't
anyway,
think we
so
should
they don't even
base our
deserve it.
space program on checking boxes. I think it should be a meritocracy.
I don't think he is autistic. I'm pretty sure he had Down syndrome.
I'm the science guy and the repair guy. I'm glad that NASA hires people like that.
Okay, you see why I say that he's autistic when you're not even sure that he's autistic? Maybe just don't say that in the first place.
Shut up.
Okay.
I can say what I want.
I have a better
you
idea.
gotta
Yeah,
be
your soft
politically
skin is
correct.
showing. So, you know.
No, I just
don't
find it
let the
really
word
disrespectful.
Yeah, he's not
towards-
autistic. He's like retarded and shit. Right.
No, he has Down
Yeah, I
syndrome.
was being
That's what he
kind
has.
trying to say autistic. I really wanted to say fucking retarded.
Well,
Don't use the
don't
R
say
slur.
that.
Don't be nice to him.
That's
Well,
the
we're gonna
R
say
slur.
it.
You're not allowed to
Well, guess
say
what?
it.
We're gonna say it. There's nothing you can do about it. So shut up.
Yeah, shut up, Clover.
We don't
He's a
believe in
effing
censorship
retard.
like that, dude. What are you gonna
You
like?
could probably.
Why don't you just go
talk me
find
out
a
of using
dictionary
it.
and just start ripping pages
Yeah.
out of it?
What's your argument that Don Pettis is not retarded?
If you lived in nature and someone was autistic, they probably wouldn't reproduce.
Well,
Look, young lady,
you
it's
guys
a
are
slippery
being
slope.
way
You're
too
gonna
nice.
be burning books. Young lady, you're gonna
Just
be
call
burning
him.
books if you don't stop the whole censorship thing. You can't control what people say and what people think and what people do. You can
I know
barely
I
control your
can't.
own self. Hey, how is your New Year's resolution working out? It's pretty late in the year. You still doing it? You can't even control yourself. How are you gonna control everyone else?
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
exactly.
Are you following your New Year's resolution still?
Are you brushing your teeth and going to the gym like you said you would?
No.
Okay.
I'm not even old
Okay.
enough for a
Stop.
gym
Stop
membership, but
insulting
like, okay.
autistic people. Right. Right.
I
Okay.
do brush my teeth.
He's a
but
retard.
No gym.
Right. He's a retard, not an autistic person. You're right.
Yeah, that's
That
an insult
retarded
to
guy.
autistics.
Right. Okay.
Well,
Right.
actually,
Maybe
I
don't
have
say that
weaponized.
either, because clearly he was smart enough to be accepted by NASA or some
That's
shit.
the problem. That's the
Yeah, that's the problem
You
because
just
they
brought
accept
up
blue
our
bloods.
issue. That listen, that's the whole problem that I was trying to illustrate it. This guy does not have he has the intellectual capacity of a stone. Okay? And he's supposedly the best and brightest. He isn't
Not smart.
physically fit. He isn't physically fit. He's not intelligent, but he's been given like crazy mission what do they call it? Mission posts. So he's the commander, the mechanic, the engineer. He spent like the most amount of, he's also the photographer. He does all this
He's
stuff.
everything.
He's like everything on the mission. And this guy is, anybody with like a normal IQ will see that he's not an intelligent person.
Not
Well,
fit
Okay?
for fucking space. That's for
He
sure.
was in,
Who's this girl talking? What's
he
your
was in
name?
charge of everything related to
My
the
name is
curvature.
Mariam. My name is Mariam. Nice to meet
Welcome
you.
to the server, Miriam.
I've been here for a while, but thank you.
So,
No
Yeah, sorry if
are
it was a
you
little
an
harsh. I was just
originator?
trying to be honest, you know?
While we're welcoming people, we can welcome Dorigami too. She's new to the server. She seems pretty
Welcome.
honest, interested.
Welcome.
The thing is,
Welcome.
right, is this guy was in charge of
Welcome.
basically fixing the
And-
space station, and his explanation for many of the functions was, it's called really good engineering.
Oh, how about
Can
the
I-
emergency
can I
Lost
qual-
that technology.
qualify something? I just want to let the young lady know that I don't mean to offend you, but I really don't care if I do either. So I'm gonna
No,
apologize
we
if
actually
feelings get
lost.
hurt.
So
We
apologize.
actually lost a whole bunch of
But I'm not gonna
technology. Isn't
alter
that
my
awesome?
speech.
That's
Wanna
great,
type
isn't
A
it?
word hurt your feelings. That's crazy talk.
Well, imagine if
We
their
lost the
autism kicked in and they
technology?
had like
Hang
an
on
autistic
just a
fit
second.
in space.
Bong and I'm a globe derp.
Sorry.
On the count of three, both of you go at the same time. 1, 2, 3.
We lost the technology.
Oh shit! I put my mic down. Wait, do it again. Do it again. Start and do the whole thing. The whole thing. Hold on. Ready?
We lost all the technology to go to the moon.
And,
So yeah, next
and, well,
question.
It's a very
I love coffee.
difficult
I love
process
the coffee.
to
We make
build
the
it back.
coffee in space.
Space coffee, yeah. I like the roasted space nuts. Mmm, good.
Very good.
Space.
Dark
Wait,
roast.
We go to
are those the
space
same
because
peanuts?
hope
Don,
is
what do we do
there.
if the hull of the Hey Don, what do we do if the hull if the hull of the ISS is punctured by one of these micrometeorites you're talking about? Well then there would be a hole in the hull. All right, so what's the procedure when that happens, Don?
Plug it.
I've been in space a whole bunch, but it's never come up.
I'm a
I'm sure
plumber.
that there's a procedure that we would follow. Does that
I'm a
sound like a
plumber.
fucking astronaut?
And here, and
I
to
know
be
how to
honest,
plug things.
and to be honest, you can't technically say what you want with freedom of speech, if you're going to be precise, because it's still against Discord TOSs.
Mate, shut up.
Yeah,
So-
shut up, Wilbur.
Well,
I
we
agree
know
with
that
Frog.
this
I agree with
isn't a
Frog.
government.
You
This
complete
isn't a
cunt.
government.
Yeah, well, of course you do. All liberals
but-
only care about is
Listen,
censorship.
no, shut up.
Of
Wise
course
up.
you
You
Stop being a
guys
fucking
should probably
retard,
talk
okay?
less because
Yeah,
all
I'm
the
gonna start muting
pollution is
people.
killing.
Yeah.
Right. Just stop talking because you're killing animals and plants and shit by talking. So just listen. You
No,
guys.
but I'm just saying, like, as you know, as a
That is
decent
so
sized
worried.
server,
Ribbit,
listen,
ribbit,
I will
as a
say
decent sized server, you should be following
interpretation
Discord
Ribbit,
TOS
ribbit.
regardless.
and I will get out 100% with no charges. I guarantee it. It will be a spot-on rendition of actual Don Pettit. What's the problem?
What?
We always follow TOS.
No, but,
Like,
but you
when
mean you're
when we
breaking
follow
TOS by doing this
TOS,
technically.
we
Yeah,
we
you're being
we
disrespectful.
are the TOS followers. Like we
Yeah, it's not
never
against TOS to be
ever
disrespectful.
Well, I'm very
breaking
glad to hear that, but
TOS.
what just happened doesn't seem like TOS follower energy.
Well, you don't
Energy.
work for Discord, so
No, but, okay,
It's not like a
no,
Discord mod.
listen,
How old are
listen,
you, young lady?
listen,
Honestly.
Indio.
everyone listen to
13,
me.
thank you.
Oh,
Everybody shut up.
why are you even here? You should be in
Shut up,
school.
Oh, right.
Oh, I'm on summer vacation, thanks.
Okay, start muting everyone. Jesus Christ, dude, you guys are fucking autistic. Yeah, I got a million of them. Anyway, Discord does not care about what's said in the voice chat. There's nothing you can do to violate terms of service in the voice chat. I had someone say they were going to kill and rape my family in front of me, right? In this voice chat, told Discord, and they said, well, we don't record anything in voice chat, and we had it recorded, and they said that they don't accept third-party evidence. So
Well,
guess what? You can
that's
say
strange.
anything in this VC, and it's not a violation of terms of service.
Indio, that's
Oh.
That's what.
I muted him, so sorry. I muted him so you could talk into you. I'll unmute him. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I was done.
I've personally sent recordings to get pedophiles removed off Discord, everything. So they do accept it to some extent. Like, you know, my main Discord is partnered, and I'm pretty aware with TOSs.
Did you actually get rid of any pedophiles?
Yeah, no, several pedophiles. Yeah. Like
His dad's in jail now.
Who's the victim in this Don Pettis crime we're talking about right now?
whether anything was done after the point, law-wise, I don't know. I can't answer that amount. But what I'm saying is,
you've been lied to about your reality. Do you know that?
Off, please.
Right.
So basically,
I mean, you're here complaining about bullshit.
Stop cutting me off.
No.
I wouldn't say they're complaining about bullshit, to be honest.
What I'm saying is,
the shape of the earth.
A lot of things can get things avoided.
About who you are, where you come from, what you're supposed to be doing with your life, and you're over here complaining about what? What are you going on about, dude? Like,
all I'm saying
Don
is,
Pettit?
Gotta make sure
Don
abide by
Pettit?
Discord TOS. Why do you
What,
why do
Don
you ask
Pettit?
a question then talk over people? What is wrong with you?
Don,
You fucking rat.
you're doing a pretty good rendition of a normal voice, Don. What are you doing?
Go put in another complaint.
Don't
Have fun.
fucking
Enjoy
don't speak
yourself.
over people.
I'll talk over you.
Okay, I will try my best. Good job. Thanks for
Don't
the
get
advice.
emotional.
Everyone else gets muted when they
Don't
speak.
get emotional with me. You're like a woman.
Yeah, well, you're a globetard, so you deserve to get
A
muted.
globe? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm here to
Well, you're
listen.
coming in here yelling and screaming and with
Look, 'cause
no
you're screaming,
evidence
I'm gonna
for
scream
the
back, you
curvature
fucking
of
rat.
the earth. Yeah, well, nobody cares about
That's
screaming. We're talking about
disrespectful. That's
curvature,
against
right?
terms of
Hey
service.
guys,
I don't care about screaming and yelling, right? We just want to talk about what we're here to talk about.
Okay, but anyone else that speaks, they get muted, so someone
I
else
don't
can talk.
care.
That
I
doesn't
don't
make
care.
sense.
You got
What kind of
any
hierarchy
evidence?
system is that? Shut
Do
the
you
fuck
have
up.
any evidence?
Sit down, doggy.
Well, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna ban you, and then we're just going to carry on with our lives. How about that?
Yeah, please go.
This is not what I intended when we started talking about space.
What was that guy's name?
Also, he's not making fun of him. He's accurately doing a very good impression of how he accurately speaks. So,
Agreed.
Yeah, and if you stumble onto a Flat Earth server and you hear, Flat Earthers making fun of astronauts, what did you think was going to happen? I mean,
Oh, look, Dustin Hoffman is on fucking TV making fun of Rain Man, all right? A real life fucking autistic person. So go fucking complain and bitch about him. Making fucking movies and money off of that man, all right? So
I'm
fuck
an
off.
excellent driver.
I have a better idea. Back to flat Earth.
Right. Goddamn social
Let's make
justice fuckers.
That was just pathetic. But let's go back to flat Earth, guys. So Miriam, do you have a
By the
question?
way,
about
my
flat Earth?
preferred pronoun from this point forward is His Galactic Majesty.
Galactic
Look,
Majesty.
you're getting off the social justice masturbation, man. There's better things to do in the world.
Question for the Globers: is leveled curve? Any Globers in here? I want to answer that. I guess
I
not.
want like a real Glober. I want like a pro Glober to come in here.
I wouldn't say I'm a Glober. I'm just kind of like in the middle.
So you're a Glober.
In the middle. Sorry, what does that even mean?
I'm here for the observations and stuff. Still looking through all of it, trying to gather
So
information.
you know about the wiki? Do you know about the wiki page?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the wiki page. Yeah, I know it.
Okay. All right, just checking. I have information on a different Discord, but that's not on here, which would probably blow you away. But so you said you're kind of in the middle. So they've done studies on children, right? They get told the Earth is a ball, and they survey the children to figure out like what they actually like. How did they modify their beliefs? And typically, what children, these are children 5 to 9, I think, they modify their viewpoint where they think that the Earth is flat here, but if you go up space, then all of a sudden it turns into a ball. So they hold this dual Earth belief. The Earth is two things at the same time. Because they're children, that's no problem. They have no problem with contradictions.
That's what she just said, word for word, isn't it?
No, I didn't say that.
You said you're kind of in the middle.
Yeah, meaning I still haven't decided.
Oh, okay, so you're on the fence.
Give her on the fence. What's your name? I'll give you on the fence. Why not?
Oh.
I don't know if she's really on the fence. She sounds like a troll. That's just me. Go ahead.
I'm not a troll. My name is Miriam.
Welcome, Miriam. I heard you the first time. High five. Good job.
Okay, Miriam, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
You said you're familiar with the wiki and everything. Are you well versed in what our problem with the globe is, or no?
What do you mean by that? Fancy words.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was using fancy words. I'll go again.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of stupid.
I was.
Don't call yourself that.
You said you were familiar with the wiki.
I'm gonna hold the
So
torch
I assume when you went through it, you saw all the arguments that were being made on behalf of Flat Earth. Is that true?
I wouldn't say really checked out the wiki, but I just know it exists.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for us to help you understand or answer your questions until you kind of get that broad overview. You should probably look at a lot of that.
Alright, I'll make sure to check the wiki.
FE core.
What's the radius of the globe?
First thing you should really
Go ahead, Ian.
Well, I was going to say, the first thing you should try and figure out is not whether the Earth is a ball or flat or whatever, is to figure out how to answer the question in the first place. So how do you answer the question?
What question? Whether or not the Earth is flat
The
or
Earth
not?
is flat or a ball. Yeah, flat or a ball. Concave, if you want to go there.
I would just be like, well, I haven't really made a decision yet whether or not I'm a flat earther or like a globe or like a
Well, but yeah, I know
like,
that, but I'm saying it's like, what is the process?
I don't like
Have
unicorns.
you thought about making a process to actually figure out which one's the true nature of reality?
I'm not sure. I mean,
I'll give you a hint. There's one already waiting for you to just follow, already made up, and it's perfect.
Yep.
Well, how do you determine the shape of something?
you do observations, experiments, gather information, and get witnesses' opinions and all.
Ooh, ouch. It's so wrong on so many levels.
Yeah, you started out okay, but you fell off real fast.
Observation is kind of right.
And listen, observation is incorrect.
How do you know basketball is not a table?
Well, I mean, you could observe it.
Yeah, but seeing is inherently subjective. So we see railroad tracks that are parallel come together. So we know that like direct observation isn't gonna. It'll reveal a shape from your perspective, but from that might not be it, right? So you could look at the Earth from one perspective. It could appear round, but it could be an elongated egg or a cylinder, or any number of things. Right. So that's not going to prove the shape of the Earth. That might give you an indication of one way or another, but it's not going to prove anything. So the only way to prove
it, to prove it, you need observations. You need so many things, but observations is just one of the many things you need to prove something.
Well, but we're talking about something very specific, right?
Well, there's
something with something very specific. If you had any random object in your house and you wanted to prove the shape of it, what would you do? You'd go find a tape measure, right?
Yeah, probably.
And start measuring it. Yeah, and then if your table was square, you could definitively say, "Hey, I got a square table," because you took a tape measure and measured the same length on every side.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no experiment you can do to determine the shape of something, because experiments are for phenomenon, right? Events that happen. The shape of something isn't a phenomenon. So the only way you can determine the shape of the Earth is by measuring it directly.
Which is impossible.
No, it's not impossible.
Because you can't really take a giant ass measuring tape and then measure the Earth.
Well,
Measuring
they say
tape
that, but
is
this
just
is
a
the thing.
collection of tinier measuring tapes.
Yeah, and they say, well, the thing is we can leverage the properties of water, because they say the Earth is 72% water. So if you can determine what the water is doing, then you know what everything else is doing. Right? Water doesn't suddenly assume new properties because you went 20 miles away. The surface doesn't magically change. I mean, yeah, at some scale, the waves might be bigger or smaller. But if you take the ratio to the height to the length, man, the Earth is, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says this, the Earth would be smoother than a billiard ball. Right?
Yeah.
So, it's what we've done, right? We've, flat earthers have measured to see that the surface of the Earth, surface of water more specifically, is curving in one direction or another. And the results of every measurement, every one, show that it's not.
Yeah.
And that's what's on the wiki, among other things.
I like holding a straight edge to the horizon, and then you see that the horizon follows the straight edge almost perfectly.
But I mean, we can definitively say that if the surface of the, can you have a ball without its surface having a curve to it? course not. So
I
logical
mean,
contingency.
if
Go
you
ahead.
change the definition of a ball, then yeah.
The horizon would
God.
never be
Yeah.
the horizon would never appear at eye level if you were on a ball because of the surface curving away. It would be below. You would be looking down at the horizon if you were on a ball with said radius, right? You're on a plane. Why? Because the horizon is rising up to eye level. You're seeing a flat surface, not a curved surface. You'd be looking down at the horizon on a ball, even when you're standing. And when you jump, it drops down the horizon because you're on a ball, a curved surface that's curving away from you. It's not going to meet your eye at eye level.
Well, you have a point there, but do you realize that the Earth is like huge? So, yeah,
No matter how big, no matter how big a person says a ball is, it will never appear. It will never meet your eye. Okay, the horizon, it doesn't exist on a ball. No matter how big you make the ball, it's never going to do what it does in the real world because that's a plane, a flat surface. No matter how big you make the ball, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter if you could detect the curve. The curve has inherent properties that would cause things to you that you would be able to see. You would see things beyond it lose. You
That's
know, you wouldn't be able to see things. It would stop blocking things. So you could be able to detect it even if you
Well,
don't think you should. And that math is already done.
That's a straight up lie that they tell you that a ball, if it's big enough, can look flat. That is a straight up lie. You know any geometry? Go ahead.
Yeah, and when they say the Earth is so big the curve is not measurable, that's a big ass lie.
Yeah, it has radius.
Yeah, it's so small. We're supposed to see boats disappear 3 miles away while being 6 feet, or if I go down to 1 feet, 1.2 miles away. But we
Yeah.
don't see that.
We don't see boats going over a curve. They disappear into the horizon because they get smaller.
Plus, if it's too big to measure, then how did they measure it in the first place?
Yep.
They didn't. They lied.
Red pill.
And like I should say, like when we do tests, right, measurement tests, we're testing their claim. We're not. They're saying they claim the Earth is a radius of 3,959 miles, right? So we're going to take the math and geometry, and we're going to make a prediction of what we should measure, right? We should have a certain measurement result. If the Earth is a ball of X size, we go out and measure. Does not match that. It only matches, Earth. It doesn't match anything else.
Zero curve detected.
Yeah, the radius is 0 miles. So that's the thing. Like people, when they think of the size of the Earth, they come in here. The Earth is too big. They're thinking of surface area, right? What's the surface area of the Earth? Yeah, the surface area of the Earth is large, 193 million square miles or something like that. But we're talking about the curvature. And the curvature from every point on Earth, right, no matter where you're standing, the Earth's surface should be curving away at an exponential rate. Yeah, that's right, an exponential rate, not linear. So,
Does anybody know what the not 8-inch per mile square? What's the other equation? Does anybody?
what do you mean? 8 inches per mile square is just like a rule of thumb. I mean,
Yeah, I know, but there's a more accurate rule of thumb. But in any case, it's not so big that you can't do it
square
yourself.
root of the observer height, 1.23, the square times
There you
the
go. Yeah,
square
yeah,
root
yeah.
of the
There you
observer's
go.
height in feet, right?
Yeah. All right. So that equation, you should be able to
That's the
apply
distance
it
to the horizon,
anywhere,
by the way.
anywhere, right? And then anything beyond that, you should not be able to see it's connected to the Earth. You should not see its point of contact beyond that, but we can.
And here's another fun fact is that prior to, like, so the idea of satellites, the concept was invented, I think it was Arthur C. Clarke, either the late 30s or early 40s, right? Before this concept was invented that you needed satellites to communicate to other, the other side of the so-called ball, we were already doing that. This was already being done regularly. So, we're talking like 1918, 1920. So why all of a sudden, like, we can't talk to people? Yeah, now the Earth's a ball and we can't talk to people on the other side of Earth, even though we've already been doing it for 30 years. So Marconi got 10,000-mile radio transmissions. Admiral Byrd from Antarctica, 9,300 miles. You got Admiral Byrd doing wireless telegraph from the Middle Pacific, 6,700 miles. You got, after JFK was assassinated, they called the Secretary of State of the United States and had him turn around. He was somewhere in between Hawaii and the Pacific, which is something like, they talk from Washington, D.C., so that's another like 4,700 miles. So you got the Jindalee radar system, which can pick up planes in North Korea from Australia. I mean, it goes on and on, right? None of these things should work on a ball of 3,959-mile radius. But they all do. And that's a problem.
I posted a video for Miriam to check out about angular resolution and our world.
What's up, Trace? How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Just a little tired.
Thanks for linking the video. I'll watch it now.
Small talk, not my forte. Maybe you wanna talk to Frog now that it's quieted down.
Yeah, let's give him another shot.
Frog was being cool, or was he the guy that got into it with Bong?
That was the one that entered bomb because he, if you want me to be honest, he told me to shut the fuck up, retard, and that's really fucking tilting. My brother's severely disabled, and I'm not gonna get muted just because I fucking responded. That's so stupid.
Oh, listen, I didn't want to rehash. Listen, I didn't want to rehash it, dude. We're not going back.
Okay, but Indio, like, can you?
I didn't understand who was like what happened. I was just making sure, man.
And can you acknowledge that's wrong, like, entirely?
Well, we didn't know your brother's retarded.
Okay. No, but it doesn't matter. No. But even if that wasn't the case, listen to me, right?
You're right. It doesn't matter. Wait, it doesn't matter.
Let me speak.
You gotta understand.
Please don't call your brother retarded.
Please let me
That's just
speak.
rude.
Okay, so
he
listen.
didn't call his brother retarded.
No. Please let me. Okay, listen. Right. Okay. So the thing is, I was told shut the fuck up, retard, and then when I responded midway through my sentence, I was muted just so I'm not allowed to respond. Do you see what the problem is there? It should be
Yeah, that's
people
my
should be
bad.
able to
You know
respond.
what? I'm not a moderator. All I was
Yes, you
trying to
did.
do was.
I didn't do it.
Sorry,
I
I don't know voice. Sorry, it wasn't. Yeah.
Best thing to do is just move on, man. Just move on.
I just wanted to say hi to Sasha. Welcome back.
No one acknowledge that they do something wrong.
Hello,
Frog.
Yeah, right, man.
I'll give you that.
Frog, I'm listening for half an hour. I didn't say anything. Thank you for your feelings. And now, Shape of the Earth. If you want to speak about feelings, find some other server. I don't know. Find some couple, whatever you want. No.
Okay, I have a question. So am I allowed to say whatever insult I want? Is that allowed? Like,
Yes,
since it's freedom.
as long as it's not against Discord TOS.
So if it's any server member,
Nah,
right?
it won't be. He's an ex-server member.
Hey,
Because,
you
I
can
mean,
say what you
can
want to
happily
say,
blame
but
people.
as
Well,
far
you
as the
can call us a retard if you
consequences,
No,
want.
but
I
see, that's not
can't.
fair. You see,
I
I shouldn't
can't
be muted, right?
promise
I shouldn't be
that
muted if
you
other people are allowed to.
might
Hey,
See what I
TOS
mean?
lawyer.
not
TOS lawyer. Let's just progress.
get muted.
Again,
Dude, I wouldn't have muted you. If that's what you want to hear, if I had control,
Yeah,
I
well,
wouldn't have muted
you
you.
shouldn't be muted. That's the case, period, right? I mean, again, double standards is a very
Hey,
horrible
back to the flat Earth. Chill out.
Yeah, well, you're breaking the rules of the Discord repeatedly, so that's why you should be muted. Do you want to be muted again, or do you want to stop?
Sorry, could you speak English?
Oh, are you
Oh
retarded
man,
then? Because I was
yeah,
speaking
you're
English.
definitely getting muted.
I will speak bad English.
I mean,
Damn, bro.
Not ever for social things, psychological, whatever. This is not. You will not find doctor here.
Oh, froggy today.
Okay. Why was I muted again? See, double standards. I'm not allowed to say anything. You see?
Hey, speak English. Nobody understands what the fuck you're
You
saying.
have to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
Oh, really? You will speak about the shape of the Earth on the flat Earth server? Are you crazy?
What? I have been. I was
Speak
being.
about-
Wait, listen to me.
Let's speak about
I was
your
anything.
feelings. It's very interesting.
I was anything but nice. Listen.
No, let's speak about your feelings. That's more interesting. You know, we will find out how you feel, and then after 1 hour, we will conclude something.
Listen, Frog, I'm gonna
before we start.
unmute you.
Yeah.
Listen, Frog, I'm gonna unmute you, and the next conversation needs to be about flat Earth. Period.
Or globe Earth if you're a glober.
So flat Earth, am I right, boys?
Hold on, let me adjust my couch real quick before we
At
start.
least you didn't get banned.
Let me straighten up my
As long as I
table.
understand the way things are going to be,
Alright.
that's fine, right? I
Hey,
can't change my view
stop
of
it,
things.
man. You gotta chill
Just
out.
move on, man. Flat
I just
Earth.
did. Flat Earth and shit, you know?
Didn't
Bong,
move.
I don't like the way how you are laughing.
1 sec, Sasha. Let me
was
turn you down a
really-
bit. Out loud. Okay.
I'm sorry.
You
I
know
love
when you
you
go
all
to a
for
new
this.
workplace,
How you are laughing. That was really rude.
you know when you go to a new workplace, right? And everybody seems to be kind of like doing their own thing, double standards happening, and you're the new guy, and you start saying things. You know what I mean? It's not gonna look good for you
I
there,
thought we're
man.
moving
You
on.
might not have a good experience.
Can you move on, please?
I'm
Now
just
it's
giving you
ready
an
to move on. Let's
example.
move on.
Move on, please. Flat Earth, boys. Come on.
What it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, yo,
Bong, move on, please. Flat Earth.
we
He's
are
on shut
moving
up.
on.
He's saying
Right.
things aren't level. Okay.
Well, he's the moderator, so.
I'm trying to level with you.
I globe the
Trying
fuck
to
out of
level
you,
the
boy.
playing field.
Ribbit.
Would you globe smack him?
Welcome to the server. What kind of glober are you?
They're all the same to me.
Are you the kind that has evidence or accepts evidence or CGI evidence?
Talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking. Are you a
I had a
glober,
full
sir?
conversation about this earlier.
Oh, my bad. I just got here. Sorry. I
You
must
were
have
here
missed
the
it.
whole time.
I must have been AFK. Sorry. Go ahead.
Like
You forget a
I'm
lot.
Glober, but I'm like,
now?
again, I don't like I'm down to hear other people's opinions. That's no problem, but not personal shit and not being biased. If
You've heard
that's how
about
it
the
is,
black.
it's fine.
You've heard about the
Are you
black
okay
swan,
now?
right?
Can we go on with the arguments now? Are you okay now?
I'm gonna mute everybody and just monologue about the ether.
Go ahead.
Black Swan, go.
Metal Lark.
In that server.
You're gonna summon
I
him.
didn't say names. Stop that.
You called? You rang?
He's gonna pop in right now. Watch. Like summoning somebody.
Did you just say I'm gonna metal-lock you?
It's like Beetlejuice.
Oh,
You keep talking about the ether.
Hey, he's got the courage of his convictions, so he gets respect for that. He will not be dissuaded.
Yeah.
No matter how many times he's called a numpty dipshit pretender clown, he will.
Fuck you.
Sticks to his guns. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna stick to his guns. And dude said like you're like open to other opinions.
Yeah, absolutely.
The experience of a flat Earth is not like an opinion.
I mean,
we all. Well, I mean, it's not though. I mean, really, it's not. If you think about what do you actually experience, nobody experiences the Earth as a ball.
Sure, but I can choose not to, perceive it that way. And
Well,
then,
I'm a man. I'm a man.
What do you mean? Hold on. How like no? It's either you do experience it as a ball or you don't. There's no like.
No, I believe it's a ball. Yeah, 100%.
Well, yeah, that's a belief, but that's not like your knowledge, right? So belief in the Earth as a ball is an opinion. Experiencing the Earth as flat and motionless, that's not an opinion. That's just experience reality, which everybody experiences.
I mean, is the Earth being flat as a fact? Is it marked as a fact, registered as a fact?
It's an experience. Well, facts technically are events, so it can't be a fact.
Well, then, then it's an opinion.
It's true. No, it's not an opinion.
A fact is an event, right? So something happening, right? So I cooked eggs for breakfast. That's a fact, right? A mile is 5,280 feet. That's not a fact.
It's something that's known to be true, right? By that's what a fact is.
Not really.
By definition, fact is
people use the word fact wrong. Okay.
Okay.
I'm talking you specifically. Everybody does.
Sure, and I'm talking about definition-wise.
You say the same thing about globe, but you can't say the same thing about the flat Earth because you don't experience it motionless. How are the clouds moving? How do you know it's not the Earth moving?
Well,
how do you experience it?
Anyway,
it's also not flat because I experience driving up and down hills, so it's not flat. So you can say the same thing.
Do you think the clouds moving has anything to do with this rotation of the Earth?
I don't know. I know there's something moving above my head, so I don't know if it's the Earth or if it's the clouds.
I can tell you that your has nothing to do with
I got cut off, dude, before I got to my point, man.
Yeah, Indio is trying to make a point, please. Yeah.
So
I'm trying to make a point too.
The point is, everybody, and everyone will see this, that to our senses, to our knowledge, to our senses, the Earth appears flat and it appears motionless. To our senses. Now, our senses could be wrong. We could be perceiving reality incorrectly, but it's not an opinion that's how we perceive the Earth. That's just the way it is. And it's not an opinion that no one perceives the Earth as a ball. Right? That's not an opinion. That's an empirical fact. So when you say flat Earth is just an opinion, no, it's not an opinion. It's what I experience. Right? An experience, and through experience comes knowledge.
Sure. Give me I'll do some research myself quick and see if it's actually stated as a fact. I'll check it up.
Is what stated as a fact?
The Earth being flat, like if it's.
I've got a list.
That's not. Listen.
Yeah.
That don't straw man me. That's not what I said.
No.
I said
Okay. No.
Perceived as flat.
Sorry, I'm reading the voice text too. That someone just said that is a fact. For Earth.
Well, it is a fact now, but I mean, it's not.
Is it scientifically registered?
It's a fact that it's measured flat.
What is it? Where would I listen? What website do I find scientifically registered facts?
No, is it okay? Is it globally? Is it accepted globally? See what the word
what
is.
What does that matter? What does that matter?
Because something being correctly registered is the important thing. Right?
So, are you trying to convince me that the number of people, the sum of that people that believe something, determines its truth?
No, not at all. But for a lot of the time, that's hand in hand though.
I linked him some documents.
There's no evidence for that either.
Like, are we allowed to talk about other shit in here, or is it just flat Earth?
Hey, let's talk about
other stuff, but we try to stay on.
That sounds cool.
Like, what are jabs? Are we allowed to talk about jabs?
No, we're not. No, we're avoiding that topic.
Is that a risky fucking thing?
We don't box.
Well, Discord deletes servers for spreading COVID misinformation, but don't say what COVID misinformation.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
They don't say what that is. So
yeah, it's very vague. Okay.
So it's basically just vague. They just don't say what it is at all. It's worse than vague. It's like, what's today? We feel like that this is COVID misinformation. Let's delete it.
But we can talk about the baseball game. The White Sox versus the Cubs last night.
But Indio, didn't you say
White Sox versus the Cubs last night?
Stuff and voice doesn't matter.
Full stadium.
Why are you over talking him? Talk about baseball.
Yeah, baseball. Cubs versus the White Sox last night, there was not.
What the fuck?
Anyways,
You said 1 minute ago. Don't.
Where's
tell-
Nancy Reagan?
Yeah, to
Just
answer
say
your
no to
question,
drugs, bro.
to answer your question, Frog, we're also live streaming this on DLive and YouTube, so those TOSs also come into play.
Yeah, especially the YouTube one.
Okay, right. I'll keep an eye on what's said then.
I mean, it's not completely like verboten, but we try to minimize it because it gets out of hand. Just like we try to minimize religious talk because that gets out of hand. Flat Earth is controversial enough. We start bringing in every pet conspiracy theory or issue.
Sure.
We'll be talking about that instead of this. We just try to stay focused because there's discords for all those other topics, right? So people can go there.
I mean, there's topics in here for those. A lot of those topics, right? Religion, especially. There's different channels.
Yeah, but they're not streamed.
But the religion thing is because some people think the Earth is flat, and some of the support for that is based upon their religious belief, right?
Okay.
So we try to stay focused flat Earth as far as it goes religion. Of course, that gets then people start arguing about the Bible generally, and that's what we try to avoid.
Sure.
I shouldn't say just the Bible, Islam, New Age fluff. Who knows? People just argue.
Norse mythology, Hindu mythology.
The difference between the old world order and the new world order is religion. You know that? It used to be a flat Earth in the past, right? But there was so many religions and cultures. It didn't really work out. But today, you're getting rid of religion, culture, and they can have a better world order.
So
big idea.
What do you class as a new world order, though?
Well, it requires a globe. It's called global, right? When people say we're going global, what are they saying, right? They're saying we're going worldwide, right? We are now around the world, international. But yeah, I mean, think about it, right? These people that teach you that you're walking on a curved surface, even though you don't experience. These are the same people that tell you, if you think you're a woman, even though you know you're a man, you can be a woman. That's the same shit. They're telling you, that you're not a woman, but they're telling you, well, that's a matter of opinion. Is it?
I mean,
it's the new world order because they put it out there. They don't deny it, and then they put out their agenda. So just ask them.
That's a tricky thing. With the
How can
whole
we
thing? Because I think everybody has a right to be happy. Everyone has a right to whatever way makes them happy.
No, everyone does not have a right to be happy.
Of course they do.
I mean,
No, they
to be
don't.
honest,
Okay,
to be honest, if you're like a man and you want to be a woman, then go ahead. If that makes you happy, then go for it. So I don't see why a man being a woman is
Yeah.
such a big
Anyways,
deal.
that makes me blappy, but it does. I don't know if it makes me happy. It makes me blappy. Or what the hell does happy mean anyway? What are these words that people throw around?
How did a question about
how do we keep ending back at the social justice shit? That's what I want to know.
I know,
How do we
right?
keep ending back here? All roads lead to social justice.
Well, it's the idea that everyone.
World order is, and you somehow said a globe and then turned into a transgender thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck that was, but good answer.
Well, here's the thing. If thinking the Earth is a ball, even though it's not a ball, makes you happy, then you're saying that it's okay to believe lies as long as those lies make you happy. I mean, if a salesman came over to you and wanted to sell you the Eiffel Tower for $5, that might make you happy. Does that mean you're going to get the Eiffel Tower for $5? Of course not.
I've been told I was in the Illuminati because I'm a Freemason. Who gives a fuck? The world's full of stupid shit.
Everybody's in the Freemasons. My dog is in the Freemasons. Who cares?
Wait, are you? What? You can't be.
Yeah, my dog is in the Freemasons. Yeah, my neighbor's in the Freemasons. Fucking kids on TV are on Freemasons. Who cares about the Freemasons? They're liars.
Well, Mike, we're pretty deep in it, and
Do you think Pope is better? Do you think the president of the U.S. is better? Do you think those people are different?
What do you mean different?
Well, the people that teach you the Earth is a ball, and then you come from an ape, and you deserve to be happy. But you're a speck lost in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, we're all every single one of us in the
Yeah,
grand scheme of
especially
things, it's significant.
pedophiles. Pedophiles deserve to be happy. Don't you agree? You who chase pedophiles, full of shit, man. You're so full of shit.
Oh, you know nothing about me though. You really
Everybody
don't.
deserves to be
Oh, we
happy,
know
bro.
enough.
Okay, so
No,
actually,
nobody deserves anything.
Hang on.
Like seriously, nobody deserves anything.
Why?
Nobody
Why?
came,
Everyone deserves
because
conditions.
nobody came out of their mother's crotch with a note that says you deserve X, Y, and Z, man. Like seriously.
Well, I
No
think
one
it's human
deserves
nature.
everything. Babies are.
Well,
Listen, no one deserves anything.
Whatever you
Period.
think you deserve, you ain't gonna get it.
What are
Especially if
cancer
you're an
patients born?
evolutionist. Why do you think anybody would deserve anything?
What are people born
Beyond
with
me.
cancer? They don't deserve to be happy?
Well, happiness
No one
comes from
deserves
suffering.
Nobody deserves anything. Period.
You
Why
want to
do
be
you
happy,
deserve
you have
something?
to
Tell me
suffer.
why any human being that's born and lives.
You know,
Why do they
okay,
deserve
what makes
anything?
me happy is saying retard. Is that
Why are
does
they
that make it
entitled
okay?
to something?
Well, yeah, if
Why
you're
are
a
they-
degenerate, that's fine, Amaj. What, Endio?
Why is anybody entitled to anything after they're born?
So everybody deserves a right to basic things, enough to make them, somewhat happy, as long as someone hasn't done anything to harm an innocent person, such as like
Subjective.
pedophile, right?
What are you saying? Like for example, if you're born
So
in
homeless,
the,
like
in the
homeless
war
rates are
situation,
another problem,
or
right?
born in Frog, why are you bullshitting?
I don't understand. I really cannot understand what
If
you're
you're
saying.
born in Baghdad, for example, at this moment, and if you're born in New York, is this the same thing?
What? I
You
cannot
said this is
understand.
bullshit.
How is it bullshit?
Okay.
What
Listen,
guy
so
who is
right
born
now-
in Baghdad today deserve?
Really wish I
Right
could
now,
understand you.
There's a
Kids
he's
in
saying if you're born in
Afghanistan
Baghdad.
they deserve.
I was going there, Sasha.
Okay.
I got it right. So there's some kid right now being born in Africa into the dirt, right? So what does he deserve? Do they deserve something?
Yeah, of course
Why
they
are they
do.
entitled?
Every my paycheck every month I donate a percentage to the charity. I think everyone deserves.
Well,
you know,
good for you. I mean, I'm glad you donate and you give charity. I
Bullshit.
give money to homeless people all the time. So I mean,
why is that
that's neither here
bullshit?
nor there.
No, that's
Because I
not
don't
bullshit.
fucking know you. And I know you. So
But they
stop
aren't
bullshit.
entitled to your kindness. Don't you understand that? No one is entitled to, especially when it comes to what somebody fucking else is doing. You don't get to be entitled
but it's
to
not
that.
fair that people have to suffer in rough conditions.
No, it's not fair. Life isn't fucking fair. Get used to it.
That's what I was getting at. The life isn't fair, dude.
Yes,
That life just is.
But we're developed
We
enough to give everyone
You were born
basic needs
yesterday.
as a world where we are 100% able to give everybody their basic needs, no problem.
Well,
Like
then
for
what's
example,
stopping us? Could it be the psychopaths, maybe?
Right? In my country, there's hardly any homeless people. Fantastic, good stuff, right?
Yeah. Why we are not doing that in the last 200 years?
What? We have. We're
Why
pretty good.
we are not doing that in the last 200 years? Do you know how people became poor in all that country?
Well, it really depends on the country and each standard.
You think that
individual.
country, Africa, you think that Africa was poor country?
No, it got ruined. It got finessed.
How Africa became poor country?
Yeah, it got finessed.
Sasha.
Huh?
Well, let me we're not
Africa
gonna
is a
that's
continent,
enough.
not
That's enough
country.
social justice
Africa-
bullshit, man. Like, can
I'm
we
gonna
just?
call bullets finesse.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was fucked up.
Countries are imaginary.
If you want to do something for the world, why don't you help expose the lie that the Earth is a ball?
Because I don't believe
If you want to
that.
help
I
the
would be
world.
lying to myself if
Well,
I
why don't
if
you
I did that.
join a religion or a church that you can believe stuff and do whatever it is you
I
want to do?
don't believe in
to
religion.
this-
He is. It's called scientism.
Well, you believe stuff, okay? You're saying you don't believe this, you
I mean,
believe that.
everybody
You
has
think it's a matter.
quote-unquote,
You think the
there's
shape of
beliefs
the
and
Earth is a
social
matter
rules.
of opinion. You think that a man can become a woman if that makes him happy. I mean, you sound like you're in a religion.
No, not at all. I actually I'm atheist as far as it goes completely. Like
Oh, there's your other problem. Yeah. Okay. You're in two religions.
I've
Right.
seen
right.
shut up.
right.
I've seen religion brainwash people firsthand. So most definitely not.
Are you talking
The
about
heliocentric
atheism?
model is brainwashing people.
No.
Right.
Somebody in our
Right.
family changed entirely for the worse when they started going to a church, and it was
Define the
Well, that's
worst
the problem.
or
It's
the worst.
organized religion.
Did you
Okay.
see? Did you see the biggest religion in the world?
What about it?
Did you see that religion?
No.
It's called
Christianity.
heliocentrism.
No, that's not a religion.
It
It's not a
Yes,
religion.
that is
Based on belief.
100% a religion.
Man, it's bigger religion than ever any other religion.
You have to take it based on faith, just like any religion.
But it's not
you
a
know, like,
it's not a superhuman controlling power.
You know, everyone
It's
who
not
says
a
they're not,
superhuman controlling
everyone
power.
who
What the
believes
hell
in a
does that
mainstream
mean?
religion says they're not religious because they think it's the truth, but it's
Frog
not.
is a troll. Yeah.
I'm a
Frog
troll
is
when
a
I'm
troll.
here and listen. No, I'm
Yeah.
not. Okay, just because I
Yeah.
disagree, it means I'm a troll. All right, makes sense.
You're a terrible person. Yes.
Cool, fantastic.
Hallmark
You
religion
talk to the
isn't
internet.
superhuman.
He's not a troll. He's
Hallmark
just a reality denier.
Hey, the hallmark of religion. I think one more person can interrupt me. I think, first of all, superhuman power isn't the hallmark of religion. So there's religions that have no superhuman powers. I mean, Scientology, they think there's aliens.
I'm just going by definition, of dictionary. That's what I'm.
Well, I mean, which dictionary is that? Like
Oxford.
And what's gravity?
Oxford says
Is
that
gravity not a superhuman power?
Dude, man.
Oxford says that the God has to have superhuman ability.
I'm a very definition-based person. Like, what's written down, I'll go by. So I'm going by, religion by the definition. That's where I'm pulling that from.
So is Buddhism not a religion?
Think.
There's no superhuman people in Buddhism.
Taoism?
Yeah, wouldn't it still be a religion?
Deities in Buddhism are manifestations of the mind. They're not deities. They're not like physical embodiments or something. They're archetypes of the mind. They're not like.
Yeah, but it's still a super controlling power, essentially, because it doesn't need to be a god or gods, right? Not at all. It's really, it's still a super power controlling power. For example, the definition, the belief and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially personal god or gods, but not, just that. That's not where it ends.
Well, then your religion
is the Big Bang,
which would include religion.
Is the Big Bang creation something for nothing? Is that superhuman?
I wouldn't say it's superhuman, no.
That adhere to the laws of nature as we know it.
So a point mass of infinite, a point of infinite mass and density that came from nothing is not superhuman.
Okay, maybe Big Bang would, maybe it would go with that.
See, I want to explain to you where we get the analogy between the heliocentric model and just like the religion. Okay,
and I've been
there's a
told
reason
so many
for
different things with this whole heliocentric thing. Because I'm in the
Well, I'm going to
Freemasons,
tell you like
another thing. Okay.
You're fixated on this Freemason. Most of the people on the server don't believe in any of that crap.
A couple of people have mentioned it to me, so I don't know.
I mean,
I just got a bad taste.
The exception is not the rule.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Like, everybody here speaks for themselves.
Sure.
Like, but anyway, so there's certain like hallmarks of religion, right? That the heliocentric model has, right? There's a special class of people that say that they're privy to knowledge that like normal people don't have. Right, so there's astronauts. You could call them priests, or the chosen, or whatever you want, and they claim to go to space. Right, they get on their magic ship and they fly into the heavens. Right, sound familiar? And that you have to believe them because they have a special relationship with reality that everybody else doesn't have. They have a creation story, right? The Big Bang, something for nothing. So all the things that a regular run-of-the-mill religion have are in the heliocentric model. Because it's not experiential. Because the main thing is it's not experiential. It's not like nobody experiences the Earth as a globe. So fundamentally, at its foundation, is a presupposition or a belief. So I often ask Globers this: what is the axiom, the logical axiom, used to support the globe? And there isn't one. Because an axiom is something that's self-evident. And there's nowhere on Earth you can go where you say, hey, it's obviously a ball. There's nowhere on Earth you can go that will show you this.
Not by the definite. No, I'll agree with that.
Yeah, so it's not experiential. So fundamentally, what they say is outside the perception of your senses, right? Beyond what you can perceive, Earth really is a ball. But you can't perceive it unless you have a magic rocket ship.
But I mean, it comes to beg the difference, you know. Remember, faith and religion are very different as well, right? They're two vastly different things. You know,
You
believing in
really don't
something.
want it to be called religion.
But I mean, it is 100% two separate things.
Did you say faith and religion are vastly different things?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Let's not call
Okay.
religion. That will be best thing. We will not call that religion.
Yeah, and then we can just forget
Can
it.
I
That's
finish,
perfect.
please? Can I finish? We will not call that religion. Sorry, but where is the 8-inch per mile square drop in nature?
I really wish I could understand you, dude.
He wants to know
is awful for me, dude. I'm sorry.
Where is the curvature of the sphere in the nature? And I will not call heliocentrism religion. I want to know where. I will not call heliocentrism religion. I will not call that you are religious. Okay, you are not religious because of scientism and blah blah blah.
I mean, I ain't a scientist, dude.
No, but listen, we will not call that religion. Nothing is religion. Only God, that is religion, you know. Christians, Muslims, you know, that's religion. Other things are not religion. But where is the curvature of the sphere?
I'm still
Are you typing?
He's saying, where's the curvature of the sphere?
He's not going to answer that. Look,
He's looking it up.
Is the curvature of the sphere?
I'm not sure.
Do you understand?
I'm not sure.
Do you okay? So
It
can you,
should be
can you
self-evident.
expand? What I'm not sure mean? What does that mean? It's somewhere, but you're not sure where. What does I'm not sure mean? You're not a scientist. So you need a scientist to tell you that a ball is curving and it's curving by this much. You don't know that a basketball curves at a certain rate. You don't know how to measure how big a basketball is. You need a scientist to do that for you.
Another
You're
question for
fighting
you.
pedophiles, but you need a fucking scientist to show you these
Why are you bringing up
things.
something irrelevant?
Because you're full of shit. That's why.
What are you? You're no one. You're literally no one.
I'll show you who I am, bro. I'll show you who the fuck I am.
Show me your portfolio.
Frog, which kind of school I need to finish
Yes,
to
your
learn?
portfolio makes you. Yes.
Frog,
Why
which
are you
kind
talking
of
about
school?
portfolios?
Frog, can I ask you a question? Which kind of school I need to
are your
finish to realize how to measure the curvature? Because you said scientists. Some scientists did it. Which one? Who was that scientist? Can you find him? It must be written somewhere on Google. The year, the method, how he used. It must be more of them. It must be about 1,000 scientists who did that.
Frog is not worth. Don't cast your pearls to swine, guys. Especially this one.
No, he's now looking for the answer, Pong, you know.
Yeah,
I believe he's looking for counter arguments. That's my belief.
No, he said scientist. I want to know which scientist realized that. Which one? That I want to read that and I want to confirm for myself, you know, because I don't want stories from him. I want to know which. He said I'm not scientist. Okay, but which scientist did that? Maybe Simon and Garfunkel with the title "The Sound of Silence."
I muted him because I'm trying to figure out what to do with him. What do you guys want to do with him? I want to cog this him, but
Ask him to tell us, like curvature bulge between two cities he knows about.
I don't think he's interested. Let's see what he.
I mean, in the whole world.
And what is religion? You know.
Go ahead, Frog.
Frog, you're unmuted.
Okay, so, all right. I said I'm not sure. I haven't digged enough deep into it. Like I said, the scientist thing was incorrect. Yes, I agree. No, it hasn't technically been proven at all.
Yeah.
But I can't disagree. But
don't you find it weird that in your whole lifetime until today, you never learned to you never calculated the arc curvature between two cities?
I haven't bothered to, no.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
Not at all, no.
Pretty weird to me.
So you consider yourself literate into mathematics?
No, I don't do mathematics or anything like that. I didn't study that.
No, mathematics is not good.
No, I mean mathematics is a great skill.
Geometry.
I did cybersecurity and stuff like that.
Well, you need
Yeah, well,
math for computer
you
science.
cannot do it without it. I mean, you need also geometry for that.
They got machines to do the math now. Why does he need that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
You see the problem yet?
cybersecurity, you're like installing an antivirus, not seeking the virus, right?
What? If you use antivirus, no, that's stupid because I wouldn't recommend anyone to use antivirus.
Why?
Because everything can be encrypted to the point where it's fully undetectable anyway, since nothing's in a permanent library. So your own self-cautious of the internet's your most important thing. If anybody wants to hack you, they will. It doesn't make a difference.
Rock, do you
So
know how we
if I
measure
use,
the height of the mountain?
No.
I use
A
As
good
you
piece
say,
pick any lock.
the reference is the sea level.
Sure.
Yeah.
How we can measure all the mountains all around the world if it's reference the sea level? That means that sea level, that level of the sea, it's everywhere level. That means in India, that means in Peru, that means in North America, that means in Europe. Everywhere we are measuring mountain reference to sea level. Is it sea level everywhere level?
No, I don't. No, it isn't, right?
On the ball, it is not. But how is it possible that we have mountains and we have reference to sea level all around the world?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
How is that possible? I don't know. Because, take one mountain in the middle of Africa. Does we take the sea level from the Atlantic Ocean or from the Indian Ocean?
No, sure. Like I said, I'm still learning myself. I'm learning a lot of things.
They're both the same level.
I ask you one simple, maybe even stupid question. Which reference we take from the Atlantic Ocean or Indian Ocean?
I don't follow, to be honest. I'm high as fuck, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Earth is
but
curving
you don't
from
see the
Atlantic
importance.
Ocean, then you have Africa, and then it's curving Indian Ocean, and it's curving more.
He has that reefer madness.
The main problem is nature,
Yes.
Earth somehow lying every day.
I mean, I've never really pushed, to like disprove the globe ship personally.
Did you ever watch some examples here on server? Did you see some example?
No, I haven't actually pushed myself to find out. That's what I'm saying. I want to hear other people's opinions, then go to look.
I'm asking you, did you see some examples from people here?
No. Well, they've linked different certain resources that I haven't fully read yet.
Did you see Black Swan example?
No, I don't know what that is.
You will.
I mean, sure, if you want me to read it, why not?
Fair warning, once you see the Black Swan, you'll never be a Glober again.
Well, once you accept it. People see it and they cover their eyes and go, "What was that? I don't know what that was."
In the voice text chat, you can see picture and the text. You can read and look at the picture.
Which lies affect you the most?
Yeah, I guess that makes somewhat sense. But again, I'm still in the boat. Is like I don't know. I guess it's the whole thing where like.
And they have like observation during the night with the light lasers. Other people, so many. I don't know how many. I find out
Thousands
one.
of these observations.
I find out even one. It's not flat Earth observation. It's a guy who is testing the Nikon P900, and he made 93 kilometers. You know, observation one island or something, and it should be dropped there.
Again, it's the simple thing is like. I guess I don't know why people would lie about such a thing. You know.
Oh.
Okay.
What
That means
if
this is
it's not the people lying?
this nature thing. What is telling you? This is water, man. This is, you know.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Now I have a question for you. Why Earth would lie?
Why what?
Why the Earth would lie?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why anyone would lie about something like this.
How? No, the Earth. How would the Earth lie to you? For one.
Yeah.
Can the Earth lie to you? Can your Earth lie
No,
to
I
you?
guess. No, the people.
Well,
Sorry,
you
the
probably.
people. Yeah. Okay.
Then you should.
Can people lie to you?
I mean, yeah, human nature. Yeah, of course, people lie.
Yeah.
Okay. Can planet can Earth lie to you?
Well, people from the Earth, I guess. Yeah. I mean,
No, I'm saying like these things. What are you living on?
Nature.
And
Does nature lie to you?
nature.
Oh no.
That's the point, man. Why would they lie? We can speak like 3 days about that, and we will never reach the. They would lie because they don't want to tell the truth. That's the answer.
I don't know.
For every
Maybe,
lie, every liar, it's lying because it's hiding the truth. If you know the truth, then you know the truth. Then you know you can expose the liar. But we don't know why they're lying.
The reason doesn't affect that it's either done or not. The reason it could be 1 billion doesn't matter. If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not.
No.
Yeah, must curve if it's sphere. That's the point. Must rotate also.
I don't know. It's just of all the things to lie about. What? Why that?
It affects you in enormous ways.
Does it?
Absolutely.
In what way has this affected me? Would you say?
Do you have a worldview?
Like of what I mean, importance of life, kind of thing.
Yeah. Like, do you have a view of the world around you?
Yeah.
What is that based on?
Social norms and how not to be a shitty person, essentially.
It is based on all of your experiences and all of what you believe to be true. So if I can alter that, then I can affect you, yes?
To an extent, it really depends of which, how far, how big.
Now imagine yourself having to make a tough moral choice, okay? And there's 2 alternate universes. In one, that tough choice may result in dire consequences. In the other, no way. Doesn't matter. Do you understand that you are going to act differently in those 2 scenarios?
I mean, if it's something very drastic, yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah. All right. So, what if? Well, let me just ask you this: how significant are you in the scheme of things?
In the grand scheme of things,
Yes.
Nothing.
Okay, so that's the point, dude. That's the point.
I want to leave a mark. That's my goal. But I mean, whether I do that or not's a different thing. Like my goal, when I die, is I want to have a charity, like in my name. That's my goal.
You just cut your own dick off, and you just like limited yourself and diminished yourself to the point where you were no longer resembling what you were intended to be, and you don't even realize it.
Explain. I haven't said that long.
You have just. I'm just telling you that you have
you have limited your own potential by destroying what's possible in your own mind, because you are insignificant, right? And all the choices that you make now, if you're insignificant in the big scheme of things and everybody else is insignificant in the big scheme of things, what is the significance of mankind? So now if
Because as
mankind
a
has no
whole,
significance, if it has no, I know where it's going. It only logically goes one way. And now that if mankind has no significance, does it matter what anybody really does? Do people need to make moral choices, or can they just do what benefits them? So now you can be used as a weapon against other people, because if I give you a benefit, you can be talked into doing something that you normally would not, because you're insignificant, just like everybody else.
I believe everyone on their own is insignificant, but I believe as a collective, there's relevance, and things can happen.
You don't think those two different mindsets would affect how the collective operates?
I mean, of course, but I mean, for example, do you believe in? Let me think for an example. Do you believe in like global warming?
That presupposes a global.
Well, okay, okay. Climate change. But I guess that would be more accurate.
I know what you're asking, but I'm going to clarify. I'm going to say, are you asking that does climate in general have cycles that change
Do you believe?
over time?
Sorry, I should. Yeah. Do you believe that man-made fumes and shit, all that shit? Do you believe that's having an impact on the climate and causing heat to rise, etc.,
Well,
etc.,
the way heat transfer works, it has a measurable effect, because that's how. If you put more particulates in the air, it's going to affect things. That's just how it works.
But what I was getting at is one person can't.
Is it affecting it any more than a random volcano explosion? I have no idea. I don't think so.
Okay, but what I was trying to get at was like one person can't change the effect of that. It would have to be a large collective of people to make a difference. That's why I think everyone.
And if that collective doesn't give a shit about themselves or anybody else, are they going to do it?
I mean, you should give a shit about yourself. I mean, I'm not saying don't. Like, I care about myself 100%. I just think, long term, I'm like just a normal, I'm the average Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, my goal, if I can benefit other people and make some people happy, I'm absolutely fine with that. That's, what I want.
Hey, if you can benefit a couple people, but it only costs the life of one old lady, are you down with that?
What? Why would it cost the life of an old lady?
She's got a whole bunch of shit that will benefit a bunch of people. So if we get rid of her, we can all benefit.
No. Like, for example, I make enough income to like be charitable. That's what I mean. Like, I help other people. That's got nothing to do with like someone dying.
Right.
What about all the very rich CEOs, your Bill Gateses, your Bezos?
They're scummy bastards. They're greedy as fuck.
They claim to be, donating and helping the world and stuff like that, but that's just mainly a cover. I mean, they have way more money than they could ever use.
Dude, Jeff Bezos couldn't spend any of it.
If they really wanted to, they could end all like poverty around the world with just like 3 or 4 of them.
Completely agree.
And it wouldn't affect their lifestyle one iota.
Yep, I completely agree.
So, I mean, some guy who makes, it sounds like you're doing pretty well for yourself. I don't want to know like what you make, but
I'm not rich, but I'm well off. I'm comfortable.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, and that's great that you're being charitable, but yeah, your little bit isn't doing much, and you can't expect all the, middle class to save the world.
I mean, of course not.
Yeah, it's the governments and these corporations that it has to change. Like right now, it's basically fascism that we live in, government combined with corporations, right? And it's worldwide. Like that's the system that needs to be destroyed. It needs to be taken down if you want to make any change. You're not going to fix it by donating, 10-20% of your income.
No. But again, I'm not. I know I'm not going to make a big impact, but my goal is like, if I can benefit someone's life and make it a little bit better, that's my job done. That makes me happy. That makes them happy. I hate seeing anyone suffer. I hate it. It disgusts me.
That's awesome. I commend you for it. But the people who actually make a difference don't share those sentiments.
Well, I can't change them. The world's full of greed, and it's a horrible thing.
Do you think it's morally acceptable to allow them to continue to allow all the suffering that could be ended instantly?
I think it should be abolished. I think, I think it's stupid that the bigger company you are and the more money you make, the less tax and stuff you need to pay, and tax and stuff has to be made sure that it's being used appropriately.
Would you think it would be the right thing to do if people demanded they just live like other people and save the world?
Yes.
Then why hasn't it been done?
Because people are greedy.
And why is that?
Because they can be.
And why is that?
Because power corrupts absolutely, man. Fucking these people want to rule the world. They want to own everything.
I believe in
They
like
don't
the top
care about
1%.
He was almost there, man. Why'd you jump on it? Ugh.
I didn't have an answer anyway.
All right. Well, the answer is because you do not, well, not you in particular, but the average person does not fear that their consequences is going to bring them these moral choices. The fact that they can turn, it's not even that their choices, it's their choice to ignore what can be changed. That's what it boils down to. And if you think you're insignificant, everybody else is insignificant, you're not willing to risk anything for anybody else.
I mean, I take risks. I wouldn't say
in general. This is not this is not encompassing everybody. In general, when you talk about the heliocentric model and it's pounded into kids' heads and blah blah blah, most of them abandon religion at that point, or at least they abandon. Not in lip service, but they'll go to church or whatever. But it has so much less weight than when you really fucking believe that when you die, you can't hide a goddamn thing you did, and you will be judged on it accordingly.
Sure.
That changes everything.
I mean,
So
yeah,
if there was evidence that is the way it really is, if there was evidence of a creator that you could test yourself or see yourself or something that would make you change your life, would they let you see it?
Yeah, probably not. I think people should have their own choice that they want. Like, even when religion was shoved down kids' throats early, I think that's dumb. I think everyone should have a right to make up their own mind and their own mind thought of what they want to believe or go with.
So
America.
answer the why would they do it question. That's what I'm after.
Why would they lie?
Can I butt in real quick? So why don't you make up your own mind? Why do you let other people tell you what to think about the world?
Well, I mean, for the whole globe and flat or whatever, it doesn't, thinking of a globe or flat doesn't really make a difference to me.
So why are you saying these things then? Why do you say people should have the right to do this, do that, but it doesn't make a difference?
Because every
So
individual should.
what is the point of having that right if it doesn't make a difference whether you have it or not?
I mean, it does to some people, of course. Like, other people probably care about things strongly. But I care about certain things I don't care about.
Why should you have the right to say whatever you want to say, right? If that doesn't mean anything. If saying something or not saying something doesn't mean anything, what's the point?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? What's the point of saying we have the right to choose what we want to believe, and yet what we believe is not our choice? It's been forced into our brains since we were
agree.
children.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
Everyone is taught the same thing everywhere around the world.
I mean, I'm agreeing the whole globe shit. That's the standard. That's what's told you. Yeah, 100%.
It's like a church. It's like a religion.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but it's definitely force fed initially. I'm disagreeing with experts for that.
But what we're saying that this thing that we are being taught in school, right? We trust our parents that they send us to school, and we trust that what we're learning in school is good and true. And then you grow up and you go test these things you were taught, that like the earth is a ball, space, evolution, and these things turn out not to be true, right? So here it is. I have the right to choose whether or not I want to believe something I was told that's not true, Kenvi, or I want to believe something that I can find out to be true for myself. So, what have you done? Have you made a decision? Have you looked around to see
I
what
have one too
really
for the
is
whole.
true versus
I mean,
just believing what people
for
tell
Earth
us?
shape,
Go ahead.
I mean, I haven't fully went into it yet. Like I said,
For
I mean,
anything, for all things, right? Because
I trust. I genuinely do, for the most part. Contrary to popular belief, I for the most part, I do somewhat trust my local government. I really
and
do.
that's the religion. That's where it becomes a religion. When
No,
you
no.
know that what you've been taught is false, right? But you trust them anyway. That's when it stops being,
I mean,
logic and reason and science, and it starts becoming a religion, a real religion.
look,
And that's where a lot of people's problems start, in
my
my
local
opinion. Sorry to
government
cut
or
you off. Go
whatever
ahead.
seems to care about people somewhat. They do things. For example, again, homeless rates low. That's great, fantastic, right? Other countries not so much. And in terms of people's thoughts and differences, that's very different country to country. Because I think, say for in America, the people's ideologies, the changes, the last 5 years was the biggest change that's ever been, and it was only 6% or something of the standard thought of just general thoughts and how they think about things, which is kind of sad.
Wait, what are you talking about? 6%?
Just thinking different from ideally norms. It's very systematic.
You only have 6% free thinkers. That's what you're telling me.
6% different, not percentage numbers, but difference.
Yeah,
how much it's changed. Not 6% of people, but 6% of people in general changed. Not the
so
number.
you all have basically the same exact ideology, right? Because you all
the majority do,
agree
yes.
with the government, right? So you all do exactly what the government says, right?
In America, I'm saying in Americans, yeah. That's what studies have shown. Yeah, I'm talking about America.
Oh, whoa. You're saying that 94% of Americans.
No. See, that's where you're getting incorrect. I said out of the people they've changed their ideology by about 6%. Not that's people in schools. Sorry.
How do you measure a change in ideology and percentage?
This is let me see if I can actually find the study. It was very interesting. Let me see. It was a while ago.
Go ahead and find the study, but the more of these studies you look at, the clearer it is that studies don't really mean shit. It's all about the sample area, the people that they checked, and they tend to be misleading. They usually push a narrative that or something along those lines. They're trying to make the numbers look like it supports a point that they're trying to make, right? They're usually biased.
Sure.
So I mean, go ahead and look it up, but statistics are unreliable, especially with these types of studies.
Here's a study on why most published research findings are false. So
I'll check it out.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Most public research is false?
Yeah, it's not surprising though.
Yeah, it's not surprising, but just kind of sad.
It's like when Pfizer does their own study on their own drug and then tells you that it's safe and effective, right?
Yeah, and now we're finding out months later that it,
Are we getting into
We're
that
talking about
conversation?
boxing. Yeah, we're talking about boxing.
Not really, but that's an example.
I was gonna say because I'll full send it right now, but I mean,
no combat sports.
all I'm saying is,
I think your problem is atheism.
double job, baby.
That's what I think your problem is, atheism. Yeah. And you believe lies or priests that tell you what is.
Let me explain. Actually, I need to rebuttal that. None of my family is religious at all. None of them. I'm not a religious background at all. Period. I never went to Sunday school. Never did any of that. Nothing.
Can you prove that the creator does not exist and therefore that you are an atheist?
To me,
I was
science
gonna say
makes
you're
more
probably
sense to
more
me.
of an agnostic.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. What I meant was your problem is religion, because
Helio said
the way you fight against, right, religious people or creationists or superhuman powers that created people is very religious. It's like it's like this is your thing, you know.
I'm not super
Is
against
to
it at
rebel
all.
against
Like,
it.
dude, like if you
If
want to believe in,
evidence,
listen.
no,
The thing
no,
is,
that's not. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if evidence presented itself to you, right? If evidence presented itself as, hey, this was designed by an intelligent mind, okay, like that is evidence, right? That there is an intelligent designer behind everything. Like, what do you say about that?
His
Like,
faith
well,
is
how do
in
you
Darwinism.
view that? Right. You know what intelligent design is, right? Like, you know that evolution is not a thing anymore, right? Why are you laughing? You have a
Yeah, what's the
condescending
laughter?
attitude in your laugh.
no, I was laughing at voice text.
I think it's a cognitive dissonance laugh type of
Yeah,
thing.
I was
but hey, here it is. There's no evidence for the curvature of the Earth. You say you have to believe people, okay? That's one thing, right? And then there's this thing about creation, about DNA, about information. It has to come from an intelligent mind. This is why intelligent design is the new theory, or the cosmology of it's the Anunnaki theory. It's the aliens came down here and designed us. So there is no more evolution, right? You can't, like, I don't know, like you have to go with what's out there in science, that there are aliens out there, right? And they made us and they designed us. And who knows if there's a creator or not? You can't branch off on your own and try to pick up where Darwin failed and create your own thing, man. You got to go with the narrative.
Do you believe in
Yeah.
evolution at all?
No, no one does. No one believes in evolution. People use evolution to classify animals, but that's it. It's a terrible classification. Do you know what a
it makes
platypus
sense.
is?
All things
A platypus,
considered.
it doesn't, because a platypus, they say a platypus is the only mammal that lays eggs. That's useless. It's not a mammal. Just because it has fur, maybe your classification is wrong. Maybe people don't know enough about animals and how life works but it's there so they can do their work. The scientific community uses it to classify animals. They don't use it for anything else. So what's up?
Zach.
I'm just trying to reason with you, man. Like,
Oh, I tried. Okay, I guess. Wait, I got punished for swearing.
you sound like you. Oh, the bot is sensitive, man. So look, man, you sound like you give a shit enough, right, to want to talk about all this other stuff. Okay,
Is it? But
that's cool, but what's up with the whole? You know what I mean? Like not accepting, not having evidence for what you believe
no,
in.
like I said, I have never stated that my opinion wouldn't change. I said it's unlikely. Like I'll do research, and maybe I'll change my opinion. Again, it is never. I've never stated that it's impossible, at all. Right? Ever.
That's
also,
cool.
I think I got timed out because I was responding to the thing, like the big pharma thing. By the way, which I'll just state now.
That's the bot, man. That's just the
'cause
bot
it said COVID. So
getting triggered
basically,
by stuff. Yeah.
Louis, I'll answer you quickly. 3 of my family members have died of COVID. So I want to do the right thing and protect. Yeah.
Did you what preposition did you use?
What?
What preposition did you just use in that statement?
What do you mean?
Bro, you're not wrong. You just used the wrong preposition. Would you like me to help you out,
Yeah,
or
explain.
okay? So if I heard you correctly, use the preposition from. Is that correct, or did you say of, or did you say from? I think you said from.
Okay, it would be of, yeah.
Well, yeah, I disagree. Actually, I would correct you, and I would say that the correct preposition is with. And the issue is understanding how the flu works. And people don't die from. Nobody's ever died from the flu ever. Okay. Hold on.
We talking about this?
Let me finish.
Let's just stick it in, whatever.
So it's very important to just understand, if you're a man of science, man of appreciation of definition, so on.
Well,
is that, hold on, people don't ever die from the flu, ever. Never has happened in the history of mankind, because that's not how that works. Okay, there's something else, and do you know what that something else is?
So
That's actually more accurate.
in terms of COVID,
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the flu. Okay, and what is that something else? It is a very simple question. Starts with a P. It's a weird silent P word. Do you know the word? Thank you. So literally, the vast majority. Now, there's some exceptions. Okay, pulmonary embolism and some other weird things that take place otherwise. But for the vast majority, pneumonia is the from. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying?
for the flu, sure, yeah. Flu specifically, yes.
Yeah. So getting into defining how these diseases work and all that conversation is probably not the scope here, but the point is, words are important, and I actually wanted to go ahead and ask you a question.
Why did you bring up your family members dying from that?
Because
thing?
it was
no, because of what I was typing, what I typed in text.
Yeah.
Look, I just want to real quick before we keep going too far, but I just want to point out that you may not know, probably don't, that about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, the CDC, they said that they had to stop using the PCR test, that it was an ineffective test because they couldn't tell the difference between the flu and COVID.
Yeah.
So all of this time, all of the testing, all of the positive results, all of the mandates, all of the changes in society have been based off of a faulty test.
Which we've known for over a year, because Kerry Mullis, the inventor of the PCR test, literally said the PCR test, polymerase chain reaction test, is not a diagnostic test. Okay, he knew this. Anybody that knew anything about his research knew this. However, that's not what happened. It's a big problem. Blah 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 blah. I'm curious, seeing as how it appears that G is your god, and by G I mean gravity. What is it about, or are you aware that they make the claim that molecules do not attract molecules because their gravitational field is too minuscule to attract each other? Yes or no?
No.
You're not aware of that?
Nope.
And I can understand why you wouldn't be, because it only makes sense that if everything exploded into just an infinite number or near infinite number of particles, and then they coalesced, and then more changes took place over time and over time and over time, blah 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 blah, via the force of gravity, that that all would be fairly logical. I get it. The problem is when you scrutinize or evaluate all of the claims, you put it all together, you put the puzzle together, and you have something far worse than Picasso. Far worse. Picasso almost made sense. He was a horrible artist, but it almost made sense. Now this doesn't, though, because the claim is small particles, things that are small, don't attract each other because their gravitational field isn't strong enough. This is the claim that is made by these narrators. I'll call them these people that make stories, storytellers. You can call them storytellers, is another good title. That's their story, bro. And it doesn't fit. There's a disconnect. It starts to fall apart.
Sorry, I'm just reading fucking voice text, people saying things fucking completely out of context and just making up my views for me, apparently.
They don't want to lose you. That's why.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, you get where I'm coming from. You understand what I was sharing. I mean, there's a lot of
I get it.
different
Like I said, I mean,
inconsistencies.
again, in terms of my belief, like, I mean, I wouldn't change belief just for other people telling me now. Like, I'll do my own research as well, right?
Yeah, and use logic. So here's another good one for you to think about. I just gave you one with the gravity thing. Look into that. All right. that's a gross inconsistency. Here's another one for you. You understand that how they came about with numbers like 93 million, how they came about with numbers like the approximation of the size of Mercury and Venus, and how they came about some of those things. Through what scope did, not to be punny here using the word scope, but through what scope did they come to these conclusions? Through the word observation is the answer. I'll just answer it for you. Now, let me point something out that's a hilarious inconsistency. Okay. They made all of these conclusions based on observations. How else could you make them? They didn't go to these places to determine size and distance and so on. Okay. They did everything via observation. Okay. Now, the inconsistency enters in when we look at visual phenomenon like the Selenelian eclipse, for instance, where we see the moon and we see the sun opposite ends of the horizon. Okay. And they're both above the horizon, visible simultaneously, just to clarify, right? And modern science, and you can look up the Selenelian eclipse on some nice NASA-friendly website, and they will show you a little graphic that says that there is an apparent position of the moon and the sun and an actual position of the sun and the moon. And the sun and the moon in this instance are actually both simultaneously below the horizon, actually, and only apparently above the horizon, according to the graphics that they demonstrate. And they say you're basically just seeing a perverted version or perverted image of the sun and the moon during a Selenelian eclipse. Now, here's the issue, just to make sure you're getting the point. Okay. Things are either where they are, where they appear to be, or they aren't. And if things in the sky are not where they appear to be, then all of the justification that you used to make the claims that you made about 93 million, about anything up there in the sky and where you thought it was, completely gets thrown out of the water as 100% inaccurate, because you just shot yourself in the foot by saying, well, things aren't where they appear to be. But you use everything's apparent position to justify everything that you believe. Do you get my point?
No, I get it. I mean,
fantastic.
Logically, it does seem a lot points towards it,
So
flat
what
stuff.
did Gospels tell you about the Selenelian?
No, there was a lot. I can't remember it fully.
So you didn't pay attention,
Roger,
right?
how many times have I told you I'm stoned as fuck?
Why is Gospel
am I.
wasting his time here then?
He's not wasting his time at all.
You're not paying attention. You're paying attention to the chat and then not
Yeah, because
listening.
I'm getting constantly pinged in the fucking voice text if you don't look.
I saw that. Gospel is talking to you.
Can you not concentrate?
No, I'm fucking completely stoned,
Calm down.
bro.
Calm down.
Checkmate. The reason why you're annoying me is, if you look at live stream, it's like, oh, your sob story. Oh, your sob story. That's all you've been saying.
True, isn't it?
No, because I was answering, Lou, sorry, thing from before that I was muted from. That's the COVID thing. That's what I was talking about. So
Listen, we've already warned
completely.
that we shouldn't be talking about this stuff.
Yes,
so
but I was going back and rebuttaling it.
that's the only thing you want to rebuttal, isn't it?
Who are you? Shush. Anyway, I muted him. Sorry, go on.
No, we're not going to mute. No, we're not going to mute.
I mean, people constantly muted me, so server muted me.
No. I mean, when you mute them in the VC, then we start to have problems with people talking over each other.
Fine.
We already have enough of that.
Yeah. Exactly.
But look, you see what I mean earlier though, with me being constantly server muted.
No, look, I did say something in the chat, in the text that you responded to, and you brought it into voice. We probably should have kept that in text if you wanted to go there. But don't, when you're in the voice, look, just focus on who's talking to you at the time, and the stuff that's going on in the side text, just pretty much let
it's
it
hard
go.
when I'm getting notifications, bro. Like, that's the thing.
Yeah. No, they're just throwing jabs at you, picking on you, trying to throw you off. Ignore them.
people get a rise out of triggering others. It's a pastime. The point is, just remember those two things if you can. I understand that substances can affect memory, but you remember the whole inconsistency there that I pointed out with gravity.
Mhm.
And again, these are things that I'm pointing out the inconsistencies from the narrators, not inconsistencies made up from my imagination or my observations, but this is from their mouth, right?
I mean,
Salt
there's studies,
water and
yeah.
fresh water coming out of the same fountain doesn't make sense. It doesn't work that way, right? It's
Sure.
the same with these claims that are made. There's more. I could probably keep going.
I'm sure there's a ton. I'm sure it's a deep hole.
You barely dipped your toe.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, I find this one a little bit of a head scratcher. You know, they claim that the moon is reflecting the sun's light. Who would know? But they also make the claim that there are photoluminescent particles on the moon. Again, who would know? But isn't it interesting that they make these contrary claims?
It is.
It's almost like they do it for fun.
They claim to have showed us video taken from that place. Try to apply the inverse square law to what you're seeing there and see if it works out.
Does he know what the inverse square law is?
You're right. So light acts in a very specific way when we're looking at it, right? So if you have a certain intensity light, so many, was it measured? Lumens, right? Or candle?
Sure.
Yeah, lumens.
Yeah.
At a distance, at a given distance, it's a certain brightness from you, right?
Yeah.
And every time you double that distance from you, you quarter the intensity.
Okay.
So that being said, when we look at it, the closer you get, it's going to get brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter, right?
Yeah, you would assume so, yes.
Right. Look at how bright the moon is, reflecting that light. How many fucking thousands of miles? Hundreds of thousands of miles?
Yeah, it doesn't change the brightness, I guess, right?
No, it's worse.
And
It's
then
worse.
they tried to tell you that they had cameras taking photos from the surface of that bright object. The light that would be coming off the
blinded,
ground
right? Yeah.
there, it would be like standing on some kind of a fantastical glowing white impossibility. It's nonsense.
Like a flashbang.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I could see that.
Well, you wouldn't see anything if you're on the moon. It would be so bright.
I mean, okay, but that technically, yeah.
Your eyes would burn right out of your skull.
Is it a normal thing though? That like people just attack people for being like a glober or whatever? Is that the usual?
Yeah, they're gonna call you stupid for even listening because they don't want you to go around telling people that, oh my God, you should look into this.
The attack is more for any type of arrogance or cognitive dissonance. I would say that those are the primary two things that people get singled out and attacked for.
Yeah, you just chatted that you don't believe anything, which is incorrect,
In
right?
God, sorry, I should have stated that properly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna go into it again, Bong, but it was more than that earlier. Like I said, I'll do my own research and got shit. We'll see.
Has anybody seen that a video of the phenomenon where when the eclipse is happening, lunar eclipse, or I'm sorry, the solar eclipse, that there's like infinite little like renditions of the eclipsing sun on the ground and on, like shadows. Has anybody seen that? You know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about through the like the leaves of the tree, and then you could see all of a sudden like a
Right.
bunch of
Every single ray that every crucipecular branch gave an exact image of
the
the
eclipse
moon eclipsing.
or whatever the object is, because it's
Yeah, the object.
unconfirmed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've seen
Is that how
before.
light works?
What do you mean by that? Is that how light works? Yes, light is, especially
very
in regards to the
strange.
sun, the position thereof is dependent upon your position. Like, the people have called it the personal sun, right? That's why you
Right, but
can't
suddenly there's
triangulate the sun.
50,000 personal suns, versus the
Yeah,
one reflection you get like on a sunset or on like a pond or something or a puddle. Now suddenly there's 50,000 of them on every surface. It just doesn't seem like it follows,
Well, that's the thing. If you're standing at one position and then somebody else is standing, just to get 30 people on the beach to take a picture of the sunset at the same time.
Right, but each
and
one of
then
them is
look
only
at
going to see one, right?
Correct, but then when you realize that all of their things are pointed, the sun is like pointed. The, the reflection on the water will be at the same angle as you, right? It'll be in line with you, no matter how
Yeah.
you're split apart.
Right. However I
Yeah.
orient, right.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is part of the reason why the triangulation isn't a viable option.
Right, you add a third person, it doesn't matter, right?
I was trying to do this yesterday, go over, I was having an IRL conversation with somebody about FE, and I was trying to cover all the basics. It went really well, but not everybody is triggered from the topic.
Being called a glober doesn't bother me, Sasha. Not what's being called a troll is kind of the redundant thing.
Oh, okay.
Did you just say that they're synonyms?
What?
Glober and troll are synonyms?
No, they're sitting calling me.
Oh.
Are you baiting?
When you said redundant, I was under the impression you
Oh,
meant.
sorry. Yeah, you're right. I was badly worded.
Yeah, check that one out. The one that Get just posted. This one blew my mind. I used to do lots of YouTube videos, and one of them, when I was very first introduced to the topic of flat Earth, I used the argument that that because we know that it's curved, because that's how the light reflects off of the water, proves, because otherwise all of the water would be just shiny, right? Look at that demonstration though. When I realized and thought about it for a little while, I realized, oh no, if it was curved, you would just see an enlarged, just like at the fun house or the spook house or whatever those things are called, with the crazy mirrors, right?
Yeah.
You would see an enlarged reflection, not a specular reflection.
Oh yeah,
but
that's a good point. Yeah.
you would see an enlarged reflection if it was a convex reflection, right? But instead what we see is a exact same size reflection, and then that line, which is just really fascinating because you have to think about the vanishing point and all those good things. It's really fascinating.
Hey, real quick. I only have a minute, but just wondering, what's the difference between, let's say, Alex Jones or maybe a preacher that we've heard like trying to sell a supplement that's supposed to help you to not get COVID as easy or to get better during COVID? What's the difference between whatever supplement they're trying to sell that is FDA or not approved by the FDA, and the actual vaccine that CNN, all these people are pushing that's not approved by the FDA. So what's the difference when it comes to the law? When it comes to
I don't know that we're
something
talking about this, right?
what's that?
It's got to be in a different channel. That you can pose the question like the text chat or something,
Yeah.
but then it has to be talked
Kind
about.
of
on
off
screen.
topic.
I've been sitting here, waiting to ask this for a long, long time, and so I've been listening to y'all. But I just think it's fascinating that something that's not FDA approved can be pushed, but yet anybody else that pushes a supplement that might help you to stay healthy can be deemed as, bad.
Are you that surprised? Are you that surprised by that? Really though? Because it's all about an appeal to authority, right? The argument would be very simple. They would just be like, yeah, well, the authority and or expertise of Alex Jones pales in comparison to our fancy white coat scientist. It's as simple as that.
So when it comes to my question is when it comes down to actual legal on paper, like lawful.
None of that matters.
Well, but what I'm saying is they're both, when it comes to compounds, neither one of them are FDA approved, so it puts them in the same category.
You're talking about being a
themselves
reasonable
permission.
person. You're talking about being a reasonable and logical person, which is not the function or reality that we're living in regarding the worldwide system. That's not how things are functioning. So you can't use logic to combat against these ideologies and functions, because that's not how they're functioning. They have an agenda and they're accomplishing it very well, right?
Yeah.
And we cannot combat it with logic and reason. They don't play that game. They've opted out.
I hear you.
I highly recommend looking into Francis Schaeffer. How now shall we live, I think, is the name of the 10-part series on YouTube. You can watch it for free.
Hey, one more time. What'd you
really
call
good.
it? What's the name of it?
Francis Schaeffer, How Now Shall We Live? And it's all about the history and systematic destruction of logic and reason as we've gone into an age of non-reason.
Okay. Appreciate that.
It's a really, really good series. But anyway, has Frog
Somebody
fallen asleep?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just reading this mod guy be childish's fucking shit.
Somebody mentioned Kerry Mullins earlier. If you haven't checked out House of Numbers, the documentary, he gives great testimony about how the medical industry works.
Yeah, that dude. There, I refuse. I would need. Let me say it this way. I would need a lot
They killed him.
of evidence to prove to me that it was not murder.
It was
So he
definitely
died
murder.
in October, I believe, October of 2019. If not October, it was late fall.
Right when the Wuhan market stuff started.
Correct.
Yeah, he died before Event 201.
Event 201. I was just trying to remember that yesterday, the name of that thing. But that's my point. Like, he was
Too
a
bad he couldn't be
necessary.
alive to tell us about the test before they fucked it up, huh?
Yeah, and misused it, misappropriated it, and all that stuff. Thank you, Drace. Yeah, that is the 10-part series, and it is incredible, guys. Anybody that, if you feel weak in your knowledge of, and by weak, if you don't feel like you could summarize the history from the Roman age till now in like 3 sentences per era, or if you want to call it that, then watch that series. It will it will make you feel like a history expert. It's really, really good. But yeah, Kerry Mullis was murdered at a really weird time. And I feel like he's not the only one. Something Event 201 happened at the same time. Something else, I think. Somebody. Oh, I know what else happened. That's right. The CEO exodus happened at the same time. That's another. You guys know what I'm referring to when I say I just made the phrase up. But
Yeah.
the CEO exodus. There was a vast. I don't know how vast. What was it? 40, 60 just random companies. The guys just dipping out.
Yep. Ton of CEOs dipped out.
Yeah.
Good timing.
I mean, people get in trouble for insider trading, but except when they don't, right? Except when they don't.
That
this is going to
documentary
be a good one.
talking about House of Members features another current prominent doctor. You may have heard of Dr. Fauci. A bunch of interesting stuff about him in that as well.
Mr. Bathhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like to call that guy Mr. Bathhouse.
Yeah, the documentary House of Numbers. Etienne de Harven was a Belgian electron microscopist. He also died in 2019. He was a prominent figure in that documentary, The House of Numbers. He also died in the summer of 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. I wonder if there's something contagious on that set.
What is Event 201 that you guys were talking about?
There was a consensus of corporate leaders that joined together for a meeting in preparing for I'm going to put my fingers up, quote sign, potential pandemic quotes, that they wanted to join together some of the people that would be relevant and or necessary if such a thing, if quote signs, if such a thing were to happen.
Just in case. Just in case.
And when did this event take place?
In fall of 2019.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous.
Well, no, it's perfectly reasonable. Actually, this is I'm being facetious. No, my actual real comment about this to folks would be that, because I have a lot of blue pilled folks that are in my family and so on, but extended family, that is. So here's the real thing. When March and April came around and stuff was hitting the news, right? This is the most important thing to recognize from this. This is what didn't happen. America, this is the speech. This is the speech if you actually were an honest, prudent person leading a nation of the greatest nation on earth, so on and so on. America, we want to let you know that we're always ready for challenges. America, we want to let you know that we have been ready for anything that could have come our way, and that time is now. We prepared for this because we are always using your tax dollars appropriately. We planned for this. We are prepared and ready for all the future challenges that are about to hit us, and they are on our doorstep. Back in November, we held a meeting and a scientific, there's probably a good fancy word here, consortium, something along those lines, right? And we put the brightest minds, the most scientific, accurate minds all together. And we came up with a plan. And we've got that plan, and it's ready to go. And we hoped that this wouldn't happen, but it has happened. And here we go. We've got the plan. We're going to implement the plan. And here we go. But that's not what they said. The chaos, the panic, the fear mongering, all of the all of what shouldn't have been communicated was communicated instead. And as a person that can sympathize with blue-pilled thinkers, I provide them that information, and it's inexcusable. I tried, like, I'm the kind of guy that when I'm thinking about, a situation, whether it's a conspiracy or not, because not just because somebody's wrong doesn't mean it's a conspiracy, by the way. Just because somebody lied or didn't tell a truth doesn't mean that it's actually a conspiracy. They could just be simply wrong about what they said, right? So not everything necessitates a conspiracy. But whatever the case, I always try to still man. I always try to be that devil's advocate and give people the benefit of the doubt. But in certain cases, you try so hard, and no matter how hard you try, you can't find an out, and there isn't one. There's no excuse. What happened. They had a way to protect themselves, to defend their integrity, to defend their honor, and they threw it all out the window and implicated themselves in doing so. Sorry if I'm a little wordy, guys. I had coffee.
You're good. Thanks for explaining.
Yeah.
It's a good one. I need one too.
But it's hard to be a world leader. You got to give them some slack, because you want them to just inform you of every little decision they make and everything. It's hard to do that when you're busy sniffing young girls' hair. It's just,
Come on,
not enough
man.
time in the day.
Come on,
man.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Not enough hours in the day.
No, there is some truth to it. They can't. Leaders can't please everybody. That never would happen. Quite obviously.
Yeah.
However, honesty and integrity. No. Yeah, both of those things. Honesty and integrity can be had. But you're not going to please everybody by any means. In fact, you'll probably not be popular as a result. Politicians have to neglect those qualities in order to gain the position that they gain, supposedly.
Makes you wonder if how they got into power is really how they got into power or not.
Well, sure. It's the whole causation, question there. Maybe people are selected because of their ability to be cognitively dissonant and lack integrity and be dishonest. There's also those elements of blackmail that we know exist amongst many political leaders, where they have some type of they either murdered somebody or they performed a satanic ritual on someone else, and as a result, they're under the thumb of whomever has that information, for instance. Those sorts of things continue to be quite evident. But
and that's the point where a normie checks out of the conversation. You can't start, it's just too much for people. What? You start bringing Satan into stuff and they lose it. There's no way.
Well, the thing is, I sympathize with non-believers and whatever. I don't say that facetiously. I mean it. I do sympathize, and I try to understand, like, put myself in their shoes and stuff. And the fact of the matter is, you don't have to believe that Satan exists in order to realize that other people do. Right. And that their behavior is going to be influenced as a result of it. You don't have to believe that that there is an enemy of God. Well, you don't even have to believe in God. Just the mere fact that the information exists means that there is a potential for influence of behavior, and that's all you have to understand as a non-believer. Like your beliefs are mutually exclusive of understanding behavior. Like, does that make sense to anybody?
Right. Your personal experience dictates what it is that you're going to believe.
Well, I'm saying it's mutually exclusive. Just because you don't believe in something doesn't mean that you can't understand that other people's beliefs will influence their behavior. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. No, I understand their plight. I was one of them.
but at the same time, they have everybody ready to end the conversation at the first sign. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, oh,
Yeah.
you're one of those. Don't need to waste any more time.
If you
Everything say is bullshit.
mention the counters of the Red Cross to some people, they'll check out as well. Like if you just say, "Oh, the Red Cross is numbers," that's all you have to say. The Red Cross is numbers, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, he's one of those guys. I
Yeah,
can't
you're
listen to this
actually
guy
thinking.
anymore."
Yeah.
Hey,
And
to say a little something on that, I went to seminary school back in the 90s and traveled around the world, been to Israel, traveled all over the world. And it wasn't until, I would say, a month ago, I heard about probably about a few years ago, but anyhow, I first listened to the Book of Enoch. You know, there was some YouTube, like, audio reading of the Book of Enoch. And I wasn't taught about the Book of Enoch in seminary. And when I listened to it, it really freaked me out because it made me see and put together everything that I've seen traveling around the world, you know, as far as, you know, the Egyptian stuff and stuff in Peru and, you know what I mean? It's like...
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. How much did you learn about Josephus in seminary?
Very, very little. Very little.
Oh, wow.
I didn't get to that point. Now I know that because I didn't graduate.
Okay, gotcha.
So I didn't finish. But the time that I was there, yeah, I mean, they look at Josephus as, you know, as a historian, but
which any reasonable institution should also, at the very least, look at the Book of Enoch in much the same way, if not slightly higher in elevation.
Yeah. Well,
at the very
made me
least.
realize I'm thinking, okay, so all this Egyptian mythology and all these mythologies around the world is just a different perspective of what would you call them? Not Jewish people, but
the Hebrews.
People around the world.
Hebrew.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean
the Freemasons.
Just people in general. Just people in general that are seeing these leaders they call gods and demigods. All the stuff totally makes sense when it comes to you know, the Book of Enoch and you know, and the biblical. If the biblical narrative is real, right, then it seems like these angels that came down were called gods by the ignorant, and then, you know, their kids were called demigods, but according to the biblical narrative, actual angels. You know what I mean? That now, if y'all heard the Book of Enoch, what was the deal about them walking around with their pecs hanging out like horse?
You sound like you're in a warehouse.
Really good. Yeah. Really good conversation for the biblical chat.
Is there? How do I get to that?
It's down. If you just keep scrolling down below, I don't know if anybody's in there right now, but usually what people, when you're interested in a topic like that, it's a fine topic. Just be like, hey guys, little quiet moment here. I'm interested in talking about XYZ. Follow me down to biblical if anybody wants to talk about it. You hop down there for 60 seconds and either somebody will join you or they won't, and you try again another time. So if you scroll down, you'll see a voice chat titled biblical, and then there's a text room as well for biblical chat and stuff. Sometimes if you don't have a lot of time, you might want to just throw a message in one of those rooms, like biblical or religion, spiritual, one of those, and just be like, hey, ping me if you have any ideas. That's another way to handle.
Gotcha. So what do y'all think about this guy? And I was just listening to this guy about 30 minutes ago. No, about an hour ago. His name's Rob Skiba, and his thing, I guess it just came up 4 days ago. Mythology with Dr. Judd Burton. I guess he just posted it. What do y'all think about Rob?
Yeah, people have different opinions. different religious leaders. He does a fine job on biblical cosmology. I'll say that much. I think that's a fairly objective statement about him.
Okay, well, I'll watch the video. I appreciate it.
He's certainly well versed.
Yep.
All right, fellas.
He's well versed
See you
in
next time.
scripture.
What's biblical cosmology?
Biblical cosmology is the biblical understanding of the nature of how things are positioned in our reality. You know, heavens above, the bottomless pit and or abyss below, the waters of deep, and the firmament that is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, for instance. But yeah, Drace, that's a good picture. At least
Is he like strictly canonical, or does he go into?
No, he's extra canonical.
Okay.
Rob is.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard him talk, and he just, it all pours out like he's a robot. It's so smooth, it's crazy. But I didn't know if he actually spoke on just what's in the King James, or if he was broad.
Yeah. So looks like Charlie's back for a visit.
I'd rather go to a new guy. We have Legionnaire. Is Legionnaire here?
I thought Legionnaire was saying some base stuff in the text.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
I had my mic muted. Playing a game.
What's up?
Are you based, Legionnaire?
I'd like to think so. You sound pretty based from what I've heard so far.
All right. I thought you were saying something, and I'm trying to scroll back and find it. That gave me the indication that you might be.
But yeah, I am a flat earther, but beyond that.
Gotcha.
Do you guys
I
think
don't know how far I can go, so.
Yeah, this room is always intended on staying as close. It almost never happens for a 24-hour period of time, but
noticed.
Try to stay as pushing it back, refreshing the screen, go back to FE.
I wish when people would bring up stuff that's kind of irrelevant or secondary, people would kind of default back to curvature, bin, or gas pressure. That's all we really need.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the logical inconsistencies. Those are the things that I like to share with somebody when I feel like they're new to the topic. When they're not overly romanced by their cognitive dissonance, and they haven't like fallen head over heels into nonsense, and they still can think for themselves. I think that logical inconsistencies could be helpful.
Yeah, for sure.
Come on now.
What I'm more referring to is when they bring up stuff like, why would they lie? That kind of crap.
Oh,
that's why we get off topic.
Down immediately.
That's our favorite question.
But it gets really off into the weeds sometimes.
Yeah, it
the
does.
philosophy
That's what drags us out. Yeah.
you're not really going to agree on unless.
Crazy over that one.
You got it.
That's their favorite question. Why would they lie?
It might be a defense mechanism because they saw in Law and Order so many times that you need motive to be convicted of a crime, so they think it's necessary for you to figure out what they're up to. Otherwise, you're full of shit.
Well, I don't know. I think it's still a good question, and it's a logical question to ask. Like, it's just, if they think that they need to know why in order for it to be true, that's faulty logic. But I think it's just natural to want to know, to try to figure that out.
I agree.
Yeah.
It is, but it's also the why is the one thing that you can't prove empirically, right?
Right, exactly. And it's kind of
So
besides
that's
the
why they
point.
like to go to it.
Yeah, like regardless of what their intention is for lying, whether it's in good faith or not, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah, as we learned in the movie Men in Black, they do it for our protection, guys. Do it for our protection.
Yeah. Always looking out for us. We're lucky, actually. We should all be thankful. Actually, that's why they have the voluntary tax clause, so you can just give them more money because you're thankful. We should do that.
Is that a thing? Voluntary tax?
You can give as much money to the government as you want. They'll take it.
Oh my god.
I love it when you're doing your taxes and they're like, "Do you want to donate some extra, like to the government or any politicians, like race?" Like, yeah, please. In fact, just my whole return. Why don't you guys just take it and use it how you please?
Oh, gee.
Like, in fact, can I direct it towards NASA, please?
Oh, gee, you probably
Specifically
could.
to the Don Pettit Rehabilitation Fund.
If you can call up Planned Parenthood and direct your donation specifically towards exclusively Norwegian babies or exclusively Nigerian babies or any other specific nationality or race, which you can if you call Planned Parenthood and offer money, then I don't see why you couldn't get your tax dollars directed specifically to.
Okay, this is what I think really should be done when it comes to stuff like Planned Parenthood or NASA or those are both good examples. I'm sure there's a whole lot of others, but I don't think anybody's tax dollars should automatically be taken for those things. But at the end of the year, it gives you the options. It says, would you like to donate to this program or this program or this program? And all the NASA fanboys out there will gladly donate their entire fucking return to NASA. You know,
No, they won't.
all them
No, they
blue hairs
won't.
will gladly give their return to Planned Parenthood.
They
right?
will tell everybody they did, but they won't do it.
Well,
Okay,
sure.
and if they
I like
don't-
Blue's
and if-
idea,
and
though.
If they don't, then we don't get funding. Great, then we win.
That would be a really capitalistic way of funding government, components. Imagine like there being an itemized list, like roads, infrastructure, blah blah. Like it'd have to be big categories. It wouldn't work if it was like 100 selections. But imagine how people would distribute the taxes if they were democratically allowed to do so.
Oh, it would never work. You don't know how to spend your money. That's crazy. That's why you elected us.
Yeah, I get that.
No, well,
and I'll crawl back in the hole.
You know the
No,
NASA
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't just come off as tagging you. I was just being the ball side.
They complain that the budget, like when we talk about the $60 million a day that NASA gets, they're like, that's nothing. It's only like that amounts to like $9 per person per year or something like that, and it's only a tiny fraction of the defense budget and blah 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 blah, and like in the realm of things, it's nothing. Well, okay, fine. If you think they're underfunded, you donate more of your money to them, and I bet NASA would actually get more than their $60 million per day if it was elective like that.
Probably.
I mean, which part of our nation would start to crumble the fastest if it was democratic? Just speculation here, and it's off topic. I know we don't have to proceed down this road, but I find it fascinating. If people got to choose and there was a selection for road infrastructure, which would include bridges, roads, sidewalks, all of that, right? And then schools, and then healthcare, and then but the sad thing is healthcare would include all kinds of garbage, unfortunately. But it'd kind of have to. Well, no, they could almost itemize out elective, non-elective. You could dichotomize it that way. Healthcare elective, healthcare non-elective. But yeah, like break down the whole thing. I wonder which part would be everybody be like, I don't even know what that is, so I'm not giving my money to that.
Probably half the military shit they do.
Yeah, I bet the military would get a whole lot less money.
They would take a hit for sure. People don't like the idea of supporting war, even though if they do, because it's just bad.
Isn't like, what is it, like more than 70% of the United States annual budget goes to the Department of Defense? Yeah, the biggest receiving would of course be the biggest hit taker. You know, but they would lose a ton right away.
You would hope to think that, like, if there was just an itemized list of what everything that is proposed to be spent on, things that would get skipped would be like government subsidies for bullshit, you know. But I don't think people are smart enough or have the patience enough to go through it and really think about what's important as a country. And it would just be.
Do you think Israel would get more? Do you think Israel would get more or less money?
Well, if they became the Democratic race, you guarantee they get more because they would lobby the shit out of it, and they would basically take all the money.
Both sides, Republicans and Democrats, are in love with Israel. Are in love with Israel. I think
no, but then you would just open the floodgates.
I mean, the Jews would donate like half their paycheck, and everyone else would give zero.
Well, no, because every Christian pastor tells you how you have to.
The Jews won't donate. Are you kidding me? You don't know Jews very well.
Whoa, let's go easy though. You see my
Oh my god.
But yeah, you're told to donate, right? In a lot of churches that you need to because the savages are coming and all that. That will ramp right up. You know, it would be endless.
Yeah. So, are there any new Globers?
Yeah, we have Wink. I can unmute him. Wink, what's up? I've unmuted
Hello,
you.
man. Oh, I'm just thinking about Globographers. I'm not a Globographer yet.
Sorry?
I'm not a Globographer yet. I'm just researching.
Okay, cool.
Are you from
Welcome.
France?
Sorry, what?
Are you French?
No. I'm Persian.
Oh, Persian. Okay, nice.
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you. No problem. Okay, I just sit here and listen.
So maybe I'm butchering, but I think it's Ghadafes, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome, Wink.
Thank you.
If you have any questions.
No, not yet. Thanks.
Okay, cool. So, Wink, question. Have you read the rules?
I'm sorry, what?
The rules? Have you read the rules?
No, I'm just reading everything right now.
Okay.
Hello, Roger.
Hello.
I'm just at work.
What? Sorry?
I'm just at work. I'm just gonna hang out here.
Chill.
Because I feel I'm losing my sanity.
Yeah.
And I know it will be restored if I just listen to you guys.
Welcome, welcome.
I'll be back.
Well, Frog, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm just working. So.
I was just wondering if you were still here and wanted to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Nothing right now. I'm like paying attention to work right now. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, continue.
Yeah, we also have. Oh, he jumped out again.
I'm not that familiar with Discord, so I'm going to ask a noob question.
Oh yeah.
I've been on this call now for like 20 hours. Am I taking up somebody's valuable spot?
No, there's the room max is set to 60 right now. They seem to fluctuate it from time to time, but if you're like inactive or whatever, you might get dragged to a different room. But for the most part, no, it's not a big deal.
Yeah,
Just didn't
you'll
want to
notice there's
prevent anybody
there's a
from
lot of
coming in.
names.
That's all.
There's a lot of names that are just parked in here all the time. You're not the only one. 20 hours though, that's impressive. Good job.
Can you
This is the
talk
first
about
time I've
this?
been able to verbally converse with people with my worldview. So is it like somebody said addiction last night and they were right. I didn't sleep.
I'm just wondering, do you know how to hang up the call?
Yeah, I see the big red button in the corner.
But can you unmute Suckball? He's my friend.
Oh no, please don't tell me you brought your Glover friend.
No, he's not trolling. It's okay.
Oh, okay, okay.
Lou. Yeah. Just did you look at Sockball, the account name? What is the official position of troll names?
Oh, he just liked his troll names.
I don't know, man. I'm on
He's a
my
cool
phone
guy.
right now. Like, I don't know, mobile Discord sucks, so I don't really do much poking around at roles and shit like that. So I don't even know what you're really talking about right now.
Gotcha. Oh, Roger. Okay, I got you, Roger. Yeah. Roger's on it.
And can you unmute him? He wants to talk. Just welcome and stuff.
So basically, hear all the good arguments for questioning the ball narrative. Are there any other good ones besides gas pressure, radius? I mean, where should you really be taking the conversation when people are?
Well, first of all, it's either flat or it isn't. Can everybody agree on that?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I mean, most of the time. There are a few exceptions. I've met them. Those are fascinating people, and by fascinating, I mean vomitous.
Are you
But
talking about the concavers?
no, not specifically. No, I'm specifically referring to people that are solipsists, or people that.
Oh, ew.
So anyway, in regards to that question, it's either flat or it isn't. Then you just need to provide evidence of how it is, and further falsification. If you can just simply falsify curvature, then the antithetical statement becomes true. And the antithetical statement would be specifically, it's not curved the way that they are claiming it is. Their claim of the curvature has been falsified. Not all curvature, right? But that curvature is falsified. And when they hold to that number. It's engraved in stone, basically, because of the radius claim, because of the radius claim, because of geometry. Now the other thing is they make claims of it being oblong, and they use paroid and these other silly words.
Oblate, spheroid.
Sure. And the issue with that is the margin. So when you take into account the margin of difference between the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, or maybe that's not the right terms, but you get probably what I mean by that.
Where the bulge is versus where the axis is.
Yeah.
The equatorial radius, right, is where the equator is, that radius.
Exactly. Versus the longitudinal radius.
Okay. Yes. Gotcha. Okay.
Basically. Yeah. So anyway,
the longitudinal radius, that's a point. No one's ever really measured it because we haven't circumnavigated that, right?
Don't they say there's like a difference there of something?
They do.
It's like 7 miles or something like that, and which is
I think it's actually 40. I think it's like 30 or 40. But here's my point: when you can take that into account, right? And you can take the larger number or the smaller number and compare, and then you can come to the conclusion that that difference that they're bringing up as a kind of red herring is unsuitable, completely insufficient at defending some type of variance for flatness. Well, the reason that you're finding flatness is because it's slightly oblate, so that's it. Well, no, not at all. That only is going to give a variance of less than 1%. Maybe 1% actually, but according to the variance that they give. But the point is, you can use their data, scrutinize it, and once you falsify it, then you're falsifying radius numbers, so they have to find a new radius once that's been falsified. Of course, that's not what they're doing. They're invoking an entire different thing, a red herring in and of itself, that we've all heard, or most everybody's heard about, refraction. And they invoke that inappropriately, as has been pointed out thoroughly by many, but most brutally by QE, as many know. But yeah, I mean, that's the main point. And then you just go on from there, and you're like, well, some people will make the joke, and they'll be like, well, how many flat surfaces does it take to make a ball?
Right.
Which it becomes this joke where, okay, so it's flat here, 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 and here. Does that mean we're on a geodesic prism of some kind? Which I think no reasonable person would ever make
infinitely faceted or something. Right.
Sure.
Also,
make that
also
claim,
just to back to what you were saying about the oblateness that they claim or whatever, and how it's insufficient. Is it Brian Cox who said if you were to shrink the Earth down to the size of a cue ball, that it would be more perfect of a sphere than a cue ball?
Then the regulations for a cue ball, for the upper and lower regulations of smoothness, Earth would be smoother and more round. So
right,
yeah, that is a really good.
I like asking them the question: how many globers does it take to change a light bulb?
Yeah, and what does that help you accomplish?
Well, it's just kind of.
I like asking retarded questions, so I can retarded answers. Jesus, why do so many of you guys do that? Please.
Yeah.
What I'm kind of looking for is another way to help debunk the radius that doesn't involve the two red herrings that they have, because they kind of just use those to say, these idiots, look, it's simple, go away, you don't need to keep listening, and they're listened to. So one other piece of ammo, before you go, have them explain this, you know what I'm saying? in regards to the radius. I
Okay,
just
so
didn't. Go ahead.
consider this question, right? Ask somebody that's hardcore blue pilled, right? Has NASA and or any appropriate authority, okay, had ample opportunity to verify the claims that they make regarding the Earth and its radius? Ask them that question.
And
if they
they'll
say
stupidly
no,
say, "Well, of course they've already done it."
well, sure, yeah, I know, but if they say no, then that's a whole new conversation to have, right? Well, then you have to be like, okay, explain. That'd be a fascinating conversation, I imagine. But if they say yes, well, then it's over because they had adequate and ample opportunity to verify their claim. They claim to have verified it. Therefore, if it can be falsified, and it can, then game over. And sure, it could be a different number, but either way, the so-called authorities have been demonstrated to be liars.
Right. Yeah,
Not
that's usually
just
what I say.
incorrect, which is one problem,
Right.
right? But
Purposeful.
actual liars, willful deceivers.
So I just thought of this. Anytime anybody brings up gravity, that automatically brings up radius. So you don't even have to address gravity, right?
No, I wouldn't say that gravity automatically invokes anything to do with the
So
radius.
what's the gravity pulling us towards?
Well, under their conceptualization, the
Yeah,
center.
that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
So they
So
would say the center of the ball. That's what their claim
Right.
would
So
be.
there needs to be a ball. So go ahead and go back to radius. That's what I'm saying. I don't even have to worry about
Okay.
gravity then because it's going to be another. You know how they like to scattergun when the answer isn't obvious or it makes them try to think. So when they're going to try to go to gravity, I can just know no. You need to have the ball first.
If you take away curvature, the fact that we're spinning, and or gravity, any one of those, it destroys the entire model. So, in my opinion.
Yeah, the main thing is pretty much anytime you're debating somebody who's new to the topic or any globe zealot that you come across, they're always going to try to take you into the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, and your goal is always to keep them as grounded as possible, to have them, keep them on the geometry of it, like you were saying, prove curvature or prove rotation or prove, a way to defy the second law of thermodynamics, right? Like, and they know damn well that they can't do that. That's why they always want to take you back into the sky, where it's all based off of presupposition and calculation, no actual measurements, nothing that you can actually do to test it. They like to call it science when it's not. You have to clarify with them. You have to, make sure that they understand how the scientific method works. It's all very remedial, usually.
It's tedious, yeah.
How does this title make you feel, Lou? Just out of curiosity, astrobiologist.
Oh,
I saw that title on somebody's name on a Antarctica documentary. It's like, this is an astrobiologist working in Antarctica.
is
Checks
he a,
out.
a theoretical astrobiologist, or
This was straight up one word, no spaces, no dashes, just astrobiologist. And I was like, yeah, it checks out.
well, those are the guys who are growing potatoes on Mars, right? Oh shit, that was a movie. Fuck.
Yeah.
Is that like a hydrogeologist?
I don't know. I mean, it's more like fakeologist, which I think is a
Matt
Discord server, if I'm not mistaken.
Matt
Yes.
Damon was an astrobiologist in the
Yeah,
movie The Martian.
it's the study of life in the universe. The search for life beyond the Earth requires an understanding of life and the nature of the environment that supports it. So astrobiology is the study of life in the universe. Funny thing that we only found life here. So that's what are you going to study?
It's like, yeah.
Well, they made up like the panspermia thing, so they're looking for some kind of proto life somewhere, right?
Astrobiology is the study of the origins, evolution, distribution, and future of life in the universe. So I think, and I think it's basically theoretical, right, Lou? It's a theoretical thing.
Well, it has to be, right? Because nobody's tested any of that.
NASA is giving it a career path suggestions. Astrobiology. Oh my
Yeah, it's
god.
like fantasy novelists because I love it. I saw it on the news one day. I forget where it was, but it was one of those TV on the wall in an office situations. And the news is playing, and they're talking about this awesome new world discovered 10 quadrillion bazillion miles away. It's a perfect Earth twin that travels around the sun that's this and that many distances. And I'm going, how the fuck could you know that? If you can't even.
Go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
No, I was about to start ranting, so it was a good thing you stopped.
I was just okay. Good before you rant too long and it loses its relevance. Yeah, they're just making up like new branches of pseudoscience so that they can sell more degrees, right? With that astrobiology, it's like, yeah, you can get a degree in astrobiology. It'll cost you $120,000, or maybe more, $300,000. It'll go all the way up there. Sure, pay it the rest of your life so you can go and like make shit up about what could happen in Narnia.
Exactly. But that was the movie too, right? I'm not crazy. I didn't see it, but I saw clips. Doesn't he like fly into space with like on a toilet in a tarp or something?
Who?
Matt Damon. Like
On
they
The
got
Martian,
they got
you
you.
went with
How did he
a
get off,
tarp in a
how did he get
toilet.
off the planet?
I'm gonna have to watch that movie again. I don't remember a toilet and a tarp,
I
but
thought I saw a scene where this guy was like approaching the orbit of space, and he was looking through a crack in a canvas tarp. Like it was. I was like, what am I watching? And I just went past it. But that's the kind of nonsense they want you to believe is possible, so they can tell you anything. And if it doesn't make sense, you'll say, "Well, fuck. I mean, science is amazing. You can do anything with science." Ah.
well, it's okay because check it out. Like, look up The Martian on IMDb, or it'll tell you that it's a comedy. It literally won like best comedy or something like that. Like, I'm pretty sure it won the award for or it was for The Running for best comedy. Tell me how that movie was comedic, other than fake space.
Didn't he survive on his own shit too?
I think he used his own poop to grow potatoes.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Were you talking about the movie from 2015?
Science, yeah.
It's apparently adventure drama sci-fi.
Every time
IMDb,
I looked
that
at
is.
this when it came out, I know it was
See what
under
awards
it
it
was
was
at
up
the time
for.
under comedy. Yeah, The Martian won the Golden Globe for best comedy.
Yeah, there you go.
What the fuck?
The Golden Globe too. That's a little ironic.
I was just about to say that. I think that was a go fuck yourself to flat earthers.
I think it is. Either that or it's a nod and a wink, right? It's normally I'm at work and I've been sitting around all morning waiting for the rain to pass. I don't know. By the time it's out of here, I'm probably not going to be worth going in. Could probably get out of my work clothes now.
Roger, your mic is hot.
Oh, sorry.
Sounds like cleaning your fingernails or something.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Charlie is spamming the chat again with his simulation.
I noticed that.
What's he talking about?
How it doesn't use R, but here he puts in the radius of Earth. So
What's the
the
equation?
radius.
Where can I find it?
Right. So, do you want me to explain why it doesn't use R?
No. I don't need
Okay.
you to explain anything. Indio explained to you how you cannot use Snell's law in Bislan's.
It doesn't use Snell's law.
It doesn't use Snell's law.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm reading up the JavaScript.
Yeah, I just wanted to look at it, guys. That's all.
So when you take K and you divide it by RE, which is the radius of the Earth,
Right.
the resulting
How did you
quantity.
got?
Hold
How
on,
did you get the
hold on.
radius of Earth? How
Hold
did
on,
you get
listen,
it?
listen,
No,
listen,
no,
listen.
no, no.
Break down R
How
first.
did you
Listen,
get the
let me
radius
finish,
of Earth?
please.
No, no. I'm not
You
going
don't
to
need
beg
it.
the question with you.
You don't
No.
need it.
You do.
No, you don't.
use it in you use it in the equation. Where did you got it from?
You have to define
I'm
it.
trying to. If you promise not to
No.
interrupt me, I can explain
Yeah.
what it means.
I'm not going to beg the question with you. Where did you got the radius of Earth?
You don't
Where
need
did
it.
you get it? So this equation where it uses the R value, and now you don't need it.
You don't need
Bollocks.
it. Okay, so let me
Bollocks.
explain to you how it's
No.
not used. So
How
K
did you
includes.
got the radius of Earth,
You don't need
Charlie?
it.
You do. You just
No, you don't.
showed it. Where did you get
Maybe
the
let him
radius
give
of
his
Earth
bullshit.
from?
You don't need it.
Let him give his bullshit excuse so
No,
you can
I
explain why.
I don't need. He's been here for 4 days,
Oh, I'm sorry.
showing
I'm
his
sorry. I
simulation.
apologize.
He's been here chanting his spells, showing his simulations. He actually shows the radius of Earth, RE. Where did you got it from, Charlie?
You don't need
Where?
it.
I didn't ask that, right?
If you don't need it,
I
take it
didn't
out.
ask it.
Take it out.
I asked where
Take
you
it out
got
and
it
do it
from.
again.
It is taken out. It's not in the simulation. The only thing that's used is CR,
Oh,
which
take
is
it out
just
of the
one.
equation.
Hold on,
Take it out of
hold
the
on,
equation.
hold on. Listen. The only thing that's
Okay.
used is C sub R, which is equals to 1 over the radius of curvature of the
I
light
don't care
segment.
what it equals.
Period.
Take the sub R out.
So
It's not
so
in it.
How did you get
It's not
CR?
in it. I'm telling you,
in
it's
it.
not in it. How can I take it out if it's not in
Hey,
it?
calm
In
down.
it.
No, it's not.
It's in it.
No, it's not.
Remove it from
It
the
isn't, because he
equation
uses a-
and
listen.
run the equation back. See what
The light
happens.
ray. Listen, the light ray. They use a coefficient. The initial value is the mass of Earth. And times coefficient, and that's where CR comes from. The length of the light ray.
But it's also equal to 1 over the radius of curvature of the light segment, right?
And the light segment, radius of curvature light segment is a coefficient of the radius of Earth.
No. You're thinking of K. That's what you're thinking about.
Yeah.
So if you look at the image that I posted and the image that Drace is reposting, so CR is equal to multiple things. One of those things uses the radius of curvature of the Earth, but you don't need to use that equation. You could just use the first equation, right? CR is equal to 1 over the radius of curvature of the light segment. That's it.
This is in the Discord chat. I don't see it. I'm sorry.
He's using the R. He's using the R.
So what is the
how did
radius
you
of
get
a
it?
light segment?
I
Could
found
you
it.
define the
No, I
radius
found
of
it.
a
I
light
found it. I
segment?
apologize.
Yes, I
found it.
can. So
How-
the radius of a light segment is equal to the radius of a circle, which would be needed for that light ray to trace out its circumference
And the circle comes from what?
from the curvature of the light ray.
No, it
What
comes from
what
Earth.
curvature of a light ray?
Yeah. What light ray? What is the light ray doing?
What light
What
ray?
is it curving
what
around?
light-
What's it curving around?
It's curving around it's curving around the atmosphere.
You could say it. The atmosphere that you are presupposing.
Yeah, I assume the atmosphere exists. You're right.
So Charlie, how did you
in
get
a
the R
spherical
value?
form. In a
How did you-
spherical form with a specific radius. That's what you
How-
came up with.
How did you got the R value, Charlie?
No,
Which R?
Roger, how is he getting an orthographic view of a light ray segment? At what point in time
Orthographic
can you?
view?
Yeah, at what point
Do you
can
mean
you?
like I'm not getting an orthographic view of a light ray.
Okay, explain light ray segment.
Explain light. I don't know in what context you're referring to.
Orthographic side view, dude.
Yeah,
This
bro,
is a side view.
Orthographic does not just mean side view. Orthographic means there's no perspective projection.
Charlie,
That's a distinction
how
without a
do you
difference.
measure a light ray segment?
So when you look at a blueprint, for example,
Yeah,
but
this is
that
reality.
is an
we're talking about.
orthographic projection.
That's
If in
fantastic.
real life, if you look at something in real life from the side, the parts that are further away are shorter than the parts that are closer. That is a
Charlie,
perspective
how do you measure a light ray segment?
So there are multiple ways, right? You can actually
go ahead.
observe it curving and then actually just straight up just measure the curvature, or
Which
you
has
can
never
derive the
happened.
curvature, or you can derive the curvature given what we already know about refraction.
So how did you get
What
the
we
R
know,
value?
which is nothing. We've already covered this like 100 times, dude.
That's
You
amazing.
have no predictive model.
We do actually. I just posted.
No,
I have an
dude,
actual
you
simulation
are.
that reproduces the so-called black swan effect.
No, you don't.
Pretty
No, you don't.
perfectly.
You
Yes, I do.
perfectly? You're a
Yeah.
liar now.
Yeah, Charlie, give
I'll
me a good
post the image again.
demonstration. Give me a
You
good
can run it on your
demonstration.
browser.
Give me a
Yeah,
good
cool. A simulation that doesn't make any predictions.
It does make predictions. That is
Yeah,
what a
it makes.
simulation is.
Okay, Nate, listen. So a simulation makes predictions.
Yeah, it does.
That's what you're saying?
Oh, okay, so
I
you're
think
just
you know what the
removing
word
my
simulation
evidence
means.
then.
I don't think you know what the word simulation means then. So I can
you
make
don't
a
want- you don't
prediction.
want
I'm
people to see
predicting.
my
I'm
evidence.
predicting 100,000 angels dance on the head of a pin. So big deal. I make a prediction. Does it match reality?
It's not a good prediction, but it's a prediction.
What is that?
I'm
Oh my
okay
God.
with you thinking that, Charlie. I'm okay with you thinking that, Charlie.
What is the light ray segment again?
Yeah, again, give me a demonstration of an observable curved light ray segment. I'll just wait for that.
Do you want me to show you how a light can bend?
No.
that's
I
R
want
value.
an observation of or demonstration of an observation of a light ray segment that is curved.
So you want me to show you an example of how light can curve, right? I can do that.
No.
He didn't
No.
ask you that, Charlie. Why is it so difficult for you to listen?
Fuck this dude. Fuck this dude. Like seriously.
Well,
this
it's
dude's done.
difficult to
Yeah, shut up.
Understand English?
No, I'm done with that shit, dude.
Yeah,
He's done
I'm
this
putting
so long.
words in other
Dude,
people's
he's like,
mouths.
listen, you said a specific question. He changes your question into something else. You say it
I know.
again. Changes your question into something else. Say it again. Changes your question. I'm not putting up with that no more. I've had enough.
Just
4
to-
days is enough.
Just to clarify for me, what he was getting into that is that basically the same argument where QE starts talking about ray tracing and how like light rays don't really exist. It's just kind of a concept and all that.
Actually, Charlie's just making shit up. He's on another level of making shit up.
I kind of
He's
get
trying
where
to
you're going
baffle
the
them with
mathematics.
bullshit.
Well, that's why at least in my opinion, you boil it down to the most simple thing, and you just go, okay, show me your evidence, and then.
He won't.
But when you, I know, I know.
Have you been here for the few days?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've experienced this.
Some people's feet are fireproof.
What's the light ray segment?
Well, I mean, like, listen, he's already demonstrated that when cornered, he'll just lie. So why even continue? Like why even continue? Like, were we going to chase lies all day?
Curious what the light ray segment was.
The code's interesting of this, though.
He does use Snell's law. Is this the one where they, I'd have to look at the code. I know how Mick West does. I know Bislin does like a variation of like Mick West, and Mick West definitely uses Snell's law.
Yeah, but this requires a medium change. What's the medium change in the air? I don't understand how any rational person.
Listen, I can tell you exactly how they do it. Okay, so you're gonna have to use your imagination a lot here. So okay. So imagine I had like a pencil, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and this pencil is the wavefront. This segment of this pencil represents a part of the wavefront, some segment, right? And as it moves forward, say 3 feet, the top of the pencil is in one temperature, and the bottom of the pencil is in another temperature because we have a vertical gradient, right? So as it moves along this increment, say 5 feet, the top part of the pencil will move faster than the bottom part of the pencil because the index of refraction is actually related to the speed of light. So the bottom part moves slower, the top part moves faster. So this wavefront, somehow it's, the top and bottom are connected, rotates a little bit, right? This is Snell's law, so the angle changes. So then you take another 5-foot increment, and you do a little more rotation, and then another 5 foot increment, and do another rotation. This is how Mick West does it, and I know Bislands it does like a variation of that.
Okay.
So it's
they're
not
they're
physical. It's just corny
they're
shit.
basically they're kind of changing Snell's law to say that it doesn't require a medium change. It only requires a temperature gradient difference.
That the temperature gradient is the medium change.
Yeah.
No, but there's also other temperature gradient changes that would affect it that we don't see because they're everywhere, right?
Think about like this. You know how railroad tracks, like you have a train on a railroad tracks, right? The inner part of the track, right? So you're taking a turn. The inner wheel versus the outer wheel. The outer wheel has to travel a longer distance than the inner wheel. This is kind of what they're doing, except for like with a light ray. So instead of instead of a fixed distance, it's speed of light.
What's making it turn isn't the road. It's like a breath from somebody's mouth, and it's subject to all the other forces around it as well. That's the problem.
Well, this is the wavefront, and there's other reasons which
How big is the wavefront? It's like infinitesimal, right?
There is no actual wavefront.
I know, but it's not worth. It's not if it's traveling a distance and then changing direction and doing this, and I mean magically in a consistent way to bring it right up to your eyes every single time. If it was doing that, right, that would mean that the change, because it's between the gradient change between its position at where it is now and then 3 feet away, that little tilt is going to find some kind of gradient change. Well, that means that like if I had a torch, I could blow fucking light off into infinite space and you'd never see it, because that would change the temperature gradient of the air in such a way you'd never see it. But all we get is a little shimmer. You know what I'm saying? From the distortion. So that doesn't hold up. That's ridiculous.
Well, there's other problems. Something like not Snell's law. It's something. The Fresnel wavefront model is only valid in 2 dimensions or something.
So it doesn't apply in reality. Great.
Yeah.
Story.
There's just all sorts of problems. And basically, they took like the way they do it is they take like a buffet. Like I'm going to take a little of this and I'm going to take a little of that, and then we're going to add it all together and rub some mathematics on it, and we're going to call it a simulation.
Bro, you don't have a simulation. You got.
Yeah, they take pieces of different models and just like sandwich them together, even though the models are like incongruent with each other.
Yeah.
But it's kind of corny. I mean, like,
and
there's no point in like because I thought for a second like, man, I should just like smash this dude some more. And then I realized like this is pointless. Like, why am I going to keep doing this? Like, why are we going to keep doing this? I don't get it. You're never going to change his mind. Like,
no, I get
you know what I mean?
I get you. Yeah, no, 100%. Honestly, I'm just not ready to go to bed and I want to talk. That's my problem right now. But
I feel like he was one of the. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Oh, I was gonna say, I feel like he was one of the smarter Globers, but he was like really rude, especially when he was talking yesterday. So he kind of deserves it.
Don't mistake eloquence for intelligence.
Yeah.
No. He's smart in the sense where he's smart in the sense of, I'd say from public relations, PR, propaganda. It's very good at avoiding being cornered, right?
Mm-hmm.
Changing the subject, deflecting, red herring, straw man, like gazillions of logical fallacies. He's very good at that. The rest is just rote memorization.
Somebody go look up the definition of psychopath.
Yeah, that probably covers it.
Well, I can tell you one thing. It's better to be a psychopath than a sociopath.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to label him a sociopath, but
I thought it's the other way around. Aren't like psychopaths usually like killers?
No, sociopaths are the ones that are the dangerous killers, mass murderers, so on and so on. Sociopaths are the ones that commit atrocities and have no remorse for their actions. Psychopaths are the ones that have conversations with their dead grandma. Just come on now. It's a big difference.
I mean, don't
And listen,
psychopaths murder also, but like they usually stop at like one.
You can be both at the same time.
It's kind of rare. Kind of rare.
Well, yeah, but it is possible.
Sure, dual diagnosis of personality and regular psychiatric diagnosis is.
Don't they say often that being a sociopath tends to lead to being or can lead to being a psychopath? Oh, it's like sociopath is like the kind of what you get before becoming a full-on psychopath, isn't it?
Well, no, not really, because there's tons. I would say psychopathy or like specifically something like schizophrenia, right, is far more common than sociopathy, such as narcissistic personality disorder or antisocial personality disorder, or any of the person.
Oh,
So
I disagree.
sociopath.
I disagree, dude. There's been studies. Again, I already talked about studies, but like, I mean, they say something like it was like 90% of bosses are sociopaths.
I'm not
and-
referring to colloquialisms. I'm referring to clinical diagnosis. Like this was my master's. This is psychology. Clinical psychology was my master's degree, so it's kind of the thing that I know a lot about. But regular mental diagnosis is statistically far more common than the diagnosis of personality disorders. Being diagnosed with a personality disorder is akin to being on the sex offenders registry in that it's both rare and quote unquote damning. So the prognosis for personality disorders is horrendously terrible, very low, high, success ratio for anybody that has a personality disorder. It's basically a lifelong sentence in the diagnostic world.
Isn't psychopath and sociopath the same thing though? Like one's
No, I just explained how they were completely different. One, so again, schizophrenia would be a type of psychopathy. Okay, so would somatoform disorder. So there's different ways that you can be a psychopath, right? But sociopath requires a personality disorder diagnosis, and they're more rare. Yes, tons of people are narcissists. Tons are those same quantity. You take all the narcissists in the world, very few of them are going to actually be clinically narcissistic personality disorder because the criteria for it is way more intense than just having narcissistic traits. I know I'm being maybe over technical or whatever, but it's nuance, and a lot of psychology is a bunch of hubbubaloo or whatever. That's why they call psychiatrists quacks. I get it, and I don't disagree. I think that there's not a lot of good science in psychology, but when it comes to what's in the book, I studied that for years.
Okay.
But
Okay,
no,
so then
Lou,
what the
you're not
hell are they
wrong.
talking
There's
about?
tons of
Yeah,
narcissists.
what the hell? I mean, so they're just talking about narcissists, not sociopaths. When I mean, we you're saying we often misuse the word because typically we say that almost every world leader or politician is just automatically a freaking sociopath. You have to be to want to have that job, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing I would say with just that capitalism kind of pushes people to become narcissistic and sociopaths, to be selfish, always worrying about climbing the social ladder of success and putting, empathy and, caring completely aside. So it's, I guess, I don't know if it's, I think that would be more of a sociology problem, actually, when it comes to that.
Capitalism does not breed altruism unless capitalism is paired with tribalism. Now, or nationalism, right? If there's some type of cooperation within a sect, a group of people in capitalistic means, such as a certain group of people some of us may or may not be aware of that seem to kind of work together for a common cause. I mean, tribalistic capitalism is very successful and not extremely, it's altruistic within the group, right? I mean, we can name at least one group of people that tend to be
Pure
that.
capitalism. Pure
Can we call
capitalism
them
means
they who
always
shall not
putting-
be named?
Sure.
Pure capitalism basically ends up meaning, you know, like for let's say you're on the producing side, right? Your goal is to always make more profits than the quarter before. And to do that, you're always cutting costs by either cutting benefits for employees or not paying them a fair wage or using cheaper materials. And you're always trying to basically screw the customer out of as much money as possible for as cheap a product as possible. That's what capitalism breeds, which is it's a what's the right term for it? Like when it comes to consumer protection, it's
antitrust.
I don't know.
Don't talk about that.
Well, it's a.
But here's
Yeah.
the thing:
You know what
if all of your customers are outside of your preference group, then that doesn't mean you're not being altruistic towards your preference group.
It's predatory, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It leads to being predatory. That's the word that I wanted. And so, yeah, if you're going to be a constant predator in order to climb the success ladder, yeah, this is where that's just where capitalism leads. I know a lot of people will love to argue with me about how great capitalism is, or to say come up with a better system. But and that's fair question. I don't have that answer, but no, there's a lot of problems with how our system is set up, where it drives people to be selfish like that. And that's why we have the greed of all these big corporations and stuff. That's why when we were talking earlier about how poverty could be solved worldwide, but instead you have people trying to fight over their share of ownership of the world. They want to own it all.
Well, there's like, 20 people who own almost all of it. That should be easy to figure out who's trying to hold on to what right there. Totally unrelated note. I once saw this comedy. It was on YouTube. You probably can't find it. I can't believe I saw it on there. It's this black and white movie about Mayor Rothschild starting his dynasty. It was fucking hilarious. Totally off subject. Check it out though.
Is India
I'll actually make an argument against myself on the side for capitalism, but it's the way that capitalism is supposed to work, not the way it seems to work in reality. It's like one of those things, like it's a great concept, but let's see it actually in action. The idea with a free market capitalism is that sure, you might have a company who's overcharging for an inferior product, but another company is supposed to rise up, take their place, and give you a better product for cheaper, right? And that's how why don't we see that really happening? Well, we don't see that happening as much as we should anyway. These when you have these too big to fail companies, like these bailouts and stuff like that, when it comes to the banking, comes to auto.
Is that the policy of a capitalist society?
They'll do it with tech too, right? These tech guys are way too big to fail, right? And now they're because of that, they're able to basically start ruling the world through fascism. Governments in conjunction with corporations. Like that's where we're headed right now. That's what happens when you start making too big to fail.
Yeah, it's the use of the apparatus of the state, right? So large corporations buying their way into basically the state apparatus, subsidies, all that stuff, too big to fail. So it's not necessarily free market capitalism. It's corporatism, because of the apparatus of the state.
Dude, free market and capitalism don't belong together. Free market is a free market. Capitalism is what you have now, where Dodge and Chevy run the show and get billed out every year.
Well, no, that's
right. No,
corporate.
that's the colloquial term that people try to use as quote unquote free market capitalism. But the only true free market could be defined as the agora, right? So agorism.
Right.
All that
Well,
matters, though,
it's like
all the money's being funneled to one place. It can be
And-
seen, right?
Yeah. In pure capitalism, the government wouldn't even exist, and the reserve currency would just be something like crypto or something like that.
Yeah, who told you that? Because I see a
political
free
science
market. I see a free market before big so-called government, and free markets before so-called capitalism. We actually had competition, like Tucker and other people who were manufacturing cars, cutting-edge technology. Where are they at? Oh, right, capitalism killed the free market.
Well, no, dude, capitalism is just the private ownership of the means of production. That's just what capitalism is.
No. Private property ownership existed before the word capitalism ever did. Private property ownership is what has disappeared since capitalism has come into the picture the last 100 years.
Well, what's coming into the picture in the last 100 years is rentism and corporatism, which is, I mean, you could argue that that arises naturally out of capitalism since those corporations have power to lobby the government and then just make it, you know, not really a free market, but...
Okay, where has private property ownership gone? Oh yeah, corporations are able to take everything from. What happened to that? Oh right, the rise of capitalism. How interesting.
Am I
we're
the only
gonna
one
ignore
that?
it.
Am I the only one that's pronounced this word incorrectly for the last who knows how many years?
Oligarchy?
Yeah, well, you
the
just
one
did
that
it.
you said, the one that you said earlier, psychopathy. It's actually psychopathy. But anyway, how about that one?
Did I pronounce it incorrectly?
Thank you, Lou. Oligarchy.
Oh.
I've been pronouncing it oligarchy.
Yeah,
probably
I'm
since-
pretty sure I was taught oligarchy. Yeah,
it's just spelled weird.
Or the spelling has changed in the last 180 years because this is the 1828.
Yeah, I think it
that could be
dictionary.
it. Or it's a Mandela effect.
Oh, gee.
Dun, dun, dun.
I mean,
it's still.
If you want me to
it's
leave, Lou,
weird.
just say it.
Well, the first flaw in our system is that you have to license your business. That right there is the first flaw in stepping away from a true free market.
Yeah, that wasn't the thing. Private membership associations, 1774, Articles of Association.
Well, if you ask and look into what's been going on to Witsit, now you need a permit for the First Amendment. As like that, you got to have a
Dude,
permit for the First Amendment.
That's your capitalism right there.
Well, you're using capitalism in the colloquial sense, but like, that's not what capitalism actually is.
Dude, show me one country that's actually got freedom and private property ownership that has capitalism. I'll wait.
I would say most Western countries have that.
Dude, most Western countries you can be taxed. You can be taxed out of your property.
Iran, and
yeah.
I usually don't agree too much with Cuddles, but on this I do. There's, I mean, if you fail to pay your property taxes, they seize the place. If a corporation decides that they like the land that you're on, and they make a deal with the state, now you've got eminent domain. They can come and just seize your place. You don't actually own any house that you think you own. Once you get a deed or a title, like, it's not ownership. You're just the caretaker of that land, and they can take it
It's
from
a
it.
short form. It's a short
Yeah.
form version of a land patent, which is really them clouding the title, which is
How
also
is that not
against the
fraud?
law.
How is
You
that
have
not
to
fraud?
hold a lodial title.
That's the land patent.
Right,
I'd love for
And
somebody
how?
to actually challenge me on one of these subjects, but I've studied way too much. I'm like QE on this shit.
I'm just asking. I'm not challenging you, man. I'm sorry if you thought I was challenging you. I was just curious.
No, I said I'd love for somebody to do it.
Oh, my bad.
Cause I got the blade sharpened, the blender's ready.
Right, Cuddles. In my understanding, a lodial title would be the only true title of ownership, right?
It's the only real title in law. What you have is legalese just come in. They've capitalized on ignorance. They've capitalized on the lack of knowledge, the lack of wisdom, the lack of experience. They've capitalized on everything. They've taken advantage of it.
Can I get a
Where's
spelling of this word you're using? Allodial.
ALL, I think.
and who holds it?
I got it.
OIDIAL.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Who currently holds it on most properties? It would be the state.
The state. So how is that not fraud when I'm sold a piece of property and I'm handed something called a title and I'm told that it is mine?
It's a certificate of title.
How is there a second title? Is that like spelled out? Like
It's a certificate of title. It's basically like a rental agreement. You are in possession of the property, but you don't have full quote unquote ownership of it. You're a steward.
where is that explained though before money changes hands? That's my question. Because
It's
otherwise,
explained in the code.
Well, the state
Ah.
owns everything because, like, unless you can protect your own property, it's not really yours. The state's the one
Well,
that's protecting it for you, so you
The
depend
state's the one holding everything in a trust. However, people don't know what's happened here in America. They don't know what's going on. Most of them don't have a clue.
In
Sorry.
1820, sorry. According to the definition of allodium in 1828, at least, they made the claim that in the United States, most lands are allodial. So, 100 and whatever, 200, what you get what I'm saying? 200 years ago, maybe there was a lot more true allodial ownership. Unless Noah Webster was a moron in this instance.
Well, I mean, if you paid off your mortgage, it's pretty much like
It comes from England, though, the term allodial title. Most of the things that we use in law that are positive, good for us, come from the UK. Our common law is different than ours. I would argue that it's better, but I don't need common law because it's flawed.
I will pay you whatever you
You need
ask.
to return to the ancient way.
Huh?
You need to return to the ancient way. The law of the Most High. Otherwise, it's all.
Oh, you robot, bro.
Yeah, so whoever brought up paying off a mortgage.
Pardon me, I'll do that later.
Whoever brought up paying off a mortgage, when you think about it, even when your mortgage is paid in full, if you miss a few years of tax payments, the property will no longer become quote unquote yours because it was never yours to begin with.
Private property isn't taxable.
Well, I think you do have to pay a tax on your land, though, right?
Yeah, because
When
it's
you
not
buy
yours. That's what she's saying.
That's the point. Yeah,
For the
it's not
shift to the
yours.
title.
Okay,
At the
but after you pay
beginning,
off your mortgage, it should be yours then? Or...
No, you
It's
still
you're
have
still
to.
paying taxes on it.
This would probably be a good
Yeah.
time for whoever asked the thing about the mortgage to just listen, because it's clear that you don't actually have a clue what you're talking about. I don't mean that in disrespect. I mean that you're making statements that just don't follow the line of
Well, no, I
conversation.
was just asking. I was asking.
when a mortgage is paid off, say you buy a house, say you get a contract between you and say me, I'm selling you a house, and I'll take payments. so you don't have to go get a loan or hurt your family. I'll just take payments. When you pay off the house, I'm supposed to give you the land patent the moment the house is paid off. When you pay off your mortgage, they're supposed to give you the land patent. Guess what they don't do? They don't give you the land patent. You stay a perpetual tenant, aka slave, whatever you want to call it. But that's basically what it is, because you don't have full rights. Your full rights. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah,
Surely
I have the. Hold on, Elisha. I have the deed and abstract to the property that I own outright. However, because property taxes exist, every year I'll have to pay a little bit of money, and I do mean a little bit, to.
All right.
the
So then your
government.
title's clouded, and so is your deed. And you're not holding the land patent. You're holding short form, which generally in legal land or law, short form of an originating document holds less authority, less weight.
My abstract's 60 pages long. The abstract is the breakdown from 1800 and something, when North Dakota was first being parsed out, and it breaks down the very first after the incorporation of this town that I live in, and every subsequent parcel breakdown.
Yeah, I get what an abstract is. I used to be a landman for an oil company.
Gotcha.
What I'm saying is your land patent is going to have similar language that your abstract has. Going to have the meets and bounds. It's not going to have certain things like your title does, like a lot block number that's all corporate bullshit code. So the thing is they've clouded everything on purpose. This is why they don't teach you about land patents, allodial title, MCOs, MSOs, and perfecting your they don't teach most of this stuff.
Yeah. Well,
People have to dig for years.
I chose to live in an area where taxes are extremely low, and I think it winds up being about $240 a year, something along those lines.
You know how many easements there are in your clouded title right now?
I don't know. I have mineral rights.
Yeah, well, there's probably about 5 to 7, maybe more easements against your clouded title. Which the weird thing is the easements are only allowed to exist because the title is clouded in the first place.
Maybe
So
so.
the cops can show up at your property, and they can do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want, without any warrants, because you don't own it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with easements. There's a range, though. It's like the first 5 feet or whatever, right? But the fact is, I live in a town of less than 100 people, so
still doesn't matter.
The amount of bureaucratic nonsense is less.
Bro, where they're putting in the pipeline, they don't even have an easement. They brought the military in to massacre the natives on the reservation. They brought in the FBI and Homeland Security like 2 or 3 different times, and they've been murdering people. Or what about the Bundy Ranch, where they brought in tanks and military personnel to set the entire compound on fire? Yeah, there's your easement.
Yeah.
My godfather was at the Bundy Ranch and was on the FBI most wanted list because of that thing.
But there's your easement. You're wanting to see what it looks like? Go look at the Bundy's house when it's on fire with people inside of it, innocent people. There's your easement. You really want it?
Well, I'm glad to be in a place that's so uninteresting that will never happen forever.
This is my point, though. You don't. People think that because we've been told one thing that that's the full extent of the thing, and that's not true. You're between you and the paramedics, the fire department, you should have contracted an easement with them yourself if you own the property. That way they can show up and save your life. But I ain't going to the cops. They ain't never coming to my house. Shit, I ain't calling them ever again. I got the coroner on speed dial though.
Do you live in like a urban area?
Bro, I'm in a town right now. But I studied law for a very long time.
I know you just seem super black-pilled. That's all.
No, this is all red pill, bub. Don't get it twisted.
It's not black pill because he's searching for a resolution to the problem. The black pill people just check out.
Well, sometimes the red pill is a black pill in the same time.
No,
it looks like it, but it's not. Red pill is only truth. It's the facts and nothing else. Black pill is all this. Oh well, why try? I'm gonna die. Everything sucks.
Sure. So, what is your personal solution to this problem that you're referring to?
Well, if you already paid off your mortgage, you need to figure out what office you need to go to get your freaking land patent. They have your land patent. They have it. It's there. It's in their records.
And you don't
It
know
might
what
cost you
entity.
$1. I'd have to go talk to my buddy because me and them were just talking about this week.
But yeah, I own my property outright.
The so-called government entities, which are foreign entities, they're the ones holding on to all the documentation, all the records, everything. So you can get your land patent from them, but you have to pull everything forward. Which is a good thing that you already have the abstract and know what that is, because God, I'd have to spend explaining it.
You might think you own that, but like I was mentioned earlier with eminent domain and stuff like that, if let's say Apple decides that, or like Foxconn was making Apple displays, they did this around here. Let's say Foxconn decides that they want to open up a factory where your house is. There's nothing you can do to stop that. They'll make a deal with the government. It's what because they'll say that we're going to employ this many people and they will pay nothing in taxes. They will give you. They're supposed to give you fair market value on your house when they take it from you, but that's what they'll do is take it from you.
Yep,
And
I know.
Fair market value. If they really want the place, they will buy all the land around you and devalue your land while you sit on it so they can buy it from you cheap.
I'm aware of all that.
Yeah, they did that to build the Irving Airport in Irving, Texas. I know some of the people that are actually forced out of their homes on that street just so they could build a new airport. They did all of what he just said.
Does anybody think that a piece of paper can actually ensure your property stays your property?
Yeah,
Well,
there's no honor among thieves. I mean, come on now.
If you don't have the land patent, then asking the question ain't the point. Get the land patent and come back and talk to me after you've gone to Chancery Court to sue all the trespassers. Then we'll
No,
talk.
I get it. I get it legally, but ultimately, in practice, in reality, if somebody wants my property bad enough. No, I get
If you hold
legally,
the land
like
patent
government.
and they trespass, you tell them to get the fuck off your land immediately. And if they don't, you shoot them and bury them where they fall.
That's where I was going, bro. I was just pointing out that the paper alone isn't enough. You can wave it in somebody's face all day. If they're armed and you're not, it don't make a fucking difference.
It's not magical.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, though. The only thing with a land patent that there is on the books is if you're doing something that's going to harm, injure, or cause loss to the people around you, like you're making some like weird chemical or something you're doing is causing a biohazard, which is rare. Super freaking rare. The EPA's caused more biohazard problems than anyone else. So once you get your land patent, you should be set.
Puddles, I had a question regarding property taxes when you're in possession of the land patent. Does it still fall under state jurisdiction or county?
Nope. Nope. Land patent, it's private property, private. So if somebody is coming in and saying, "Oh, well, you owe me money for this," no, I don't. This is private property. Private means you have no authority here.
They have no standing because it's your land. They have no legal right to stand on your land, right?
Right. Legal, lawful, take your pick. Add all of them together. They have absolutely zero right to be there, to talk to you, to mail you shit, any of it.
Would this be kind of where the term in the legal world for standing comes from or is derived from?
Maybe, but that's what I'm saying. The land patents, all this stuff was done away with a while back. They started a land grab after the War of 1812 because, well, first they had to lie to us about what the war was about. Oh, it's about slavery. No, it wasn't, because the northern states had just as many slaves as the southern states. Hell, the states that were after us for our resources had more slaves than the other states around them that wanted to leave us alone. Like Rhode Island. We didn't have representation in Congress, and our congressmen from the southern states were not carrying our interests with them to Congress. That's why the War of 1812 started. Slavery has always been against the law. Every country all over this flat earth. The only time in law that a form of slavery is allowed is when somebody seeks war. You can take them as a servant. About it. But that's a fun one in and of itself, how they legalized slavery in America. Most people don't know that, and you're never going to hear about it during, History Month.
Would that be through citizenship?
Nope. Johnson v. Casser. 1650 Crown Courts. Right before the war. Johnson was an indentured servant who came over from Europe, Africa, whatever, on a contract, 7 years. You work the contract, get your 50 acres and your bag of gold. Johnson fulfilled his indentured contract and got his land. He then turned around and became a very, very prominent business owner. He became very wealthy. And he did the same thing. He went and contracted with other people to come over and work his land. Well, guess what? He, being an indenture, set, free by the completion of his contract, decided at the end of one of the contract for the indentures that he had, that he was going to sue them to keep them for the entirety of their lives. And the Crown Court ruled in Johnson's favor, even though it was against the law. Because the contract is the law. So Johnson broke the contract and started slavery in America. And guess what? He wasn't white. But they don't teach you this in school.
He was
They
one
tell
of
you
those
it's indigenous.
house ones, yeah? Those house bike thieves?
He was a black guy. He was a black man. But he was never a slave. He came over on an indenture contract. It's where
Jackson,
the indenture
Django, right?
contract for coming over here is where the whole year of Jubilee and stuff comes from. It comes from the Hebrews. At a time of war when the Canaanites invaded the land of the Hebrews rose up in self-defense and defeated them, and they took from that culture people who were all for the war, all for genocide, and made them servants. It's either you can die right here, right now, by the sword for aiding and abetting these people that came in to genocide my people, or you can sit under an indenture contract. And if you're, good people, you get the year Jubilee of the 7th year and you go on your way. That's where it all comes from. Old
That sounds
law.
kind of fair.
Yeah, people should go and read what happened after Nova.
People should go look up what the Code de Noir is, and why would we even want to use Black's legal dictionary when what it was originally was bad. Code de Noir was a French slave social security. It was new codes and regulations that you couldn't abuse your slave for the entirety of his life and then leave him to die at the side of the road, an old sick man. You had to take care of him.
Do you find it unusual that you're saying that there's this alternative book of code called the Code de Noir?
Yeah, that's where Black's legal dictionary comes from, dude.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, what? I thought you were talking about something different. I was like, why does it have the same title? Go ahead.
Right, that's where it comes from. The Bar Dog, the Legalese Society, that's their shit. They're the ones that manufactured that over there. They brought it over here. State constitutions don't say anything about attorneys. It says counsel. An attorney isn't counsel. An attorney, if you actually look up the word, is an attorner, one who turns over property or goods from one party to another. Doesn't say anything about the law. Just says somebody who takes your shit and gives it to somebody else. That's why the attorneys weren't allowed to be here. We were hanging them. And the Bar Dog judges, the Crown judges, the Crown Magi. We were hanging them too. It's actually against the law for them to operate in America. Not only by the Articles of Confederation 4, 5, and 6 being that they're foreign corporations, not only not allowed to own land in America, but they're also not allowed to operate business and force their policies on a peaceful nation.
Is that why America is always at war?
No. America isn't at war. It's the beast. The beast system is at war. Did you know invading a peaceful nation and then conscripting people from that nation to fight in your battles is actually an act of treason? It's a form of genocide. It's been against the law for thousands of years. Yet, here we are with the East India Trading Company flag flying over, and oh, look, they're conscripting for their foreign military to fight foreign wars. How interesting. So I tell people to read the Law of Nations. If you want to study any of this stuff and try and catch up, start with the Law of Nations and then go from there. There's more books. If somebody's actually dedicated to it, they could probably catch up in a year or two. And I mean like catch up. Crown courts legalized slavery against the law, against international law, against organic law, against natural law, because that was their bag. But most of the people that came to America weren't slaves. It was the people that went down to South America that were the slaves. 90% of the people brought over on boats went to South America. They went down to the Caribbean and South America. But you don't hear much about that. I mean, you do in video games, I guess. When they talk about the plantations, sugarcane fields, and stuff all throughout the chain of islands in the Caribbean.
Long, flat chain of islands.
Yeah,
The
somebody
funny
trying
thing
to
is
bring it back around.
when you actually study American history and you realize slavery wasn't actually as prominent as everyone's been led to believe. Most of the people that were here weren't slaves, they were indentures under a contract. What Johnson v. Castor did, though, was converted all the indentures into slaves, which would have broke the contract. It would have been a third-party interloper, which is also against the law. Third-party arbitrators aren't allowed to step into a private contract and then administrate change terms of the contract. Fun thing is, I could probably do this all day.
I'll tell you what, I'll be looking for you again if I buy property soon.
I have to look up who's holding the land patent. As far as I know, the feds have a copy of everything, even the MCO or MSO for your car or truck. What you have is a certificate of title, which makes you a tenant, same as the certificate of title for your house or the certificate of your deed or whatever short form bullshit they fed you.
Yeah. What if I tried to pull that on somebody when I sell my house? Sounds perfectly legal since they're doing it, right?
It might be legal according to their society's rules, the legalese society, but it's
Make up a
not.
title.
It's not lawful.
Yeah.
You need the land patent when you sell it. You transfer the land patent over to them when you sell it, and you explain this shit to them. This right here is the most important piece of paper of your entire life.
So what if I did add it, and then I tried to screw them? Then they couldn't stop me, right?
If you had it and say the city, the county, or the state tried to come after you, they would. You'd sink them. You'd sink them.
Oh wow!
In court with one piece of paper.
So then I become the true landowner, and I could have tenants like indentured servants.
If that's what you want to do, man.
No, but it's possible apparently.
Yeah, but the government doesn't like competition, so I wouldn't attempt it.
What government?
Yeah,
Oh, you mean
bullets
the
start
foreign
flying.
one?
Yeah, but they tend to shoot first and try to bring you to court later.
Yeah, low hanging fruit. So what? What are they going to do? They're going to show up and they're going to murder me? I still hold the land patent in state law. Guess what? It passes down to wherever my last living will and testament is. Or if I've got it in a private trust, passes along to the beneficiaries. Nobody has the right to tax it. Nobody
You're a
has the
fucking
right to
wizard.
interfere.
You're a wizard.
This is just the law, dude. 14 years, I better know something. But this is what they got everyone away from, was the land patents.
Yeah, it sounds
That's-
like at one point there was a good system in place, and they systematically stripped it.
There is a good system in place. Most people don't know about it. You have, all right, so when a military force comes in and invades your country, they cannot change your laws. They're supposed to allow you a path to get back to the organic law so that you can actually do what you're supposed to do. Unfortunately, a lot of that has been clouded. A lot of people have been lied to. And they just don't want to do it because it's a lot of work.
We live in
I mean,
a.
if you want to,
I was just gonna
Go ahead.
say, to your point, we live in a go along to get along society.
Right, where ignorance is king. However, they can't separate you from the originating laws of your country. The old laws still have force. That's why they didn't teach them to you, because they knew if you knew this shit, they'd lose every time in court. Well, he owes us taxes. Your Honor, here's a copy of the land patent. I don't know what these guys are talking about taxes. I'm not a tenant. This is mine. Oh, look at that. Case dismissed. Case for the defendant. Oof. "40 acres and a mule," they went in and stole land from a bunch of people that didn't even own slaves. They broke land patents.
So, Cuddles, I think what needs to be done is you just need to do a weekly on a VC that's not going out via live stream and impart some knowledge and let people know, and anybody that wants to join in can benefit from, the things that you have learned if you're willing to impart that into others.
Well, I mean, I can always make it about gas pressure. I love gas pressure. And all of this has to do with gas pressure. You have to breathe in order for any of this shit to apply. So, boom. Gas pressure. Somebody already set up a room. They're trying to get everybody that wants to learn into that room. Most of this stuff is still out there, though. I didn't just find most of this by accident. It's still out there. It's still available to the public.
Right. Do you go back to like the Robert Menard days? Are you familiar with Robert?
I know who that is, but for some strange reason, I'm drawing blanks.
Canadian guy?
Oh, right. I don't know a lot about him. So, and whatever I did know, I forgot, probably on purpose.
Gotcha.
I'm after the law. I'm after where things are. I'm after the truth. The only truth. I'm only after the facts. I don't care about anything else. So if your property's paid off, your mortgage company was supposed to give you the land patent. They're supposed to actually hold on to it until the loan is paid. However, the mortgage company screwed everybody by lying to them about the contracts and the loans and everything else. And that's a whole other side of law that would take weeks. I'd probably have to bring in somebody else to explain most of the problems. Law of Nations, a treatise on suits and chancery by Gibson, is the two most valuable books to any man or woman living. After hours, there are YouTube channels about this stuff. Most of the YouTube channels helping people have been taken down. So gas pressure.
Hello?
Howdy.
Yo, what's up?
Everything.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. So I just got finished talking in the voice chat check-in, and was just kind of getting introduced to how things work on this Discord. And they were just saying that like I can pop into the live stream chat and introduce myself and stuff.
Welcome to the server.
Thanks.
What
What's up?
what brings you here?
Well, for about a week, I've considered myself a flat earther. And I'm just looking for like-minded people and just trying to learn about kind of everything, because realizing everything is a lie, I would like to relearn a lot of stuff. So that's kind of what I'm
So
here
you want
for.
to learn the truth. I like
Yeah.
that. I can dig it.
It was kind of funny because I have roommates, and I've been staying with them for about a year, almost 2 years now, and they were like super hardcore conspiracy theorists. And I was just learning stuff, watching videos with them, and I'm like, okay, this stuff is like kind of interesting, the whole cabal stuff and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden they start talking about flat earth, and then I'm just like, okay, these guys are going insane. Like, I don't know if I can continue hanging out with these guys. I don't know if I should move out soon. Like, they're starting to think the earth is flat. And for a while I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do, because they're not only my roommates, but they're my business partners as well, because we're trying to start up our own business. And literally a week ago, I kind of stopped thinking about this. They come to me and they're like, "Yo, like we found this 5 hour long documentary. It's absolutely insane. It has all this information, and it basically proves flat Earth." And I was like, "Okay, whatever, right?" And they're watching it in the living room. I see what they're watching. I stay there for 10 minutes, and I was like, "All right, there's something to this." So I asked him to send me the link to the video, and I watch it myself while I'm out drawing at my desk. And that's when, my mind was blown. I was like, hold up, like there's something going on here. We start watching more documentaries on this stuff, watching more videos, and I'm just like, there's no way that the earth is round, yo. Like I finally come to that conclusion. So
Hey, brother, sorry, if I can just jump in very quickly. When you were watching those documentaries, what points specifically was it that were jumping out at you that made you think, okay, I need to look at this myself? If you do remember.
So I forgot which documentary it was, like the name of it. But I think the one thing that popped out to me was people testing the horizon, and they were explaining the math. And this was the first time that like I was actually interested in the math of something. I always enjoyed math when I was a kid, but over time I was just like, this stuff is boring. But now I'm interested in learning math again just to do these tests myself.
Yeah, that's good. Now we've got a good example of that called the Black Swan. Does anyone want to go through the Black Swan with brother?
The Black Swan?
The Black Swan, right? So if I said all swans are white, it would only require evidence of one black swan to disprove that claim, right?
Right. Yeah.
The same way we're told if Earth is a ball, then all horizons must be X, which is the calculated distance, right, mathematically, of this ball Earth edge where you can no longer see beyond. Right. So if I say Earth's a ball, then I'm saying all horizons conform to that ball. But it only would require evidence of one horizon not conforming to that ball to disprove that statement.
Right.
So that's the Black Swan. Anyway, I'll go through it with you. So, do you see the image in the live stream voice text with the oil rigs?
Let me check. Just to let you guys know, I'm like, I'm talking on my phone like I'm talking to somebody. Give me a sec. I'll switch to speaker.
Yeah, no worries. This won't take long.
You said live stream voice chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you see there's an image that Drace just posted of two oil rigs?
Yeah.
And I've just posted a meme below it. So a couple above it as well. This is a bit difficult. I'll just post you the whole meme, right? Just because it's all in one. So here's the modus tollens, which is just a logical statement you might have heard before. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Just a logical if-then statement, right?
Right.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, the geometric horizon. So you can go onto Google and type in distance to horizon calculator and put in your observer height in feet, and it'll tell you this. It'll say, right, well, for a 1 foot observer, it's 1.2 miles. This is the globe math. So you see that image with the oil rigs there? That's taken off the coast of California. There's a video to go along with it. I'll post you that as well.
Okay.
So you can look at it in your own time. So I've just posted that in there. So he puts the camera down 1 foot from the shore, just right on the beach, zooms in, and do you see the distance of those oil rigs? Saying platform habitat 9.4 miles, platform hill height 6.2.
I've watched this video.
So this might have been on one of the documentaries you watched, depending on what you watched, because it's quite a big example now. So you see the horizon, and it's beyond platform habitat, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Right. So where the globe model says that for a 1 foot observer you should be seeing it at 1.2 miles, which is way in front of the rigs, we're actually seeing it beyond 9.4 miles.
Yeah, dude.
Meaning that the horizon isn't that geometric curve of a ball that boats are going over, because if it was, it would be where it's calculated to be, because it's a physical place, right? So they've essentially just hijacked our perspective and told us that that limit is based on the curvature of a ball Earth rather than just angular resolution limit of the eye, optics, this kind of thing. So the horizon isn't physical because it moves, depending on various factors, right? Atmospheric conditions, that kind of thing. But it means it's not physical, it's not geometric. So all these arguments about boats are going over it, buildings are obscured by it, no, it's not from a curve, because then it would be where it's geometrically predicted to be, always.
Right.
It certainly can't jump behind physical objects like oil rigs and appear as though it's now there. I mean, according to the globe model, that curve is in front of those oil rigs. So the globers here come in and tell us that, yeah, there's actually a curve of water in front of those oil rigs. You just can't see it. It just looks like you see it behind.
Right, exactly. And,
go crazy.
it's funny with this because also I did say that I do a little bit of art. So I was actually currently learning about perspective and things like that. So when someone pulled out the perspective truth, I was like, this makes too much damn sense, yo. Like, so I I can't, there's no way I'm going back, honestly.
Well, yeah, you should definitely check out the channels that we've got on long distance observations and laser tests as well. And also, you can thank Quantum Eraser, who's in the chat right now. That's Black Swan Argument is what he put together. And it's been very good for upsetting the globies. So, yeah, welcome again.
Thanks. So yeah, one thing, back to the previous question you asked me about what really popped out to me is, I think in one of the documentaries, it was some scientist was doing studies with electromagnetism and making objects float. And this kind of explains how the sun and the moon works when it was spinning around a magnet plate or something similar to that. And he had a metal sheet floating over a magnetic plate, and then he put a lamp on top of that, and then it powered the lamp. So that kind of stuff I'm actually very much interested in and learning how to utilize it and kind of make it a day-to-day thing in the future for my life, honestly. And I was looking at a bunch of videos for this, like, free power this, free power that, and so many people in the comments were like, this is nonsense, you're crazy. How is it crazy when we can charge our phones with this stuff? The wireless charging pads, you open up the inside of a wireless charging pads, all it is a copper coil connected to a motherboard. So there's like so much undeniable proof on this stuff that it's ridiculous.
You should check out the electricity Tesla additional information section we've got as well. There's a lot of good stuff on that. But yeah. FE changes it all. Like, people sometimes have this conception that it somehow limits the opportunity for discovery, exploration, and science. But in reality, it's the total opposite. It opens up a heap of avenues. So yeah, with this mindset, you can really think outside of the box, as they say. Because no one else
thinking
really
outside of the
is
globe,
going to be thinking on this level. Yeah. No, exactly. And yeah, looking into the history of like radio tech and long range technologies is another interesting one to get into, because you'll come across a bunch of stories that seem to contradict the globe, right? They'll be like, oh, we didn't think this was going to work because it's over such a long distance and there's all that curvature, but whoop, it works. That's weird. And then they make up some excuse for why it works, almost as if it's over a completely flat plane, but of course we know it's not. So it must be the ionosphere bouncing off, all this kind of stuff. And you'll just start to see it everywhere. Now that you're kind of looking at this, you'll start to pick it up all over the place. History, politics, religion, philosophy, science, everything. So
I mean, the only reason why it's everywhere is because it's the truth, like.
It always comes back to it. Whenever they're trying to use the Earth, they always use it as flat and motionless for all practical purposes. Flight navigation, everything, So yeah, if you do have questions and stuff about specific topics, just chuck them out. There's a load of knowledgeable people here, and they're happy to speak to new people.
I do have a question. Comments or comets. How do those work? Like, what are those? If they're not, rocks in space, right? Then what are they?
When you get into the realm of unverifiable lights in the sky, you're doing a bit of guesswork, right? A bit of speculation. You can't really say what they are, but you can kind of narrow down your list of what they're not by just going through it logically. So There's also a channel that we've got called Meteors, I think, or Asteroids, one or the other. It's got a few different videos where people are giving their own kind of speculation, talking about the craters that we see, and like what those could possibly be from if they're not rocks falling out of the sky. So basically, anything that involves space being real, you can take off the table because.
Right.
Have you gone through the gas pressure point yet? Do you know anything about the vacuum of space and gas pressure and all that?
Well, I understand that the vacuum of space makes no sense. I think I was watching a video on this as well, where is how do we have two different gas pressures next to each other and not having anything separate them? Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't have gas pressure without a container. It's
right. Exactly.
natural law. Well, that's it. So the story that they give us of comets or asteroids relies on that being the case, right? A vacuum adjacent to a pressurized system, which is impossible. So whatever it is, it's not that. But what it is, speculation on our part. We can't travel to them. We can't test them. All you can do is observe them.
Right. Okay.
But, we could give you some plausible suggestions for why we see lights flying through the sky, military tech, weapons, whatever. But at the end of the day, it's speculation.
Right. Right. All right. That's fair. That's fair. Let's see. Do I have any other questions? I guess a lot of the few questions I have are just speculation, or possible theories on what could be like beyond the South Pole, right? Antarctica. What's beyond that? I think that 5-hour documentary I was watching, the dude was talking about how the moon could possibly have a projection of the flat Earth on it, and that's why it looks like it has craters or it looks like it has dark spots. And then I've seen something else where someone was saying that sometimes in the dark spots on the moon you can see stars through it, so that's actually just the moon not in its full shape or something like that. So that's what I'm trying to figure out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of transparent moon type evidence. Stars have been seen through it. That's why a lot of these countries have the symbol of the crescent moon and star inset, right?
Right, right.
But yeah, I mean, another thing that comes with this is coming up against a whole load of questions that you just have to accept you are not going to have an answer for. And anyone who tells you that they do have an answer for is most likely lying to you, right? So what the moon is, what the sun is, how they work, how they operate specifically beyond what we just can observe is speculation, right, for everyone. But yeah, I mean, having questions that you can't answer isn't a bad thing, right? There's that famous saying, I'd rather have questions I can't answer than answers I can't question, right? Sums up this
I've
whole
never heard that
situation
saying, but that
pretty
makes so
well.
much sense.
Yeah, sums up the whole globe situation pretty well. But anyway, if anyone else wants to jump in, feel free, ask questions, any new guys or whatever. I'm going to have to dip off pretty soon, but there's plenty of good people in the room who can speak to you. But anyway, welcome again.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I'm actually gonna head out. I am on my lunch break, so I gotta go eat lunch.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, do that.
yeah. Thank you guys
Cool,
so
well,
much.
good to see you. Yeah, no, welcome.
All right, yeah. Awesome. Peace.
Oh shit! Shout out to Gospel Bearer. Not seen you in a while, bro.
Yo, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing really well. I'm blessed.
Good. You are blessed. I agree. It's nice to see you back on the server. We've got Matthew in the house as well. What's up, Matthew? Maybe he's busy. Coming up with some magic. Yeah, good. Good to have you around. I appreciate you, Matthew. I know a lot of people give you stick, but you're all right by my books. In denial about the globe, but still a good guy, I think.
Oh, thanks. I enjoyed hanging out here.
Good stuff. Who else we got? Got any globe believers there? It's rare these days.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was nice, though. It's always nice when someone comes in open-minded or even halfway off the globe. Refreshing. Not just spiraling straight away.
Yeah, I think you did a good job of also letting him know that, there's stuff that we can prove scientifically, and then there's also stuff that we don't know, and you can go into the world of speculation, but don't hold fast to the speculation, right?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I think, especially nowadays, it's just something that people aren't used to hearing. I don't know. And then they'll take that I don't know as, well, then you must be wrong and I must be right. Which, you've got to have some nuance to be looking into this.
Yeah, I just hope somebody new like that coming into it, watches the video and then doesn't necessarily try to rebut people in the real world with things that may have been speculation, right? That's where I think people go wrong.
Yeah, no, I checked him in and I kind of made the point to him when it comes to speaking to new people. There's no pressure on you to immediately, even though you'll hear things that you'll want to immediately go out and start telling your friends about and be like, hey, did you know that the curvature is supposed to be 8 inches per mile square? Isn't that crazy? There's no real onus on you to do that, because at the end of the day, understanding your reality is, it's one of the most personal things you're really going to embark on. So it's just between you and, nature, reality. So I advise against going out and telling everyone you know about it. I say go and, you've got to be smart about it. You've got to be socially pretty adroit, right? Just to figure out who's on the level, so to speak, and then broach it with them. Like if they're ripping the moon landings one day, then hey, that's someone who I can talk to potentially. But if these people are out there voting for Biden and stuff, I don't know, I wouldn't waste my time.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I have some areas that I hang out and have friends that I've had for quite some time, and I don't talk about this subject that often. And when I did have the crew that was originally going around the country, when Witsit had somebody else with them, they stayed at my house and we went to one of my local spots, and that kind of blew my cover. So the subject does come up more often now, but it's nothing that I initiate. And typically when people initiate it, I preface anything with, you sure we want to have this conversation right now? And yeah.
Yeah, I'm very much the same. To feel like, well, you're asking for this conversation. Don't make me remind you of that in 5 minutes when you're screaming at me.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's a smart way to be. Oh well, so what's new in the FE world today? Matthew, you got yourself unmuted. You want to jump in? Have you been telling your friends and family that you're getting into flat Earth?
Yeah, I put it on my YouTube
yeah,
channel.
That's right. You're pretty out there about it. So, have you? What's the reactions? But have you had anyone saying like you're too soft on FE or anything like that?
No, nobody said that. Several people in this server said that I presented the arguments fairly, so that was nice to hear.
I agree. Actually, you so far you're the only Glober that I've seen that's actually presented our arguments properly, off the top of my head. So thank you for that.
Well, most people don't take the time to understand them.
Yeah, that's true as well. That's true as well. They'll make a video before they'll sit down and speak to us. But yeah, no, that's appreciated. I would be curious what kind of feedback you've generally had on it, though. If you think people are still just like mad about it, or if you think they're generally now more accepting of the conversation.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, you can read all the comments. There's probably 1,000 comments on each of the 2 videos. But it's generally fairly positive. I mean, obviously this topic brings up, people are pretty passionate one way or the other. So there is some spiciness in the comments, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I can imagine they'd be pretty spicy. I'll be checking them out later. I liked some of the, saw you do like a maths projector video with your kids. That might have been one of your first big ones, but that was very good.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
I
that
imagine
type
you are
of
a good
stuff is
teacher.
fun. And then after
Awesome
the
stuff.
flat Earth stuff, I've posted recently 2 videos about cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin and that kind of stuff.
Good stuff. You're flying. You get enough views, Matthew. You could probably be YouTubing full time at some point.
People who do that, they have to put out videos that get a couple million views about every week. I do that maybe once a year, not every week.
That's still a good average. I'll give it to you. But yeah. Oh, that's cool. So you got any points or questions about the globe or the Earth today, Matthew?
So just in general, it's interesting that a lot of the conversations revolve around the problems with the globe model, and there's not a lot of discussion about how things how things might work on a flat Earth as much. That's just an interesting observation.
Things
So,
do work
I mean,
on the. Sorry,
no,
Wolfgang.
go for it, Gospel. Go for it.
No, just the assumptive language is not very neutral, not very objective. You should be able to. You're more than intelligent enough to know that. So again, just that language. There's a certain how things might work on Earth that is flat, right? Is an unusual statement because what is it? So whatever it is, stuff works. How it works.
Yeah, I was sort of waffling around trying to not use the phrase "the flat Earth model" because I know I get yelled at for saying that.
But also, I would say it makes sense there's more discussion about the globe model because really this is what's important in terms of what the majority of people are currently believing. So, I mean, I don't mind really what you think or say the Earth is in a general sense. But, I mean, if you're convinced that it's one thing, like 90% or whatever the percentage of people that actually believe it to be, it's more useful for us to point out, well, we're not necessarily saying what it is, but we can show you what it definitely isn't. And it definitely isn't that story that everyone's currently believing, or that a lot of people are currently believing. So, I mean, it's less useful for us just to kind of speculate on certain aspects of some flat Earth model, as you might call it, which there isn't one. It's just we're just taking observations, measurements of the Earth in reality, and what that tells us is generally what we go with, but we don't go beyond that, which would require to do for, I'm assuming, some of the things you're talking about. But in general, yeah, we want people to realize that it's not a ball, and then after that, it's kind of like, well, you can kind of think what you like as long as you realize it's not this, which is what everyone's believing. So that's generally why we speak more about the ball.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And we did have I don't know if we've still got it actually, but we did have like kind of a separate room for speculation on, and then there was a lot of discussion on how this would work on a flat Earth, or this could work, but all that stuff is kind of speculation. And if someone still thinks they live on a spinning ball, it's not really going to help them to hear us speculating on how the sun and the moon are actually suspended or what they're moving exactly like. I'm just trying to wake people up,
Yeah, I think that's the difference there, Matthew, is that most of the time people in flat Earth, we're only holding fast to that which we can prove, and within the realm of speculation, we don't have necessarily definitive answers, right? So we don't hold those to be truths, whereas the ball might hold things with speculation as assumption to be true.
Yeah, at some point though, if you disprove one thing, that is claiming the opposite. So if you say that the Earth has no curve anywhere, effectively you're saying that the Earth is flat. So, yeah, I think that falsification is not independent from replacement.
It is independent.
It is independent, but what specifically do you want replaced, right? So when you can't come forth with how the R value has been proved scientifically, what do you want to replace that? Like, what are
Yeah,
you
that,
looking for? Like
so
a
what I'm
complete full model? I mean,
yeah, I'm looking for. I like to have things sort of internally consistent that work together, that have explanations for seasons and things we see in the sky and the way that things work on Earth, stuff like that. So I like to have everything sort of neat and tidy together, and I
Hey,
don't want to just leave them open.
real quick, Matthew, how do you determine what you look like?
I can't determine what I look like other than.
Oh, come
I'm
on.
not sure.
Come on, think about it. Let's say you're a blind man. How would you determine what you look like?
Oh, you look in
Well,
a mirror.
no, I just said, say you're a blind
He said
man.
black.
Say you're a blind man. What would you do to determine what you look like?
You'd ask somebody or feel
No.
your face. I
Well,
don't
okay, you
know.
could ask somebody hypothetically, but yes, I'm thinking you're all alone. There you go. You had it. You touch, right? You'd physically examine with your digits, and that's one of the ways you could determine what you look like. I have, a nose that's about this big. I have, compared to my mouth, my nose is not as wide as my mouth. Whatever, right? You could do all these types of descriptions, relative descriptions, so on and so on. So otherwise, you did mention the mirror, which is extremely relevant in regards to how we would look at ourselves and determine what we look like. Now, let me ask you: do we have the opportunity to look at the place that we live with a mirror?
I see what you're saying. No, we don't.
Okay. So you do understand where I'm going with that, the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, that we should ignore what happens in the sky
No,
because
no, no. The sky's mutually exclusive. Not ignore. That's lunacy, bro. The sky has been used for purposes such as navigation, since who knows how long, probably since there were boats. Okay. And probably for other purposes as well, as far as I'm understanding. I think historically, anybody that was making long journeys also used the sky um, for means of navigation, even on land. But that's mutually exclusive of the nature of what you're demanding or hoping for or requesting as far as a model. That what happens in the sky is mutually exclusive of the nature of the place that we live. You have to logically understand that. I say you have to. I mean, people do what they want to do. Maybe you don't want to understand. Do you understand?
I think I understand what you're saying, that what happens up in the sky is interesting but disconnected from the shape of the
No,
ground.
you're trying to redefine mutually exclusive. I literally said the words mutually exclusive. Do you understand what that phrase means?
Yes. Okay. So, I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So, can you say it again?
What happens in the sky is mutually exclusive of the nature of the surface of the place where we live.
Okay, I understand that.
I I would need some type of um, strong evidence to support otherwise. And one of the ways that that could be produced would be, let's say, if there was such a thing as a reflection that we could discern or observe. We don't have that convenience. And as a result, we have the means that we have in order to discern the nature of the place where we live, which is limited, much as a blind man is limited in describing and charting out the nature of his own appearance. Not that we're blind, but in the same way, he only has the means, okay, to touch his face, for instance, in this example that I'm providing. Whereas you gave the example, you could ask somebody, okay, well, we can't ask the sky, so that option isn't applicable. So our means to create a reproduction of the place where we live is both limited, and for what purpose? Okay, because this would be my question: for what purpose would one do so? I mean, obviously, there's such a thing as navigation and maps and finding your place from one place to another. But in regards to a big picture view, the purpose thereof was so unnecessary. The reason I would argue it's unnecessary is because we have what we need. Okay, and what I mean by that is our observations of the things that happen in the sky that tells us the seasons and the epochs, and also benefits of navigation, consistency, and all that good stuff. We have what we need. So trying to reproduce the place where we live in a model form or a scale form is to what end, is my question.
Yeah, I think that was well explained. That helps me understand. To answer that last question, the model to what end? You're right. We don't need it. I guess I'm saying I want it. I like to. I like models because they help me understand what's really happening in the bigger picture. Ideally, I mean, if the model's right. If it's not, then it wouldn't.
You know,
Yeah.
Matthew, you've been around a long time, and even if you view it as purely hypothetical, what would stop you from taking the information that you've learned within this server and trying to apply that to your own model, even if you think it might not be true?
So I think I do. Like what all the evidence and things I've heard here, I do take them into account and sort of think about how they would relate to what I think is happening. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and could you see, just doing that yourself, how that approach and trying to recreate your own model, even based off, the things that you've learned in here, is a very large undertaking, right? To understand
Yeah.
and have a knowing of 100% knowing of how everything works. And even if you tried to go and do that yourself, do you think it's even possible
It wouldn't be
to
possible
have
to
a
get
knowing
exactly right.
100%
No.
of all of these things that we don't necessarily have access to touch, feel, manipulate, and understand the 100% nature of what they are?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. There's no way we would know things 100%. That and in fact, that's why I stay away from using language like proofs. Nobody can prove that the Earth is a globe. Nobody can prove this or that. Science is about evidence and ideas, and only math and logic are about proof.
Yeah, 3x plus 1.
Are you referring to the Veritasium video where there's a mathematical statement that nobody knows how to prove yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting video.
Yeah. Number File's another great channel. But there are other phenomenon of mathematics as well.
I've
Such
actually
as
met Brady, who does Number File, and Destin, who does Veritasium. They're cool guys.
irrational numbers would be another example of.
Ooh, I like irrational. What about irrational numbers?
The repeating decimals.
Yeah, what about them though? Yes.
So just something that I find fascinating is that 1/3, when you put it in decimal form, you add 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3, it's 3/3, it equals 1. It doesn't equal that same thing if you convert the 1/3 to decimal form and add those 3 decimals together.
Yeah, so
all things should be equal, but they're not, because repeating decimals are, I believe that they're classified as irrational numbers, if I'm not mistaken.
some repeating decimals or infinite decimals is what you're looking for, I think. So if there's an infinite number of decimals, they might be irrational, but sometimes they're rational. But actually, the 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 does work out. Even
No,
if you
it'd be
put it in
0.9
decimal
repeating.
forms.
It'd be 0.9
Yeah.
repeating infinitely, which is still not 1.
Well, it is 1.
Yeah, if
It isn't, though.
if it's infinite,
No,
then
it is 1, dude.
equals 1.
It is.
If it approaches
No.
infinity, it's not.
I can give you a proof of it if you want me to.
You can call it 1.
it's infinitely closer to one, but never quite reaching one.
No,
Precisely.
dude, 0.999 with infinite nines is equal to 1 exactly.
No.
Round it up to 1.
No,
Of
it's not
course
rounded
you
up.
can.
It is equal
Nonsense.
to
You
1.
contradict yourself with your own words. Where did
No,
you come
he's
from
right.
again?
It is equal to 1.
It is
It's
not
equal to
no.
1,
Matthew,
dude.
shut up.
I'm
Stop
literally
lying.
minoring in
Sasha,
math.
open your ears, please. How can something that isn't 1 be equal to 1?
Because
Dude,
there's two
it's
different
just another way of
representations of the
writing
same
the
number.
number.
Hold on. Matthew, I said shut up. Sasha, please just answer me this. How can something that is not 1 be equal to 1?
Well, you're just asserting that it's not equal to 1. Like, it is 1.
No. I'm not asserting anything. I'm asking you a question. How can something that is not 1 be equal to 1?
Right, and that's just a facetious question because you're just assuming
No,
it's not equal to 1.
it's a very simple question. And the answer is self-evident. Are you going to answer it?
Okay, how can something that's not equal to 1 be equal to 1? Oh, well, I guess the answer is it's impossible. Is that what you wanted to hear?
It's enough. So why continue down that avenue? Because anything that isn't 1 isn't 1. It's very simple. So
You
when
realize
you go
it's just another way of
0.999
writing it, right?
0.99 recurring isn't 1, so therefore it's not equal to 1. It's very simple.
It is though.
You
It is
don't
equal
need
to
to
1.
be PhD level to get that.
Precisely. And I find that fascinating. That's all I was trying to say.
I have an explanation of that if anyone is interested.
Yeah, it's called redefinition. Just because you say something is a thing doesn't make it a thing. It has to be the thing to be the thing, not you say you can't just purport that it's the thing. It has to be the thing to be the thing. Unless you're a solipsist. Which
Yeah,
is why I despise solipsists.
Yeah, so you're trying to say that $989,999 is $1 million.
Well, you would also need infinite nines in the decimal places.
No, that would
And
be
then
just
you
99,999
That still wouldn't make it 1, right? The
Then you
only thing you
magically
can say
gain
is
the-
it's near as makes no difference 1, as Clarkson would put it. But if you don't make that clarification, then anything you say, equating it to 1, would just be definitionally incorrect. And the reason we jump on this is because it's important in how you perceive the rest of your reality. Because if you're gonna make leaps like that on something that basic, that obvious, that when you write them down they're literally not the same thing, but yet you're saying they're the same thing, then how do you think the rest of your thinking is going to be affected in other more important matters?
In the way that this
Sasha, you got that right. There's the proof.
Gospel Bearer, did you cut yourself off or?
I cut myself off because he posted something.
Nonsense.
Yeah, but 9 plus 0.999 doesn't equal 10.
Dude, it's 10x. It's not 10. It's 10x.
Wait, this is literally fraud.
No, this is
Try that with anyone worth their salt in a judgment seat. And
Dude, talk to any
they'll
mathematics
rip you to
professor and they'll
pieces.
tell you they're the
They
same.
will, no, I'm not talking about your professor who gets paid to talk nonsense. I'm talking about someone in a judgment seat. They'll rip you to pieces, and you'll be done for fraud.
Dude, I understand that this is counterintuitive, but you guys have to admit that it's the
No.
truth.
It's got nothing to do with intuition. It's got to do with simply the fact that you're making something that isn't something else. It's lying.
Sorry, Elisha. The error.
Go ahead.
The error takes place from 10x equals 9 plus triple, 9 repeating, to the next step where it goes 10x equals 9 plus x, whereas x is defined by 0.9 repeating. Okay, but the problem is that you're defining x as another thing later on. So just because you define x, you could do this. Can you not do this same mathematical proof, as it's called, with any digit?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you could do it
I
with
have an
1/3
explanation
also.
for this.
Okay, so my point is, you can't call a thing and make it a thing just because. And yes, the math has to do this in order to make sense of the 1/3 dilemma, but that doesn't make it true in reality.
It
Okay,
is true in reality, dude.
No, I
let me
just
try to
explained
explain
how
it.
and why it isn't.
I can explain this. So you guys are right. One is one is one is one is one. Like just the number one just is a thing. The problem is that with our representation using decimal digits, there are actually two different ways of representing the same number. One is to write down the number 1, and the other is to write down a literally infinite number of 0.999 with infinite nines. Now, if it approaches infinity, it's a different number. But if
No,
it's
the
actually
decimal form
infinity,
of
it's
1
1.
is 1.0.
There are two different ways of writing that same number.
No, the decimal form of 1 is 1.0.
That's one of the two decimal ways of writing.
Yes, and I'm telling you that this is a contrived matter that had to be developed in order to make sense of something that doesn't actually make sense.
Well,
It's
decimal
just by
representation
definition,
is
it's not by
contrived.
reality.
Yeah,
Again,
that's what definitions are. Definitions, decimal writing is a
no,
definition of mathematics.
if you were working in the realm of physicality, this wouldn't make sense. It only makes
Yeah.
sense because a mathematical proof was written about it, but that doesn't make it part of reality.
No,
It's
you're
only
right.
makes sense because mathematics is an abstract science, so it only works an idea.
0.9
Just like 4 times 0 is what?
Well, yeah, dude.
If
Obviously,
you have
you're
zero
never gonna.
fours, then you have zero. If you have
Yeah.
zero
So
fours,
so
you have zero.
so 4 times 0 is what?
Zero.
Right. So but 4 times 0 to the power of 0 is what?
0 to the power of 0
Mm.
is, I thought, error.
It's undefined, so it becomes 1 because that means that's 4 times 1 is 4.
Well, only not 4 times 0, but 4 times 0 to the 0 power maybe mathematically would become 4, but
It would.
but yeah, but not, that doesn't mean that 4 times 0 equals 1. That only means that 4 times 0 to the 0 would equal 4.
Yeah,
But that again is it's contrived, is what my claim is. Again, 0.9 repeating is part of 1, not whole of 1. It's part of 1, and only the only contradiction to that would be how it's defined, but that doesn't make it real.
So, Gospel, you're right. That the important thing you said is that in the real world it doesn't work, and in the real world we don't have an infinite number of nines. So
And I'm
that's
glad
why
you understand that, because oftentimes math is used as an argument in how to prove something about our reality of the world we live in. And you can see how that can become problematic.
Yeah, math should match, but I don't know if I'm proving things is yeah, it should. We can still use mathematics for some things, right? Though.
Sure, accounting apples, whatever, but the issue is, if you don't have a whole apple, then you can't. I mean, sometimes you can sell it for whole price, but if you're a scrupulous individual, you're going to discount it, so on and so on. Real world, the things being exact and or precise is really important.
Yeah, I agree. It's important to be precise.
I mean, yes, obviously you're never going to be able to have infinite nines in the real world, but in mathematics you can use infinite quantities, and it is true that 0.999 infinitely will equal 1.
No, it won't.
Abstractly.
We've already
Abstractly,
gone
but
over
not in
that.
the real world. He's right.
No.
So
Don't.
You can only
into
abstract reality. You can't abstract something that
And I
doesn't
think I was
exist.
gonna be.
Yes, but it's mathematics,
I'm
dude.
pointing my because I was actually talking to you, Savvy, and everyone else.
Yeah, pardon me.
Do
You're
not
a bit quiet for me. Let me put you up.
do not allow him to drag you into this circular conversation that's gonna last I don't know how long. Because I heard the point put to him, I don't know,
twice at this point, and the third time is annoying.
Yeah, I don't get dragged. I'm a feet burner. Know what I mean?
I have a question.
A friendly feet burner, of course. I do it as friendly. Friendly as I can. That just doesn't sound right. Go ahead. What's up?
So this question doesn't get asked often enough. So my question to Matthew, Sasha, anyone else who wants to answer: why is there no viable, testable hypothesis in astrophysics?
I mean, obviously, refraction and gravity is the answer to the question you're asking.
Well,
I'll let them try though.
If they
That's
were
not
to
an
say
answer.
that, then that would be.
Hold on. I disagree. That's not an answer. I'm sorry.
Let him try.
Yeah, I'm about to answer.
That was satire,
since
though.
he said it to me. Well, first of all, that's an admission.
I'll shut up. I'll let them answer. I was just
No, that was it. It didn't have to be a long. It didn't have to be a long-winded. That was an admission, isn't it? If they were to give that answer, if I'm asking why isn't there this, and then they go because, well, you just admitted that there is no this.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
But I don't think that's where they're going to go with it. But Sonny, you want to go ahead before one of the heliocentric believers try to answer that question?
Yeah, that wasn't really an answer to the question. You can't just. Well, I'll just get to the point. Okay, so why is there? Yeah. Actually, you're right about that, Eli. That is an admission.
Well,
even
that wasn't them though.
Even attempting to answer it. Well, he asked me specifically. That's why I'm answering.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. That wasn't Sasha or Matthew that answered that though.
I know, but Eli addressed me personally.
I understand.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we know there isn't one. But are they? You'd rather them answer? I can back off. I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, because the question already takes for granted that there is no hypothesis. So either it's yes, there is, because obviously astrophysics is a branch of science. So there must be, you can't go so into the.
Could I interject?
Well, I was trying to find the right words, and here you go, fucking it up even more. But
I apologize, guys. Well, you said branch of science. I think you meant pseudoscience, right?
No, I'm giving it to them. If they think that it's science, then you would think that they would at least have a hypothesis, right? At which point we would then have to ask, well, how are we defining hypothesis? Because I'm pretty sure they would try to say, sure, there's a hypothesis, and they would give us something that has presuppositions in it, nothing suppositional whatsoever, because it's not testable. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you have a rebuttal or an objection to what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is inaccurate, I'd like to hear it.
No, you're right. The only thing is you're expecting rather much from them, because clearly they demonstrated themselves to be incapable of doing such things.
I'm just assuming that this is going out to YouTube, and I'm desperately trying to think about what I can do about getting clips if no one,
right,
kind of impedes the process of a normal conversation.
Right.
Okay, I have an answer for you. Astrophysics does not do experiments in the sense of controlling an independent variable. Instead, astrophysics does observations, but they don't control independent variables.
So no cause and effect Great. Thanks, Matthew.
Before,
So yeah,
but
astrophysics does not do cause and effects type experiments. You're right.
Hey, Matthew.
so I mean, it's a nice way of packaging it, but I guess I really kind of want it said outright. So when you say everything that you just said there, are you agreeing that there's no viable testable hypothesis in something that is purported to be science?
Astrophysics does not do viable, testable hypotheses in
You're
the
not
sense of
gonna.
doing experimental science. You're right.
Okay, so what do?
They do observations instead.
Observations of what?
Observations of radio waves, of telescopes looking in the sky, that type of stuff.
You can observe radio waves?
Yes. Well, radio telescopes can.
Oh yeah.
Matthew, are you a radio telescope?
So I guess what I'm saying is okay, so what are they determining with these radio waves?
So they're doing observations, not experiments. That's what they're
Right.
doing.
Right. So when they observe radio waves, then what? What is the takeaway from this?
Then they speculate about what they mean and what's going on, and that's what astrophysics does, is like trying to figure out, okay, what does all this mean? They take all of these observations and try to come up with models and theories about what's happening.
Oh, because earlier I was because there's a difference between supposition and presupposition, and the scientific method. Obviously, you have to have a supposition into what the cause of the natural phenomenon observed is. But hold on one second. 1631. This is 155, right? I've been doing this 2 years. I highly doubt it, but go ahead. Yeah, two years predates COVID. So what I'm saying is this is just like their natural leave it here kind of situation. Anyway, so with the presupposition, you look at something and you say, this is my story about that. However, I can't test that. So are you saying that all they have are presuppositions, no way to actually validate the stories that they're telling our children?
They
I mean, he said he did say speculation.
Yo, well, let me hear.
Sorry. I don't know if you heard it when he said speculation.
1630.
Yes. So astrophysicists speculate about what's happening. They come up with theories. They come up with models. They look at observations and try to match the observations with what they see. And if it doesn't match, then they change their theories.
Right?
Yeah, suppositional. They don't do experiments.
No, not suppositional. It's all presuppositional, meaning they make an observation and then they presuppose what the observation is of.
That's right.
Well, that's all I want to hear. Thank you. At least you're being honest.
Matthew, just for fun, what does an astrobiologist do?
That speculate even more, I think.
So it's not possible for them to make an actual measurement in any of those fields. So why are they giving us precise measurements then?
Like what precise measurements?
All I ask is that you guys pretend that some of us, when we're having a conversation, trying to get clips that our parents could be proud of, right? So I apologize for interrupting your train of thought, Sonny. But I mean, I swear to God, I'm gonna start muting people. I can't take it. I can't.
I mean, I just wanted to point out that he said speculation at first.
About the same thing every day.
But I'm just saying that he said speculation to start with, and you didn't even got to the point with that. You know what I'm saying? That's a huge clip.
And you concluded it.
I just wanted to bring it back
of my clip to my parents is all I'm saying.
Yeah, so
if that's something that I wanted to do, if that was something that I wanted to do,
yeah, look, the stars are so far away that all we can do is speculate, observe, come up with theories.
Want
and
the full clip of me into its conclusion, not somebody jump. You know what I mean?
I think there was a bit of lag there. Try again.
I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, the stars are so far away that we can only look and observe and speculate, come up with models and theories, and check them against those theories. So obviously, we cannot go there and do experiments, and so astrophysicists are never going to do experiments in that sense about the stars.
When you say check, can you define or can you explain to us in what context you mean by check?
Sure. Some astrophysicists say, "Hey, I think that the stars are the same kind of light as the sun," and then they can do spectrography, or where you look at the different types of light coming from the different stars, and then check and see if they're the same.
Excuse me, but what?
A spectrometer shows you in the rainbow of light coming from a source, there are lines in there that are absorbed by different elements. And so you could speculate about what kinds of different elements are in a light source and then use a spectrometer to see if you're right.
Well, you would have to speculate because you can't do spectroscopy on the starlight. Doesn't
No,
work.
you can. You put a telescope on a starlight and then look at split it
No,
apart
you
into
can't.
its components.
No, you can't. How does a how does that instrument work? Do you know how it works?
They split the light source into the rainbow of light and then look at the different lines of absorption, right?
How does the equipment work? Under what conditions are the tests conducted?
I don't know much more beyond just the basics of like pointing a telescope and
If
using
that's the
the
case,
light.
if that's the case, then maybe you shouldn't be speaking on the topic. What do you think?
Okay, I won't say anything more about it. You're right.
You can always speculate on what an astrobiologist does.
That would be a whole day at least.
Write stories. He's just a novelist with fancy title.
Typically, spectroscopy is it's handled in a laboratory setting where you have very high control. And what we're claiming to do with this method is literally peer into the stars and come back with what we assume to be like an understanding of the source. And that's a hyperbolic claim because we're not looking at the source, we're looking at the emanation. And that emanation, it manifests on mediums that are in front of it, and it's just not possible to see the source light itself. So we can't just assume to infer these qualities. We can study it. I mean, it's certainly not useless to try. It doesn't mean that we're actually going to gain knowledge of the source, though. It's just a hopeful thing.
Yeah, basically we're looking
Well,
at refraction of a beam of light. It's not like there's this magical property of the telescope that looks into the star like some kind of X-ray kind of thing. No, well they just take a beam of light, and it's like coned into this tiny hole where they're going to use something to refract the light. Then, like you said, through that medium, they're going to be studying these wavelengths or whatever they're doing. But that's not what people think they're doing.
Right, and it's false equivocation or something like that because the conditions under which spectroscopy are conducted are not the same as the observations done with a telescope. They're completely separate. So it's even worse than what Riggs said about hope. It's just make-believe. Because they're not the same. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? Equivocating an imaginary infinite number to 1. It's like, well, no, you can't do that. They're not the same. They never will be the same. And that's why I wanted to get Matthew to understand that if he doesn't know what he's talking about, he shouldn't say stuff.
If you look at the character of the light coming from a star, is there anything we can tell from it, or is it's just, or we can't tell anything from that light?
I don't know.
That's
Like when I
separate
wear
computation.
when I wear goggles that fog up, moonlight reminds me of um certain headlights. So what? Am I supposed to speculate and conclude that the moon is made up of whatever they make those blue headlights with? Because when I have the light refracting through my misty goggles, I see these patterns. So am I supposed to speculate that, well, the same thing that that light on the car is made up of is what's made up of the moon? Am I supposed to do that? Can I? I guess I can, according to what we're talking about here. I mean, what would make me less credible than the person saying, I don't know,
Can
that
I can I
stars are
make
X, Y, Z?
I want to make a point real quick, if that's okay, Elijah. So as far as what we can learn about these source objects, well, we can't really learn about the source, but what we can do is learn about how they relate towards each other. So instead of focusing on one object, we can see how they relate to each other. And that's kind of like how they mathematically came up with this idea between a gravitational relationship and its mass. So this is kind of the reverse engineering we're talking about. But an example would be like if you took a high zoom telescope and you looked off into the distance and you see a highway. Now you may see a Mini Cooper, you may see a Honda Accord, all this stuff. Now you're not going to be able to figure out what kind of wheels that car has, what model number, what year that car is. You may not even figure out the exact color that car came in. But what you can do is notice that one side of the highway is going this way, one side of the highway is going that way, and how they relate to each other and how they interact. So that's one inference we can take, but we just can't get to the specifics about the source because there's not enough information.
That's a good example.
That's all I
I
want
like
to say.
that. Yeah, that's a good example.
So have you heard of this term anti-flat earther?
No. I think somebody mentioned that term somewhere, but I don't know what you mean by that.
So it's an even smaller minority than flat earthers, and unfortunately, you fall under that category.
I wouldn't have called myself that, but what's the category?
Well, it's just I'm classifying you as that because of the argumentation from you. And basically, so okay, here's an example. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the Earth turns underneath a football, and the anti-flat Earth argument is that we don't see any drift whatsoever for whatever reason. These two positions are in total contradiction to one another. There's the heliocentric side with the heliocentric priest, and then there's an anti-flat earther with their anti-flat earth argument that Neil deGrasse Tyson would never make because it would be in contradiction to what he said. So I guess an example with you would be, okay, the horizon is 3 miles away because I'm a 6-foot observer on the beach, but the horizon is not. So an anti-flat earth position would be, Well, it's not where the heliocentric model, well, not even. It's not where the geometry suggests it would be because of XYZ. That would be an anti-flat Earth position, not a global or heliocentric position. Because we've never actually had credible people answer for the contradictions that we've been pointing out. All we have are these anti-flat earthers coming out. No, no offense to any of these people, but you know, we'd like to get to the experts at some point because they have some explaining to do.
I see what you're saying. I guess I would say an anti-flat earther in my mind, or like maybe I'd call myself an anti-flat Earth modeler. like, I think there's too many problems with
It
the
doesn't
flat
mean the
Earth
same
model.
thing because I don't have a model. It's so it doesn't. When I say anti-flat earther, it's it's when one um takes a contradiction that the flat earther has pointed out in the heliocentric model and justifies it. What you're saying is you disagree with a flat earth position with someone who has a model. That's saying two totally different things.
Yeah, I
And
agree. They,
I
they are different.
that's the one thing that I don't like about you. And I like you a lot, but you do that often because it's very subtle and it's not something that a lot of people can pick up. And I'm not going to say that you're doing it on purpose to be deceptive on purpose, but it's a lot more useful than, the overt disrespect that we're
Okay.
used to.
Can you clarify what is it that I'm doing that you don't like?
Well, what you said that when I was basically describing what what an anti-flat earther is, you went to agree, sort of, I guess, tentatively, under the premise that you're actually anti-flat Earth model, which is saying a totally different statement than what I was saying.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack that definition. I was just trying to clarify what you mean and that kind of thing. Maybe I need a different word for it. So yeah.
Well, I gave you two examples, one with you in it and one with anyone who argues against um, the fact that we don't experience the Coriolis effect with this rotating platform that we're supposed to be on.
Yeah, it's interesting though that we're still referencing globe ideas, even with that definition about Coriolis and rotation and all this type of stuff. I'm more interested in being an anti-flat earther in the sense of being against all possible flat Earth models, not just a specific model that somebody has, but I'm sort of anti the idea that there could even be any possible workable model for flat Earth. Like the sun doesn't, I can't see the sun at
That
midnight and
that's
that kind of stuff.
that's fine, I guess, but those are all straw men that can easily be burned down if you make assumptions that we don't make. So,
Yeah,
which
I
you've
have.
already
Yeah.
agreed to, it'd be tedious to go through all of it. So it doesn't matter either way. I mean, if you want to burn down a model that you've been presented not by organic flat earthers, I mean, go ahead, do you, right? But if you actually, I mean, there's nothing to do other than you can be a anti-flat earth modeler, but you're still also an anti-flat earther in the sense that you don't make arguments that the heliocentric priest would make. You don't make arguments that a professor on record would make, because we don't have professors on record. Well, we do. Contradicting themselves. But what I'm saying is, when you make arguments that a heliocentric priest or a heliocentric person, when you make arguments that they wouldn't make, you are the anti-flat earth, which is a smaller minority than the flat earthers. Because the only reason that anti-flat earthers exist are to refute, well, not even refute, because you would have to actually address the things that we're refuting. So
Dispute.
really an
Dispute.
anti-flat
Right.
earther is just a dispute. Thank you. So really an anti-flat earther is just here to halt the process of holding someone in academia accountable, or whoever is pushing this stuff accountable. You guys are just not, well, let me not say you guys, but those guys are just a waste of time, and they were never needed.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that. It's an interesting way of putting it. I guess in that sense, I am a anti-flat earther.
I mean, honest to God, wouldn't you want to see Neil deGrasse Tyson answer to the Black Swan in the way that you've truthfully put it in your video, and the way that we put it to so many people here? Like, wouldn't it be satisfying to hear someone just close the book on that?
It would. I think that if I talk to him in person and say, "Hey, look, this is what they're saying, and this is what they're hearing with this," that he would agree with me. I think that I
He could
represent
agree
the
with you,
mainstream
but is he
level.
going to go on record and go against his teachings that are on paper? Actually, he's not even a teacher, but he's written some papers, I guess, about, theories. But again, if someone were to challenge him and point out a contradiction, would he go against his self? Because that's what we're asking. Well, is he going to really say, no, the earth doesn't appear to rotate underneath things? Would he actually do that and agree with the anti-flat earther? So in the same sense, I just saw him in a video that was posted 3 years. A video was posted 3 years ago from Dave Weiss's channel, and it just showed him answering a bunch of questions, and the questions were basically the basic not anti-flat Earth positions, straw man position, right? And so he wholeheartedly believes that the horizon is exactly where a sphere with 3,959 miles says it would be. That's what he believes. And there's nothing to tell me otherwise, because those are his words exactly. And when I ask you for a citation of something different than what these people are saying, because I'm getting it from them and also from math, like, you can't give me a citation because it doesn't exist. So you saying he would say something different. Well, if he were to put it on paper, guess what? I'm arguing for what you're arguing for, but he's not. None of them are.
Yeah, that's a good point. I have no idea what he would say about the black swan, for sure. I suspect he would come to say the same thing that I say about it eventually, like when looking at it.
Well, then I would bring, because you're not really responsible. Well, when you say you don't know much about refraction and all of this, I'm like, okay, you know what? Whatever, I don't care. But if Neil deGrasse Tyson tells me it's refraction and tells me he doesn't understand it, I'm going to have a problem, because the source of what you believe to be refraction is in Andrew Thomas Young's work. And in Andrew Thomas Young's work, all of the math is predicated on a flat plane anyway. So when I ask him what that's about, how do you think he would respond?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think that Andrew Thomas Young thinks the Earth is flat, or not?
Is that
I
relevant?
don't know. I don't know. I don't care.
I mean, how would that
Because if
be
flat
even be
earthers
relevant?
were to grind an axe, you're right, Gospel Barrett. If flat earthers were to grind an axe, guess what he could say? I never said it was a globe. In my paper right here, I detail everything that's theoretical with the words theoretical.
Whether or not somebody believes something is kind of mutually exclusive of reality.
That's true. Yeah.
So again, the question is, you know, if once again, like if he were to bring up refraction and I were to actually upset people that he's pulling this knowledge from, it will ultimately lead to, oh, well, they assumed a flat plane for all of these calculations anyway. Then, then where would he? I don't. This is the problem. I have to speculate what he would respond and how he would respond. When actually, 5 years ago, these are the people we wanted to talk to in the first place, but all these goofy anti-flat earthers came out. And they won't get on the same page. If it's not flat, then how come this? I want to fucking know the same thing. But why are you asking me? We both want to know the same shit. If it's not flat, what the fuck is up with all this other shit I think? So yeah, I don't know how many people are actually I don't know what this conversation is, who's actually listening, who's real, who's not, who are actors, who aren't, if I'm super if I'm just super what's the word? What's that word? Paranoid. I don't know. I have no idea who's real and who's. I just know I'm not trying to pretend. I'm not trying to make shit up. I just want to know what gives with all the contradictions. And none of the anti-flat earthers are answering for the contradiction. So I have no use for them. Because on my journey, I'm trying to figure out why the hell there are so many contradictions.
Yeah,
Have you
Elijah.
ever put that kind of scrutiny on the other direction and looked at why there's so many contradictions with any possible flat Earth model? I know you don't have a model, but it could
Well,
be
how
useful to
can I
speculate.
find contradictions in something that doesn't exist?
That's a good strategy for avoiding that kind of conflict, to not have a
You
model.
think I'm avoiding it by telling you straight up that I don't pretend to give stories about what the sky is and what the sky does? That's me avoiding the question by straight up telling you I have no idea what that stuff is. I'm inside of creation, not outside of creation, and I can't possibly begin to give you an explanation as to why what's going on is going on or what any of this is. You think
that's a good answer. No, I accept that. That's a good answer.
Okay, thank you.
So Elijah, I had somebody in the lobby throwing Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus because he's a mainstream scientist doing it for money. That's what they tell us. He's not correct. He's just on television for the money.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
honestly, Neil deGrasse Tyson
what about all of the
assumes.
information? What about all of the information that talks about the Coriolis effect and the
I know.
Coriolis force and
I
how it
know.
describes the Earth in things that we don't ever experience? What about that? It's not about Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's just an example.
Elijah, I have
Yo.
maybe an answer for your contradict question.
Yep.
In my opinion, it would be a result of the unstable mind.
Hmm.
Right? An unstable mind is unstable in all his ways. Doesn't know left from right. You get off the narrow path, you're gonna fall either way, right?
Yeah, Elijah, I don't think that these issues are uniquely flat Earth related. Like some of these are just people issues, and they travel with them.
Sorry, it's most definitely not flat Earth related. Because see, the world we come up in forces us to think of flat Earth as a thing, right? Like we conceptualize. You don't have to conceptualize it if you just accept your experience, right?
Yeah.
So now that we're like flat earthers, we kind of have to accept that there's this concept or something out there. But what was my main point? Because what did you say? You said, oh, it's a oh. What I'm thinking is, so the story about it being a ball and all of this is really just a lie that's stretched to its maximum capacity. So basically, the biggest
Right.
contradiction possible in this reality, this is what they've gotten us to believe. Once you believe that, once you accept contradictions on that kind of scale, well, you have what they have on TV. These seemingly um these seemingly productive conversations that are actually just fake, inundating us with ways to argue fallaciously instead of spotting and hammering people on contradictions and lies and fallacious arguments. I'm sorry to use you, but like Matthew has no problem using. Now, the reason that I say this is because it's not like you've been in here and we said, "Hey, you've committed this fallacy," and then you said, "No, I didn't." Formulate it, and then we couldn't use your words. You said, "Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying," and then accepted that that's fine for your belief.
I find
That's
often
a problem.
that I will articulate a position like I did earlier with the spectroscopy, and it will be very eloquent, it'll be thorough, and he'll be like, wow, that's a great point. But I never hear a concession. I never hear an alchemy of the knowledge. I never hear it connecting to other misinformation or like things that just they don't add up. Because there's so many inferences we take home. It's almost as if at that point the faith alone creates the buoyancy of his argument rather than the argument itself.
So Elijah, I think you're right, and you bring up a really important, bigger picture idea that there is a push just in this cultural in general to accept sort of the idea of truth being relative and contradictions are okay and that kind of thing. And I think that that's problematic. So I think it's helpful to bring that up. As far as myself, um, I think so. In my own mind, I'm not accepting contradictions. Uh, I know it seems to you guys like some things that I believe are contradictory, but internally I have them explained to myself. I wouldn't want to hold two ideas that are contradictory.
Did you just basically describe cognitive dissonance to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Elijah was saying that uh, there's a lot of times where it's sort of the spirit of
Yeah, no, I was listening.
having.
I mean, you just described it perfectly for yourself. You don't think that you have that, even though you
But
do.
you've
Many
but
situations, yeah.
He's
You
describing it perfectly and saying,
only internally to yourself are you convinced that it makes sense.
Yeah, and I guess I would say the same thing about someone who has an opposite view of what I do. I mean, if people disagree, then one of them has cognitive dissonance, right?
no, because people
Well,
disagree does not mean you have cognitive dissonance. No.
you could have two people who are just completely wrong, both of them, being in cognitive
Maybe
also.
that's what we have here.
You could,
you've admitted to committing certain fallacies. Well, so Matthew,
Yeah, what's up?
oh, so here's the issue. You said that you don't think that you deal in contradictions but at the same time, you're on record for admitting that you've committed logical fallacies, which kind of definitionally are contradictions within logic.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a fallible human being. I've got things wrong. I mean, I try to correct them when I see errors in my thinking. So yeah, I change and grow. I
No,
hope.
but I mean, fundamentally contradictory to the model, you will admit, yeah, um, this particular argument, I agree that I'm being fallacious, but then you won't concede. But you can't also say that that has actually happened and that you're on record for that while saying, I don't deal in contradictions in my mind. Like, can you see how ha- having the conversation out loud, it's hard to accept what you said.
So I don't think that I
I mean,
have any
on one
contradict.
hand, you're saying that you don't think you hold contradictions, but on the other hand, you beg the question, which is circular reason. And then when pointed out, you're like, I see what you're saying. So are you saying that when you say you see what we're saying, you're not really agreeing that you're doing it?
No, I'm understanding what if I say I see what you're saying, usually that means I understand uh the logic of what you're saying and how you come to those conclusions. It doesn't sometimes I agree with it, sometimes I don't. Um Maybe a specific example would be helpful if you remember anything specific.
The refraction argument. You beg the question of a radius, you beg the question of theoretical light rays, and you beg the question of these light rays bending around a curved surface. That's like three begging the question fallacies in one.
Okay, so begging the question of a radius, what do you mean by that? Like assuming that the earth is
Well,
round.
the well the they've already done that for you. The people over at I don't even know if it's just NASA, but we'll just go with that. We'll just go with NASA. But it's the currently accepted by general pop that the Earth is as big as 3,959 miles from the center to the surface. Geometrically speaking, that comes to a horizon that is all the way from the Earth. So that's the first begging the question. But then you have the other.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So, and this is example of me saying that I understand where you're coming from. Yes, uh, if we assume that the Earth is a globe and then we come up with a 3959, you can't use that to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Well, you can use it to disprove that it's a globe. But but then when you say, well, refraction, well, that's begging the question because it assumes that the light is going to bend at the rate of curvature required to see perfect images that would otherwise be obstructed by the Earth.
Yeah.
So there's this one example. I mean, I'm not really trying to, really. I, I would say that if there's this secret thing going on, and we're test subjects, and we don't really know, and it's not really that nifty that we can call out the obvious, even though we think that that's the case because everyone else is just sheep. In all honesty, I'm thinking that you might be a teacher and one of the greatest teachers yet, because I don't think that if the Earth is flat and the information has to be out there, I don't think that it could get out any other way. If I'm right, and if you're really like, because there are arguments that are easily um, shot down by you simply because the person doesn't stay on task or because Maybe they don't have a citation on hand or can't articulate. And when you push people to be on point, that's the best form of teaching there is. So I don't really have anything bad to say about you at all, not even backhanded.
Thanks. I appreciate that. You know, just to brag a little bit, once upon a time, there was a time when you typed into Google "best math teacher in the world," my name came up, but that's just
I
because
mean, if
somebody
you
had
were
written an
a
article.
professional and that was your job, it'd be a sorry.
I'm sorry, I missed the last half of that. You cut out.
You're breaking up from time to time, Elijah.
My bad. I was robot in there. Had to restart. Mic check.
Yep. I can hear you. Coming in clear.
I guess what I'm saying is, if my speculation is in any way correct, and you were a superhero, you'd be it because there's no. What do they say when the hero doesn't get any applause or any accolades? Like there's no one to cheer for them. They're just doing God's work, and they're getting beat up in the front lines, and they can't let nobody know their identity. So there's no glory for them.
Sometimes the maybe proper, maybe improper, probably improper, but sometimes the word savior or martyr gets used in certain cases regarding that trope that you're describing. There's a excellent website that breaks down like every trope ever. So yeah, the elemental table of tropes or something like that. I'll see if I can find it. It's really cool.
This sounds really interesting.
Yeah, I can find it. It looks like the periodic table. Yeah.
But yeah,
You
see,
could always call that an unsung hero as well, right? Unsung.
There you go. That's an excellent title for the trope that he was describing. Yep.
I like,
There's the
I'm a
thing. There
teacher. I
it is.
like explaining things, and you know, the more that people look into stuff themselves, the more that they understand the world around them, the more that they understand mathematics. I like all that stuff. So you know, that's why I like talking about all this.
So I'm watching this show, right? It's called The Order. They do a little magic, and they got a little bit of werewolf action in there, which are also that they say are practitioners of powerful magic. So the werewolf thing is also a part of the whole magic thing. The point is, there's this communist teacher, right? And he always asks these questions, these philosophical questions, and and basically he's listening for people who don't go with the like for instance, a Robin Hood, right? Robin Hood, that stole from the rich, gave to the poor. Now in society we'd be like, well, no vigilantes, no, have a certain way of doing things, and you're stepping out of the order, and that's against the law, so it is wrong. And some people would actually think that, like, well, yeah, it is wrong. Doesn't matter how much good they think they're doing, ultimately it's hurting, because that's not how we do things. So, and this is what he was doing, trying to sift through his students to figure out, okay, which person is going to go against the norm to kind of take back power in society. Because the point is, most normies don't even know that magic exists. But he's trying to expose that magic exists to the masses, which isn't easy because, oh, people will think you're crazy. Oh, they'll think you're a charlatan. You just did some parlor tricks or whatever, whatever. It's funny because that's exactly how it is in the real world. Like they show you a movie that's exactly, documentary. And then people go on about their lives as if they didn't just see a documentary. Like House of Cards, like it's anyway. I'm losing the plot. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. So
No, it's all good. I did find the link. It's very difficult to search for, but I did find it. And if you're at all into storytelling, language, plots in films or movies, and just like learning stuff or thinking about things, basically, it's for anybody that with a brain. Good website.
okay, thanks.
Yeah, feel free to post it. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, periodic table of storytelling is its title, and it's really well put together. I guess James Harris, I don't know, that's the website's name, so maybe he's also the guy that put this together. It's really cool.
Does it have to do with like the hero's journey or like the 1,000 faces, or there's several books that talk
Structure,
about
settings, story modifiers, plot devices, heroes, character modifiers, archetypes, villains, metatropes, production and fandom and audience reactions. And it's broken down and it looks like the periodic table, and it's really neat.
So it's a Venn diagram of Joseph Campbell, basically. Or not
I
a
don't
Venn
know.
diagram, but a flow chart of Joseph Campbell.
I don't know who Joseph Campbell is.
I think Matthew was bringing up the hero's journey, right? Or Hero of a Thousand Faces. That's Joseph Campbell.
That's right. I forgot his name. Thank you.
You know what's crazy? Like we're dead ass heroes.
On that chart.
That's what we're attempting to be. We're attempting to fulfill this this hero kind of story where, oh, the big government is lying, which they are. We've got evidence, which we do. No one's listening, which they're not. Like, isn't it crazy? Like, because first of all, I don't think that. Well, okay, there's got to be obviously people, like the villain as well. But um, the thing about it is, like, I take Matthew to be a hero kind of guy. I do. I don't take you to be the villain kind of guy. Well, like everything that we're doing to expose certain aspects, like I can't in good faith think that, like, okay, so when we bring up refraction and we bring up, all of the sources, for the information that we put to you, you still haven't read the damn paper, have you? Because you're supposed to be a hero like me. Have you read the paper yet? So
The
that we
Andrew-
can get on the same page?
Yeah, the Andrew Young website. You're talking about the guy from San Diego State? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a Glober, right?
Yeah.
So his paper is consistent with the Globe belief.
Yeah, belief only though.
That was a therefore statement, and that actually isn't how that works.
I thought Elijah was saying, hey, look, here's this paper that shows that the globe can't be true. And I'm like, well, the author himself thinks it
That's
works.
not.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
not even.
logical fallacy, though. You're saying, and therefore, because he's a Glober, everything that he writes will be consistent with Glober beliefs, but that isn't how that works.
Hitler was a
Okay, no, you're
Glober,
right.
ergo Matthew's a Nazi. Is that kind of what we're trying to do here?
I don't know the name of the logical fallacy. I just know it's logically flawed when you say, well, because the person identifies as X, therefore the thing that they write is supporting exclusively that thing that they believe in. But that's not true. That's not how it works. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
Do you know which fallacy that is, so I can get the right category?
Name your fallacy,
It's a
Dodd.
non sequitur
We gotta go.
fallacy.
We gotta
I
go to
guess it
spot.
is a non sequitur. Yeah. Sometimes
You're
you
right.
can
It's
invoke
totally
more than one
unrelated.
fallacy sometimes it can be more than one fallacy at the same time, and that's why I get stuck because I want to name the most perfect one. But non sequitur fits very well. It is very precise. It's a non sequitur. Yes.
Yeah. So him being a globe earther has nothing to do with his paper detailing what it details. So again, did you read it?
Yes, I read the online version. If you're talking about his website where he has like this whole big thing about how refraction works. That's what I read.
Okay. I mean, so long as you read from the link I gave you, you said San Diego State University. I'm assuming you did. So I mean, do you have any new arguments, or can you address the things that I previously detailed were a problem?
I
Like the
don't think.
refraction happening over a plane.
Yeah, I don't think they're a problem. I don't understand why you think they're a problem, I guess.
Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry, Matthew. I'm bored. I'm gonna take a
He
break.
just asked you for proof, and you said you believe. That's
Oh yeah, I believe. I don't have proof. You're right. I'm not trying to prove
right,
things.
but he asked for proof.
I don't
If
have
I
any would be
recall
the
that correctly.
appropriate response.
No, I didn't. I don't know what I asked him. Honest, I know right now. I just wanted to know if he read it so that he can then talk about the contradictions. At the very least, the contradictions between Andrew Thomas Young and what he believed to be happening in the Black Swan. At the very least, you can admit that there's a discrepancy there, right? What Andrew Thomas Young is detailing is possible, and what's happening in the Black Swan. What you think is happening in the Black Swan and what Andrew Thomas Young details in that paper is miles spread apart.
By miles.
Can you appreciate that?
I understand. Yes, I think they are miles apart. Yes.
So there's nothing else to talk about. This is what makes you an anti-flat earther, because even the guy trying to throw globe earthers a bone, it doesn't even come close. I don't even know. I don't even get why globers think he's trying to detail how things would work on a globe earth when the sometimes I'm stupefied. Like I don't know what else to say after.
I feel the same way about some of the flat Earth arguments too. But yeah.
Fair enough.
It's
I
weird.
feel the same way about all of the flat Earth arguments that you're talking about because they're obviously ridiculous. So I agree with that.
It's weird though that somebody would fight this hard. Flat Earth has won 3 times in court because evidence. 3 people have tried to come and sue to get the prize money, but guess what they didn't have for the globe? Even though they were so sure of themselves that NASA had their best interests at heart, guess what they didn't show up with? Evidence. This is a no-brainer.
Courtrooms are not a good place to arbitrate scientific reality.
The rules of life, the rules of court still apply. Either you're a liar or you just are ignorant and need to learn. There's no in between.
true.
Either you have evidence or you don't have evidence.
That's true. They try to say it's different, but it's actually not, because when a crime is committed, it's objective, and they're just trying to figure out who did it, what, blah 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 blah. But the crime was committed, so the evidence of the crime is all over the floor. There's blood everywhere.
Right, but they call mental gymnastics. They call their lying mental gymnastics. In reality, it's called fraud.
Because when,
Well,
when you say when you say that the courtroom has nothing to do with science, neither does the current cosmology that most people think we're living on.
No, he said it wasn't the best place to arbitrate. So I'm wondering, where is Matthew?
Well, I would trust a scientist more than a judge about
No,
scientific
where? And
questions.
a person is not a place. What place is the best place to arbitrate scientific proofs?
Scientific journals and peer review.
Matthew, but you
And
already know also that what is the
there's
shape of
no
what is the
arbitration.
shape of the Earth is not a science question either. So
Can you sorry, I want to hear where gospel's going with this.
well, yeah, I mean, I was just going to. Maybe you're not aware of the money situation in relationship to medical journals or scientific journals. Are you familiar with what is necessary in order to, first of all, be placed in a journal? Second of all, in order to get peer-reviewed approval? Do you know how that process works? Are you familiar with specifically what happens regarding money?
Yeah, it can be a very incestuous situation, and you have to pay to play and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, yeah, there are definitely flaws in that whole
And not
system.
just pay to play, but also pay for approval for the sake of the quote unquote greater good, which is usually not the benefit of mankind, but rather the profit of a man or a group of men or women or whatever.
Well, they're also misconstruing the definition of the term peer. If you're a thief and you have peers in your community, guess what they are? Thieves. If you're a liar and you have peers in that little lying community, guess what they are? They're liars. They're your peers. They're like-minded. You're not my peer just because you're older than me. That's a bunch of bogus crap.
There's not a whole lot of honesty and integrity within the journal communities, whether it be the New England Journal of Medicine or whatever scientific journal you're attributing to. It's flawed because, well, just like the art of the blue marble, because it has to be. It's flawed. It can't be. You can't make money. You need money to do the research, right? So in order to make money, you have to do what people say. So you're not actually performing anything. It's this catch-22. There's these scientists and these researchers. There's just such excellent people and giving. Well,
Matthew, does an empirical truth require consensus in order for it to be true?
No, I mean, for many years, nobody knew that the whole continent of North America existed, but it was empirically true, but nobody in Europe knew it.
Well, whether they knew it or not, my people were here. So we knew it because we were living on it.
Yeah, so truths are independent of whether somebody knows them or not.
Right, but the problem is all of these languages that you keep using, it seems like you don't know the definitions of these words. Scientist is someone who actually does experiments, not somebody who talks out their butt.
Would you call a marine biologist a scientist?
No, I'd call them a marine biologist because they're not experimenting. Scientist, someone who does experiment. Like, there's no two bits. Look at the mental gymnastics you're trying to do to try and change the definition of what an actual scientist is.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I understand your definition of science. I'm
No,
saying I
that's the
disagree.
definition.
Would
That's the
I mean,
definition of
okay.
scientist.
You might be able to set up an actual experiment using marine life, but that's not what marine biologists really do, is it?
It's the study of sea life and the dissection of them under the microscope to see what makes them tick, how they function, what things do what inside their bodies, why those things do those things. Those are tests. Sure, you can take something out of the water, cut it open, and test the idea that you have, but there's no experiment because there's no variables. So it's not an experiment.
Many people would be comfortable applying the word scientist to marine biologist.
That's because
Wonderful. They're still
people. That's
lying.
because people are subject to scientism.
Yes, I'm just reporting to you that many people define
I
the
know.
word
That's why I
scientist
said
differently
it
than
would
what
be
you do.
classified as scientism. I know. That's why I said what I said.
Matthew, are you always just going to believe the official narrative that they tell you to believe, like a robot?
No, I'm not going to always believe the official narrative like a robot.
So if they told you that you had to wear hazmat suits, you would do it, would you not?
That sounds ridiculous. I wouldn't want to do that.
Sounds almost as ridiculous as restricting oxygen for like a year and a half. You know what I mean?
It sounds almost as ridiculous as, oh, well, this guy over here that doesn't do any experiments is a scientist because, even though it's not the definition of scientist. It's a lie.
Matthew, do you agree that they just basically come up with all kinds of theories, right? Like theoretical physics, and then they purport it to be accurate or true, and then the masses just basically hand over their own intellectual viability or responsibility to the idea of the consensus of theories?
Yeah, we were talking about astrophysics earlier, and I was saying that what they do is they speculate and come up with theories and models and then just observe. They're not actually doing any experiments.
So couldn't, in theory, I just make up anything and it be completely wrong, and yet they have created this illusory, credibility where people like you will be like, well, since that's the norm and that's what everyone else agrees that wears lab coats, that's what I will believe until they update it. Don't you see the problem with that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. In theory, they could do that, and it might even work for a while. I would hope that in the long term, people would be on to them and not accept it eventually.
Well, it's not like it's some malevolent, effort. It's just that
That's
they
what we
are.
are. I mean, what the fuck? What am I, chopped liver?
Yeah, tell them, Eli. That's what we are, bro. We question it. We don't believe their theories. It seems like you are more of a consensus kind of guy.
There's lots of things where I differ from the scientific consensus. So that's why this conversation's interesting to me, because I actually am anti-scientism.
I haven't heard
That's
one
not true, dude. You think you live on
anti-scientism thing.
I feel like that was another non sequitur. Am I right?
Yeah, dude.
because now
Matthew,
it's
Matthew,
being
Matthew. I gotta say this.
disingenuous.
Listen, Matthew. You do believe in scientism, my man. You think you live on a magic spinning cartoon ball that literally defies physics. It was proposed by the same people that propose all the other stuff you claim you don't believe in, like evolution, etc. It's these same group of people trying to explain the same postulation of existence without a creator that you don't agree with all their other glue of their little fairy tales. Right, so that is scientism because they admit this is theoretical physics. We do it by the seam of our pants. It's just guesswork. We're off by 10 to the 120th power. We're not even close. We have to come up with new ideas constantly. We have the cosmological issue. We don't know anything. They're off by 95%, right, of the occupancy of the universe. So they constantly update it. And if you blindly follow them along, then that is believing in scientism.
I define scientism as believing that the science is the ultimate truth instead of philosophy.
Science is the ultimate truth because there's experimentation to prove whether something is true or false. Philosophy is just me going, well, I believe I'm purple and nobody can tell me I'm not purple.
The two sentences you just said were sentences in philosophy.
What, that I'm purple? Yeah, I could philosophize how purple I am. So what?
But
It
from
doesn't make it true.
Purple's a good color.
from philosophy, one method is used for empiricism, and that is the scientific method. Only one. That method deals with the natural world. So if there's a phenomena going on that we should know about, well, not that we should know about, if there's a phenomena going on that we happen to come across, we want to know what's causing it, the only thing we could do is recreate the situation in a controlled scientific experiment where you have independent and dependent variables.
I don't see any independent research. In 3 weeks, I keep hearing the same crap over and over and over and over and over again.
What's the independent variable for space and time bending and warping?
I don't think there is any. It's yeah, I don't, experimental science.
Lies, all lies. That's the variable.
Yeah, do you agree that experimental science is painfully redundant, my man?
Painfully redundant. What do you mean?
Experimental science. That's what science is. It must be validated.
No, that's where I disagree. I think that experimental science is not the only type of science. I think that observations can count as science, and I think that astrophysics is science.
My wife Matthew disagree with you because she's a scientist and she said that observation is not a science.
Is astrobiology
She's biochemist. She is biochemist and she disagree with you. Observation cannot be science. Point.
It's by definition theoretical physics, Matthew.
Yep. So then we can have astroarchaeology, astropaleontology, astrobiology, freaking
That's it. That's the joke. There is astrobiology.
metallurgy,
So-
astrometallurgy, like freaking astro, like all kinds of any kind of nonsense you want.
Astrolube.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, Carl's. Yeah, we were laughing about that earlier. Yeah, there's astrobiology.
Prove it, Lou.
Look it up.
Prove it, bruh.
No, I'm not saying there really is astrobiology.
Astrofloral arrangements.
Cite it, Lou.
Astrofloral arrangements, all for the cheap price of $20.99.
In fact, I'm going to give you the best source.
Yeah, I'm really anticipating this source.
I knew it. NASA.
Astro construction technology.
Prove it, Lou.
Deception Incorporated, bringing you the best lies of the 21st century.
Yay. Can't wait
I just proved it right there. Astrobiology.nasa.gov.
/ bullshit.
Matthew, you like history, right?
He doesn't know history. Come on now. Can't even read his own scriptures.
Astro history.
Did you guys hear about Canada?
Well, do you well, before you
Yes,
go,
but I don't know if we can talk about it here, but yes, I did hear on two different stations actually. So yes, I completely understand.
Could you post it or DM it or something? I'm curious.
I was asking for a reason. We're 30 seconds into derailing.
No.
I mean,
not
you coulda did this
derailing.
after or before. Like you could have did it either one before or after. You know what I mean? Would have been appropriate.
Apologies, New York. Could you repeat for the benefit of the room?
Matthew, can you remember or do I have to do it again?
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second. I just got back and I heard my name. What say it again?
You like history, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So, truth is truth. Truth doesn't change. Things are what they are, right?
That's correct. Yep.
But we have these paradigms, these patterns of thinking that we fall into that are subject to change because it's subjective, right?
Yeah, we definitely have patterns and fallacies and, ideas and preconceived notions, all that.
Fair enough. So, my question to you is, why is it that when I look at the sword and the stone, Merlin is trying to convince the flat earther, that is Arthur, flat Arthur, you think that's why anyway, why is Merlin in the 60s, because this is coming from a paradigm where I don't even know what they thought back then collectively, but I know what they tell us they thought. But in this one little glimpse of the past, you have an artist who writes a story where the magician is telling the flat earther that he lives on a ball. Why do you think that is? I'm sorry. Why do you think that piece of art exists in this world?
So you're talking about the cartoon in the 1960s where that scene happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that when Disney made that, the assumption was, hey, all the people back then thought the Earth was flat, and here's this magician who really knows that the Earth is a globe, and he's telling them that. And they thought the audience would find that funny. I don't know.
That's logically sound. Can't even be upset. Okay, question number 2. Why did Jafar, when he became a genie, banish Aladdin to the ends of the earth, which happened to be some ice shelf in blizzard-like conditions?
I
Aladdin
don't
1.
remember that scene. So you're talking about the first Aladdin. The ends of the earth, like just means really far away, right? Like
He
just
says he banishes him to the ends of the earth,
I
in
think
which
that
it's
phrase.
depicted as a winter wonderland, where they literally land him on a shelf of ice.
So why did they do that? My best guess, first of all, I don't know. I don't know the screenwriters,
Of
obviously.
course.
But
Yeah.
my best guess is that they meant that as a metaphor for really far away, and they decided, hey,
Oh,
Antarctica.
come off it, man. You're redefining terms now.
Prove it. You gotta prove it, Matthew. Gotta back up your claims.
My first answer to
I'm loving
Eli
the
was, I don't
instigation
know.
from you two down there. Having fun.
Yeah, so I don't know why. So then, but Elijah, so why do you think they put those two things in those two movies?
Because it was natural. It was natural for that to exist in a world where the paradigm was changing. And I think that's why it exists.
I
Because
think
it's
in
not
both.
just those two examples. There's many other examples, many others, from movies to early literature. Everything around this time gets really wonky and weird. Like things have been omitted from history or something.
Yeah, I suspect in both those cases, the screenwriters just weren't thinking about the actual shape of the Earth and trying to put something specific in there, and they were just, writing entertaining movie. But yeah, I guess there's no way to know for sure.
I wouldn't, but see, with no assumptions, I'm only going to accept what the artist is. Well, the artist is only going to be able to imagine what he imagines, right? And there's nothing there, at least for Aladdin, that would like clue me in as to well, I'm living on a globe. It's just like, okay, he used the word like he used the words the ends of the earth, which obviously in a lot of literature, there's a depiction for what the ends of the earth means. Obviously, since most of cosmology has us on a flat plane, all of that old literature is obviously talking about the end of that plane. What was my other
Arthur.
Arthur. Oh, I can't remember my point right now. Whatever. It's just interesting that it's things that shouldn't exist. Anomalies like the Black Swan, like literature, like the art, like oh, okay. Here's an example. In the Bible, the guy has a dream of a tree that grows so large everyone on earth can see. Why the fuck would a man dream of an earth that can see a tree from wherever you are if subconsciously everyone knows that it's a ball? So that would like play out in their writing, that would play out in their dreams, that would play out in their storytelling, but it doesn't, is what I'm saying.
Not to mention the amount of times the wisdom men wrote of under the sun, meaning that there is a definitive up and down, and that the sun is above and the earth is below.
The
Anything contrary
wisest
to
man
is
that ever did live. Yeah.
clearly nonsense. Sorry for rumpusing. What was that?
You're fine. I totally interrupted in the middle of your sentence, but I was just chiming in.
Yeah, I was just saying it's clearly by those word choices. There is no room for a ball because the sun is above, the earth is below. Simple. Or something to that effect. I'm sure I said something different originally. I mean, go and read the Septuagint version of Job. I mean, we could be here all day. Come on, Matthew. No retorts?
English translation isn't that bad.
Yeah, I know. I just
Job is full of fantastic.
It's more clear in terms of the history of Job but that's more to do with the Judaizers and their deception.
Yeah,
Because
no,
they
I
don't want
agree. If you read those
So we're
verses,
talking about
literally.
the oldest. So we're talking about the oldest literature, arguably there is,
right?
And we're also talking about kind of current, not current, but kind of it just left us not so distant past of the '60s, where you have these weird instances. It can't be all of this on top of NASA being exposed as frauds. I mean, people have given you the 3-hour video that I haven't even watched because I'm like, well, 2 clips is enough for me. But of these guys on harnesses doing all this extra shit that should not exist in my current paradigm. It should not exist. All of these flat earthers in this room should not exist. None of this shit should exist, but it does. That's a problem for me.
And not to mention the elephant
Not a
in the
problem
room
like I want
that's
to beat somebody up, but I mean like something is weird, something is off, something's wrong. Sorry.
That's all right. I was just gonna say, not to mention the elephant in the room that's literally breaking the room of the measurements, long distance, the laser measurements, etc., etc. At what point is one with sufficient brain cells not just gonna acknowledge that which is self-evident?
Matthew, did you ever find out how the exosphere can contain the gas pressure if the gas molecules in the exosphere don't even touch each other? They don't even collide?
I read something on it back in the day when we were talking about that. The kinetic energy of each molecule has to do with their weight, and with the mass and its temperature. So yes, some of the atmosphere does escape according to the globe model.
But how can there be any pressure whatsoever if the outer layer doesn't ever collide? It's collisionless.
It collides sometimes, just very infrequently, and then the
Here,
lower you get,
I'll
the
find
more
the
it
source
can
again. I'll find the
combine.
source again to repost because I found another one that says that essentially the gas molecules they're collisionless. It specifically says that word.
Never colliding is different than sometimes colliding or rarely colliding. I'd be
What
curious
does
to see which
collisionless mean?
It means they never collide.
Okay, I'll post the source with that one.
So where's
We'll
the pressure
call
come
it
from,
a
Matthew?
hostile. We'll call it a hostile witness.
Nice. The pressure comes from the weight of the air.
You sure?
What's its voice changer? Is it just me?
No, it's not Witsit, it's the Witsits. Plural.
But
What?
you know that's the thing. Like I because I respect you and I see you as a very smart man. It's now that someone's identified it, I think I'm rolling with it. Yeah, the begging the question is not a problem because everyone does that. That's whatever. It's the kind of subtle, in my mind, deceptive fallacy that is the non sequitur fallacy that you it just keeps happening. And I'm curious as to why. Because
Yeah, I
I think
apologize. I
it's
don't mean to
smart
be
to do it on
deceptive.
purpose.
I apologize if I come across
It's
as
the
deceptive.
triple speak of those that are of their father, the liar. King of lies,
I don't
right?
want to go that far, but
Did you see what I posted, Matthew? I
You don't
posted
have
it.
to. I'll do it on your behalf.
It says collisionless.
oh yeah, go ahead, Kai. Sorry about that. Or is it quits it? or is it why? Why?
It's the other Witsit.
It's a 2-for-1.
What's up, guys? Y'all fucking me up with the. I'm looking at you talking. I'm like, that's his icon, and whatever.
Are you guys saying I sound like a man? That's really rude.
No,
very rude.
it's obviously against the law now that Biden's president. I would never break that kind of
It's
law.
disrespectful.
I saw what you posted. Yeah, collisionless means that things never collide, and I
Yeah.
would assume that's wrong. That can't be true.
No,
They
hold,
must
hold, hold,
collide
hold the
somewhere.
phone.
Wait, are you
Hold the
denying
phone, guys.
what
It
it
literally.
Anti-flat
Hold on. It says essentially collisionless, which we all know.
Essentially, yeah.
We all know is almost, but not quite.
Well, so like essentially a maiden, right?
All right, so check this out. If your boat almost doesn't have 10 trillion holes in it, it almost has 10 trillion holes, but not quite 10 trillion holes in your boat. It's almost able to float, right? It's still not floating, right? Can we agree on? Can we agree that on this? If something is almost able to float, it's going to sink. Can we agree? Okay.
It's going to go down.
So
He's
that's
asking
how
Matthew.
all my point is here is that essentially collisionless for sake of pragmatism is meaningless, because what we're talking about here is the necessary container. And yes, Matthew, I heard you talking about the mass and the pooling. Demonstrate it once ever.
Oh, I don't think I think demonstrating it doesn't prove anything. I'm just trying to say that
Oh
hey,
my
look,
gosh.
it's internally
That's
consistent.
funny, bro.
But you can't demonstrate it. That's the thing. That's why you don't believe it.
You try and say that every time, Matthew, but it can never be internally consistent.
It's
But see,
amazing.
there's certain things that people like. Well, okay, I guess you guys do that for the same reason I do it too. So I can't be black calling the kettle pot something. However it goes, I'm Joe Biden. And This is my campaign speech. But anyway, um,
That was
I'm
so
Donald Trump and I approve of this message.
so I totally get what gospel was setting up there. Like essentially collisionless is essentially you're not having collisions then. Like not what first of all and first okay, so the reason that I piped up was to say this. I'm not even asking globe earthers to demonstrate this because a balloon demonstrates that there is no gravity just right there. Let me explain to you what I mean by that because it's not the normal what everybody, oh, balloon goes up, blah, 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 blah. I think that that's actually non sequitur because when we're talking about up and down, there is no up and down in the heliocentric model. But so that's the wrong way to think about it. Thinking about mass attracting mass is things being attracted to each other. Well, fine, fair enough. Okay, so when I put the mass of air particles in a balloon, I'm expecting it to compress because the gravity is pulling the the particles in closer. Now, what debunks that immediately is that the description for why balloons deflate is the total opposite of that. Well, the air escapes.